In the sweltering sun, at Zhou City No. 1 High School, a multitude of students entered the campus, their backpacks slung over their shoulders. The commencement of a new semester filled the air with excitement as classmates reunited after a long holiday, eagerly sharing tales of their summer adventures and cherished moments. Amidst the throngs of pairs and groups, a solitary girl stood out distinctly, radiating an aura that seemed to deter any approach. As she strode forward, 3 delicate girls recognized her and called out cheerfully, "Jiao Jiao." Upon hearing her name, Luo Jiao Jiao calmly halted and turned her gaze toward the source of the voice. Instantly, she recognized them. With a composed demeanor, she greeted, "Yu Li, Yu Mei, Xiaofun." The 2 girls, identical in hairstyle and strikingly similar in appearance, clad in their school uniforms, eagerly linked arms with Luo Jiao Jiao. The Yu Mei and Yu Li, the twin sisters, flanked her on either side, while Xiaofun offered a gentle smile. Though her expression remained composed, beneath the surface, Luo Jiao Jiao was grappling with an overwhelming sense of turmoil. She was originally a white-collar worker in the 21st century who indulged in novels during moments of boredom. That particular evening, having finished work early, she found herself with nothing to occupy her mind before sleep. So she began to read a ching novel shared by a friend. Little did she know, this seemingly innocuous choice would lead to unforeseen consequences. She skimmed through a few pages before succumbing to slumber. Upon awakening the following day, Luo Jiao Jiao found herself in an unfamiliar bedroom, utterly bewildered. Could it be that she had sleepwalked into someone else's home? Surveying her surroundings, she noted that the room, though modest, was adorned with simplicity: a single bed and a desk brimming with neatly arranged books. Rising, she made her way to the bathroom, her heart racing with anxiety. As she gazed into the mirror, the reflection revealed a face that was both strange and eerily familiar too, as if she had returned to her 15 or 16-year-old self. Had she truly been reborn into her student days? But where were her parents? Shouldn't she be with them? As her thoughts spiraled into confusion, a wave of dizziness overcame her, forcing her to lean against the wall for support. After a brief moment of recovery, Luo Jiao Jiao, with tears threatening to spill, stared at her reflection. It dawned on her that she had somehow traversed into the very novel she had been reading before sleep. The male and female protagonists attended the same school, their camaraderie gradually blossoming into a romantic relationship, brimming with youthful exuberance, however, and internal. Oprah was at play. The original Luo Jiao Jiao, the very essence of this body, happened to share her name. Growing up in an orphanage, this Luo Jiao Jiao had learned from a young age how to garner affection and sympathy from others, her sweet words endearing her to the orphanage's head and teachers alike. After seizing the opportunity to attend school, she diligently pursued her studies to earn a scholarship. Yes, she blossomed in both intellect and appearance. She skillfully utilized her looks and a facade of gentleness to become the beloved campus goddess among her peers. At first, Luo Jiao Jiao harbored a significant infatuation for the male protagonist, especially upon hearing whispers of his affluent and influential background, leading her to believe he was destined to be hers. However, unbeknownst to her, the male lead had no interest in Luo Jiao Jiao and instead found himself enamored with a shy girl from their class of her. Why protagonist herself? Under the relentless schemes and self-sabotage orchestrated by Luo Jiao Jiao, the male lead could no longer tolerate the incessant buzzing of such a nuisance around him. Consequently, he took action, prompting the school to issue a warning to Luo Jiao Jiao, causing her to fall from the status of campus flower to that of a mere laughingstock. Rather than retreating in the face of adversity, the warning only fueled Luo Jiao Jiao's defiance. Exposed for her true nature, she became the target of public scorn. Instead of retracting her actions, she escalated her vendetta by hiring individuals to kidnap the protagonist, ultimately leading to her own downfall and imprisonment. Chapter 2. Plastic Sisters. In the eyes of Luo Jiao Jiao, the original owner could have lived a grounded and fulfilling life, yet she yearned for a meteoric rise, which surely reveals a flaw in her character. Now that Luo Jiao Jiao has traversed into this world, she is determined to lead a meaningful existence. Thus, we find her walking alone. As Luo Jiao Jiao entered the classroom alongside her twin sister, she took her seat, drawing the attention of several boys. Glancing to the side, she noticed the sullen face of Yi Xiaofan. Yi Xiaofan was taken aback by Luo Jiao Jiao's sudden gaze, her expression freezing momentarily as she forced a rather awkward smile. Luo Jiao Jiao understood. This was the plastic sister of hers. Yi Xiaofan clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh, seemingly impervious to the pain. The way Luo Jiao Jiao had so perceptively read her thoughts felt as though she had stripped her bare. Having been in the workforce for several years, Luo Jiao Jiao stared at the textbook before her, a wave of frustration washing over her. The original owner had maintained an image of an academic prodigy, but in her hands, that facade might crumble. With a portion of her tuition subsidized by the government, The remainder had been covered by the original owner's scholarship. Consequently, Luo Jiao Jiao now found herself with barely over 1,000 yuan. The original owner had upheld the reputation of a top student and school beauty, never deigning to take on a job. Yet for Luo Jiao Jiao, what significance did such a reputation hold? Moreover, she had no desire to be labeled a goddess. In her view, there was no shame in earning money through her own efforts. As Luo Jiao Jiao turned her attention back to the textbook, she began to devise a plan for her future. Once the surrounding chatter subsided, she lifted her gaze toward the podium, regaining her focus. A middle-aged woman in her 40s, with a meticulously styled hairdo and a serious expression, was none other than Lu, the head teacher of Class 1 of the second year, affectionately nicknamed the Ruthless Mentor. On the very first day of the new semester, Lu's spirits were surprisingly high, and she allowed a rare smile to grace her face as she announced, "Congratulations on becoming the upperclassman of the second year." This elicited a chorus of laughter from the students. Just moments ago, a new student had mistakenly wandered into the dining hall, thinking it was his dormitory. Had I not intervened, he would have been off to learn culinary skills, haha. The students eagerly shared amusing anecdotes from their initial moments on campus. Once the students settled down following their spirited exchanges, Lu cleared her throat and began, "This semester, we have made slight adjustments based on last semester's final grades, which means some new students will be joining our class, while others may be transferring to different classes." As Luo Jiao Jiao understood, her current school comprised 15 classes per grade, and Class 1 was undoubtedly among the top achievers. To foster a better learning environment, students who excelled in their final exams would be placed in higher-performing classes, while those whose grades declined would move to lower ones, emphasizing the relentless competition of student life. The protagonist had just joined this class, alongside the male lead who was also a transfer student. Luo Jiao Jiao silently encouraged herself as the previously buoyant atmosphere slightly dimmed. In a rare display of warmth, Lu offered comforting words. "You are all exceptional. Do not let momentary setbacks deter you. This is not your primary battleground yet. You must continue to strive diligently in your studies. The next top scholar could very well be one of you." The students appeared reassured, nodding in agreement. Director Lu continued, "Today, we have a new student joining our class. I hope everyone can coexist harmoniously and assist one another." With that, he turned towards the doorway. "Wang, please come in." Chapter 3. The male protagonist curious gazes turned toward the entrance, eagerly anticipating the arrival of this new student. Would it be a boy or a girl? Luo Jiao Jiao knew that this new student was the male lead, yet she too was intrigued, fixated on the doorway, eager to witness his presence. What met her eyes were a pair of long, slender legs, the loose-fitting school uniform draped perfectly on him. The fair-skinned, handsome boy wore a calm expression, politely bowing slightly to the teacher. Director Lu appeared quite pleased with the new student and kindly nodded at him. "Very well, Wang, please introduce yourself." Facing the multitude without a trace of nervousness, the boy's clear, youthful voice stirred the hearts of those present. "Hello everyone, my name is Wang Kai, and I am delighted to join this class." The girls, smitten, erupted into applause to welcome him, while the boys smiled amiably. Luo Jiao Jiao mused silently. No wonder he is the male lead. His ability to command the room is truly impressive. Director Lu scanned the classroom, his gaze lingering on Luo Jiao Jiao. Sensing his attention, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Then she heard Director Lu's voice. As he valued his star pupil greatly and assigned an important task to Luo Jiao Jiao, the new student will be guided by our class monitor, Luo Jiao Jiao, to familiarize himself with the surroundings. The envious glances of the girls fell upon Luo Jiao Jiao, despite her attempts to decline such advantages. Luo Jiao Jiao was interrupted before she could voice her objections by Director Lu, who stated, "All right, the new student may take a seat." Under Director Lu's arrangement, Wang Kai temporarily settled into the space behind Luo Jiao Jiao, with plans to reassess seating after the upcoming examination. Once Director Lu had conveyed this, she instructed the students to engage in self-study while she busied herself with the forthcoming class transitions. Feeling somewhat uneasy with Wang Kai seated before her, Luo Jiao Jiao found herself relieved when the bell rang for recess, prompting Yume and Yuli to join her for a trip to the restroom. While seated in the restroom, Luo Jiao Jiao pondered her situation, concluding that since she was already here, she might as well make herself comfortable. As long as she refrained from behaving recklessly as depicted in the narrative, she believed she could evade a dismal fate. With this thought, she felt considerably more at ease and no longer avoided the male lead. Treating him as a mere classmate allowed her to relax significantly. Wang Kai glanced at the radiant young woman before him, offering a subtle nod of appreciation. "Thank you." Luo Jiao Jiao smiled slightly, straightened her posture, and earnestly delved into her studies. Wang Kai, possessing an extraordinary sensitivity, found himself baffled by the sudden shift in attitude from the girl who had initially exhibited strong resistance towards him. However, he was too preoccupied to dwell on it. During lunchtime, as Luo Jiao Jiao prepared to head to the cafeteria, she noticed Wang Kai still seated and inquired, "Are you unfamiliar with the way to the cafeteria? May I escort you?" Wang Kai politely and distantly declined, "Thank you, but that won't be necessary." Suddenly recalling something, Luo Jiao Jiao nodded in understanding before joining her friends to leave. With the protagonist's halo inevitably comes the essential youthful past of the male lead. Luo Jiao Jiao reminisced about a line from the narrative. Wang Kai, during his childhood, suffered abuse at the hands of a nanny due to his parents' neglectful work commitments. Although the nanny was subsequently brought to justice, the ordeal left Wang Kai with enduring childhood trauma. Resulting in his strong obsession with food, he not only exhibited a picky palate, but also consumed only those dishes he deemed acceptable. Luo Jiao Jiao sighed, recognizing that being a protagonist is not a feat achievable by ordinary individuals. Yu Mei mused about whether the cafeteria would introduce new dishes this semester, to which Yuli nodded in eager anticipation. As twins, although Yu Mei and Yuli did not possess exaggerated telepathic abilities, they shared several identical preferences, such as a fondness for delectable treats and an appreciation for beauty in both objects and individuals. Thus, it is no mystery why they were so warmly inclined towards Luo Jiao Jiao. In a world governed by aesthetic appeal, beauty reigns supreme. Naturally, Luo Jiao Jiao found great delight in the sincere and endearing twin sisters, attentively listening to their chatter. Yi Xiaofan, seemingly casually, inquired, "Jiao Jiao, what do you think of the new classmate?" The twins, with their identical sparkling eyes, fixed their gaze on Luo Jiao Jiao. Luo Jiao Jiao tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, responding under their watchful eyes, "He is quite nice, and he is handsome and polite." This was common knowledge. Wasn't he it? Noticing Yi Xiaofan's desire for a deeper answer, Luo Jiao Jiao met her innocent yet seemingly perceptive gaze, prompting Yi Xiaofan to fall silent. The twins, however, displayed a more pronounced reaction, their similar large eyes reflecting a glimmer of disappointment. Luo Jiao Jiao skillfully shifted the topic, urging, "If we don't hurry to the cafeteria, the signature dishes will be gone." This change in conversation proved beneficial, as Yu Mei grasped Luo Jiao Jiao's hand while Yuli pulled on Yi Xiaofan, both hastening towards the cafeteria. Clutching the last remaining serving of crispy pork ribs, Luo Jiao Jiao felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Beauty and good fortune truly make a difference. Yu Mei, holding a plate of scrambled eggs with green peppers, lamented tearfully, while Yuli nodded in agreement like a little squirrel. A smile blossomed in Luo Jiao Jiao's heart as she regarded these two lively companions. Generously, she divided the few remaining pieces of crispy pork ribs between them and turned to Yi Xiaofan, who was enjoying a rather bland meal. "Would you care to try some?" she inquired. Yu Mei and Yuli exclaimed joyfully, "Jiao Jiao is the best." Luo Jiao Jiao, however, did not press the matter. In return, Yu Mei and Yuli shared their main dishes with Luo Jiao Jiao, and the trio relished their delightful lunch together. It wasn't that Yi Xiaofan came from a poor family. Rather, her physique was prone to weight gain, and she was committed to maintaining her slender figure. Hence her reluctance to indulge in fried or meaty foods. The true camaraderie lay among the twin sisters and Luo Jiao Jiao, who had shared a bond since elementary school through to high school, their personalities aligning harmoniously. Yi Xiaofan, although a classmate from middle school, had not played with them until they entered high school, where she joined their circle. The twins were indifferent to this content as long as they enjoyed each other as company, while the original Luo Jiao Jiao maintained her gentle goddess persona, never intending to alienate her classmates. Aware of their personalities, Yi Xiaofan didn't hesitate to join them, embracing their friendship. Currently, Luo Jiao Jiao finds this individual exceedingly dull. Why squander precious moments in a battle of wits, especially at such a critical juncture for learning? As for the narrative's development, where Yi Xiaofan reveals the male protagonist's background, it holds little intrigue for Luo Jiao Jiao at this moment. The classroom is not particularly crowded. During the lunch break, everyone quietly settles into their own routines. Those wishing to rest lay their heads down to sleep, while others immerse themselves in their books. The spacious classroom is filled solely with the rustling of pages and the gentle whir of the ceiling fan. A soft breeze caresses Luo Jiao Jiao's face, lulling her into slumber. And before she knows it, she has drifted off. Wang Kai, for reasons unknown, feels a slight itch in his right hand, a desire to tame his unruly hair. In this tranquil environment, each student is absorbed in their own endeavors, oblivious to Wang Kai's movements. Luo Jiao Jiao senses a mild itch on her face and absent-mindedly scratches it before shifting to a new position, continuing her slumber. Chapter 5. Companions. An hour and a half of respite swiftly passes after a meal and a brief nap. As students from outside re-enter the classroom, their subdued actions give way to lively chatter, filling the space with the sounds of over 50 voices. Luo Jiao Jiao awakens amidst the laughter, stretching languidly and yawning. Her spirits lifted. Unbeknownst to anyone, as the young girl stretches, her loose school uniform reveals a delicate glimpse of her smooth, fair waist, capturing Wang Kai's dark gaze, causing a rosy hue to bloom upon his earlobes. Having distributed the textbooks, Director Liu refrained from assigning any academic tasks. On the first day of school, the academic atmosphere had yet to intensify. The teachers of various subjects encouraged the students to share any intriguing experiences from their vacations, and the day elapsed swiftly in a joyful ambience. As the school was merely a short, approximately 15-minute walk from Luo Jiao Jiao's current residence, she bid farewell to Yu Mei and Yu Li, who were awaiting their transport. En route, Luo Jiao Jiao was in a quandary, contemplating whether to reside in the dormitory. She was currently dwelling in the room that the original owner had rented during the vacation to tutor primary school students in foreign languages. Despite being only 16 years of age, the original owner's numerous accolades from the city's most prestigious academy had prompted many parents to enlist her services as a tutor. She had accepted a well-compensated tutoring position and, consequently, rented the room for the duration of the holiday. Luo Jiao Jiao now pondered that if she were to reside in the dormitory, it would be inconvenient to venture out during holidays, leaving her to subsist idly. Conversely, if she did not reside in the dormitory, renting a room would entail considerable expenditure. The root of the issue was a lack of funds. Luo Jiao Jiao yearned for her studio apartment, which she had purchased through diligent frugality. Ultimately, Luo Jiao Jiao resolved to rent a room externally. Living alone was considerably more convenient than cohabiting with several individuals, obviating concerns about conflicting schedules and incompatible lifestyles. Most crucially, Luo Jiao Jiao could secure temporary employment on weekends. Having made her decision, Luo Jiao Jiao ceased her vacillation and proceeded with a light-hearted gait, humming a melody. From behind, the sound of a bicycle bell approached, and Luo Jiao Jiao instinctively veered to the right. Who knew that the bicycle would come to a halt beside Luo Jiao Jiao? She cast a puzzled glance at the young man perched atop a light blue bicycle, his thick, lustrous hair framing a fair and handsome face that seemed to bear a hint of a smile. This individual was none other than Wang Kai. Luo Jiao Jiao was perplexed, wondering why he had stopped. Was he lost? As if he could decipher her unspoken question, Wang Kai spoke up. I'm on my way. Let me give you a ride. One need not question how Wang Kai knew the route, for it was a straight path leading only to a nearby residential area. To her surprise, the male protagonist turned out to be a warm-hearted and helpful young man. With a gentle smile, Luo Jiao Jiao replied, "Thank you, but it's all right. I'll reach my destination shortly. It's not far ahead." Just after Wang Kai exited the school gates, he noticed a petite figure meandering slowly. Her small face furrowed in concentration as she kicked at pebbles, a cloud of worry casting a shadow over her features. Just as Wang Kai intended to approach and assist her, she suddenly brightened, her expression transforming as she began to hum a cheerful tune. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he halted beside her and extended an invitation to accompany her, feeling a twinge of disappointment when she declined. Yet, gazing at the enchanting girl with her delicate features, who softly uttered her gratitude, filled Wang Kai with a sense of joy. Stepping down from his bicycle, he pushed it alongside him, stating, "It's not safe for a girl to walk alone. My home is also ahead, so let me escort you." His clear, bright eyes fixed on Luo Jiao Jiao, conveying his good intentions. Unable to refuse further, Luo Jiao Jiao nodded, her hands gently clutching the straps of her backpack as they walked. At merely 17 or 18 years of age, Wang Kai already stood at a height of 1.86 meters. He deliberately shortened his stride so they could walk side by side. The golden-hued sunset cast its shimmering light upon the youthful figures of boys and girls, reminiscent of a breathtaking scene from an anime. Chapter 6. The admonition. In just 5 minutes, Luo Jiao Jiao arrived at the foot of her rented apartment building. She retrieved her key from the side pocket of her backpack and, with a gentle smile gracing her features, turned to Wang Kai, saying, "Classmate Wang, I have returned home. Thank you." Wang Kai, pursing his lips, nodded slightly. "Then I shall take my leave." Luo Jiao Jiao found herself at a loss for further words. "Take care on your way." Upon hearing this, Wang Kai seemed to recall a particular scene, his ears reddening suddenly, and he rode off with a fluid grace. Luo Jiao Jiao watched him as he pedaled away, and indeed, the backdrop was profound. Riding his bicycle, with the wind tousling his hair, Wang Kai could not quell the restlessness stirring within him. Upon returning to his aunt's home, under her watchful concern, he first ascended the stairs to place his textbooks down. He collapsed onto his bed, replaying in his mind the enchanting girl uttering those words. It felt reminiscent of his uncle's departure and his aunt's admonitions. Unbeknownst to him, a young boy, around 8 or 9 years old, stealthily slipped through the doorway. The boy, reveling in his cousin's unawareness, donned a whimsical mask and suddenly leaped forth, exclaiming, "Roar! The monster has arrived!" Wang Kai waved his large hand and scooped up the playful boy. The little one erupted in joyous laughter as Wang Kai gently patted his backside, declaring, "The monster has been vanquished." After they played for a while, a gentlewoman in her 30s, Wang Kai's aunt and the boy's mother, softly tapped on the door, calling, "Little heroes, come out for dinner." The young boy pleaded with a hearty laugh, "Big cousin, let me down. I need to replenish my energy." Wang Kai set him down, playfully remarking, "You have already been captured." Xiangyu, who had succumbed to defeat, pouted adorably. At the dining table, his aunt served Wang Kai his favorite dishes and inquired, "How was school today, little E?" Wang Kai nodded in affirmation. Everything was quite good. Hearing this, his aunt felt reassured, for little E was a boy of honest words. Previously, while the school was satisfactory in all respects, the girls had been rather enthusiastic. At this thought, his aunt raised an eyebrow in jest. "The girls here are quite reserved." Wang Kai's delicate face betrayed no superfluous expression as he continued to eat his meal, disregarding his aunt's playful teasing. The expression of her nephew left the romantically inclined aunt somewhat disheartened, as she murmured, "Isn't pure-hearted school romance all the rage nowadays?" She rolled her eyes, mercilessly critiquing her own son. "Just you?" Xiongyu, feeling slighted by his mother's disapproval, pouted indignantly, "Humph. The fairy sister said that when I grow up, I can pursue her. By the time you grow up, your fairy sister will have been married off to someone else. Will there be any chance left for you?" His aunt replied with a mocking tone, unable to suppress her mischievous smile. Feeling despondent, the little bun blinked back tears and fervently shoveled rice into his mouth. "If I eat more, I can grow up faster." Wang Kai, observing the antics of both the big and small treasures, smiled joyfully. Wang's parents were still in Kyoto attending to various matters. However, in order to help their son acclimate to his new environment, they entrusted Wang's mother's sister, Wang Kai's aunt, to care for him temporarily. Despite their busy schedules, the couple's concern for their son was unwavering. To ensure he felt comfortable at his aunt's home, they had already purchased a residence in this affluent neighborhood where she resided. Wang Kai nodded appreciatively, expressing gratitude to his aunt. She playfully chided him, saying, "You silly child, do you consider me a stranger? Let me remind you, I have watched you grow up. You are like a son to me. If you continue to be so polite, I might just have to scold you." Meanwhile, Xiangyu, with his chubby little face, nodded vigorously. A wave of warmth washed over Wang Kai as he earnestly assured his aunt, "Rest assured, aunt." The family shared a meal filled with affection. Chapter 7. Procuring food at this moment, Luo Jiao Jiao entered her room, placing her books on the chair and lying down on the bed for a brief respite. Her stomach rumbled with discontent, prompting her to rise. In her modest room, there stood a small table, and after searching her surroundings, she discovered only a single packet of instant noodles. Amused yet exasperated, she boiled water in her dormitory pot and immersed the noodle block into the bubbling liquid. Once the noodles softened, she tore open the seasoning packet and added it to the pot. After unplugging the appliance, she poured the fragrant noodles into a bowl. Why not simply soak them in boiling water? This is merely Luo Jiao Jiao's personal habit. She firmly believes that instant noodles cooked in a pot are far more delectable than those merely soaked in boiling water. There have been jesters who have teased her, claiming that consuming instant noodles is simply a matter of convenience. However, Luo Jiao Jiao remains unfazed by such remarks. After savoring her noodles, she meticulously cleans the pot and bowl. At that moment, she discovers an old smartphone tucked beneath her pillow, a second-hand device originally purchased by its former owner. Although the original owner later exhibited extreme behavior, Luo Jiao Jiao nonetheless feels a pang of sympathy for the girl. If she were to continue living in such a manner, her future would undoubtedly be bright. Though Luo Jiao Jiao lacks the original owner's memories, she instinctively manages to unlock the phone's password. Upon accessing the device, her eyes light up as she notices a notification of a bank deposit. 2,000 yuan has been transferred into the account. This sum brings immense joy to the financially constrained Luo Jiao Jiao. As she peruses the messages, she finds one from a parent expressing gratitude for Luo Jiao Jiao's tutoring assistance with their son. This money represents the remuneration the original owner received for tutoring during the holiday. In that moment, Luo Jiao Jiao is profoundly grateful to her predecessor. She quickly changes into a white t-shirt and faded denim jeans, gathers her trash, and prepares to venture out to procure essential supplies and food. Although inhabiting the same body, she still feels a sense of awkwardness. After disposing of the trash in the bin downstairs, she strolls to a nearby supermarket, pushing a shopping cart. She first selects a toothbrush and towel, followed by a few articles of intimate apparel. In her mind, she calculates that there is still shower gel and shampoo at home, which can be purchased later once they are depleted. For now, she must acquire some easily storable food items. As she strolled towards the food section, Luo Jiao Jiao effortlessly bypassed the instant noodles. Her slender fingers grasped a package of dried noodles, which she examined. Affordable and hygienic, indeed. Subsequently, she placed the noodles into her shopping cart. A single package would suffice for an entire week. Luo Jiao Jiao then selected a dozen eggs, cucumbers, and chili sauce. After procuring these items, she proceeded to the checkout. Listening to the cashier's total of 239. 5 yuan, Luo Jiao Jiao extracted 200 yuan notes and supplemented them with some coins. She organized her purchases neatly before retreating to her desk, where she turned on the lamp and perused her textbooks. These were her first-year high school books. The classes had yet to be divided into sciences and humanities, which was anticipated in this term. Luo Jiao Jiao intended to choose the science track, as it did not require excessive hours of rote memorization. Thus, she focused on physics, chemistry, and mathematics for her first year, growing increasingly exhilarated. She immersed herself in her studies from 6 until 9 o'clock. Had it not been for the alarm ringing, she would have remained lost in the world of books. Rising from her seat, Luo Jiao Jiao stretched her body and filled a bucket with water, then connected the water heater to the power supply. The water heated rapidly, allowing her to tidy her books before unplugging the device. She then took her pajamas and entered the bathroom. After showering, she dried her dripping hair with a towel and gazed into the mirror. This body felt remarkably familiar. Were it not for the absence of a mole on her left shoulder, she might have believed she was donning someone else's skin. However, this body was slightly shorter than her own, standing just over 1.60 meters. Yet, at the age of 16, she still had time to grow taller. Chapter 8. In the dream after washing and hanging up the clothes, Luo Jiao Jiao's hair had also dried. She glanced at the clock. It was already 10 o'clock. Although the alarm was set for 7, Luo Jiao Jiao lay in bed, enveloped in slumber. In her dreams, she vaguely heard the sound of a baby crying and felt a chill enveloping her. At that moment, her body felt lighter, as if cradled in someone's arms. And she faintly heard a gentle woman's voice. This is a poor child, abandoned in the snow during the harsh winter. For reasons unknown, Luo Jiao Jiao felt an overwhelming sense of safety emanating from the voice's owner. Her cold body was wrapped in warmth, and she soon drifted back into sleep. The scene shifted, and 3-year-old Luo Jiao Jiao was following a woman dressed in a pale yellow outfit, who gently styled her hair. Our Jiao Jiao is growing increasingly adorable, the woman remarked. Luo Jiao Jiao blushed and replied, Mama Luo is also very lovely. Luo Yu, the director of an orphanage, was the very person who had found Luo Jiao Jiao in the winter. She cherished this child, whom she had raised with her own hands, treating her as if she were her biological daughter. Upon hearing Luo Jiao Jiao's innocent words, Luo Yu could not suppress her laughter. This was the happiest moment of Luo Jiao Jiao's life. As time passed, Luo Jiao Jiao grew older. At the age of 7, she often sat upstairs, watching as parents picked up their children from school. Curiously, she asked Mama Luo, why do the children outside carry backpacks? In the orphanage, children who had not been adopted by a certain age would also attend school. However, the orphanage could not afford the tuition for so many children, and thus the government provided assistance for them. Luo Yu tenderly caressed Luo Jiao Jiao's fair face and smiled, because, dear, their backpacks hold their futures. Luo Jiao Jiao was utterly astonished. It was remarkable that such extraordinary things could fit within a mere school bag. though she did not quite grasp the concept of the future. Her mother often reassured her that it would undoubtedly be splendid. At the tender age of 7, Luo Jiao Jiao was sent to school, where she felt a mixture of curiosity and trepidation towards her new surroundings. On the first day after school, she excitedly recounted to her mother the events of the day and the dishes she had enjoyed. As Luo Jiao Jiao's laughter filled the air, her mother listened with eyes brimming with pride and joy. However, the novelty of attending school did not last long, as Luo Jiao Jiao soon sensed her differences from her classmates. They regarded her with peculiar glances, leaving her perplexed about the reason behind it. After the teacher rewarded her with a bright red flower, a few sturdier children swiftly snatched it from her grasp during recess. The ringleader, a chubby girl, wore a smug expression on her face. Luo Jiao Jiao blinked her large eyes timidly at them and murmured, "That's my red flower." The group of giggling children immediately glared at her fiercely, pointing and exclaiming loudly, "You are just an unwanted bad child. That reward does not belong to you. My mom says to stay away from you, or I might be led astray." Indeed, her grandmother had told her that an unloved child must be so because her parents did not care for her. Tears welled up in Luo Jiao Jiao's eyes as she shook her head, insisting, "No, I am not a bad child. I am not unwanted. My mother loves me." She longed to speak, but her throat felt as though it were constricted. Eventually, the teacher arrived and reprimanded the children who had bullied her, softly comforting Luo Jiao Jiao in the process. Mama Luo inquired about the redness in her eyes, and the petite Luo Jiao Jiao nestled into her embrace, pouting playfully, "Mama Luo, some sand just flew into my eyes." Mama Luo promptly dampened a towel and gently wiped her eyes. Luo Jiao Jiao felt an immense joy within. She was not a naughty child but Mama Luo's precious darling. It mattered not that others refrained from playing with her. She had Mama Luo. As she transitioned to junior high, Mama Luo expressed her concerns about her adapting to life in town, her words filled with gentle admonitions. Now, Luo Jiao Jiao no longer called her Mama Luo. In her heart, she had accepted that Mama Luo was her true mother. Chapter 9. Encirclement. The academically outstanding Luo Jiao Jiao had become a child admired by others. She did not let her guard down in junior high. With each passing year, she became increasingly aware of her uniqueness, striving to excel further to ensure a better life for herself and Mama Luo. The dynamics of junior high students shifted from the simplicity of elementary school. Some could not tolerate the constant praise bestowed upon Luo Jiao Jiao by teachers and parents. One day, as she was heading home from school, 4 girls formed a circle around her, pushing her into a narrow alley. 3 of them shoved her to the ground, and Luo Jiao Jiao's fingers turned pale as she gripped the straps of her backpack tightly. Although panic surged within her, it did not manifest on her face. She gazed at them with calmness and offered a slight smile. "Classmates, is there something you need?" A girl with long, dark hair and bright red lipstick scrutinized the slender, uniform-clad Luo Jiao Jiao from head to toe. "Are you the Luo Jiao Jiao who always ranks first in class?" The leader, dragging out her tone, playfully pinched the delicate face of Luo Jiao Jiao, saying, "Is that so? You do possess quite an attractive appearance." The 3 other girls joined in with a chorus of laughter. Luo Jiao Jiao clenched her fists, aware that she could not confront them directly. With her mind racing, she altered her expression to one of feigned innocence, replying, "But, classmates, you are all quite lovely as well." In truth, the leader had no real intention of causing harm. Upon hearing Luo Jiao Jiao's words, she smugly touched her heavily made-up face, proclaiming, "You have good taste. This is the result of my meticulous care." One of the girls nearby, noticing that the leader had no desire to reprimand Luo Jiao Jiao further, seized the opportunity to incite discord, stating, "Leader, she is merely flattering you." This girl harbored a deep-seated jealousy towards Luo Jiao Jiao, the top student of their grade. As they were classmates, her mother constantly urged her to emulate Luo Jiao Jiao, but she scoffed at the notion of a mere orphan achieving academic excellence. Thus, she sought to manipulate the school's top girl to teach Luo Jiao Jiao a lesson. Luo Jiao Jiao instantly recognized this girl's intention to provoke her. Affecting surprise, she exclaimed, "Oh, is this flattery? It's quite evident to everyone. Must I resort to flattery?" The leader, uninterested in her classmates' antics, casually stuffed her hands into her pockets, stating, "Handle it yourself. I'm leaving." The other 2 girls followed the leader, leaving only the spiteful classmate, who stomped her foot in frustration, glaring fiercely at Luo Jiao Jiao. "Don't think that just because you're lucky this time, I won't be able to teach you a lesson." Unfazed by the threat, Luo Jiao Jiao smiled and licked her lips, replying, "Is that so? I shall await the outcome with bated breath, for a sense of trepidation envelopes me. As the girl, her eyes aflame with fury, prepared to strike, Luo Jiao Jiao, with her delicate arm, seized her wrist, her eyes shimmering with an almost ethereal light. In a hushed tone, she uttered, "Good dog, your master is calling you." The girl, gripped by fear, gazed at the seemingly gentle Luo Jiao Jiao, unable to fathom that this was the same kind-hearted girl from their class. In the distance, 3 girls called out impatiently, prompting Luo Jiao Jiao to release her grip. Dusting off her hands with an air of nonchalance as she walked away with measured steps, the stunned girl, her face flushed with indignation, hastily pursued her companions. With perspiration dampening her palm, she realized that despite Luo Jiao Jiao's composed retort, the earlier words rang true. She had merely been fortunate this time to escape unscathed. What of the next encounter? From a young age, Luo Jiao Jiao had come to understand the treachery of human nature. There will always be those who resent the brilliance of others. Yet, dimming her own light was an impossibility. Education was her sole pathway to success, and she would not relinquish it. Upon boarding the bus, Luo Jiao Jiao gazed silently out the window, her expression vacant, lost in her own thoughts. Following this incident, she placed greater importance on interpersonal relationships, nurturing amicable connections with everyone around her. In private, she devoted herself more diligently to her studies. Luo Jiaoji welcomed into her circle a pair of sisters, Yumei and Yuli, who were her classmates from grades 5 and 6, during which time she had often felt isolated. Now, no longer alone on her journey home, Luo Jiao Jiao triumphantly secured admission to the city's prestigious high school, along with a scholarship. Clutching her acceptance letter, she joyfully shared the news with Luo Yu. Luo Yu was genuinely happy for her and went to great lengths to prepare a sumptuous feast, typically reserved for the new year. Chapter 10, Specialization. As Luo Jiao Jiao entered high school, she blossomed into an increasingly graceful young woman. However, she had always been indifferent towards such matters of romance and fleeting emotions, believing she had no time to indulge in the frivolities of youth. A year later, she encountered a pair of cool, piercing eyes that stirred something within her heart. Suddenly, a melodious chime roused the slumbering Luo Jiao Jiao from her dreams. For reasons unknown, she found herself dreaming of her own childhood, as if she had relived those moments herself. Would the ending mirror her memories? Casting a glance at the clock, Luo Jiao Jiao decided not to dwell on it further, opting instead to go with the flow. She swiftly tied her hair into a ponytail, donned her school uniform, and washed her face and brushed her teeth. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, she purchased 2 vegetable buns for 5 yuan at the school gate. Noticing the commotion, Wang Kai turned his gaze towards her, and with his clear voice, greeted her, "Good morning." Luo Jiao Jiao looked into his eyes, identical to those from her dream, and felt a flutter of confusion. Nodding absent-mindedly as she took a seat, shaking her head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, she focused intently on her studies. Wang Kai, however, was not perusing his textbook. Instead, he held a French book in his hands, engrossed in silent reading. Luo Jiao Jiao was perplexed, recalling that the protagonist was supposed to be in the same class as the male lead soon. Had she misremembered? At that moment, she was unaware that certain events were gradually shifting. Seated quietly, she listened to her classmates' conversations. Yumei and Yuli approached her and inquired, "Jiao Jiao, are you choosing science or humanities?" Yuli clung to Luo Jiao Jiao's arm, lamenting, "What a pity, we can no longer be in the same class." Luo Jiao Jiao affectionately caressed the charming face of Yuli, reassuring her, "It's all right. We are still at the same school and will share meals together." Although they expressed such optimism, everyone understood that being in different classes would inevitably lead to diverging schedules. Yet, no one voiced any disheartening sentiments. From behind, Yi Xiaofan approached with excitement, exclaiming, "That's wonderful, Jiao Jiao. I have chosen the science track as well. I truly hope we can be in the same class." Luo Jiao Jiao nodded lightly, "Then let us both strive for success." As the girls conversed ahead, Wang Kai paused in his reading, feeling an unexpected surge of joy regarding his future in the sciences. After school, Luo Jiao Jiao did not wait for Wang Kai to ride out. She had no intention of lingering this time and walked briskly, her mind free of distractions. With classes officially underway, she had assignments to tackle. She retrieved her homework, plugged in the kettle to boil noodles, and topped them with a fried egg, savoring each bite. After finishing her meal, she revisited her high school knowledge, completing the problems she could solve. However, one particular question, despite her application of the formula, eluded her understanding, causing her to tug at her hair in frustration. Ultimately, unable to resolve it, Luo Jiao Jiao copied the problem into her notebook, planning to ask her classmates who might have the solution the following day. Once she completed the remaining assignments, she resumed reading the book she had started the previous day. Upon hearing the alarm clock ring at 9, Luo Jiao Jiao boiled water and took a shower, drying her hair and hanging her clothes to air. She quietly settled by the window, gazing at the star-studded night sky. After taking a few deep breaths and feeling the weight of her stress lift, she nestled down to sleep. Under the same sky, Wang Kai rubbed his weary eyes. Standing on the balcony, appreciating the tranquility absent in Kyoto, and his spirits lifted considerably. Chapter 11. Embarrassment as dawn broke, Luo Jiao Jiao. Having enjoyed a particularly restful sleep without dreams, awoke before the alarm could sound. Slipping into her slippers, she stretched her body widely within her room. Approaching the bathroom, she held a cup of water while brushing her teeth, foam filling her mouth. Turning slightly towards the window, she noticed a little bird perched on a power line, chirping merrily, prompting her to smile with delight. When Luo Jiao Jiao glanced outside, she was taken aback to see a figure in sportswear jogging. The tall and slender form seemed oddly familiar. Before she could pinpoint the reason for her recognition, the individual appeared to sense her gaze and looked up. She internally scolded herself, feeling akin to a mouse confronted by a cat. Hastily finishing her brushing and washing her face, she raised her eyes to the mirror, only to see her hair resembling a bird's nest. A flush crept onto her cheeks at the thought of being seen in such a state, especially by someone she knew. It was utterly mortifying. Meanwhile, her aunt was still asleep. Wang Kai greeted his uncle, who was reading the newspaper. The refined 30-year-old man, donning gold-rimmed glasses, was none other than Wang Kai's uncle, Xiang Hangtian. Today, a rare day off, he smiled gently at his nephew, saying, "Little E, do have your breakfast." The sight of Wang Kai, savoring a bowl of unadorned rice porridge, stood in stark contrast to the opulent breakfast enjoyed by Xiang Yu. Attempting to entice his cousin, Xiang Yu waved a crispy, golden youtiao, but alas, Wang Kai remained indifferent, his expression serene and unaffected. Frustrated, Xiang Yu resigned himself to his own breakfast. Given that Xiang Yu's school was quite distant, he typically relied on a chauffeur for transportation. However, today, his uncle had the leisure to drive him. As they traveled, Xiang Yu cast envious glances at his cousin, watching as Wang Kai elegantly swung his long legs over his bicycle and pedaled away. Meanwhile, Luo Jiao Jiao ambled along, savoring her xiaomai, taking in the scenery and the bustling crowd. Suddenly, the sound of a bicycle bell rang out behind her, prompting Luo Jiao Jiao to turn her gaze in its direction. A youth clad in a crisp white school shirt and black trousers pedaled past, his dark hair tousled by the breeze, his refined features reminiscent of a painting. He offered Luo Jiao Jiao a gentle smile and greeted her with a simple good morning. After exchanging pleasantries, he continued pedaling, as if their interaction had been merely a mundane exchange. At the school gate, Luo Jiao Jiao spotted Yume and Yuli waiting for her. She waved her hand and called out, "Meili." This was a term of endearment she used for the two sisters. Upon seeing Luo Jiao Jiao, the two girls, identical in their school uniforms and braided hairstyles, beamed at her and chimed in unison, "Jiao Jiao, you look beautiful today." Luo Jiao Jiao chuckled, "You both just know how to flatter me." The two beauty enthusiasts protested, insisting that their compliments were utterly sincere. The original Jiao Jiao was undeniably beautiful, yet she often exuded an air of unreality. However, the current Jiao Jiao radiates a refreshing charm while remaining remarkably down-to-earth. One is well aware of her beauty, yet each encounter still brings forth a delightful surprise. Jiao Jiao hung her backpack on one side of the desk, unzipped it, and thoughtfully pondered over the homework she had completed the previous day. After securing his bicycle in the designated parking area at school, Wang Kai slung his backpack over one shoulder and proceeded towards the academic building. A boy jogged up, calling out to Wang Kai, "Wait for me." Wang Kai looked up to see Peng Yoji, the sports representative of their class. Once Peng Yoji caught up with Wang Kai, he playfully patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Hey, Wang Kai, would you like to join our basketball team?" Not only was Peng Yoji the class sports representative, but he was also a member of the school basketball team. Observing Wang Kai's stature, he instinctively felt that this lad would excel at basketball. A towering figure at 6 feet tall, he gazed at Wang Kai with eager anticipation. However, Wang Kai displayed little interest and politely declined, citing his demanding academic schedule. With a robust physique yet a somewhat simplistic mind, Peng Yoji genuinely believed that Wang Kai was too busy with studies to participate, and thus he took a step back, suggesting, "Let us play together when you have time." Wang Kai nodded in agreement. Peng Yoji's fondness for this new classmate surged, as he had previously perceived Wang Kai's aloof demeanor as unapproachable. To his surprise, The new student proved to be exceptionally friendly, leading Peng Yoji to unilaterally conclude that they were destined to become great friends. Wang Kai was oblivious to the multitude of thoughts swirling in the giant's mind, and even if he were aware, he wouldn't have given them much consideration. Chapter 12. The academic genius Luo Jiao Jiao and her classmates had previously deliberated over this problem, arriving at an answer, yet the solution's rationale seemed to be missing a step. Even the high-achieving student was perplexed. Perhaps due to differing cognitive approaches, Luo Jiao Jiao had not fully grasped the problem. Luo Jiao Jiao, frustrated, slumped onto her desk, her mind awash with equations. Upon hearing someone sit at the desk behind her, her eyes lit up. That's right. Wasn't the male lead a veritable academic deity? Surely, he would possess a solution. Forgetting her earlier embarrassment, Luo Jiao Jiao turned, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Wang Kai, her tone unconsciously softening. Good morning. Wang Kai, beholding the girl with eyes as bright as a kitten's, nodded. Good morning. Luo Jiao Jiao picked up her homework from the desk and turned to face him directly. Do you have a moment? I'm struggling with a problem. Could you possibly assist me? Wang Kai felt a tickle in his throat and cleared it. Ahem, I can. Wang Kai's slender, pale fingers accepted Luo Jiao Jiao's workbook, and Luo Jiao Jiao hastily presented her draft paper. Wang Kai glanced at the problem and immediately conceived the solution. He circled a section on the draft paper with Luo Jiao Jiao's adorable pink cat pen. Here, it's unnecessary to employ the formula again. It can be bypassed directly like this. The youth's clear, gentle voice spoke slowly, as if reciting beautiful poetry. Luo Jiao Jiao listened attentively, her understanding blossoming as she nodded in realization. Noticing her comprehension, Wang Kai turned the draft paper towards her and placed the pen in her hand. As Luo Jiao Jiao began to write, following the method Wang Kai had just described, the entire thought process unraveled before her, and upon completing the steps, the answer naturally emerged. She gazed at Wang Kai with the admiration one might reserve for a biological parent, exclaiming, "Thank you." Wang Kai, caught under her gaze, smiled awkwardly, replying, "You're welcome. Next time I encounter a problem I cannot solve, I hope Luo Jiao Jiao can lend her assistance." Although Luo Jiao Jiao doubted her ability to tackle questions that the academic prodigy could not, she nodded in acknowledgement to show her respect. This moment was but a minor episode, yet Wang Kai found the experience of uttering Luo Jiao Jiao's full name for the first time quite novel. Silently repeating it several times, Luo Jiao Jiao pulled a form from the front desk and handed it back, only to see Wang Kai mirror her actions, extracting a sheet and passing it further back. The recipient, a girl, accepted the form with a slight flush on her cheeks, murmuring a soft thank you. Luo Jiao Jiao propped her chin with a pen, diligently filling out the form. After inscribing her name and selecting her subject specialization, she glanced over the remaining fields, ensuring no errors were present, before ascending the podium to hand the form to Director Lu. Upon receiving the document and noting her choice of the sciences, the bespectacled Director Lu nodded in approval. They stood in the corridor, each granting the other space, as Wang Kai gave a subtle nod before continuing on his way. Yu Mei and Yu Li had also submitted their forms, and with a playful wink at Luo Jiao Jiao, she responded with a knowing smile. Upon a second glance, Yi Xiaofan confidently submitted her form to Director Lu. After reviewing the subjects she had selected, Director Lu adjusted her glasses and remarked, "Xiaofan, your foundation in the humanities is considerably stronger. Are you certain about choosing the sciences?" With a nurturing attitude towards each student, Director Lu aimed to guide them toward better growth, hence her gentle nudges of advice. Internally, Yi Xiaofan gritted her teeth. Just moments ago, Luo Jiao Jiao had boldly taken the stage to submit her form without hesitation, yet now it felt as though Lu was deliberately putting her on the spot. Though Yi Xiaofan was filled with resentment, she maintained an outward demeanor of humility, smiling as she replied, "Teacher, this is a decision I have thoughtfully made with my parents, and I personally have a preference for the sciences." Having taught countless students over the years, Director Lu discerned the discontent in Xiaofan's demeanor. With a slight shake of her head, she dismissed her from the stage. After descending, Yi Xiaofan silently vowed, "I will ensure that those who look down on me will regret their actions, especially her." She cast a glance towards Luo Jiao Jiao's seat. Chapter 13. Part-time work. Unbeknownst to Luo Jiao Jiao, she was caught in the crossfire of Yi Xiaofan's frustrations. Shortly thereafter, the bell rang, signaling the start of class, and the teacher entered the room with textbooks in hand. The students quieted down, saluted the teacher, and took their seats. The day passed swiftly amidst the scratch of chalk on the board and the teacher's lectures. As the school day neared its end, Director Luo exchanged nods with the subject teacher, who then gathered the textbooks and announced, "We will conclude today's lesson here. If you have any questions, please feel free to consult me next Monday." With that final statement, the teacher departed. Once the essential matters were addressed, Director Lu resumed her customary reminders about safety. Due to the crowded hallways, Luo Jiao Jiao, Yu and Li lingered for a moment before making their exit. Upon returning home, Luo Jiao Jiao seized the afternoon to swiftly complete her homework. At 7 o'clock in the evening, she casually consumed a light meal, changed out of her school uniform, and decided to take a stroll down the street, approximately 10 minutes away, in search of part-time employment opportunities. With a canvas bag slung over her shoulder, containing her phone and keys, she stepped outside. There were libraries, milk tea shops, and tea restaurants to explore, all of which piqued her interest. Luo Jiao spotted a bicycle parked by the roadside, hopped on, and pedaled towards her destination. Riding at a leisurely pace, she arrived in just 5 or 6 minutes. The time coincided perfectly with the end of the workday for many office workers, resulting in a bustling scene filled with both pedestrians and vehicles. After a brief moment of reflection, she secured her bicycle at a designated parking spot and commenced her exploration. She visited several milk tea shops and tea restaurants, all of which were hiring part-time workers. However, due to her age of merely 16, she was politely declined by each establishment. Despite the challenges she faced, Luo Jiao Jiao ultimately achieved her goal. She discovered a renowned amusement park, a popular destination during holidays when the demand for staff surged. Consequently, even though she had not yet reached 18, this establishment was willing to employ her. The remuneration was calculated on a daily basis, with payment made at the end of each workday. Working hours spanned from 7:30 in the morning to 5:30 in the afternoon, with a 1.5-hour break in between. Meals were provided, along with a high-temperature allowance, amounting to a daily wage of 300. Luo Jiao Jiao left her contact information and expressed her intention to return the following day. As she walked home, the cool evening breeze accompanied her, and the streets were illuminated with bright lights. Arriving home after 9, she took a shower and lay on her bed, reflecting on the vitality of youth and the exuberance that it brings. In her previous life, at just over 20, she occasionally felt unwell due to late-night indulgences. Now, in the splendid age of 16, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, referring to herself as an old auntie. As she closed her eyes and drifted into slumber, she awoke to the gentle light of dawn, her phone's alarm set for 6:30 yet still silent. Rising, she washed her face, brushed her teeth, and donned her clothes, only to realize it was already 7 as she stepped outside. Downstairs, she purchased 2 steamed buns and pedaled her bicycle along the route she had taken the previous day. Meanwhile, the seldom lazy Wang Kai was roused early in the morning by a persistent knocking at the door. Ruffling his hair, he descended the stairs to open the door. Cousin, let us go out to play today," exclaimed the chubby little Xiangyu, his face brimming with expectation as he gazed at Wang Kai. Wang Kai regarded Xiangyu with an impassive expression. The sturdy little figure of Xiangyu quivered slightly, looking up at Wang Kai with an ingratiating gaze. Chapter 14. The friendly ghost seeing the eager glimmer in the little chubby boy's eyes. Wang Kai was reminded of a promise his parents had made in his childhood to take him to an amusement park, a plan that ultimately fell through due to their busy schedules. He nodded affirmatively. Initially, Xiangyu could hardly comprehend Wang Kai's response. "Is that okay?" Then, his face lit up with delight as he stared at Wang Kai. "Cousin, you agreed?" As Wang Kai walked further inside, he instructed, "Close the door. Let me get ready first." With a beaming smile, Xiangyu chirped, "All right." After shutting the door, he gazed curiously at the house. Wang Kai's aunt had already decorated the place, yet he preferred living independently, so he had moved in. It was not far from his aunt's residence, which reassured her greatly. Xiangyu gazed longingly at the enormous LCD television in the living room, salivating at the thought of how delightful it would be to watch animated shows on such a grand screen. Moreover, there were limited edition robot models. At such a tender age, Xiangyu had already tasted the bitter pangs of jealousy. After Wang Kai finished his morning routine and changed into his clothes, he retrieved an infrequently used mobile phone from the drawer. He called his aunt to inform her of their plans and then set off with the little chubby boy. Xiangyu chattered excitedly. "My classmate, little Mark, told me that his parents took him to Happy Paradise last time, and the pirate ship ride was incredibly fun, along with the roller coaster." As he animatedly recounted his tale, Wang Kai took out his phone to look up the amusement park Xiangyu mentioned. discovering it was not far from their location. Since it was a short distance, he hailed a taxi right on the roadside. Upon arriving at the venue, Luo Jiao Jiao noticed around 10 young men and women, likely part-time workers as well. After the supervisor arrived and introduced themselves, they distributed uniforms and work badges. Luo Jiao Jiao donned the work vest provided by the supervisor and followed them, listening attentively to the outline of their tasks for the day. The responsibilities were not overly demanding. They were to assist staff in distributing game tickets at various attractions and offer help to visitors when needed. With her beauty and melodious voice, Luo Jiao Jiao was assigned to the haunted house. How fortunate to be both beautiful and talented, the supervisor remarked before departing, leaving the others to cast envious glances at Luo Jiao Jiao. As the haunted house was indoors and equipped with air conditioning. Regarding the fortunate allocation of such an exquisite environment, Luo Jiao Jiao expressed, "Whoever wishes to go, may go. All for a mere 300 yuan a day. I shall give it my all." Terrified of ghosts, Luo Jiao Jiao motivated herself. In the early hours, with not many visitors around, the staff dressed as ghosts were seated in the lobby, taking a break. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, the ensemble of specters gathered around. Under their watchful gazes, Luo Jiao Jiao, with a pale face devoid of makeup, awkwardly waved and greeted. "Hi." The haunted house currently featured a hospital theme, with several nurses clad in blood-stained uniforms and painted with ghastly makeup, wielding oversized syringes. Alongside a doctor bearing a sinister grin and a patient with a gaping hole in their chest. They all greeted Luo Jiao Jiao with their friendly smiles. Rooted to the spot as if her feet were nailed down, Luo Jiao Jiao could hardly move. Among them, a girl in a flowing red dress, graceful in stature, stepped forward, brushing aside her hair that concealed her face, revealing a visage marred by scars. Luo Jiao Jiao felt tears welling up, despite her mind repeatedly assuring her of the FAAD. She remained exceedingly anxious and frightened. The girl in the dress, with warm hands, grasped Luo Jiao Jiao's and sweetly inquired, "Are you scared, big sister?" The girl, named Wu Yu, exuded vivacity, laughing, "My identity is the director's daughter. Honestly, playing the ghost is quite enjoyable. However, one must be cautious, as some visitors may react excessively in their fright." As Wu Yu finished speaking, the other ghosts chimed in with their own comments. Listening to their banter, Luo Jiao Jiao couldn't help but chuckle. Gratefully, she looked at Wu Yu and said, "My name is Luo Jiao Jiao. Thank you." Wu Yu waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It's a trivial matter. Initially, I was quite apprehensive, but eventually, it became immensely enjoyable." Upon realizing that Luo Jiao Jiao had come to lend her assistance, a sly smile crept across Wu Yu's face as she pulled Luo Jiao Jiao towards the backstage studio to change outfits. Luo Jiao Jiao entered the changing room with her costume, while Wu Yu eagerly awaited outside the door. Chapter 15. The Yandera lowly moments later. Luo Jiao Jiao emerged from the changing room. Wu Yu's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "I knew my judgment was impeccable. Jiao Jiao, this role suits you perfectly." At 20 years of age, Wu Yu was well acquainted with the manager of this amusement park, allowing her to frequently work part-time and mentor newcomers. Dressed in a black Lolita costume, Luo Jiao Jiao appeared petite and adorable. Wu Yu handed her a key to a locker for her belongings and retrieved her personal cosmetics from her own locker. With enthusiasm, Wu Yu invited Luo Jiao Jiao to sit down, deftly styling her hair into an elegant updo and adorning her with a hat splattered in vibrant red. Gently caressing Luo Jiao Jiao's fair cheeks, she marveled, "Jiao Jiao, what skincare products do you use? Your skin is simply exquisite." In all honesty, Luo Jiao Jiao replied, "I have never used any skincare products." Wu Yu felt a pang of envy, thinking, a natural beauty indeed. Although Luo Jiao Jiao's face was strikingly beautiful, in order to align with the haunted house's ambience, Wu Yu transformed her appearance dramatically. Staring into the mirror at her unfamiliar reflection, Luo Jiao Jiao touched her own face. Mirroring the figure before her, a porcelain-white visage, heavy eye makeup, and lips painted a vivid crimson, she had become the very embodiment of a dark Lolita. Wu Yu gazed proudly at her finished creation when suddenly she tapped her head. "Wait a moment, there's one more important thing." Luo Jiao Jiao looked on in puzzlement as Wu Yu rummaged through drawers in search of this significant item. With a glimmer of excitement, Wu Yu unearthed a large black bag and presented it to Luo Jiao Jiao, unveiling a rabbit doll that stood half her height. The snow-white bunny was adorned with black and red spots, and its mouth was crafted with jagged stitches, complemented by glowing red eyes, lending it an utterly bizarre appearance. Wu Yu thrust the rabbit doll into Luo Jiao Jiao's arms, reassuringly stating, Don't worry, Jiao Jiao. All these props have been thoroughly cleaned and disinfected. Luo Jiao Jiao replied. That's not what I'm worried about. As the two prepared to venture out, a piercing scream echoed from outside. Wu Yu chuckled, let us relish this delightful time. Before leaving, she cautioned Luo Jiao Jiao. When you encounter someone, just focus on delivering the lines I taught you. And be careful. Luo Jiao Jiao nodded. All right, Sister Wu. Luo Jiao Jiao cautiously explored the haunted house alone, occasionally greeted by various ghosts with different appearances. One of them was a ghost dragging itself along the ground. Hi there, beautiful, it called. Luo Jiao Jiao instinctively stepped aside, recognizing the voice belonged to a relatively young male. Noticing Luo Jiao Jiao's timid demeanor, the ghost grinned widely, its crimson mouth stretching in a smile. Each ghost occupied its designated area, awaiting visitors in roles that suited their characters, though they were free to wander about as well. However, Luo Jiaojiu still yearned for a place to linger. She soon discovered a pristine sick room, where she sat cradling a plush bunny, listening to the piercing screams emanating from the adjacent room. At that moment, footsteps approached the doorway of Luo Jiaojiao's room. Silently, she recited a few lines in her mind. The door swung open, and a throng of individuals rushed in, promptly shutting the door behind them. They were panting heavily. And among them, a chubby boy collapsed onto another boy, exclaiming in a playful tone, "You nearly scared me to death." The boy beneath him quickly leapt aside, retorting, "Damn it, you fatso, that's revolting." The others chuckled, recounting tales of the infamous haunted house, asserting that it was indeed as terrifying as rumored. That Dr.'s gaze seemed like it could slice me in two. One exclaimed, and that wicked ghost in the red dress was even worse. I thought she was a kind-hearted beauty, but when she tossed her hair, I nearly wet myself. Ha ha, you actually scared yourself silly. Others laughed, amid the mirth. Only the chubby boy, feeling the weight of Luo Jiaojiao's gaze, sensed a chill in his arm. Turning towards the corner of the room, he suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. The others were startled by his unexpected outburst. The chubby boy, trembling, pointed a quivering finger at the corner where Luo Jiaojiao sat. There's a ghost. Internally amused, Luo Jiaojiao tilted her head, gazing intently at the group, her crimson lips parting to speak. Brothers, are you here to find Xiaoyu and Bunny? Chapter 16. The lost child. Luo Jiaojiao pressed the remote control given by Wu Yu, and the room filled with the rhythmic sound of dripping water. The rabbit she held in her arms seemed to come to life, its eyes glowing red, its large head twisting about, emitting laughter. A group of 18 or 19-year-old boys were startled, desperately attempting to open the door, but the more frantic they became, the more the door resisted their efforts. One particularly agitated chubby boy cried out in a trembling voice, "Ghost sister, ghost little sister, I haven't bathed in a week. Please don't come after me." Luo Jiaojiao could hardly contain her laughter. But little Yu is so cold. With a click, the doors swung open, and a horde of tall, burly youths fled in a panic. Watching them dash away in disarray, Luo Jiaojiao burst into laughter, her fear of ghosts dissipating, replaced by a sense of amusement. She felt compelled to step outside and explore. During her wanderings, she encountered Wu Yu, who was engaged in his own mischief. He playfully teased Luo Jiaojiao with a strand of hair, his pitifully contorted face grinning as he blinked mischievously. As Luo Jiaojiao approached the staircase, she heard the sound of a child crying, causing her to pause. Was this part of the game design? Though hesitant, the genuine tone of the child's sobs compelled her to investigate. Perhaps a real child was in need of assistance. Approaching the source of the weeping, she discovered a small child crouched down, clutching their head and sobbing. Luo Jiaojiao softened her voice. "Little one, have you lost your parents?" The child was none other than Xiangyu, who had just been separated from his cousin in the crowd. The chubby boy regretted his decision deeply. He should never have come to the haunted house, just to prove his bravery to his classmates. He cried out, wishing his cousin would find him soon. With tears streaming down his face, Xiangyu heard a familiar voice. He looked up, his eyes blurred with sorrow, and sniffled, only to see a strangely dressed girl, causing his nose to bubble up in his distress. Crouched in the corner, Xiangyu stammered, "Why you, don't come any closer." Luo Jiaojiao found amusement in the sight of the weeping boy, recalling that he was the one she had tutored during the holidays. She hid the rabbit behind her, saying, "Little Yu?" Xiangyu felt even more despondent. Was this ghostly figure intending to abduct him? She even knew his name. "Whoa, I don't taste good," he whimpered. Observing his frightened demeanor, Luo Jiaojiao chuckled softly. "I am your sister, Luo Jiaojiao." She approached him, taking his chubby little hand in hers. "See? My hand is warm." Xiang Yu tilted his head to gaze at Luo Jiao Jiao's somewhat unfamiliar face. Fairy sister, how did you transform into a devil sister? Luo Jiao Jiao, both amused and exasperated, patted his little head. Because I work here. Xiang Yu nodded, understanding that his fairy sister had joined the ranks of the demons. Luo Jiao Jiao led Xiang Yu towards the exit, intending to find a staff member to announce his whereabouts and locate his guardians. Throughout the journey, Xiang Yu dared not open his eyes. Luo Jiao Jiao spoke to divert his attention. Who did you come with, little Yu? Why were you all alone just now? It was then that Xiang Yu remembered his older cousin. I came with my older cousin. When we entered, there were so many people that we got separated. As Luo Jiao Jiao contemplated the situation, she surmised that Xiang Yu's elder cousin must be quite anxious. Accordingly, she suggested to Xiang Yu, let us first seek out the staff and request that they make an announcement for your cousin to locate you. Xiang Yu nodded in agreement. Much like a chick pecking at grains, Luo Jiao Jiao swiftly located the staff outside the haunted house and communicated her request. They promptly contacted the personnel in the broadcasting room to relay the message. Afterward, Luo Jiao Jiao purchased a bottle of mineral water for Xiang Yu, and together they settled in the broadcasting room, quietly watching the animated features displayed by the staff. After a brief interval of over 10 minutes, the door to the broadcasting room swung open with urgency. Luo Jiao Jiao and Xiang Yu instinctively turned their heads in unison. It was none other than Wang Kai who entered. His usually smooth black hair appeared somewhat disheveled, and his furrowed brows and starry eyes were filled with concern. Upon spotting the well-behaved Xiang Yu, a weight lifted from Wang Kai's heart. Xiang Yu, filled with excitement, leapt to his feet and exclaimed, Elder cousin. Wang Kai ruffled his hair, relieved to see that he was unharmed, only then noticing the girl beside him. Who is this? It was no wonder that Wang Kai failed to recognize Luo Jiao Jiao, for her appearance at that moment was markedly different from her usual self. Luo Jiao Jiao mused to herself, how fortuitous it was that Wang Kai did not recognize her. With a playful smile, she replied, classmate Wang. Wang Kai, taken aback, wondered how this girl knew him. Xiang Yu hastily interjected, cousin, this is my fairy sister. She brought me out of the haunted house to wait for you here. Wang Kai focused intently, and as familiarity dawned upon him, he blurted out, Luo Jiao Jiao? Xiang Yu gazed at his cousin in a daze, his little head adorned with a large question mark. Did his cousin know the fairy sister? No. As Wang Kai observed her attire, he surmised that she must be working part-time here. With a bright smile revealing his 2 canine teeth, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you for helping me find my brother. Luo Jiao Jiao's assistance was entirely heartfelt, devoid of any expectation for reward, as she waved her hand dismissively. No need for thanks, it was merely a small favor. Afterward, she smiled at Xiang Yu. Little Yu, I must take my leave now. Let us play together again when we have the chance. As Xiang Yu watched Luo Jiao Jiao's departing figure, he wished to follow her, but was restrained by Wang Kai's long hand grabbing the collar of his shirt. Feeling displeased, Xiang Yu pouted. Wang Kai playfully tapped him on the head. Xiang Yu winced in pain, casting a reproachful glance at Wang Kai. With a leisurely tone, Wang Kai remarked, if you follow her like this, you'll only trouble your fairy sister. She is still at work. Perhaps it would be better to wait until she has time to meet you? Xiang Yu nodded, finding his cousin's words quite reasonable. Meanwhile, Luo Jiao Jiao found an unoccupied chair to sit down. Enjoying the cool air from the air conditioner, she felt completely at ease. No wonder others were drawn to the haunted house. At noon, Wu Yu informed Luo Jiao Jiao that she could take a break for an hour and a half, reminding her to keep track of her work hours. Luo Jiao Jiao enjoyed the boxed lunch provided by the amusement park, which was quite palatable, and then sought a quiet spot to rest for a while. As the afternoon crowd thickened, Luo Jiao Jiao became indifferent to the screams of others, observing that the tourists were often more startled by each other's screams than by the apparitions portrayed by the staff. After a long day, Luo Jiao Jiao unmistakably felt weary. Perhaps it was due to the delicate nature of her body. Although her work was not particularly strenuous, she still experienced a pervasive sense of soreness. After removing her makeup and changing her attire, she exchanged contact information with Wu Yu. The supervisor overseeing the temporary workers handed her an envelope containing her wages and informed her that the manager of the haunted house was quite pleased with her performance. If she decided to return tomorrow, she could directly commence work at the haunted house. Upon receiving her payment, which totaled 388 yuan, 300 for her wages and 88 as a subsidy from the amusement park, Luo Jiao Jiao expressed her gratitude to the supervisor. The amusement park, being a large establishment, certainly had the means to offer such compensation. It was worth noting that if she had worked at a bubble tea shop or a library, her daily earnings would have barely exceeded 100 never surpassing 300. Although the remuneration was commendable, Luo Jiao Jiao had resolved not to return the following day. After all, she had a class placement examination next week, and she needed to devote herself to her studies. With a sigh reflecting the challenges of life, she indulged in a warm bath and soon fell asleep in her bed. Chapter 18. A chance encounter at the library upon awakening. Luo Jiao Jiao found that she had slept until 9 in the morning. The bright sunlight streaming through the window illuminated her room, groggily rubbing her eyes. She rose from her bed to stretch her aching limbs, the joints emitting a satisfying crackle. With a deep exhale, she felt a slight relief wash over her. After brushing her teeth and rinsing her face with cold water, she casually tied her hair up with a scrunchie, glancing in the mirror at her revitalized self. Luo Jiao Jiao beamed with a radiant smile, encouraging herself, "You can do it," seated before a modest yet well-lit desk. Luo Jiao Jiao took out her physics and chemistry textbooks from her first year of high school. While she encountered no difficulties with mathematics and physics, she found chemistry to be somewhat different from what she had previously studied. Thus, her primary task for the day was to note these distinctions. She retrieved a pastry from her canvas bag, purchased the previous evening from a cake shop, and nibbled on it while flipping through the pages of her books. The entire morning passed in the company of her studies. After finishing her reading, Luo Jiao Jiao stretched and reached for her phone. Glancing at the time, it was already 1:30. She felt immensely grateful for the enhanced memory she had acquired, as she could vividly recall the material she had just reviewed. Reminiscing about the library she visited yesterday, she resolved to return today to see if any necessary books awaited her. Placing her notebook into her bag, she changed into a white t-shirt and a pair of slightly faded jeans, completing her look with canvas shoes. With her backpack slung over her shoulder and a bag of trash in her hand, she stepped outside. After disposing of the garbage in the bin, Luo Jiao Jiao stood under the midday sun, the summer heat making her regret her late start. However, regret was futile. She pulled out a sunshade from her bag and ventured forth under the blazing sun. In a noodle shop, she savored a bowl of wontons, their delicate wrappers and modest filling complemented by a delightful broth. Contemplating her next visit, she resolved to purchase ingredients to make her own. After settling the bill, she headed straight towards the library. Upon entering, the refreshing blast of cool air invigorated her, providing a welcome respite from the heat. Luo Jiao Jiao noticed many others seated within the library, most engrossed in their books, while a few engaged in hushed discussions. The ethereal and refined beauty of Luo Jiao Jiao naturally attracted the attention of others. Unperturbed by their gazes, she deftly navigated the library's shelves to locate her desired genre of books. After surveying the array before her, she rose onto her toes to retrieve a volume. With the coveted book in hand, Luo Jiao Jiao settled into a secluded corner, unfurling her notebook. Her slender fingers, as delicate as green onions, flipped through the pages with fervor, her gaze hungrily consuming each line, her expression imbued with earnestness. Immersed in the ocean of knowledge, she remained oblivious to her surroundings, only sensing the presence of another person nearby, yet not glancing over as the seat was not private. Wang Kai, fortuitously, had ventured to the library in search of a particular book he found indispensable while reading at home. The only available table was beside Luo Jiao Jiao, and initially, he did not recognize her. Upon sitting down, he caught a whiff of a fragrant jasmine aroma, prompting him to glance at the individual beside him, only to discover it was Luo Jiao Jiao. Noticing her rapt concentration, he chose not to disturb her and quietly immersed himself in his own reading. As the midday sun gently descended, its afterglow streamed through the glass windows, casting a warm light upon the library, where patrons came and went in waves. The sight of the two figures, one tall and the other petite, sitting side by side exuded a sense of harmonious tranquility. After a prolonged period of reading, Luo Jiao Jiao felt her eyes grow weary. Rubbing them gently, she closed her notebook and gathered her book, just as she intended to rise, inadvertently brushing against the person beside her. With her gaze lowered and yet to meet his eyes, she murmured, "I apologize." Wang Kai, slightly pursing his lips in response, replied, "It's all right." She instinctively turned her gaze towards the source of the sound, and what she beheld was a smile revealing two small canines that Luo Jiao Jiao had never seen before. Wang Kai noticed the clarity in Luo Jiao Jiao's eyes as she looked at his teeth, and he playfully pressed his tongue against them, inquiring, "Are my teeth white?" Luo Jiao Jiao, in her innocence, gazed into Wang Kai's starry eyes, which reflected her own image, white. Although Luo Jiao Jiao was puzzled as to why Wang Kai posed such a question, she refrained from voicing her curiosity. Wang Kaiyi lightly nodded, stood up, and placed the book on the shelf, then turned to Luo Jiao Jiao and asked, "Are you leaving?" Luo Jiao Jiao glanced at the book she was holding, then cast her eyes towards the sunset outside, where the sky was painted with waves of orange. It was getting late. She nodded, yes, as she raised the book high. Preparing to tiptoe to place it, she felt a sudden lightness in her hands and looked up, bewildered. A sweet fragrance wafted to her nose. Wang Kaiyi, who had assisted her in placing the book, stepped back with gentlemanly grace and said, "Shall we go together?" Luo Jiao Jiao offered a polite smile. "Thank you, Wang." Wang Kaiyi raised an eyebrow. "Just call me by my name. No need for such formality." Luo Jiao Jiao replied vaguely and began her walk towards the door. Wang Kaiyi observed the girl whose steps quickened slightly, and for the first time, he questioned his own charm. Was he too intimidating? Unconsciously, he ran his fingers along his smoothly contoured jaw. Thus, the self-aware Luo Jiao Jiao never indulged in self-deception, even if Wang Kaiyi might hold her in higher regard simply because she had aided Xiangyu. As Luo Jiao Jiao walked briskly with her petite steps, Wang Kaiyi, taking larger strides, soon reached the entrance alongside her. With a bright smile, Luo Jiao Jiao said, "Wang, I shall take my leave now." Wang Kaiyi, observing the eagerness of the young girl to part ways, felt a twinge of annoyance. He curled his lips into a smile and replied, "As it happens, we are headed in the same direction. Let us walk together." Gazing at the fiery sunset, he nodded in agreement. "The scenery is indeed splendid. I shall accompany you, Luo." Before Luo Jiao Jiao had the chance to speak again, Wang Kaiyi took a significant step forward, turning his back to her as he urged, "Come on, Luo, let us hurry." Luo Jiao Jiao gritted her teeth in silence, yet followed suit with her small steps, hearing her footsteps trailing behind. Wang Kaiyi's sharp canine teeth peeked out as he deliberately slowed his pace. Under his intentional restraint, they walked shoulder to shoulder, with Luo on the inside and Wang on the outside. Wang Kaiyi tilted his head slightly to observe the girl beside him, who had lowered her head. He initiated a conversation. "The book you read today, its hallmark lies in deriving answers through simplified calculations, correct?" Luo Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled, and she nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at rice. Wang Kaiyi felt as though he had uncovered a delightful facet of his young companion. In Chapter 19, The Peculiar Girl, Luo Jiao Jiao transitioned from her initial reluctance to a lively exchange, perfectly embodying the essence of unexpected delight. Upon reaching the base of her building, she was puzzled as to why Wang Kaiyi had ceased speaking. With a light cough, he masked his amusement with a hand over his mouth and said, "You have arrived home. We shall continue our conversation another time. Best of luck on your exam tomorrow." Having just experienced a lingering sense of reluctance, Luo Jiao Jiao awoke from her reverie, casting a glance at the building that indeed served as her residence. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she shyly masked her embarrassment with a smile, uttering, "Thank you, and I wish you success in your exams as well." Wang Kaiyi nodded lightly, slipping his hands into his pockets as he ambled back home. Luo Jiao Jiao's gaze lingered on the shadow of his figure, which grew longer with each step, and she couldn't help but marvel at his excellence, thinking, truly the epitome of a leading man. How remarkable he is. Were it not for the unfortunate clash of fate, I might have found myself smitten. Shaking her head gently, she lightly patted her cheek, reminding herself, what am I thinking? He has his destined partner. Once again, she prepared to procure food and seasonings. The modest sum she had recently acquired seemed poised to take flight from her grasp. Counting the money she retrieved from her bag, she noted that her previous shopping spree had cost over 200, her school meal card had been topped up with 500, and she had occasionally indulged in breakfast purchases that morning. What had once been over 1,000 had dwindled to a meager 5 red notes. Adding the 380 she had just received, and considering the untouched 2,000 in her bank account, her total assets amounted to a mere 880 yuan. Life encompasses more than the immediate struggles. There are also the looming expenses of rent and tuition. Though her heart ached for her little wallet, Luo Jiao Jiao resolved to venture out for groceries. As she pushed the shopping cart, she earnestly contemplated the ingredients to purchase, aiming for both nutrition and affordability. A tender 16-year-old girl stood out among the throng of mothers in the produce section. Having dined on noodles almost every night recently, her eyes instinctively bypassed any pasta. After much contemplation, Luo Jiao Jiao had already decided what meals to prepare in the coming days. She purchased several kilograms of rice, 2 easily storable potatoes, 2 fresh tomatoes, a carrot, a piece of sausage, and 3 ears of corn, complete with husks. At the silk end of the corn, she gently tore open a small opening and, upon inspecting the plump and fresh kernels inside, carefully placed it into her cart. Passing through the living area, Luo Jiao Jiao also grabbed 2 packs of sanitary products. Observing the items in her cart, she noted that while she had sufficient ingredients and daily necessities, she was still lacking some seasonings. After procuring a few condiments, she proceeded to the checkout. Upon hearing the cashier say, "Hello, your total is 105. 6 yuan." She produced a 100 yuan note and then extracted the change to complete the payment. The load was somewhat heavy for one hand, so she opted to embrace her belongings with both arms. As she exited the supermarket, she was unexpectedly bumped by a girl entering. Fortunately, she managed to steady her items. The girl, with ordinary features except for her striking, sparkling almond-shaped eyes, glanced at Luo Jiao Jiao for a couple of seconds before apologizing and moving on. Luo Jiao Jiao felt inexplicably antagonistic towards this sudden stranger. Surely, she did not recognize her? Unbeknownst to Luo Jiao Jiao, the girl had a sulky expression and was glaring at her retreating figure with resentment. Clenching her fists, she muttered through gritted teeth, "Luo Jiao Jiao, this time, I will not allow you to interfere with me and AE." Chapter 20. Mother Luo. Upon returning home, Luo Jiao Jiao rinsed the small dormitory pot with clean water, then placed a small bowl of rice inside, washing it twice before setting it on the little table. She took the dried sausage from the bag, sliced off a small section, and sealed the remainder back in the bag. After meticulously washing the sausage, Luo Jiao Jiao swiftly cut it into evenly sized thin slices and set them aside in a small bowl. She then peeled the corn, breaking it into 2 segments, rinsing only half of it. After adding an appropriate amount of water to the rice pot, Luo Jiao Jiao poured the sausage and corn kernels over the rice, covered the pot with a lid, plugged it in, and proceeded to tidy up other items. She placed the soy sauce, salt, and similar condiments on the counter outside her room, while the remaining food was stored in the drawer beneath the counter. Dusting off her hands, she declared the task complete. All that remained was to wait for the indicator light to signal that the dish was kept warm. It was only 7 o'clock, and after perusing her books for a while, Luo Jiao Jiao felt she had mastered the challenging material. She contemplated organizing her desk, and, upon attempting to place some books that wouldn't fit into the drawer, discovered it was locked. Gazing at the lock, the image of the key, which was attached to her room key, flashed in her mind. Retrieving the room key, Luo Jiao Jiao inserted the small key into the lock and turned it, unlocking the drawer. As she pulled it open, her eyes fell upon a photograph. It depicted a middle-aged woman in her 40s, her face marked with distinct wrinkles, alongside a 10-year-old girl whose features were familiar. Upon seeing Luo Yu's face in the photograph, a wave of warmth surged within Luo Jiao Jiao's heart. She took out her phone from her backpack and hesitated for a moment when she noticed the contact labeled Mom. Yet, she dialed the number. After 2 rings, the call was answered. Before Luo Jiao Jiao could utter a word, a joyful voice resonated from the other end. "Is that you, Jiao Jiao?" Upon hearing this voice, any remnants of tension within her dissipated, and her body instinctively relaxed. "Mom, have you eaten?" On the other side, in the dark of night, a warm yellow light illuminated the room as Luo Yu smiled gently. "Yes, have you had your meal, Jiao Jiao?" "I have." To alleviate Luo Yu's worries, Luo Jiao Jiao naturally responded positively. Although they were engaged in casual conversation, Luo Jiao Jiao felt as if she were calling her mother from the depths of her own existence. While Luo Yu did not explicitly express her longing, Luo Jiao Jiao could sense her mother's deep affection. Half an hour later, the pot's indicator had long since switched to the warm setting. Luo Jiao Jiao listened attentively, her eyes bright with joy, as Luo Yu reminded her to dress warmly in the cold, to avoid studying too late, and to take good care of herself. Luo Jiao Jiao responded in agreement. Almost an hour later, as Luo Yu's voice softened, she advised, "Jiao Jiao, make sure to sleep early. You have class tomorrow. You must take care of yourself too, Mom." Luo Yu brushed away a tear from the corner of her eye. "All right, I'll hang up now." After the call ended, the warmth in Luo Jiao Jiao's heart remained undiminished. After unplugging the pot, she lifted the lid, and the fragrant aroma of rice, succulent meat, and sweet corn enveloped her. Using a ladle, she stirred the rice. A simple meal, but quite successful. She added a dash of oyster sauce and soy sauce, mixing them thoroughly before sprinkling in a pinch of salt. Pouring the sauce over the rice, she continued to stir, ensuring the flavors of the rice and cured meat melded beautifully. The plump grains of rice, infused with a savory sauce, became all the more enticing, while the uniformly sliced cured meat was seamlessly blended within the rice. The golden kernels of corn added to the visual allure. With eager anticipation, Luo Jiaoji swiftly scooped the delectable mixture into a large bowl. Unable to contain herself, she swiftly took a spoonful and indulged, her eyes shutting in bliss as she savored the exquisite flavors. Chapter 21. The big reveal. After satisfying her hunger, drowsiness soon enveloped her. Luo Jiao Jiao quickly took a shower, and before bed, she meticulously organized the items she needed to bring to school the following day. She collapsed onto her bed, drifting into a sweet slumber. Having retired early the previous night, she awoke naturally in the morning, even before the alarm rang. Rubbing her eyes and stretching her arms, she murmured, "Another splendid day begins." Since the embarrassing incident of being seen through the window last time, Luo Jiao Jiao had developed an aversion to gazing outside. She first filled a pot with water and placed the corn inside to boil. Only then did she leisurely begin brushing her teeth. After rinsing her mouth of foam, she set the toothbrush aside, splashed her face with cold water, and carefully dried it with a towel. Removing her hung school uniform, she changed and styled her hair into a high ponytail. Glancing in the mirror at her youthful visage, brimming with collagen, she flashed a peace sign. At that moment, the alarm rang, signaling that it was already past 20 minutes past 7. Luo Jiao Jiao double-checked her backpack to ensure she hadn't forgotten any pens, books, or study supplies before zipping it up. Just then, the corn was ready. She drained the water and placed the corn into a clean, disposable bag. Exiting her home, she locked the door and tucked the key into her backpack. The corn was still quite hot, so Luo Jiao Jiao planned to enjoy it once she arrived at school. Today, Luo Jiao Jiao arrived earlier than usual. When she entered the classroom, it was still sparsely populated. To her surprise, Wang Kai was also there at such an early hour. Leaning on his hand and flipping through a thick book, Wang Kai seemed to sense Luo Jiao Jiao's gaze. He turned his head and, upon seeing her, greeted, "Good morning." Startled by his sudden attention, Luo Jiao Jiao replied, "Good morning." She hung up her backpack and took out her books. As she munched on corn, she highlighted key points with her pen. Within a few minutes, the classroom filled up with students, and Yume was dragged in by Yuli. Upon spotting Luo Jiao Jiao, Yume perked up. She asked Yuli to help her find a place for her backpack before eagerly taking the empty seat next to Luo Jiao Jiao. Each student sat independently, without a deskmate. Luo Jiao Jiao, having prepared nearly everything, closed her book upon Yume's arrival and turned to her, saying, "Mimi, good morning." Yume, with her adorably chubby face, looked utterly dejected. "What good is it, Jiao Jiao? I feel utterly empty." Luo Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow and smiled. "What's wrong?" Understanding the complexities of sisterly relationships and the fervent aspirations of parents for their children, she reassured, "It's all right, we've made it through." Both Yume and Yuli nodded in unison, displaying a remarkable synchronicity. Meanwhile, sitting on the other side, Yi Xiaofan remained distant. She couldn't comprehend why. After a mere holiday, Luo Jiao Jiao had become someone she no longer recognized, for she had once been adept at deciphering Luo Jiao Jiao's thoughts. Now the situation has reversed. Luo Jiao Jiao still smiles with exquisite beauty, yet her thoughts remain obscured. When her crystalline gaze fixed upon me, it felt as though my deepest secrets had been laid bare before her. Unperturbed by Yi Xiaofan's aloofness, the carefree Yume failed to perceive any change, while the meticulous Yuli relished the tranquility surrounding her. Luo Jiao Jiao began to wonder if Yi Xiaofan was plotting something significant, for silence often culminates in either an eruption or a gradual fading. However, Luo Jiao Jiao was acutely aware that Yi Xiaofan was not one to concede easily. To preempt any potential issues, Luo Jiao Jiao chose to set aside her concerns regarding Yi Xiaofan, as Director Lu had commenced discussing the class division examinations. He reassured the students not to be anxious and proceeded to affix the seating arrangement list upon the wall. Director Lu advised the students to take note of their assigned classes and seats, lest they forget or misremember. As soon as he finished speaking, many students surged forward to examine the list. Once the crowd had thinned, Luo Jiao Jiao approached to check her name. After a brief search, she did not initially see her name but soon spotted Wang Kai's, who was also in her class for the examination. Continuing her search, she quickly found her own name, quite fortuitously seated in the same class, at position 3 of Group 2. Chapter 22. A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the sea. Just as Luo Jiao Jiao pondered this, she caught a whiff of a familiar, cool fragrance. Turning her head, she saw Wang Kai beside her, searching for his name. Immediately, she regretted her previous thoughts, realizing it made her appear overly concerned about him. At the moment of her frustration, Wang Kai glanced at the spot she indicated, and indeed, his name was right there. With a smile, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." He gently touched the tip of his nose, reflecting on the age-old adage that a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. How true the ancients were. He chuckled. The morning reading session had come to an end, and everyone had neatly organized their belongings, placing their books beneath the podium. Luo Jiao Jiao retrieved several pins from her bag, uncapped one to test on a scrap of paper. And only after confirming it was in good working order did she place her bag down. Curiously, she glanced back, only to find Wang Kai's lips curling into a faint smile, his gaze intently fixed upon her. An inexplicable sense of unease washed over Luo Jiao Jiao. Had she inadvertently committed some transgression? Then Wang Kai's clear voice broke through. Classmate Luo, could you lend me a spare pen? He raised the black fountain pen in his hand, looking at her with anticipation. Initially startled, Luo Jiao Jiao quickly composed herself and placed a few pens on his desk, saying, Try whichever one you find suitable. Wang Kai, unreserved, tested them out, ultimately selecting a sky blue pen, his eyes sparkling with gratitude as he said, Thank you, classmate Luo. She gathered the remaining pens, replying, You're welcome. After ensuring her drawer was devoid of any items, she took her seat, awaiting Director Lu's address. Director Lu efficiently instructed the students to find their designated examination seats, after which he fell silent. Luo Jiao Jiao, armed with her study materials, settled into her exam position, while Wang Kai occupied his own, number 2 in Group 5. Students from other classes gradually entered the classroom, some familiar faces engaging in conversation, while others were still engrossed in their books. As Luo Jiao Jiao remained with her eyes closed, she failed to notice a somewhat familiar girl with short black hair also present in their classroom. The girl appeared to be seated in Group 5, so she made her way in that direction. As she passed by Wang Kai, a slight tremor of excitement coursed through her. At that moment, the girl's pen fell at Wang Kai's feet. He glanced up at her, and the girl, her face slightly flushed, spoke in a soft voice. Excuse me, could you please help me pick up my pen? Noting the girl's short skirt, Wang Kai said nothing further and simply retrieved the pen for her. The girl beamed with gratitude, her eyes sparkling. Thank you so much. My name is Xiao Yan, and I hope we can be in the same class. Not long after everyone was prepared, the bell rang. 2 invigilators approached the platform, raising the unopened examination papers for all to see. They then, along with another teacher, unsealed the papers and began distributing them, each student receiving an exam paper, an answer sheet, and some scrap paper. After Luo Jiao Jiao passed her exam paper to the person behind her, she quickly scanned the questions and felt a sense of assurance within her. After completing 2 subjects in the morning, the students enjoyed a lunch break. Just as Luo Jiao Jiao was about to seek out her twin sisters, Yu Mei and Yu Li, who were taking an exam in the adjacent class, she inadvertently spotted a short-haired girl holding a blue lunchbox, seemingly intending to deliver it to Wang Kai. A smile crept onto Luo Jiao Jiao's face. After all, the male protagonist was a veritable embodiment of charm, the object of many girls' secret affections. Upon exiting, she encountered her twin sisters, who were on their way to find her. Luo Jiao Jiao approached them, and the twins flanked her, one on each side. Yu Mei, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, My parents made me study for 2 days, and it actually paid off. There was a question I couldn't solve, but suddenly, the answer popped into my mind. Luo Jiao Jiao smiled gently. Congratulations to you. Chapter 23. Familiar faces. Yu Li squinted her eyes, her pink lips curving into a gossiping smile. Did you all see? I just spotted a girl seemingly delivering something to the school heartthrob. Yu Mei blinked her large, expressive eyes. How come I didn't see that? Yu Li playfully tapped her head. You were too busy focusing on Jiao Jiao. Luo Jiao Jiao sighed at the unfolding drama. How long had this male lead been here? Yet he had already claimed the title of the school's heartthrob. Unlike the original protagonist, who had toiled tirelessly to establish her perfect schoolflower reputation, Yu Mei, with a curious glint in her eyes, turned to Luo Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, did you witness it? Luo Jiao Jiao, sensing their eager anticipation, replied, I didn't pay much attention. The 2 sisters echoed her with a shared tone of disappointment. Fearing they might delve into further gossip, Luo Jiao Jiao hastily ushered them to lunch. As she clutched her book, she inadvertently glanced at Wang Kai's desk, where he lay with his eyes closed. Luo Jiao Jiao also noticed a girl with short hair sitting behind him, who seemed somewhat familiar. Xiao Yan, noticing Luo Jiao Jiao's gaze upon her, became alert. She watched the elegant girl who had attracted much attention, especially as the boy in front seemed to have taken notice of Luo Jiao Jiao too, causing Xiao Yan to silently grit her teeth in frustration. Outside the classroom, the sun shone brightly, while inside, it remained cool and refreshing. After flipping through her book to solidify her understanding, Luo Jiao Jiao rested her head on the desk for a moment. The afternoon S2 subject examinations concluded swiftly. Upon finishing the last question, Luo Jiao Jiao flipped her paper to review it, and after ensuring everything was correct, she capped her pen. The most challenging aspect was undoubtedly the bonus questions at the end of the exam paper. Luo Jiao Jiao meticulously recalculated on her draft paper before finally inscribing her answers. This particular subject examination emphasized foundational knowledge. However, despite appearing straightforward, one could easily fall prey to the traps embedded within the questions if not read attentively on multiple occasions. Once the bell for the end of class rang, the invigilating teacher instructed the students to submit their papers. Luo Jiao Jiao confidently and calmly handed in her exam. Coincidentally, this invigilator was also her class teacher. Upon receiving the paper, the teacher glanced at it and nodded in acknowledgement. Under the urging of the invigilator, Xiao Lian reluctantly submitted her paper, her expression betraying her unease. From a side angle, a slender, fair hand emerged, holding a familiar pen. Luo Jiao Jiao followed the hand's path and discovered the composed Wang Kai. He placed the pen on Luo Jiao Jiao's desk and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for lending me your pen." After this exchange, the two fell into a silence. Today's examination concluded early, allowing for a relatively prompt dismissal. Director Liu, clad in her customary black uniform, stood at the podium with a stern demeanor. Once she confirmed that all students were present, her expression softened somewhat. She glanced at the document in her hand detailing the school's arrangements. The results would take 2 days to be released post-examination, and classes would proceed as usual during this period. Noticing some students wearing dejected expressions, she understood that they might not have performed to the best of their abilities. Adjusting her glasses, she encouraged, "Although this examination's results are significant, do not be disheartened if you did not perform well. With diligent effort, this outcome can merely be regarded as a minor setback. Do not allow this misstep to deter you from your ultimate goal, which is the college entrance examination." Her words of encouragement invigorated many students, who nodded enthusiastically in response. Director Liu noted the effect of her words with a nod of satisfaction. He proceeded to address the importance of safety during the journey home, and once he finished, the students were dismissed. After school, Luo Jiao Jiao organized her belongings and awaited the return of the two sisters, Yu Mei and Yu Li, before they set off together. As Luo Jiaoji walked in step with her companions, a familiar fragrance wafted to her nostrils. A tall figure emerged from the crowd behind her, surpassing her in height. It was Wang Kai. Chapter 24. Being followed, Luo Jiao Jiao cast a fleeting glance but refrained from looking again, though her peripheral vision caught sight of another petite girl approaching the tall boy. After parting ways with the sisters at the school gate, Luo Jiao Jiao ambled along at a leisurely pace, yet an unsettling feeling gnawed at her. She sensed someone was watching her. She halted, crouching down to feign tying her shoelaces, and glanced back, but saw no one. The more she pondered, the stronger her intuition became. A slight sheen of sweat broke out on her palms as she instinctively clenched her fists. Resuming her walk, she quickened her pace, the sensation of being observed intensifying with each step. Transitioning from a brisk walk to a light jog, she navigated the narrow alleyways, ultimately seeking refuge in a corner obscured from view by a wall. Beads of perspiration dotted her forehead, and she could distinctly hear the rapid thumping of her heart. The more anxious she grew, the more her body instinctively assumed a defensive posture. In her hand, she clutched a small stone she had picked up while crouching. Though modest in size, it offered her a semblance of security. In the oppressive stillness of her surroundings, every passing moment felt interminable. Luo Jiao Jiao's sensitive features detected a series of hurried footsteps. Instinctively, she held her breath, her body tensing with trepidation. As the sound of footsteps drew nearer, her heart gradually sank. The noise seemed to echo right beside her. At that moment, a familiar and clear voice called out, "Luo Jiao Jiao?" The tautness in her nerves remained, refusing to ease. Cautiously, she peered out, her wide eyes fixated on the tall figure. As the person turned and directed their gaze towards her, she felt an overwhelming urge to approach, yet her feet seemed immobilized, as if drawn by an unseen force. She managed to croak out, "I'm here." Wang Tai, upon hearing her voice, focused his gaze and spotted the frail girl in the corner. Her complexion pale, it was indeed the Luo Jiao Jiao he had been searching for. He hurriedly approached, relief washing over him when he confirmed she was unharmed. However, as he drew closer, Luo Jiao Jiao noticed the disheveled state of his hair, the normally enchanting peach blossom eyes now marred by dark circles, and one side of his face appearing swollen. His white school uniform shirt was not only dirty but also torn. Wang Kai forced a smile. But once this pain shot through him, taking a sharp breath, suppressing his discomfort, he reassured her, "I'm fine. Seeing that you're safe brings me peace." Earlier, Wang Kai had been cornered by Qiao Lian after school. Growing impatient, he had shaken her off and pedaled away swiftly, leaving her to seethe in silence. As he passed through an alley, he noticed a suspicious masked man lurking, which piqued his curiosity. After Wang Kai approached, he discovered that the masked man was searching for someone and seemed to be holding a photograph. Under the masked man's vigilant gaze, Wang Kai feigned nonchalance as he passed by. However, with his keen eyesight, he discerned that the photograph in the masked man's hand was indeed a student picture of Luo Jiao Jiao. He was certain that this man was on the hunt for her. As he observed the masked man seemingly confirming his direction, rubbing his hands together while emitting a lewd chuckle, Wang Kai could no longer restrain himself and collided his bicycle towards the masked figure. The masked man, a corpulent individual, despite his lack of agility, nimbly dodged upon hearing the sound of the bicycle. Wang Kai abandoned the bicycle and swung his backpack at the masked man. The masked figure shielded his face with his hands and screamed, "Are you insane?" Wang Kai let out a cold laugh and relentlessly struck down with his fists. The masked man, realizing that Wang Kai had no intention of sparing him, grew furious and ceased to evade, retaliating against Wang Kai. Although Wang Kai managed to subdue him, the man's ample bulk allowed him to land a few punches in return. Ultimately, the corpulent man was reduced to pleading for mercy. Wang Kai removed the obscuring item from the man's face and was met with the sight of his greasy visage, which filled him with disgust. "Speak. What are your intentions?" Chapter 25. Numb feet. At this moment, the fat man still believed that Wang Kai had not seen the photograph in his hand and shouted innocently, "Hero, I haven't done anything. I was just walking when you attacked me." Wang Kai delivered another blow, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. His voice laden with chilling menace, "So you refuse to speak? I shall continue until you do." The weeping, sniffling rotund figure lamented in despair, I confess. Wang Kai, seizing the fat man's collar with both hands, declared, "I shall grant you one more chance. If you choose silence, you shall never speak again." Terrified by Wang Kai's imposing presence, the fat man complied, Yes, someone sought my assistance for a task." "Who approached you? What task did they request?" Wang Kai inquired. Each word deliberate, his usually serene or tender gaze now radiating ferocity, akin to a lion poised to pounce. The fat man could scarcely believe that this fierce demeanor belonged to a mere 16-year-old youth. With no intention of withholding the truth, he divulged, "It was a girl from your school. She offered me 50,000 yuan to capture private photos of another girl." Wang Kai retrieved a photograph from the fat man's pocket. "This girl?" The fat man nodded vigorously. Releasing his grip, Wang Kai pocketed the student photograph of Luo Jiao Jiao, not sparing a glance for the fat man, who was contemplating a hasty retreat. "If you value your well-being, head to the police and confess. I assure you, the repercussions of inaction are dire." The fat man, paralyzed by fear, repeatedly acquiesced, yet internally scoffed at the idea of a mere boy wielding authority over him. Little did he know that a more severe reckoning awaited him. Had he been aware, he would have undoubtedly heeded the youth's counsel and turned himself in. Wang Kai strode purposefully down the alley, calling out, "Luo Jiao Jiao?" Thus unfolded the next scene. Oblivious to his own appearance, he pressed forward, "Let us proceed." Seeing Luo Jiao Jiao still standing motionless, she realized that everything was indeed fine. Yet, her feet had completely gone numb. Struggling to speak, Luo Jiao Jiao looked at Wang Kai and managed to say, "My feet are numb." Wang Kai couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as he handed his backpack to her. He then squatted down before her, saying, "Come on up." Luo Jiao Jiao hesitated as she gazed at Wang Kai's broad back. Wang Kai feigned a pained expression, prompting Luo Jiao Jiao to exclaim, "Let us go to my house for some medicine." As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them. Why couldn't she suggest going to a pharmacy instead? Wang Kai, upon hearing her, nodded in agreement. "Let us hurry." No longer putting on airs, Luo Jiao Jiao leaned forward and climbed onto Wang Kai's back. He lifted her effortlessly, testing her weight. The scent of coolness mingled with the hint of sweat was intoxicatingly close, causing her cheeks to flush. Fortunately, Wang Kai did not carry her for long. After exiting the alley, he approached the spot where he had fallen from his bicycle, which now lay dust-covered on the ground, a clear indication of its remarkable value. Luo Jiao Jiao felt a surge of gratitude and emotion. In a moment of vulnerability, someone was willing to brave danger to save her. As Wang Kai set her down and propped up his bicycle, she spoke up, clutching his dusty backpack. Thank you, Wang Kai. Hearing Luo Jiao Jiao call his name for the first time felt strangely novel to him. She mounted the bicycle and grasped the rear seat firmly. Upon hearing Wang Kai's words, "Do not feel overly grateful. Regardless of who it may be, I will always lend a helping hand when someone is in peril." Luo Jiao Jiao felt a significant weight lift from her heart. At that moment, she relaxed her demeanor and jested, "Of course. After all, classmate Wang possesses the heart of a true hero." Wang Kai's expression softened, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Chapter 26. Applying medicine. As they rode through the cool breeze, both of their hearts settled considerably. Upon reaching the entrance of Luo Jiao Jiao's apartment building, she retrieved her keys and opened the door, allowing Wang Kai to bring his bicycle inside. Without uttering a word, she led the way ahead. Although Luo Jiao Jiao had spoken impulsively, she indeed had a medicine cabinet at home filled with various remedies, particularly those for alleviating pain and bruising. After ascending 2 flights of stairs, they arrived at the threshold of her room. As Wang Kai entered this modest space for the first time, he surveyed the area, a room of merely 10 square meters, smaller than the restroom in his own home, yet brimming with essential belongings that exuded warmth and comfort. Luo Jiao Jiao located a white medicine cabinet beside her desk. Noticing his slightly awkward expression, she could not help but chuckle. Wang Kai, captivated by the simplicity and coziness of Luo Jiao Jiao's little room, turned his gaze towards her in confusion, unable to fathom the source of her amusement. Clearing her throat, Luo Jiao Jiao reassured him, "It's nothing. Let me tend to your wounds." Gently, she dipped a cotton swab into iodine and delicately applied it to the injured corner of Wang Kai's mouth. Wang Kai gazed at the serious expression of the girl before him and suddenly noticed her long, thick eyelashes, each one distinct, which explained why her eyes appeared so large. Luo Jiao Jiao was diligently applying the ointment, unaware that this straightforward boy was counting her lashes. After tending to the wound at the corner of her mouth, she discarded the cotton swab into the trash and retrieved a new one, inquiring, "Are there any other injuries?" Upon hearing her question, Wang Kai nodded. He observed the bruise ointment in her hand and said, "Please give me your medicine. I can apply it myself." Luo Jiao Jiao recalled that Wang Kai had also sustained injuries on his shoulder while carrying her. Without further ado, she instructed, "Lift your shirt." Despite Wang Kai's gentlemanly demeanor, he was taken aback by Luo Jiao Jiao's bluntness, exclaiming, "But you are a girl." Luo Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes, retorting, "Yes, I am a girl. Why are you being so shy?" Wang Kai's handsome face flushed, yet he obediently lifted his shirt. Once the fabric was raised, Luo Jiao Jiao was confronted with a more extensive array of bruises on his back. A lump formed in her throat, and tears welled in her eyes. Had it not been for Wang Kai's timely assistance, she pondered how dire her situation might have been. She felt as though his injuries were her own. Yet as she rubbed the ointment, her pressure was anything but gentle. Wang Kai, who prided himself on being tough, furrowed his brows in pain. However, determined not to lose face, he gritted his teeth, pondering whether he had inadvertently offended this spirited girl. There was no offense taken. Luo Jiao Jiao acted with the intention of maximizing the efficacy of the medicine, lest the pain intensify the following day. After applying the ointment, Wang Kai donned his clothes, and the previously desolate gaze in his eyes now glimmered with a touch of vitality as he muttered softly, "It hurts terribly." Luo Jiao Jiao feigned ignorance and handed him the medicinal oil, saying, "This ointment is remarkably effective. It is unique to my hometown. And just 2 applications can alleviate much of the pain." Wang Kai rotated his arm and indeed felt a significant improvement. He reached out to accept the ointment, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Luo Jiao Jiao, holding the keys, replied, "I should be the one thanking you." Wang Kai paused in contemplation before finally speaking. "The person I fought today mentioned that it was a girl from our school who sought him out." He was perplexed as to what animosity could drive that girl to wish harm upon Luo Jiao Jiao. Luo Jiao Jiao snorted softly. "I have a hunch about who it might be." Although Wang Kai refrained from directly offering his assistance when Luo Jiao Jiao escorted him downstairs and prepared to leave, he looked at her and said, "If you need help, I can assist you." Luo Jiao Jiao smiled, her brows arching playfully, "You have already saved my life. The rest I can manage on my own." Wang Kai noted that while Luo Jiao Jiao smiled, the determination in her eyes rendered him speechless. For one must cultivate their own strength to ensure their protection. Chapter 27. To keep secrets. One must avoid wrongdoing. Luo Jiao Jiao watched Wang Kai ride away into the distance. That night, she struggled to sleep, yet she compelled herself to rest. The following day, she resumed her normal routine and attended school. Upon entering the classroom, she cast a fleeting glance towards Yi Xiaofan's seat, only to find it unoccupied. It is indeed rare for Luo Jiao Jiao to harbor enmity towards anyone, save for those who envy her. The most likely candidate for such jealousy would undoubtedly be Yi Xiaofan, who has endured humiliation while remaining by Luo Jiao Jiao's side for an extended period. Naturally, Luo Jiaoji would not be foolish enough to directly accuse Yi Xiaofan, as anyone could make claims without evidence. Luo Jiao Jiao set down her backpack, opened her book, and settled into her reading, while engrossed in her studies. She occasionally diverted her attention to the classroom door. Yi Xiaofan entered the classroom, laughing and chatting with two classmates. Upon noticing Luo Jiao Jiao seated there, her smile abruptly froze. However, she quickly masked her startled expression as a multitude of questions swirled in her mind. Luo Jiao Jiao had been observing Yi Xiaofan since her entrance, scrutinizing her now. Yi Xiaofan possessed an elongated face. Though her features were merely delicate, she had a talent for accentuating her strengths. Given her slightly larger face, she always wore her hair down, presenting herself as a demure student. Due to school regulations prohibiting jewelry, she sported only a brown wristband. Had Luo Jiao Jiao not recently detected Yi Xiaofan's unnatural demeanor, she might have been deceived by her seemingly innocent appearance. Luo Jiao Jiao closed her book and smiled. "Xiaofan, good morning." Yi Xiaofan, perplexed by Luo Jiao Jiao's sudden friendliness after a period of estrangement, tightened her mental resolve. Pondering, there is no way Luo Jiao Jiao could know of her involvement in that incident, as she had been exceedingly cautious. Yi Xiaofan mistakenly believed that the chubby individual was oblivious to her true identity, unaware that beneath his seemingly robust exterior lay a mind brimming with cunning calculations. Upon altering her appearance and approaching him, she shared her concerns before taking her leave. With newfound confidence, she turned to Luo Jiao Jiao, whose fair visage radiated innocence, and greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, Jiao Jiao." Although Luo Jiao Jiao stood nearly at the same height as Yi Xiaofan, the latter's broader physique rendered her companion appearing delicate and petite in contrast. Leaning closer, Luo Jiao Jiao whispered with a playful glint in her eyes, "To keep a secret, one must refrain from wrongdoing." With that, she stepped back, clasping her hands behind her and beaming brightly, her voice melodious. "Do you agree, Xiaofan?" A chill coursed through Yi Xiaofan's body. Had she truly understood, or was this merely an act? A twisted smile crept upon her lips as she replied, "Indeed." Suddenly, a sense of calm enveloped her. After school, she intended to seek out the chubby individual, for the intricacies of the situation remained uncertain, and she felt compelled to inquire directly. Chapter 28. Watching basketball. As Wang Kai approached the classroom door, he was greeted by a melodious and cheerful voice, the owner of which seemed to be in high spirits. "Do you agree, Xiaofan?" With purposeful strides, Wang Kai entered the classroom, casting a curious glance at the girl beside him. Was this the very Xiaofan whom Luo Jiao Jiao had just mentioned? Taking his seat, he found himself distracted, not by his studies, but by the pen in his hand, his enchanting eyes fixated upon it, lost in contemplation. During class, Luo Jiao Jiao attentively listened, occasionally jotting down notes. The half-day swiftly passed amid lessons and breaks. Soon, it was time for lunch. After the trio finished their meal, Yuli exchanged a knowing glance with Yumei. Yumei understood the unspoken cue. Each took hold of Luo Jiao Jiao's arms, one on the left and the other on the right. Luo Jiao Jiao looked at them in bewilderment, unsure of their intentions. Yumei, with her large, round eyes and a pout, exclaimed, "Jiao Jiao, let us go watch others play basketball." Yuli eagerly chimed in, "Indeed. If we stay buried in books all day, we shall surely turn into bookworms." With a sigh of resignation, Luo Jiao Jiao replied, "All right, let us go." In unison, Yumei and Yuli formed peace signs and cheered, "Yay." I knew Jiao Jiao was the best. As the trio approached the basketball court, they noticed a substantial crowd had gathered. Yumei murmured, "Goodness, why are there so many people today?" Yuli and Luo Jiao Jiao nodded in agreement. In front of them stood a girl who, upon hearing their inquiry, turned around with an excited blush on her cheeks. "You don't know? This is the debut of our school's heartthrob," she exclaimed. Yumei and Yuli chorused in unison, "Wang Kai?" The girl shot them a knowing look, as if to say they had good taste. "Exactly. You'll soon witness his handsome and athletic figure. Ah, how thrilling." Yumei and Yuli, equally excited, leaned forward to catch a glimpse. Although Luo Jiao Jiao's heart felt older than theirs, she still harbored a youthful spirit. She simply wished to relish the carefree charm of the young athletes. With determination, Yumei and Yuli navigated through the throngs, leading Luo Jiao Jiao to a prime vantage point to sit and observe. In the expansive basketball arena, A group of over a dozen youths clad in basketball uniforms stood poised under the blazing sun, their fervor palpable as they gazed intently at their opponents. The teams were evenly matched. Luo Jiao Jiao observed that one side comprised individuals from various classes, while the other featured Wang Kai, the sports committee member, alongside her own classmates. Noticing that Luo Jiao Jiao was unfamiliar with the members of the opposing team, Yuli promptly enlightened her. Did you see the most handsome one among them? This rather superficial judgment left Luo Jiao Jiao momentarily speechless, yet she managed to nod in acknowledgement. Yu Mei chimed in, asserting, the most handsome one is definitely Wang Kai. Yu Li, finding wisdom in this assertion, corrected herself. Jiao Jiao, did you spot the second most handsome person on the court? Luo Jiao Jiao, bemused, nodded silently. In stark contrast to Wang Kai's graceful elegance, the sun-kissed youth exuded a more robust masculinity. If Wang Kai could be likened to a refined nobleman, then this young man resembled a carefree hero. Perceiving that Luo Jiao Jiao had indeed taken note of him, Yuli continued, that as our school's bully, he radiates a quintessentially youthful vigor. Just as Yuli was about to elaborate further, a chorus of excited shrieks from the girls interrupted them. The trio then focused intently on the basketball court, where, following the tip-off, two agile and tall players were engaged in a fierce pursuit. Wang Kai deftly dribbled the ball, alternating between his left and right hands. His adversary, the school bully Chinyu, remained fixated on Wang Kai's movements, biding his time to seize the ball. With a sudden burst of speed, Wang Kai evaded Chinyu's grasp. Undeterred, Chinyu pursued relentlessly, arms raised to block Wang Kai's potential shot. As sweat trickled down Wang Kai's face, a smile danced upon his lips as he leaped, preparing to take his shot. Chinyu, reacting swiftly, attempted to intercept. However, at that moment, Wang Kai darted through Chinyu's armpit with astonishing speed. With a powerful throw, the basketball soared through the air. Chinyu, along with the onlookers, fixated their gazes on the ball as it grazed the rim before descending gracefully through the center of the net. Wang Kai, leaning heavily on his legs, gasped for breath as the crowd erupted in cheers, particularly the girls, whose ecstatic shrieks resonated like a tidal wave. Chapter 29. When enemies cross paths, Ping Yoji, filled with excitement, rushed forward to embrace Wang Kai. Haha, that was incredible. Both of them were drenched in sweat, and Wang Kai, feeling slightly overwhelmed, pushed the taller boy away. Chinyu approached and extended a hand. Brother, well done. Wang Kai reciprocated the gesture, and as they clasped hands with force, he remarked with a hint of humility, I concede. Suddenly, Chinyu burst into hearty laughter, releasing his grip and patting Wang Kai on the shoulder. From now on, you are my brother. I'll look out for you. Wang Kai wiped his brow with his collar, responding, no need for protection. Beyond mere words, they had forged a brotherly bond. A throng of admirers surrounded them. Wang Kai, I have water here. Wang Kai, look over here. I have a towel. Wang Kai declined all offers and squeezed his way through the crowd. The girls, starry-eyed, exclaimed, so handsome. My Prince Charming. Those behind them were consumed with envy and admiration. Luo Jiao Jiao, caught up in the excitement, also cheered. Occasionally taking a moment to relax, she felt rejuvenated. Wang Kai settled into his position on the basketball team, sipping from his water bottle while observing the court as the game resumed with substitutes. Due to Wang Kai's solitary struggle against the opposing team, he expended an immense amount of energy. Alongside him was Chinyu, who sat beside Wang Kai, engaging in conversation. Your skills are quite impressive. Have you undergone professional training? Chinyu remarked with a hint of envy. Is this merely a personal interest of yours? I have received specialized training, you know? Wang Kai chuckled lightly. Upon witnessing the lackluster performance on the court, Luo Jiao Jiao shifted her gaze to the two boys sitting side by side. She pondered whether his injuries had healed. Though not yet fully recovered, the wounds had been treated and were mending adequately, albeit still causing discomfort. Wang Kai had refrained from discussing his injuries with Peng Yoji, thus agreeing to participate in only one match. Peng Yoji, having been defeated by the neighboring class for years, held no expectations. He merely wished for Wang Kai to join him for some camaraderie. To his surprise, Wang Kai delivered an unexpected delight. As they were set to play again, Wang Kai discreetly informed Peng Yoji and exited the scene. Luo Jiao Jiao noticed his departure and wondered if his injury had resurfaced. Observing Yu Mei and Yuli, who were enthusiastically watching the basketball game, she leaned closer and whispered to them. Subsequently, Luo Jiao Jiao made her way out of the bustling basketball court and awaited at the stairwell outside the locker room. Before long, Wang Kai emerged, now clad in his school uniform. He regarded Luo Jiao Jiao with surprise, asking, "What brings you here?" His tone suggested that she resembled a lovesick girl. Luo Jiao Jiao felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks and rolled her eyes in response, demanding, "How's your injury?" Wang Kai deftly shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Were you just at the basketball court?" Luo Jiao Jiao nodded. Wang Kai raised an eyebrow and smiled, reassuring her, "No worries. I'm perfectly fine." Luo Jiao Jiao felt dissatisfaction but was at a loss for words, as it was ultimately another person's body. "You must take care," she advised, "for it would be unfortunate to suffer any ailments." Wang Kai, intrigued, teased Luo Jiao Jiao, "Should you fall ill, you must take responsibility," with earnestness in her eyes. Luo Jiao Jiao nodded, "Rest assured, should you become paralyzed, I shall remain steadfast in caring for you." Noticing that Luo Jiao Jiao was genuinely serious, Wang Kai quickly added, "I was merely jesting. I am perfectly fine. Besides, you have assisted me during a crucial moment, so we are even." Luo Jiao Jiao understood he referred to her aide to Xiang Yu. However, she believed the two matters were far from equal. Helping Xiang Yu was a mere trifling task for her, particularly since she was a staff member at the time and inherently responsible. In contrast, Wang Kai's assistance was of a different nature. Nevertheless, Luo Jiao Jiao chose not to argue further, simply noting it in her heart. He genuinely stood up against injustice. Yet he merely acted in accordance with his conscience. Luo Jiao Jiao replied with a soft hum and matched his pace. As they approached the exit of the basketball court, two young women appeared ahead. "Hey!" One of the girls called out, elongating the syllables. Luo Jiao Jiao lifted her gaze and realized fate had once again conspired against her. The newcomers were indeed Yi Xiaofun and Xiao Lian. Luo Jiao Jiao was perplexed by how these two had come to be together, considering that in the original narrative, Yi Xiaofun harbored a secret affection for Wang Kai. Moreover, Wang Kai was fond of Xiao Lian in the story, creating a complicated love triangle. Was this alteration in the plot a consequence of her presence? Had her superficial friendship transformed into a bond with the female lead, Xiao Lian? Surprisingly, this twist was rather amusing. Luo Jiaojiu secretly chuckled to herself. Wang Kai, hearing Xiao Lian affectionately call his name, paid little heed, merely nodding with an impassive expression as he walked past. Luo Jiaojiao, feeling she was not particularly acquainted with them, deemed it unnecessary to engage in pleasantries. Observing the two of them, one ahead of the other, disregarding her presence, Xiao Lian's face turned pale with indignation, startled by Luo Jiaojiao's earlier enigmatic smile. Yi Xiaofun felt an urgent desire to inquire about the situation after school. Embarrassed by the slight, Xiao Lian snapped at Yi Xiaofun. "It's your fault for insisting on coming to the basketball court." Yi Xiaofun internally cursed but maintained a smile on her face, replying, "Yes, yes, yes. I will certainly be better prepared next time." Xiao Lian huffed and strode away, while Yi Xiaofun's expression darkened. She quickly concealed her emotions and remarked, "Here they come." Not long after the two entered the classroom, the school bell rang. Luo Jiaojia dutifully took out her textbook. While Yu Mei and Yu Li arrived just as the bell chimed, Luo Jiaojiao exchanged a smile with the two. Soon after, the teacher entered with the textbook to commence the lesson. After school, Yi Xiaofun hurriedly exited the classroom. Luo Jiaojiao, irritated, turned around only to find Wang Kai tugging at her backpack. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, annoyed. Wang Kai, amused by her flustered demeanor, replied softly, "Are you planning to follow Yi Xiaofun?" Luo Jiaojiao found it odd. Wasn't the male lead one to meddle in others' affairs? The person before her seemed like an imposter. Unaware of Luo Jiaojiao's inner musings, Wang Kai leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "I know what you intend to do. Either take me along, or don't go at all." Luo Jiaojiao felt a surge of irritation. "Hurry up." With a swift stride, Wang Kai quickly caught up with her. Luo Jiaojiao whispered, "You go ahead and ride. I'll follow the person." Wang Kai feigned an air of mystery. "I know where she will go. Just wait here for me." Luo Jiaojiao instinctively asked, "How do you know?" Wang Kai chose not to divulge, urging her to patiently wait. Despite her confusion regarding Wang Kai's actions, Luo Jiaojiao placed her trust in him. Soon, Wang Kai emerged on his bicycle. At that moment, the two stood at the school gate, drawing some attention from passersby. Yet their minds were solely focused on catching up with Yi Xiaofun, oblivious to the gazes around them. Luo Jiaojiao clutched the seat tightly as Wang Kai accelerated in a particular direction. When her sharp eye spotted a familiar figure, she tugged at Wang Kai's shirt, urging, "Stop." He obeyed, coming to a halt. After dismounting, Luo Jiaojiao placed her backpack in front of her, wary of any noise it might make. Observing her cautious demeanor, Wang Kai could not help but smile slightly. Luo Jiao Jiao made a gesture. Wang Kai gently set his bicycle aside. In a soft voice, Luo Jiao Jiao asked, "Aren't you going to lock your bike?" She glanced at his bicycle, tears of sorrow welling in her heart. The comparison was disheartening. Just as Wang Kai was about to scan the surroundings, Luo Jiao Jiao pulled him to stand against the wall. "Do you see that person in black?" She indicated with her eyes. Following her gaze, Wang Kai noticed someone clad in black, completely enveloped, rendering it impossible to discern whether they were male or female. As Luo Jiao Jiao noted that he did not recognize her, she leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "That is Yi Xiaofan." Wang Kai was oblivious to the significance of Yi Xiaofan, but felt a tickling sensation in his ear, akin to being gently brushed by a feather. Chapter 31. The secrecy fee. Do not inquire why Luo Jiao Jiao could identify Yi Xiaofan. A woman's intuition is often remarkably accurate. They observed as the figure ahead scanned the surroundings, ensuring the coast was clear before entering a dilapidated building. Luo Jiao Jiao and Wang Kai stealthily followed, treading lightly in the dimly lit corridor. They exchanged glances in the darkness, and just as Luo Jiao Jiao was about to speak, Wang Kai swiftly covered her mouth. He could distinctly smell the faint scent of jasmine emanating from her, and he shook his head at her while gesturing for silence. Understanding his meaning, Luo Jiao Jiao nodded gently. Once he released her, he took her arm and led her upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, they heard a furious male voice exclaim, "You have ruined me." Both Luo Jiao Jiao and Wang Kai pressed against the wall, listening intently. The voice was familiar to Wang Kai. It belonged to the overweight man he had confronted the previous day. After school, Yi Xiaofan had changed her clothes in a restroom devoid of surveillance, concealing her belongings meticulously. However, in her haste, she had forgotten to remove the bracelet from her wrist. Cautiously avoiding detection, she made her way to the place where she had previously sought assistance. As she knocked on the door, silence met her. Her heart sank. Had the meaty man been captured? She had chosen him for his reliability, having inquired about his reputation. If the rotund individual were to be apprehended, would they divulge her identity? Despite the sharp nails digging painfully into her flesh, Yi Xiaofan felt no discomfort. Although her mind was in turmoil, she suppressed her voice, rendering it coarse. The rotund individual? Just as she was about to call out again, the door swung open. Yi Xiaofan, wearing sunglasses, beheld the disheveled and greasy figure before her, and her heart eased. Before she could utter a word, the rotund individual bellowed with fury. "You've brought my downfall." Yi Xiaofan tightened her grip on the electric baton, feeling a sense of reassurance. "Let's discuss this inside." Once they stepped through the threshold, the sounds from downstairs ceased, leaving Wang Kai and Luo Jiao Jiao in silence. The dim lighting of the corridor cast an uncomfortable yellow hue. Wang Kai met Luo Jiao Jiao's gaze, nodding towards the upper floor, silently mouthing, "Let's go up." Luo Jiao Jiao nodded in agreement. The two, one tall and one short, stealthily ascended the staircase, careful not to disturb the air with their breaths. Upon reaching the only illuminated room on the third floor, they leaned against the wall, ears pressed close. The dilapidated door and walls offered no barrier to the sounds within. They could distinctly hear the commotion inside, perhaps feeling secure in the presence of the rotund individual who had not been captured. Yi Xiaofan's vigilance waned. With a gravelly voice, she addressed the bruised figure. "Where are the photos you took?" The rotund individual rubbed their sore body from the previous day's altercation with Wang Kai. "I nearly met my end." Yi Xiaofan's gaze turned steely. "Who was it?" "Huh? How would I know?" retorted the rotund individual, their bulging eyes darting around. Yi Xiaofan cast a disdainful glance at the nearly 300-pound, short and corpulent figure before her. She retrieved 2 handfuls of money from her pocket and declared, "This is your hush money. There is no need to proceed with the matter." The corpulent man swiftly snatched the cash from her grasp, licking his thumb with a gluttonous grin. Counting it meticulously, he noted the sum amounted to 20,000. Shoving the money into his pocket, he expressed his dissatisfaction. "You think 20,000 is enough to dismiss me?" Impatient to depart, Yi Xiaofan realized she could not allow this rotund figure to expose even the slightest detail about her before ensuring her safety. The man's greedy gaze roamed over her, accompanied by a lewd chuckle. "You think that just because you're wrapped up so tightly, I don't know who you are?" A sense of foreboding washed over Yi Xiaofan as the next words from the corpulent man plunged her into a frigid despair. Rubbing his hands together, he said, "I'll be frank. You and that girl are in the same class. I know exactly who you are." Her pupils constricted sharply. Gritting her teeth to feign calmness, she retorted, "Oh, do you have any evidence? Just your word?" The man's flabby face bore a sinister glint as he fixated on her. "I don't believe I can't handle a little girl like you." With a crackling sound, he bent his hands. In a swift motion, Yi Xiaofan drew an electric baton hidden in her sleeve, pointing it threateningly at him. The corpulent man recoiled in surprise, raising his hands in surrender while chuckling nervously. Easy now, I was just joking. Yi Xiaofan felt beads of sweat forming in her palm, responding coldly. Humph, I know exactly who you are. The rotund man seethed inwardly, never anticipating that in his 30s, he would find himself bested by a mere girl in her teens. Outside, Luo Jiao Jiao listened in trepidation. She had thought that should Yi Xiaofan be harmed by the rotund man, her innate sense of morality would compel her to intervene. Yet, it was evident that Yi Xiaofan was no stranger to ruthlessness. Were it not for Yi Xiaofan's malicious intent towards her, Luo Jiao Jiao might have even lauded her tenacity. Wang Kai, on the other hand, had his perspective on humanity irrevocably altered. He had never imagined that, beneath the guise of legality, there existed individuals bold enough to hire thugs for violence. Unfamiliar with a woman's capacity for malice, Wang Kai resolved never to underestimate any adversary, no matter how diminutive they may appear. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaofan, who had summoned trouble but was now wary, dared not lower her guard. She declared fiercely, "If you dare to make any rash movements, I shall report you to the police." Luo Jiao Jiao gestured for Wang Kai to leave. The two descended the stairs with the stealth of thieves. True to form, after their exit, they concealed themselves, and within a minute, Yi Xiaofan emerged hastily. She glanced around before swiftly departing with her head bowed. Luo Jiao Jiao exhaled a long sigh of relief, nearly suffocating from the tension. Suddenly, Luo Jiao Jiao was taken aback. What kind of madness was this? It did not seem quite right. She politely declined. However, Wang Kai found no fault in her actions. You see, there are always eyes upon you. Do you truly feel safe? Luo Jiao Jiao felt a pang of anxiety. After all, it is the thief who persists, not the one who guards. Moreover, she was merely a defenseless woman. For the sake of her safety, Luo Jiao Jiao acquiesced to Wang Kai's suggestion. Am I being too much of a bother to you? She queried, anxiously twisting her fingers. Wang Kai stepped toward the bicycle. What troubles you? Luo Jiao Jiao observed his ease and felt a sense of relief. At worst, she could assist this male protagonist, who endured so much hardship, a little more in the future. Having ridden on the backseat a few times, Luo Jiao Jiao expertly took her place, ensuring she held onto a secure spot. She heard Wang Kai's voice carried by the wind. I will arrive at your building every day at 7:40. Luo Jiao Jiao raised her voice from the back seat. All right. In September of Zhoucheng, the sun remained scorching. However, this afternoon felt particularly refreshing, thought Luo Jiao Jiao. Soon, they arrived at the foot of her rented apartment. She dismounted and turned to him with a gentle smile. See you tomorrow. Wang Kai softly replied and rode away, while Luo Jiao Jiao turned to ascend the stairs. Despite her efforts to live each day to the fullest, why did it seem that others were always intent on causing her harm? Was it merely because she was a reckless supporting character in a novel? A pang of homesickness struck her. Upon entering her apartment, she locked the door behind her and placed her backpack on a chair. Leaning against the edge of the bed, she crouched on the floor, gazing at the familiar yet foreign room, feeling a sense of despondency. This was not the small apartment she had painstakingly saved for. The sadness came suddenly, and Luo Jiao Jiao buried her head in her arms, tightly shutting her eyes as a tear slipped down her cheek and fell to the floor. How she wished this were all a dream. Upon awakening, she would still be that girl pressured by her parents to engage in blind dates. Yet, the pain of her nails digging into her flesh and the coolness of the floor reminded her starkly, this was no dream. At that moment, Luo Jiao Jiao felt both fragile and lost, uncertain of her purpose in this world. Was she merely a condiment to enhance the romance of the main characters? At merely 23 years of age, has she perished or simply vanished in her former world? What fate awaits her parents? As this thought enveloped her mind, a fleeting voice echoed in her ears, your future is in your hands. Luo Jiao Jiao was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, her destiny lay within her own grasp. Why should she relinquish the life she currently possesses? Yet, an underlying fear of death still lingered within her. Steeling herself, Luo Jiao Jiao lifted her chin and wiped away her tears, her eyes igniting with fervent determination. I shall seize my own fate. Rising from her seat, she splashed her face with water in the restroom. Gazing into the mirror, she beheld her own reflection, eyes slightly red, exuding an air of poignant vulnerability. Chapter 33. The girl with water in her head. Luo Jiao Jiao allowed herself a moment of melancholy, but soon regained her optimistic spirit, cooking a bowl of noodles that were both visually appealing and delectable. After finishing her meal, she savored a few sips of soup, feeling a comforting warmth spread through her belly. Planning to retire early, she boiled some water and washed her hair, donning loose-fitting pajamas. She gently dried her hair with a blow-dryer until it was slightly damp. Sleepiness began to envelop her. She lay on her side. A thin blanket draped over her abdomen. Meanwhile, Wang Kai, summoned by his aunt for dinner, was greeted with enthusiasm by his chubby friend, Xiang Yu. His aunt, Su Lan, though only 30 years old, appeared remarkably youthful, her flawless complexion devoid of any wrinkles. Her eyes retained the innocence of youth, indicative of how her husband indulged her like a daughter. Aware that her nephew preferred to serve himself rather than have others dish out his food, Su Lan encouraged Wang Kai to help himself. He nodded in agreement. With an insatiable appetite, Yang Yu voraciously devoured a chicken leg. Su Lan cast a disdainful glance at her son, who seemed utterly devoid of grace, and then shifted her gaze to her elegant nephew, exuding an air of nobility with every gesture. A pang of envy struck her. How could her sister have given birth to such a remarkable son? Su Lan firmly believed her own offspring bore no resemblance to her. Beside her, her husband, Xiang Hangtian, noticed the look in her eyes and chuckled softly. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Su Lan's mind, and she eagerly inquired of Wang Kai, "Xiao, I recall that the girl from the Qiao family next door is of the same age as you and attends the same school. Have you seen her?" This explained why Qiao Lian had been so affectionate in calling him A the other day. She was indeed the daughter of her aunt's next-door neighbors. Wang Kai, disinterested in discussing the girl, shook his head to preempt further inquiries from his aunt, though Su Lan found the young girl from next door quite charming. With her fair and delicate appearance, she refrained from pressing the matter further, sensing her nephew's reluctance. After finishing their meal, Wang Kai bid farewell to his aunt. As he stepped outside to retrieve his bicycle, he spotted someone standing beside it. The sky had dimmed slightly, yet Wang Kai's keen eyesight allowed him to recognize the figure as Qiao Lian. She was adorned in a white dress, gazing at him with an almost dreamy expression. His hairstyle remained unchanged, still a refreshing tousle, and his peach blossom eyes were as frosty as ever, seemingly impervious to the world around him, radiating an aura that repelled others. As Wang Kai coldly passed by Qiao Lian, just as he was about to mount his bicycle, she snapped back to reality and swiftly grasped his bike. Wang Kai fixed her with an icy stare, commanding, "Let go." Qiao Lian found it hard to believe that he could treat her this way. Wasn't he supposed to be the one who cherished her the most? Wang Kai wondered if this girl had lost her mind. He merely asked her to let go, yet she wore a look of betrayal upon her face. With tears brimming in her eyes, Qiao Lian gazed at him and implored, "Why must you treat me like this?" Wang Kai remained silent. Before he could respond, Qiao Lian continued, "Is it Luo Jiao Jiao who has been sowing discord between us? You mustn't trust her. She is truly malicious." Wang Kai was perplexed by the girl's sudden outburst. What did Luo Jiao Jiao have to do with this? He recalled the girl with the bright smile and sparkling eyes. The notion of her being bad seemed utterly incongruent. Qiao Lian was completely absorbed in her own emotions, oblivious to Wang Kai's expression. Seeing that she disregarded his words entirely, his dwindling patience evaporated. Wang Kai dismounted his bike and, bypassing Qiao Lian, walked away. She watched him retreat with a heavy heart, feeling an immense ache within her. Was she the one Wang Kai adored above all? Why was Luo Jiao Jiao trying to disrupt their bond? Qiao Lian's previously unremarkable visage now bore an ominous shadow. "Luo Jiao Jiao, I shall not allow your schemes to succeed." She recalled Yi Xiao Fun, the girl who would ultimately betray Luo Jiao Jiao in the future. Qiao Lian's once clear almond eyes became clouded with determination. A thought struck her, and she wiped the fearsome expression from her face, her lips curving into a smile. "Luo Jiao Jiao, just wait and see." Meanwhile, Luo Jiao Jiao, lost in slumber, felt a chill and instinctively tightened her grip on the blanket. Chapter 34. The class placement results are out. The morning dawned as she awoke. Perhaps it is the result of daydreaming leading to night visions. Luo Jiao Jiao dreamed of her parents in the present world. They were thriving, and she too was alive, leading a mundane existence. Rather than believing in the notion of soul transmigration, Luo Jiao Jiao preferred to consider it a parallel universe. In this realm, she was Luo Jiao Jiao, and Luo Jiao Jiao was her. The events in her dream allowed her to release a burden from her heart. Luo Jiao Jiao encouraged herself, glancing at the time. She noticed it was already 10 minutes past 7. She hurriedly set about preparing breakfast. With 2 ears of corn remaining, she decided to boil them both. After washing her face and brushing her teeth, she gathered her hair into a ponytail. Once she had changed into her school uniform and shoes, the corn was perfectly cooked. The water in the pot continued to bubble. Luo Jiao Jiao first unplugged the stove and lifted the lid. A delightful aroma of sweet corn filled the air. She picked up the corn with chopsticks, allowing some water to drain off before placing them into 2 disposable bags. Stepping outside, she checked her phone. It was 7:35. Time was not overly pressing, so she descended the stairs at a leisurely pace. Upon opening the front door, she was surprised to find Wang Kai already waiting outside. Luo Jiao Jiao exclaimed, "Aren't you supposed to arrive at 7:40? She had indeed checked the time. Wang Kai's dark eyes glimmered slightly as he replied, "Just a few minutes early." Luo Jiao Jiao nodded and offered him one of the still steaming ears of corn. "Have you had breakfast?" Wang Kai glanced at the tempting golden corn in her hand and accepted it, saying, "Not yet." Luo Jiao Jiao was somewhat astonished. Didn't Wang Kai's family have a dedicated chef? It seemed Wang Kai understood her unspoken question, and Lu took the morning off. It was merely a breakfast, and it mattered little whether he partook or not. He had no desire to disturb his aunt. Luo Jiao Jiao understood, aware of his affluence, yet he never indulged in external delicacies. That morning, as she prepared corn, it was in case Wang Kai had not eaten breakfast, intending to bring him some. Of course, if he declined, she would not mind consuming it herself. Wang Kai affixed the corn to the side of his bicycle. Once Luo Jiao Jiao settled onto the back seat, she steadied herself against the metal bar. In a low, clear voice, Wang Kai inquired, "Are you secure?" Luo Jiao Jiao nodded, "I am steady," with a firm push of his feet. Wang Kai pedaled forward, noticing the back seat felt remarkably light. She was too petite. As they neared the vicinity of the school, Luo Jiao Jiao softly said, "You can stop here." Wang Kai halted, gazing at her with confusion. Luo Jiao Jiao smiled gently. "I will wait for you, Mei, and Yuli at the school gate." Wang Kai did not probe further, simply responding, "All right. I will be here after school as well." Luo Jiao Jiao noted the location, understood. With no further exchange, Wang Kai rode into the school. It was only a minute or two away, so Luo Jiao Jiao quickly arrived at the school as well, almost precisely on time. She indeed encountered Yu Mei and Yu Li at the school gate. Yu Mei, recalling the announcement of their results that day, mused, "I wonder which class I will be assigned to." Luo Jiao Jiao chuckled lightly, "You will surely perform well." Yu Li pouted, "You are too kind, Jiao Jiao. Not only are you beautiful, but you are also intelligent." Yu Mei fervently agreed. Luo Jiao Jiao could not help but laugh. "I am not as remarkable as you claim." The three of them giggled as they made their way to the classroom. Upon entering the classroom, Luo Jiao Jiao discovered that Wang Kai was already seated in his place. When their gazes met, Wang Kai offered a slight nod. Luo Jiao Jiao smiled gently, her eyebrows curving in delight. As the bell for the morning reading class rang, the students immersed themselves in their books, reciting aloud. From behind, a melodious voice akin to the soothing tones of a cello resonated through the air, reading in French. Although she could not comprehend the language, it did not diminish Luo Jiao Jiao's appreciation for the exquisite sound. Before long, Director Lu stood at the podium. She tapped the books on the desk, producing a sound that captured the attention of the students. Everyone instinctively cleared their throats, silencing their chatter. Director Lu coughed lightly and addressed the class, urging them to settle down. The students complied, their eyes fixed on her. In her hand, she held a sheet of white paper. Adjusting her glasses, she announced that the results of the recent examination were available, and the names of those in the top 500 would be disclosed. Pausing briefly, she glanced at the paper in her hand. The class allocations had also been finalized. The students straightened in their seats, their expressions a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Luo Jiao Jiao perked up her ears, listening intently. Director Lu began to read the names. For the liberal arts students, Class 1, Yu Mei, Class 1, Yu Li. After finishing the liberal arts list, she continued with the science students, Class 1, Wang Kai. Chapter 35. As Luo Jiao Jiao waited in suspense, her heart felt as though it were lodged in her throat. Though she belonged to Class 1 in the science stream, with a change in personnel, who could predict whether there would be any alterations? Director Lu had already read out the names of nearly half the students. Those assigned to the front classes wore smiles of joy, while those in the back appeared dejected. At last, Luo Jiao Jiao from Science Class 1 and Yi Xiaofan from Science Class 2 were called. Upon hearing her name, Luo Jiao Jiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. When she heard Yi Xiaofan's name following hers, she instinctively glanced over at her. Yi Xiaofan had her head down, and without needing to see her face, Luo Jiao Jiao could tell she was in a bad mood. Luo Jiao Jiao admitted to feeling a twinge of schadenfreude. After all, Yi Xiaofan had secretly wished her harm. Why should she extend her well wishes? Luo Jiao Jiao did not consider herself so magnanimous. At Shouqing No. 1 High School, There were a total of 16 classes in the second year. This time, the distribution of students was relatively balanced, resulting in 8 science classes and 8 humanities classes. Naturally, Class 1 was the best, with the most esteemed teachers assigned to it. While Class 2 was also commendable, it was merely in comparison to the lower-ranked classes. The class Luo Jiao Jiao was presently in had already been a key class during their first year, so after the recent examination and reallocation, most students ended up in Classes 1 and 2, with only those who performed slightly below par placed in Class 3. After calling out the last student's name, Director Liu paused momentarily, his voice quivering with emotion. Our time together as teacher and students comes to an end here. I wish you all a promising future, with bright prospects ahead, and may your name shine on the college entrance examination list. Some sentimental students had already begun to weep softly. Luo Jiao Jiao felt her eyes welling up as well. Although she had never truly interacted with Director Liu, she harbored a fond impression of this teacher, who was like a beacon of light in the darkness. A sense of reluctance surged within her. Wiping his eyes, Director Liu remarked, "All right. What is there to be sad about? Aren't we all attending the same school? Am I truly able to flee?" Indeed, Luo Jiao Jiao chuckled through her tears. A hand reached from behind, offering a tissue to wipe her eyes. Wang Kai spoke in a tone devoid of emotional fluctuation. Luo Jiao Jiao accepted the tissue, saying, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Wang Kai replied. After Director Liu concluded, he instructed everyone to gather their belongings and find their respective classrooms. Luo Jiao Jiao meticulously organized her belongings, placing what could fit into her backpack inside, while cradling the books that could not. Just as she was about to leave, Yu Mei and Yu Li approached her with their arms full of items. Yu Mei pouted, "Jiao Jiao, you must come to play with us." Luo Jiao Jiao affectionately patted her adorable face, reassuring her, "Don't worry." Yu Li leaned closer, adding, "I won't be able to see such a beautiful person every day anymore. It makes me so sad." Luo Jiao Jiao laughed heartily. "I could never bear to part with 2 such lovely little darlings." The 3 of them shared a joyful laugh before Yu Mei and Yu Li exited the classroom. The class was now reserved for the new first-year students. As Luo Jiao Jiao prepared to leave with her books, a voice called her name, Luo Jiao Jiao. She turned to see Wang Kai. "What is it?" she asked. Wang Kai, with only a backpack slung over his shoulder, said, "I cannot locate the new classroom. Would you accompany me?" Luo Jiao Jiao considered this and replied, "Let's go." Before she could fully register the moment, her load lightened as Wang Kai took her books from her hands. He strode ahead, stating, "It's merely a small favor. Assisting a lady is a gentleman's duty, is it not?" Luo Jiao Jiao chuckled softly, no longer resisting as her books were taken. 2 individuals ambled leisurely along the corridor. Upon discovering their new classroom, they found it only sparsely populated. A few familiar faces from their previous class were present. Everyone settled into their chosen seats. Luo Jiao Jiao opted for a position by the window, neither too far nor too close, taking the second seat. Wang Kai placed her books on the desk and sat behind her. Luo Jiao Jiao, slightly puzzled, inquired, "Do you not prefer a different seat?" Wang Kai replied in a nonchalant manner, "Any place is fine." Oh, Luo Jiao Jiao thought little of it. Chapter 36. A perfect match as more students filled the classroom. The cacophony of voices grew increasingly vibrant. Luo Jiao Jiao, feeling bored, observed her classmates below, moving about like ants. To her surprise, she overheard 2 girls whispering about her. Their voices were not loud, yet she could discern their words. A girl with short hair and glasses remarked, "Did you see? That's our school's bell, Luo Jiao Jiao." Wang Kai, resting his head on the desk, remained unnoticed. The bespectacled girl's companion nodded in awe, exclaiming, "She's so beautiful." Bathed in sunlight, Luo Jiao Jiao appeared ethereal, her beauty transcending the ordinary. The affectionate chatter of her classmates filled her with a sense of wonder regarding the 2 years ahead. A young man clad in a teacher's uniform entered the classroom. Approaching the podium, he cleared his throat a couple of times. "Students, please quiet down." As the realization dawned that a teacher had arrived, the students gradually hushed, bringing a serene silence to the room. Once the classroom was tranquil, the young man, with a smile as warm as a spring breeze, began to introduce himself. "Welcome, dear students, to your new class. I am your homeroom teacher, Mr. Lin. You may call me Teacher Lin or simply Old Lin. In the upcoming 2 years, I hope you all coexist harmoniously." After uttering his final words, Mr. Lin surveyed the classroom. His gaze ultimately settled on a group by the window. The glint of his gold-rimmed glasses flashed as he leisurely suggested, "To facilitate your integration into the class community, shall we all engage in self-introductions?" A mischievous smile curled at the corners of his lips as he continued, Let us commence with Group 6. All eyes turned toward the 6th group. Whereupon some were astounded to realize that the school's most admired students were indeed in their class. In front of the charming Luo Jiao Jiao sat a slightly plump girl, who was taken aback by the sudden request for self-introduction. She turned her neck to glance at her peers, all of whom were now focused on her. Wait. Were they not gazing at her, but rather at what lay behind her? Without time to ponder, the plump girl stood up, her cherubic face flushed crimson. She stammered softly, her words barely audible. Mr. Lin, with a gentle expression, reassured her. It's perfectly all right, dear student. Just loudly share your name with everyone. Encouraged by Mr. Lin's warm demeanor, the girl summoned her courage and raised her voice. Hello, everyone. My name is Sun Yuyun. Having spoken, she promptly took her seat. Mr. Lin initiated a round of applause, exclaiming, very brave, Yunyun. Sun Yunyun shyly lowered her head. Next up was Luo Jiao Jiao. Although she was not particularly anxious, the multitude of gazes fixed upon her made her feel rather uncomfortable. Nevertheless, Luo Jiao Jiao elegantly rose to her feet and spoke in a voice audible within the classroom. Hello everyone. My name is Luo Jiao Jiao. I am delighted to join this class. Thank you. After her self-introduction, she took her seat once more. The classmates responded enthusiastically with applause, and the male students excitedly whistled. Following her, it was Wang Kai's turn. With a calm demeanor and a polite expression, he stated, I am Wang Kai. Thank you. The applause was noticeably louder than before, accompanied by the shrill cheers of several girls. Lin Yi felt compelled to interject, adopting an exaggerated expression. Calm down, everyone. I understand that our classmate Wang Kai is quite handsome. This elicited laughter from the crowd, and Luo Jiao Jiao couldn't help but stifle a giggle. Wang Kai shot Lin Yi a frosty glare. Lin Yi was nearly in stitches, finding immense joy in witnessing Wang Kai's change of expression, which alleviated his usual stoic demeanor. Observing the mischievous Lin Yi and the cool Wang Kai, Luo Jiao Jiao couldn't shake the feeling that there was a connection between them. Had she not been certain this was a romance novel, she might have suspected it belonged to the realm of boys' love. As the next student began their introduction, Luo Jiao Jiao found herself unable to suppress her laughter at the earlier thought. Glancing once more at Wang Kai's strikingly handsome face and Lin Yi's charming smile, she couldn't help but think they made a splendid pair. Wang Kai noticed Luo Jiao Jiao stealing glances at him, as well as at Lin Yi. Her cheeks flushed with suppressed laughter, her eyes sparkling with mischief. As the introductions drew to a close, the school bell rang. Lin Yi gently reminded the students, let's take a break after class. I will post the new timetable shortly. With that, he stepped off the stage, affixed the timetable, and walked away with a smile. Luo Jiao Jiao exited the classroom and glanced down the corridor, recalling that Yumei and Yuli's classroom seemed to be on the left. Trusting her instincts, Luo Jiao Jiao walked for a short while until she spotted Yumei and Yuli waving at her. Jiao Jiao, they called out. She trotted over to them and inquired, where is your classroom? It's just the first classroom on the left after you turn, Yumei indicated. Luo Jiao Jiao nodded in understanding. Yumei and Yuli had also brought news regarding their grades. Jiao Jiao, there's something I need to tell you. But please don't be upset, Yuli said cautiously, glancing at Luo Jiao Jiao's expression. Curious, Luo Jiao Jiao asked, what is it? Why would I be upset? With her characteristic straightforwardness, Yumei blurted out, you know, this time the top score in science was actually that handsome transfer student. He scored 5 points higher than you. Yuli inwardly cursed Yumei for her insensitivity. Luo Jiao Jiao had always been the top student, consistently outpacing the second place by a significant margin. Revealing such results outright could shatter her self-esteem. Yuli discreetly stepped on Yumei's foot. Ouch. Yuli, why did you step on me? Yumei exclaimed in pain. Yuli shot her a disapproving glance, exasperated by her sister's lack of thoughtfulness. Quickly, she turned to comfort Luo Jiao Jiao, saying, Jiao Jiao, don't be upset. You are still in second place in science. That's far better than our scores, which are in the teens. Although Yumei felt displeased by Li's slight, she soon grasped the essence of Li's words. Luo Jiao Jiao, contrary to their expectations of her being disheartened, actually felt a wave of relief. She had feared that her performance would be significantly poorer after years of neglecting her studies. Fortunately, her remarkable memory served her well. Amused, she observed her two friends who seemed to regard her as fragile. No worries, I'll put in more effort next time. Seeing that she genuinely did not appear dismal, both Yumei and Yuli breathed a sigh of relief, encouraging her with enthusiasm. Yes. Next time, you'll surpass Wang Kai. Luo Jiao Jiao dared not even entertain such thoughts, given that he was a prodigy. However, witnessing their earnest encouragement, she refrained from dousing their enthusiasm. Raising her fist, "Let's do our best." Yu Mei and Yu Li mirrored her gesture, and the three of them lightly bumped their fists together, sharing smiles. Upon returning to the classroom, Luo Jiao Jiao was taken aback to see a familiar girl seated to the right of Wang Kai. It was Qiao Lian. Clad in the school's issued white shirt and plaid skirt, her ordinary features were accentuated, rendering her surprisingly graceful. Chapter 37. New fringe. Qiao Lian was turned slightly, smiling as she engaged in conversation, while Wang Kai maintained a cool demeanor, nodding gently. Luo Jiao Jiao found this encounter both expected and unexpected. After all, Qiao Lian's academic standing would typically preclude her from being in Class 1. Yet here she was, present in class. As Luo Jiao Jiao settled into her seat and retrieved her textbook, she noticed Qiao Lian's demeanor was carefree, as if she had not seen her. Nevertheless, Qiao Lian was in high spirits, having just spoken with Wang Kai, surely under Luo Jiao Jiao's watchful gaze. Perhaps at this moment, Luo Jiao Jiao's heart was filled with profound sorrow. Contemplating this, Qiao Lian's lips curled into a subtle smile. As noon approached, Luo Jiaoji was on the verge of exiting the classroom when she fortuitously overheard Qiao Lian's gentle voice. "I heard from Aunt Lon that you enjoy osmanthus cake. I made this with my own hands. Do give it a try." Luo Jiao Jiao chose not to listen further and stepped outside. Wang Kai, maintaining his focus on the pages of his book, replied curtly, "No need." Qiao Lian's smile faltered, lingering awkwardly. "You don't wish to try it now? Very well, then." After swiping her meal card, Luo Jiao Jiao noticed her balance displaying 463.5 yuan. The three of them gathered around a table. Yu Mei picked up a piece of green vegetable, suggesting, "How about we work part-time at a CAF this weekend?" Yu Li turned her gaze toward Luo Jiao Jiao. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Jiao Jiao agreed, "Sure. It's time to replenish our little savings." After settling on a time and place to meet on Saturday morning, the trio finished their meal. Luo Jiao Jiao mused, "Is this the path toward nurturing relationships?" At that moment, her deskmate, Sun Yunyun, gently tapped on Luo Jiao Jiao's desk. Upon catching Luo Jiao Jiao's soft smile, Sun Yunyun's cheeks flushed as she stammered, "You are Luo Jiao Jiao, right? Your name is lovely." Luo Jiao Jiao responded with a warm smile. "Thank you. Yours is lovely as well." Sun Yunyun realized that Luo Jiao Jiao did not regard her with disdain, unlike others. Gaining confidence, she earnestly asked, "May I be your friend?" Luo Jiao Jiao found this rather puzzling. Sun Yunyun seemed to perceive Luo Jiao Jiao's confusion. Her head hung low. Her fair and delicate neck flushed a rosy hue. They disdain me for being chubby and refuse to play with me." Luo Jiao Jiao scrutinized Sun Yunyun closely. The young girl was plump and fair, her face flushed, resembling an adorable white dumpling. "Of course, I would be delighted to be your friend." For some reason, Luo Jiao Jiao was reminded of her own elementary school days, when no one would play with her, a small child, all alone. Sun Yunyun, filled with excitement, reached out to touch Luo Jiao Jiao's hand. "Thank you." Luo Jiao Jiao encouraged her, "You are so lovely. Many will surely cherish you." Sun Yunyun shook her head, speaking with a tinge of self-doubt. "No, they won't." Observing her reluctance, Luo Jiao Jiao chose not to press further. At that moment, Wang Kai entered from the doorway. Passing by Luo Jiao Jiao, in the small grove of the school, two girls stood opposed to each other. The slightly taller one with long hair was Yi Xiaofan. Facing her was the short-haired Qiao Lian. Qiao Lian fixed her gaze upon Yi Xiaofan, raising an eyebrow. "Have you considered my proposal?" Yi Xiaofan's fingers curled slightly, her expression one of confusion. "Qiao Lian, what are you talking about?" Qiao Lian regarded her with disdain. "You know very well what I mean." Yi Xiaofan pressed her lips together tightly. Qiao Lian retrieved a pen from her pocket and pressed a button. A voice, one Yi Xiaofan recognized all too well, echoed forth. "I want Luo Jiao Jiao's photo. Once the task is completed, the payment will be settled." All right. It was during Yi Xiaofan's search for the chubby girl. Before Yi Xiaofan could respond, Qiao Lian hurled another stinging remark. Suddenly, Yi Xiaofan gazed intently at Qiao Lian, clutching her hand with pleading eyes. "Please, don't. If others find out, not only would the school impose penalties, but my excessively conservative parents would likely break my legs." Qiao Lian pried her hand away, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "You need not do anything. Simply inform Luo Jiao Jiao that Wang Kai hails from a prominent family." Yi Xiaofan could hardly believe it. Was it truly that simple? Qiao Lian had no intention of stepping in herself, should her involvement be discovered, despite her family's influence. The repercussions would not be favorable for her either. Yi Xiaofan nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, Lianjie. Xiao Lian brushed off non-existent dust from her attire. Ah, what a coincidence. I ran into you while taking a stroll after dinner. With a nonchalant mim, Xiao Lian continued on her way. Chapter 38. Rebirth After School. Luo Jiao Jiao gathered her belongings and slung her backpack over her shoulder. She understood that this was an invitation to leave together. As she exited the classroom and was about to continue her path, a feminine voice called out to her. Jiao Jiao, wait for me. She scrutinized Yi Xiaofan, wondering what scheme was afoot this time. Yi Xiaofan, under Luo Jiao Jiao's gaze, clenched her fists. Luo Jiao Jiao, lacking patience for idle chatter, inquired, Is there something you need? If not, I shall take my leave. Yi Xiaofan hastily replied, Yes, indeed, I have something to say. She approached Luo Jiao Jiao cautiously, who remained on guard. Yi Xiaofan gritted her teeth and whispered, Jiao Jiao, I must tell you that Wang Kai, his family is quite formidable. Yi Xiaofan spoke with an air of mystery, waiting for Luo Jiao Jiao to inquire further. Luo Jiao Jiao responded with an enigmatic smile. Oh, is that so? With a triumphant smile, Yi Xiaofan remarked. This is something I painstakingly gathered. Luo Jiao Jiao, without lifting her eyelids, replied, What of it? I am leaving. Yi Xiaofan noticed that Luo Jiao Jiao was not as inquisitive as she had anticipated. In fact, she seemed entirely disinterested in leaving. Anxiously, Yi Xiaofan grasped Luo Jiao Jiao's hand. Just as Luo Jiao Jiao was about to shake her off, Yi Xiaofan withdrew her hand, saying, Jiao Jiao, think about it. If Wang Kai becomes your boyfriend, wouldn't his family's wealth become yours as well? Yi Xiaofan was aware that Luo Jiao Jiao was an orphan who often pretended to be aloof. Yet she was undoubtedly in need of money. Typically disdainful of those boys, she would surely seize the opportunity with a wealthy suitor like him. Moreover, Wang Kai was strikingly handsome, with sharp brows and clear eyes, exuding an air of nobility. Yi Xiaofan could not help but feel a twinge of envy. However, she also recalled Xiao Lian's possessive demeanor towards Wang Kai, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Although she did not quite understand why Xiao Lian had chosen Luo Jiao Jiao as her rival, Yi Xiaofan concluded it was merely Xiao Lian's vanity. After all, if Wang Kai were to look down upon the esteemed school beauty and instead favor someone unremarkable like Luo Jiao Jiao, it would surely evoke envy and admiration from others. In reality, things were not as Yi Xiaofan had imagined. The current Xiao Lian was no longer the same person from their school days. Initially, Xiao Lian had intended to confess her feelings directly to Wang Kai, wishing to win his affection. She did not consider her aspirations to be fanciful. For in her past life, was it not true that Wang Kai had favored someone as ordinary as her? Alas, due to Luo Jiao Jiao's interference, their relationship had been marred by unresolved tensions, ultimately leading to their separation. Living an ordinary life, Xiao Lian had become a middle-aged woman preoccupied with her children, husband, and the trivialities of domesticity. Upon seeing Wang Kai on television, still strikingly handsome and exuding a matured charisma, she could not help but compare herself. Her hands, rough and plump from household chores, belied her mere 30-something years, rendering her akin to an elderly matron. A surge of dissatisfaction welled up within her. Had it not been for Luo Jiao Jiao, how could she have parted ways with Wang Kai? How could she have ended up in such a dismal state? She ought to be adorned with exquisite makeup, frequenting upscale venues, radiating beauty like Wang Kai's companion. Driven by this discontent, Xiao Lian succumbed to despair at the age of 38. In her final moments, she seemed to catch a glimpse of her youthful self beside the bashful teenage Wang Kai. How blissful those times were, as her consciousness faded amidst the weeping of her children and the sighs of her husband. Little did they know that Xiao Lian had not truly departed. She awoke to find herself in her adolescent room. Her hands remained delicate and warm, her face devoid of any wrinkles. Overwhelmed with emotion, Xiao Lian wept. In her haste, she flipped through the calendar and realized that at this time, she had yet to meet Wang Kai, who had just transferred to study at his aunt's home. Eagerly, she yearned to seek him out. However, she was thwarted by the security guard at the entrance, jolting her back to reality. She understood that she must take it step by step. From their beautiful encounter to being together, Xiao Lian silently vowed, this time, she would not allow Luo Jiao Jiao to ruin their happiness. Knowing where Luo Jiao Jiao resided, she decided to visit the supermarket in hopes of running into her. Little did she expect, fate truly favored her, leading her to cross paths with Luo Jiao Jiao. As Xiao Lian collided with Luo Jiao Jiao, she gazed upon the youthful and radiant visage of her counterpart, an overwhelming tide of jealousy swelling within her. Did fate not favor Luo Jiao Jiao? Why was that enchanting face not hers? Soon after, a mix-up occurred during the classroom switch, and this time, she failed to arrive at Wang Kai's class ahead of schedule. However, Xiao Lian had been observant of Wang Kaiyi's aunt throughout the day. After assisting Su Lan, coupled with her endearing demeanor, Su Lan quickly grew fond of her. Convinced of her own destined greatness, Xiao Lian encountered repeated setbacks while searching for Wang Kaiyi. Her heart a tumult of anxiety and unease. Where had she gone awry? Suddenly, a spark ignited in her mind. Her eyes gleamed with realization. She understood where the fault lay. It resided with Luo Jiao Jiao. Indeed, in her previous life. It was precisely because of Luo Jiao Jiao that Wang Kaiyi had developed an aversion to her. With this newfound clarity, Xiao Lian resolved to rectify the course of events. She would gather incriminating evidence against Yi Shaofun to incite Luo Jiao Jiao into vying for Wang Kaiyi's affection. Thus, everything would revert to its original state, with Wang Kaiyi destined to love her. This time, she would be wise. No longer novelly ensnared by Luo Jiao Jiao's manipulations. She would consider Luo Jiao Jiao as merely a lubricant for her relationship with Wang Kaiyi. Luo Jiao Jiao exhibited no interest in Yi Shaofun's words. What did it mean that once Wang Kaiyi became her boyfriend, his wealth would be hers? It was not that she was overly pragmatic, but rather that one should not live in blissful ignorance. Possessions earned through one's own efforts are the only true possessions. Relying on others is precarious. When the mountain crumbles, the support vanishes. She had expected Yi Shaofun to concoct some grand scheme. Yet Luo Jiao Jiao dismissed her and turned away. Shaofun was filled with resentment. Her leverage remained in Xiao Lian's hands. Unable to confront Xiao Lian, she decided to settle the score with Luo Jiao Jiao instead. At that moment, Luo Jiao Jiao was blissfully unaware that trouble was brewing at home. She ambled along at a leisurely pace when the sound of a bicycle bell echoed behind her, and soon it drew near. Luo Jiao Jiao recognized that the lead characters were now developing their romantic storyline, and she wished to avoid becoming a mere pawn in their affair. Wang Kaiyi remained oblivious to Luo Jiao Jiao's desire for distance. Upon hearing her footsteps, he dismounted his bicycle, and they walked side by side in silence. As they continued, Luo Jiao Jiao quickened her pace, eager to minimize their time together. One might wonder why Luo Jiao Jiao did not outright reject Wang Kaiyi. Each time she contemplated speaking, the sight of his cool, clear eyes rendered her speechless. After all, he had offered assistance solely for her safety. Repeatedly refusing him would only portray her as ungrateful. Before long, they arrived at the foot of Luo Jiao Jiao's building. With a slightly hurried tone, she expressed, "Thank you. I will head up now." Wang Kaiyi sensed an oddness in her demeanor, though he could not articulate what was strange about it. It felt as if Luo Jiao Jiao was desperately trying to distance herself from him, as though he were a formidable threat, which was a stark contrast to her previous behavior. Night fell, and morning came again. This time, they both arrived downstairs earlier than their agreed time. Surprised to see one another, they then walked together to the street, with Wang Kaiyi riding his bicycle ahead while Luo Jiao Jiao walked alone. The day unfolded as ordinarily as any other, filled with the routine of attending classes. After school, as Luo Jiao Jiao was about to leave, she was called out to. "Jiao Jiao, wait for me." With a sense of resignation, Luo Jiao Jiao wondered why she was always being summoned. Recognizing the voice as Xiao Lian's, she could not fathom the animosity the female protagonist harbored towards her, especially since she had long ceased to obstruct their path. "Classmate Xiao, is there something you need?" Upon hearing this, Luo Jiao Jiao's thoughts momentarily drifted. Indeed, as long as she walked with the female protagonist, it would be both safe and devoid of awkwardness. A gentle smile graced Luo Jiao Jiao's lips. "Of course, I would be delighted. Congratulations to Luo Jiao Jiao for acquiring a plastic sisterhood." As Luo Jiao Jiao walked alongside Xiao Lian, many eyes were drawn to her. It was not for any particular reason, but rather her striking beauty stood out like a swan among a flock of geese in this unadorned campus. Luo Jiao Jiao remained silent with a soft smile. Xiao Lian, however, seemed invigorated, exclaiming, "This person, he's cold on the outside but warm on the inside." Luo Jiao Jiao nodded in agreement, feeling the same way. As if summoned by their conversation, the sound of Wang Kaiyi's bicycle approached. Xiao Lian turned around, her face lighting up with delight. "Ae." Wang Kaiyi's gaze shifted between the two girls as he dismounted from his bike. Xiao Lian's heart swelled with joy. With Luo Jiao Jiao positioned closer to the inner side and Xiao Lian on the outer side, Wang Kaiyi now pushed his bike alongside them. Placing Xiao Lian in the center, Luo Jiao Jiao subtly distanced herself. Wang Kaiyi pursed his lips, remaining silent. Xiao Lian, filled with elation, felt that as long as events unfolded as they once did, everything would revert to its original form. Although a bicycle still separated her from Wang Kaiyi, She could not help but feel a sweetness blooming within her heart. Perhaps due to her cheerful mood, Xiao Lian frequently initiated conversations with Luo Jiao Jiao. As they walked, Luo Jiao Jiao responded in kind, feeling as though the usually brief journey stretched into an eternity. However, upon reaching the next turn, she found herself at the foot of her building. She gestured towards Xiao Lian and Wang Kai, saying, "I've arrived. Take your time." Luo Jiao Jiao observed the pair. Despite their contrasting appearances, one tall and statuesque, the other petite and delicate, they appeared strikingly harmonious together. Once Luo Jiao Jiao departed, Xiao Lian gazed bashfully at Wang Kai, exclaiming, "Ai, could you give me a ride?" Wang Kai's eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness, his dark gaze clear and penetrating. "It's not far to your home. It would be good for you to exercise a bit," he replied, although Xiao Lian was reluctant to walk further. She relished the prospect of spending more time with Wang Kai. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with delight. In Chapter 40, it was revealed that she was Xiao Lian turned her face slightly, stealing glances at Wang Kai. The boy beside her, clad in his school uniform, stood tall with a cool demeanor. His refined features, high nose, and gently pressed lips captivated her, rendering the 38-year-old Xiao Lian momentarily spellbound. Wang Kai, noticing the unabashed gaze directed at him, took larger strides. Xiao Lian struggled to keep pace, transitioning from a leisurely walk to a labored jog. Her delicate body, unaccustomed to such exertion, protested. Breathless, she called out, "Ai, I can't keep up with you." Wang Kai halted his stride, and Xiao Lian's heart leaped with joy. Did this mean he would let her ride? Just as she was about to smile and insist that she was not so fragile, Wang Kai swung his long legs onto the bike, leaving her with a casual remark, "Then take your time walking." Jolien stood in stunned silence as Wang Kai walked away. "Lian," a feminine voice called out to her. "Oh, Mom?" Jolien turned to see her mother behind her, holding a basket of groceries. "Lian, today I bought your favorite chicken wings," her mother announced cheerfully, a plump woman dressed in a blue dress with medium-length hair. Jolien felt a complex mix of love and resentment towards her parents. She cherished their care since childhood, but resented their insistence on her breaking up with her boyfriend once they learned of her romance. They insisted she focus on her studies, even though she had no particular talent for academics. Ultimately, they urged her to secure a good job and lead a stable life. This time, Jolien was determined not to let them discover her relationship. She would wait until she married Wang Kai and was living a good life before revealing the truth to them. Jolien linked arms with her mother, smiling. Her mother glanced at her daughter and tentatively asked, "Is that boy you were just walking with from your school?" Jolien's heart skipped a beat, and her mind raced to concoct a plausible excuse. "Yes, he is Aunt Lan's nephew, just transferred here. Aunt Lan asked me to look after him." Her mother had previously heard about Jolien assisting a wealthy lady, and although the two families lived relatively close, their social standings differed significantly. One was the wealthiest family in Shoucheng, while the other was a modestly comfortable household. Her mother seemed to accept this explanation, as she was familiar with the local community and could easily verify it. Yet, she couldn't help but admonish her daughter, if you have that much free time, you might as well spend it reading more." Jolien felt a surge of irritation and replied nonchalantly, "I know, Mom." Xiaoma dotes on her only daughter with great affection. Today, the prices of groceries have risen again. Disputes arise between families. And soon one of the daughters-in-law will give birth, necessitating the tradition of gifting congratulatory money. These remarks evoke memories of Xiao Lian's past life, a constant cycle of trivial matters. Xiao Lian's expression darkens. Noticing her daughter's discomfort, Xiao Ma inquires with concern, Lian, are you feeling unwell?" Xiao Lian, weary of her mother's mundane chatter, nods and replies, "I think I might have a bit of a headache." She follows Xiao Ma into the room, places her backpack on a chair, and retrieves her assignments for the day. She first copies the questions into her workbook before meticulously solving them step by step on a piece of scrap paper. As soon as she reads the questions, a clear sequence of solutions forms in her mind. The homework is not extensive, and within half an hour, she has completed it. Xiao Lian carefully puts her workbook away in her backpack, ensuring she does not forget it. With her assignments finished, she realizes she is a bit hungry. This evening, she plans to indulge in a bowl of noodles with sauce. The preparation is straightforward. She first immerses the noodles in boiling water until they are cooked, then retrieves them with chopsticks. After draining the water, she places the noodles in a bowl and adds a touch of sauce. With a thorough mix, the noodles become distinct and coated in a tantalizing sauce, ready to be savored. Xiao Lian takes a napkin and places it on the table, then sets the bowl of noodles down. She picks up a steaming strand of noodles, blows on it gently, and after ascertaining it is not too hot, takes a bite. The noodles possess a delightful chewiness, complemented by the savory sauce, creating an exquisite flavor. With a cheerful disposition, Xiao Lian relishes her meal, finding that with each satisfying bite, her worries dissipate into thin air. Chapter 41. Experiencing the flavor of genius after satisfying her hunger, Luo Jiao Jiao gently rubbed her slightly protruding belly. Once she tidied up the modest kitchen, her enthusiasm for learning surged even further. Settling down, she reopened her textbooks. At this point, Luo Jiao Jiao had already caught up with the current academic pace. With her remarkable memory coupled with subconscious comprehension, tackling problems became remarkably efficient. As she immersed herself in her studies, time slipped away unnoticed until the sun quietly set and night enveloped the surroundings. It was only when the dimness of the room began to weigh upon her that she suddenly realized it had grown dark. Luo Jiao Jiao turned on the room's light. Momentarily blinded by the stark brightness, instinctively squinting. Once her eyes adjusted, she filled a bucket with water, plugged in the electricity, and noted how, from just past 6 to now 8, in a mere 2 hours, she had already comprehended the majority of her mathematics textbook for the semester. At last, she savored the essence of genius. A wave of exhilaration washed over her, and she couldn't help but chuckle. It was then that the slight disarray of her room caught her eye. She had neglected to tidy it for over a week. Her hands, almost acting of their own volition, began to organize. Without further ado, she retrieved her several school uniforms from the hanger and neatly folded them. What began as a simple tidying up quickly turned into a more extensive endeavor. After arranging her clothes, she grouped miscellaneous items together and even pulled out a box from beneath her bed. It was a locked case. A sequence of numbers flashed in her mind, and she attempted to unlock it using this combination. As expected, the code was correct. Upon opening the 28-inch suitcase, the narrow space beside the bed was completely occupied. Luo Jiao Jiao glanced at the garments within the suitcase, a spring-autumn coat, 2 knitted sweaters in different hues, and 2 sets of winter school uniforms. Upon seeing the light blue and pale pink sweaters, she recognized them as hand-knitted by Luo Yu, who worried about her feeling cold in winter. The fabric was pleasantly soft, and the simple design made it versatile enough to pair with various outfits. The suitcase contained no other items, save for some bedding meant for replacement. She recalled that it had been half a month since she last changed the sheets. Luo Jiao Jiao retrieved the clean bedding, removed the sheets from the bed, and took off the pillow from its case. After replacing them with fresh linens, she placed the soiled items into a basin. At that moment, the bathwater had also heated up. She decided to place some temporarily unnecessary items back into the suitcase. Luo Jiao Jiao intended to finish tidying her room before bathing, to avoid getting dust on herself after a shower. Although she had organized her desk previously, she took the opportunity to tidy it up once more, sorting out miscellaneous books from her first year of high school while keeping only the essential ones. She packed these books into a bag, planning to take them downstairs the following morning to sell as scrap to her landlady. Continuing her task, she mopped every corner of the room until it sparkled with cleanliness. After completing these chores, the room appeared neat and orderly. Luo Jiao Jiao twisted her stiff neck. The hot water was still quite scalding. She then took her pajamas and a towel, indulging in a soothing hot shower. After bathing, she felt significantly more relaxed. Once she had washed her clothes and hung them outside the window to dry, she soaked the sheets in water, added some laundry detergent, and scrubbed them several times. After disposing of the dirty water and rinsing with clean water twice, Luo Jiao Jiao finally took out 2 hangers to drape her clothes. Once the trivial tasks were completed, she glanced at her phone to check the time, which read 9:47. She decided to rest early, believing that a good night's sleep would invigorate her for the next day's studies. After turning off the lights, she inhaled the faint scent of sunlight and laundry detergent from her bed and soon drifted into slumber. In stark contrast to Luo Jiao Jiao's tranquility, Yi Shaofan was engulfed in turmoil that day. Chapter 42. The chubby boy is captured. After school, Yi Shaofan hurried to the location where she had previously sought the chubby boy. Yet, no matter how fervently she knocked on the door, silence prevailed within. Her heart gradually sank. "Young girl, are you looking for the occupant of this room?" A boisterous voice startled Yi Shaofan. It belonged to a short, stout woman in her 40s, with a long face that bore a fierce expression, indicating she was not one to be trifled with. Although Yi Shaofan was uncertain how this woman saw through her disguise as a young girl, she remained polite and inquired, "Auntie, do you know where this person has gone?" The long-faced woman regarded Yi Shaofan with a discerning gaze. Just by observing Yi Shaofan's all-black attire, She deduced that this individual was not of good character. Besides, what decent person would associate with the chubby boy? With a disdainful look, the woman replied, "Where else could he go? He must have been caught by the police for doing something bad. Having such a tenant is truly a misfortune of 8 generations." Just as she was lamenting, the woman suddenly had a thought. "Ah, young lady, since you are a friend of the chubby fellow, perhaps you could assist him in settling the 2 months' rent he owes me." Upon hearing that the chubby fellow had been apprehended by the police, Yi Xiaofan felt a chill sweep over her limbs. Xiao Lian had not deceived her. The chubby fellow was indeed in custody. What if, just what if, he divulged information about himself? Yi Xiaofan dared not contemplate the consequences. Overwhelmed by this revelation, she paled and uttered, "I do not know him," before pushing past the ant and hastily departing. The ant watched as Yi Xiaofan hurried away, spitting disdainfully onto the ground. What kind of person is she? Surely, she must be the old flame of that hefty imbecile. After changing into her school uniform in the public restroom, Yi Xiaofan discarded her previous attire into the trash bin. This morning, unlike the usual bright sunshine, the sky outside was shrouded in a gray haze, with the wind rustling through the branches. It was evident that rain was imminent. Luo Jiao Jiao quickly gathered her clothes indoors and secured the windows tightly before attending to her morning routine. As she prepared to leave, she carried the assortment of miscellaneous books she had organized the previous day down the stairs. Upon reaching the first floor, she spotted a tidy elderly lady seated in the courtyard. The lady's hair was a mix of white and gray. Her face exuded warmth, and her eyes still sparkled with vitality. Luo Jiao Jiao approached the old woman and placed the books beside her. "Landlady, these books are no longer needed. I am giving them to you for recycling." The elderly lady nodded in acknowledgement, smiling. "Dear girl, off to school, are you?" Luo Jiao Jiao chuckled softly. "Indeed. It seems it will rain. Do you have an umbrella, dear?" The elderly lady felt a fondness for this young girl, whose complexion was as fair and tender as that of her own little granddaughter. The elderly woman, speaking Mandarin with a regional dialect, conveyed her concern. Luo Jiao Jiao regarded her with the utmost respect, treating her as a senior. "It's in my backpack," she replied, aware of Luo Jiao Jiao's urgency to attend school. The old lady refrained from prolonging the conversation. Upon opening the door, Luo Jiao Jiao was taken aback to find Wang Kai alone. "Did Xiaolian not accompany you?" she inquired. Wang Kai's expression darkened noticeably. "Let's go." Observing his frosty demeanor, Luo Jiao Jiao hesitated to ask further. As they walked, Wang Kai uttered an unexpected remark. "The fat man has already been captured." Luo Jiao Jiao paused, bewildered. "The fat man?" Then it dawned on her that he was referring to the individual bribed by Yi Xiaofan to harm her. Indeed, justice had been served. She expressed her gratitude to Wang Kai, saying, "Thank you." The events of that day had left a psychological mark on her. After all, lacking self-defense skills could be perilous, especially with numerous adversaries lurking nearby. "You needn't trouble yourself with picking me up from school anymore," she sincerely acknowledged. Wang Kai, inscrutable, merely responded with a non-committal grunt. Chapter 43. Fractures in friendship. Time passed swiftly, marking the second week of Luo Jiao Jiao's presence in this world. Today was Friday, and tomorrow was the day she had arranged with Yu Mei and Yu Li for part-time work. Just as they completed their exercises, a light drizzle began to fall, prompting Lin Yu to promptly dismiss the class. As Luo Jiaojiu detached from her classmates, intending to seek out Yu Mei and Yu Li, her clothing was caught by someone. Sun Yunyan gazed at Luo Jiaojiao with eager eyes, timidly asking, "Jiao, may I play with you?" This time, she took the initiative to suggest it, which signifies considerable progress. "Let us go. I was just about to seek out my friends." Luo Jiaojiao grasped her chubby little hand, and Sun Yunyan beamed with joy, her round face adorned with a cheerful smile. Previously, Yu Mei and Yu Li had brought Jiao Jiao to their classroom, so this time, Luo Jiaojiao effortlessly found her way to Yu Mei and Yu Li's class. She lightly tapped on the door. Some classmates turned to look in response to the sound, while the shy Sun Yunyan concealed herself behind Luo Jiaojiao. However, Luo Jiaojiao's slender figure could hardly provide adequate cover. Luo Jiaojiao had already spotted the twin sisters. Engrossed in their books, yet out of courtesy, she refrained from entering directly. Instead, she offered a gentle smile to a nearby classmate. "Excuse me. Could you kindly call Yu Mei and Yu Li for me?" "Thank you." The male classmate, taken aback by the goddess addressing him, and with such a sweet smile, found his mind in a muddle, of course. Subsequently, he felt a surge of embarrassment at having acted so foolishly in front of her, his neck flushing a deep red. Nevertheless, he promptly approached Yu Mei and Yu Li's desk and knocked. "Someone is looking for you. Curious about who it might be." Yumei turned to the classroom door and was pleasantly surprised to see Luo Jiao Jiao. She nudged Yuli with her hand. Yuli, impatient, swatted Yumei's hand away. What are you doing? Yumei pouted. Jiao Jiao has come to find us. If you choose not to go, that's your decision. I shall. Upon hearing Jiao Jiao's name, Yuli finally lifted her gaze from her book. Where is she? Yumei rose from her seat, smiling as she made her way to the door. Jiao Jiao. Yuli followed closely behind Yumei and soon spotted Luo Jiao Jiao at the entrance. Luo Jiao Jiao was enveloped in a warm embrace from Yumei, Mimi, Lily. Yuli curiously gazed at Sun Yunyun, who stood behind Luo Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, who is this? Sun Yunyun felt the weight of their scrutiny, her plump figure wishing for a gap to slip into. Luo Jiao Jiao grasped Sun Yunyun's hand from behind, positioning her beside herself, revealing the shy girl who had been hiding. Sun Yunyun, feeling flustered, clutched Luo Jiao Jiao tightly. Luo Jiao Jiao introduced them. Mei Li, this is my classmate, Sun Yunyun, a very lovely girl. Although Yumei and Yuli were taken aback by Sun Yunyun's size, they smiled warmly at her. Hello, Sun Yunyun. Luo Jiao Jiao continued with the introductions. Yunyun, these are my two good friends, Yumei and Yuli. As Luo Jiao Jiao held her hand, Sun Yunyun felt a surge of courage emanating from her companion. She lifted her head and softly greeted, hello. In the past few days, Luo Jiao Jiao had learned about Sun Yunyun. Once, she had not been as overweight. However, due to illness and the hormone treatment she underwent, her body had accumulated weight. This was the reason why, despite her family's decent circumstances, she had few friends. During these formative years, her peers often lacked the sensitivity to others' feelings, frequently using Sun Yunyun's weight as a source of amusement, which only deepened her feelings of inferiority and timidity. As an adult, Luo Jiao Jiao was far more understanding, and thus, Sun Yunyun felt a profound sense of security in her presence, relying heavily on her. Once the introductions were complete, Luo Jiao Jiao inquired of Yumei and Yuli, which CAF are we going to tomorrow? At the mention of this, the initially exuberant Yumei and Yuli's spirits waned. Yuli averted her gaze, unable to meet Luo Jiao Jiao's eyes. Yumei, with a pouting expression, murmured, Jiao Jiao, Li and I can't go. My parents insist that students should behave like students, so we have to stay home and study. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiao Jiao felt a sense of relief, her smile unwavering. That is simply your uncle and aunt's concern for you. Yuli understood that her parents did not want her and her sister to accompany Luo Jiao Jiao on her part-time job. She had overheard her mother discreetly telling her father that it would be acceptable for them to study alongside Luo Jiao Jiao. But joining her in a job would only distract them from their studies. They had been reminded that while relaxation was allowed each week, their studies should remain a priority. Unlike Yumei, who naively believed their mother's intentions, Yuli recognized the underlying truth. Their mother clearly intended for them to focus on their studies rather than waste time socializing with Luo Jiao Jiao, especially now that classes had been assigned and subjects differentiated. Faced with such a pragmatic mother, Yuli felt too embarrassed to confront Luo Jiao Jiao. Guilt-ridden, she said to Luo Jiao Jiao, I'm sorry. Luo Jiao Jiao, filled with mixed emotions, did not hold it against them. Her own circumstances were dictated by necessity. Although the Yu family was not particularly affluent, they were certainly capable of raising two daughters. Moreover, the sisters had always treated her sincerely. Thus, Luo Jiao Jiao smiled, reassuringly, what are you talking about? It is indeed important to prioritize your studies. Chapter 44. I am your friend too. Luo Jiao Jiao understood the implications of their parents' words and comforted the sorrowful Yuli. Li, work hard, and we will both get into the same university. Confused and perplexed, Yumei could not comprehend the reason behind her sister's sudden sorrow. After all, she hadn't pilfered any of her secret stash for sweets. Yuli, observing Luo Jiao Jiao's nonchalance, felt a sense of relief and reassured her, Jiao Jiao, I shall always be your steadfast friend. Yumei nodded in agreement. So shall I. Sun Yunyun, feeling somewhat hesitant, subtly shifted her body, caught between words. Luo Jiao Jiao gently tucked the stray strands of hair that Yuli had let fall behind her ear, affirming, indeed. As they walked along, Sun Yunyun playfully beckoned Luo Jiao Jiao with her finger. Luo Jiao Jiao turned her gaze towards her, and Sun Yunyun's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she confessed, Jiao Jiao, I too am your friend. So please, do not be disheartened. Luo Jiao Jiao was taken aback. Truth be told, since arriving in this world, Luo Jiao Jiao had developed a profound bond with Yumei and Yuli. They had not only been the first to extend kindness towards her, but she genuinely regarded them as friends. However, due to circumstances involving their parents. Their relationship was destined to grow increasingly distant. Though she had buried her emotions deep within, she was surprised to find that Sun Yunyun had perceived her distress. Sun Yunyun possessed a keen sensitivity to the feelings of others, despite Luo Jiao Jiao's efforts to conceal her own. Yet, gazing at Luo Jiao Jiao's radiant smile, Sun Yunyun could still sense her underlying disappointment. A genuine smile blossomed from the depths of Luo Jiao Jiao's heart as she replied, "All right." Sun Yunyun beamed in return. The two paused for a moment, but soon the school bell rang, signaling the end of their conversation. Luo Jiao Jiao glanced around, taking stock of her surroundings. Wang Kai sat upright, his desk already adorned with textbooks. Taking her seat, Luo Jiao Jiao retrieved her own books from the drawer. The teacher, Lin Yi, possessed a charming wit, making the lessons captivating and engaging. "Now, let a few students come forward to solve these problems," he announced. Lin Yi cheerfully noted down a few names, among which was Luo Jiao Jiao. Picking up a piece of chalk, Luo Jiao Jiao carefully examined the problem before swiftly writing down her answers. Lin Yi had deliberately crafted questions that emphasized the key points of the lesson, rendering them more challenging than those in the textbook. As he strolled around, he occasionally glanced at how his classmates were progressing. When he paused beside Wang Kai, he noticed that several answers had already been pinned in his draft book. Lin Yi patted his shoulder, saying, "Well done." Wang Kai did not even lift his gaze. Luo Jiao Jiao noticed Lin Yi standing next to Wang Kai. After sitting down, she diligently copied down other problems to practice. Observing that the young girl had completed her work so swiftly, Lin Yi glanced at the blackboard. He rubbed the tip of his nose, pondering whether he had made the questions too easy, as one or two students had finished them with surprising ease. If his other classmates could hear Lin Yi's thoughts, they would undoubtedly scoff at him. Although the remaining students were a tad slower than Luo Jiao Jiao, they too managed to finish and submit their work. Lin Yi clapped his hands, announcing, "Excellent, now everyone, please put down your pens and follow me for the explanation." Luo Jiao Jiao had also completed all her answers and set her pen down. Cunning as a fox, Lin Yu had meticulously constructed numerous traps within the questions for his students. Thus, many of the answers submitted by others contained errors and misconceptions. Yet, remarkably, Lin Yu found no fault in Luo Jiao Jiao's solution. He praised the class for learning from Luo Jiao Jiao's meticulousness. Those who had faced various setbacks cast admiring glances at her. Xiao Lian, with her pen gripped tightly in hand, felt a mix of emotions. Meanwhile, Luo Jiao Jiao remained composed and unruffled. As Lin Yi glanced at the time, he assigned today as homework and, with a beaming smile, brought forth delightful news for his students. He deliberately piqued their curiosity. "If you all perform well, I might just share a piece of good news ahead of schedule." Although it was merely a matter of an afternoon, a mischievous glimmer danced in Lin Yi's eyes. Chapter 45. Good news? Those classmates who were gradually getting to know Lin Yi were skeptical about the authenticity of his so-called good news. However, his enigmatic demeanor stirred their curiosity. Akin to a cat's playful scratching, the enthusiastic students in the back row began to cheer. "Teacher, what is the good news? Is there a power outage this afternoon? A half-day off?" Lin Yi feigned exasperation, shaking his head at their lack of ambition. His comedic antics elicited a chuckle from Luo Jiao Jiao, who couldn't help but find joy in having such a lively homeroom teacher. No longer holding back, Lin Yi announced, "Next month, there will be a physics and chemistry competition in Zhou City. Interested students can come to me for a registration form." He glanced down at the materials in his hands and continued, "The school will conduct an exam for those who register, ultimately selecting 15 students to compete in the citywide tournament." After a moment of contemplation, Luo Jiao Jiao stepped up to collect a registration form. She examined it earnestly, her gaze captivated by the enticing prizes below. The first-place scholarship amounted to 50,000. The second place offered 30,000. Even third place boasted a scholarship of 10,000. How extravagant! Luo Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled, and she quickly filled in her information. For her, the allure lay in the scholarship. Many students have enrolled, as the prestige of this competition is quite significant. Securing a place not only brings honor to oneself but also to the school, does it not? Lin Yi observed Wang Kai sitting comfortably below, showing no inclination to sign up. A smile crept upon Lin Yi's lips, his gaze intensifying. He picked up a registration form and approached Wang Kai's seat. "Wang Kai, as the representative for our mathematics class, you ought to set an example for your peers," Lin Yi remarked with a grin. Hearing this, Wang Kai accepted the form from Lin Yi's hand. Lin Yi continued to smile, relieved that he knew the lad possessed a strong sense of responsibility. As class representative, he would respond to any necessary tasks. The bell signaling the end of class rang. In the science class, the majority were boys. In Luo Jiao Jiao's class, there were only about 10 girls, while the remaining 30 or so were boys. Xiao Lian smiled gently from the side. I believe AE will surely win the championship, although she couldn't quite recall the events that transpired during this time. She knew that years later, Wang Kai would emerge as a technological magnate. Such minor competitions would be a mere trifle for him. She remembered the female protagonist as a shy girl. How different she seemed now. Luo Jiao Jiao categorized this as a mere fictional narrative, diverging significantly from reality. Xiao Lian chose not to enroll, fully aware of her own abilities. She recalled the day of the subject examination when, despite her mind being a blank slate, her body instinctively produced answers. Although she ranked at the bottom of the class, Xiao Lian's confidence remained undiminished. She believed that fate had granted her a second chance to rectify the regrets of her youth, and of course, to confront any adversaries with fervor. Although she had not officially registered, she had already joined the student council and was making quite a splash in her recent days there. Luo Jiao Jiao resolved to earn a scholarship, thus abandoning her plan to work part-time the following day. She became increasingly diligent in her studies, filling her days with purpose. Until school was dismissed. In the southern region, the weather is often either dry or rainy. Once it begins to rain, it tends to persist for several days. The damp ground had begun to flood. Observing the situation, Luo Jiao Jiao rolled up the cuffs of her pants and retrieved her umbrella from her backpack. Just as she was about to step outside, she caught sight of a figure braving the rain. She called out, Wang Kai. Hearing someone call his name, Wang Kai paused. Glancing over, he saw Luo Jiao Jiao hastening towards him, clad in her uniform jacket. Did you forget your umbrella? She inquired. Wang Kai awkwardly replied with a grunt. To Luo Jiao Jiao's surprise, beneath his cool demeanor, there was a hint of bashfulness, a striking contrast. Is this what they call cuteness in contrast? Indeed, it was quite endearing. She chuckled to herself. Chapter 46. He caught a cold. Wang Kai had intended to bring an umbrella when he left home, but to his dismay, he could not find it after school. It was likely left behind at home. After a moment's thought, Luo Jiao Jiao offered him her blue umbrella, saying, You can borrow this. Getting drenched will easily lead to a cold. Wang Kai glanced at the umbrella in her hand, then at her slender figure. No need, he replied, sensing that she was more susceptible to catching a cold. Luo Jiao Jiao had initially planned to lend her umbrella to Wang Kai and then borrow another from someone else, as there were plenty of boarders at the school. But why was Wang Kai so stubborn? Before Luo Jiao Jiao could say another word, Wang Kai had already dashed into the rain. Luo Jiao Jiao gazed at the gentle drizzle, sighing softly. The scene of her rejection had caught Xiao Lian's eye. Who couldn't he help but smirk? Ah, Luo Jiao Jiao, continue your struggles, she mused, for in the end, it is all for her benefit. Then she hung the thoughts by the window. Luo Jiao Jiao swiftly prepared a steaming bowl of noodles, topped with a fried egg. After consuming the hearty meal, she felt invigorated once more. The rain persisted throughout Saturday and Sunday, leaving her to review her study materials and read. It was not until Monday that the skies finally cleared. Luo Jiao Jiao donned her shoes, which had been airing by the window, exclaiming, At last, the rain has ceased. While she relished the sound of rain as she drifted into slumber, venturing out in the rain was rather inconvenient. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she stepped out with renewed vitality. At the bun shop downstairs, she purchased 2 meat buns. The proprietress, upon giving her change, cheerfully inquired, Sister, what year are you in? Recognizing her school uniform, she understood that Luo Jiao Jiao was a student from Zhouqing No. 1 High School. Observing Luo's delicate and innocent demeanor stirred a longing within the proprietress. Perhaps she should have another daughter. Yet, as she recalled her burly, dark-skinned husband and their 2 similarly dark-skinned children, she dismissed the thought. What if the daughter resembles her father? That would be a cause for tears, she chuckled to herself. Luo Jiao Jiao, meanwhile, was savoring the buns, relishing her first purchase at this shop. The flavor was delightful, with a satisfying chew, abundant juice, and savory meat, all in a generous size. The price was quite reasonable as well, only 5 yuan for 2 buns. Perhaps it was due to the proprietress being from the northeast. She pondered whimsically. Upon entering the classroom, most students had already arrived, each engrossed in their studies. Luo Jiao Jiao couldn't help but acknowledge that in such a scholarly atmosphere, it was challenging not to feel the urge to learn. It reminded her of her previous job, where if one left work punctually while others were burning the midnight oil, it would seem rather peculiar. Fortunately, Luo Jiao Jiao felt no academic pressure. She settled into her seat, and before she could even get comfortable, she heard Xiao Lian's sweet voice. Ai, are you feeling unwell? Ai, wasn't that Wang Kai? Wang Kai, showing signs of impatience, snapped, be quiet. Xiao Yin pouted in discontent, but refrained from further comments. Luo Jiao Jiao noticed the slight flush on Wang Kai's nose. Was he coming down with a cold? She silently criticized him. I told you to use an umbrella. Now look at you. Those who are handsome seem to possess a captivating allure even in sickness. Luo Jiao Jiao observed that most of the girls in her class were stealing glances at Wang Kai, with only herself and Sun Yunyun, who had an affinity for snacks, excluded from the throng. Indeed, the idol of countless young maidens. As she held her water cup, preparing to fetch some water, a deep, hoarse voice called out to her, Luo Jiao Jiao. Wang Kai produced his black water cup and requested, please fetch me some water. Nodding in acknowledgement, she took his cup and made her way to the hallway to get hot water. She carefully twisted the cap back on. At the entrance of the corridor stood two girls who blocked her path. Oh, so you are the school beauty, Luo Jiao Jiao? Not that impressive. One girl with curly hair, tall stature, and a short skirt remarked, narrowing her eyes. Indeed, the one rushing to confess to the school heartthrob, the other chimed in, sporting medium-length curly hair and a fuller, rounder face. As Luo Jiao Jiao observed the demeanor of the girls before her, she sensed they were there to provoke. Every school has its share of students who merely drift through, and Shoqing No. 1 High School was no exception. Luo Jiaojiu did not recognize them. She harbored no desire for conflict, yet she was not afraid of it either. With a slight arch of her brow, she regarded the two girls with a bemused expression and inquired slowly, is there something you wish to discuss? The students passing by dared not utter a sound, fearful that they might be the next targets. Yu Xiangwei was taken aback by Luo Jiaojiao's audacity. However, as the queen bee of No. 1 High School, she had never been intimidated by anyone. I am here to inform you that Wang Kai is not someone you can covet. Luo Jiaojiao blinked in surprise. Was the topic shifting to Wang Kai once more? Yu Xiangwei's companion, Lu Mo, nodded in affirmation. Luo Jiaojiao slowly acknowledged this, feigning comprehension, and asked, is Wang Kai your boyfriend? Yu Xiangwei's face flushed suddenly, stammering in embarrassment. What are you saying? Luo Jiaojiao raised her voice. Isn't he? I thought the legitimate girlfriend had come to assert her claim. When she uttered, I thought the legitimate girlfriend had come to assert her claim, her tone dripped with sarcasm and regret. Passers-by were amused by Luo Jiaojiao's playful manner. Yu Xiangwei glared at her furiously. Seeing her friend ridiculed, Lu Mo erupted with anger. Addressing the onlookers fiercely, what are you laughing at? What is so funny? Amidst this, a boisterous male voice erupted in laughter. Lu Mo turned to see who it was, ready to unleash a torrent of insults, only to swallow her words upon recognizing the individual. Yu Xiangwei was both furious and humiliated, her words caught in her throat. Unable to complete her thought, Luo Jiaoji was curious. Who was it that rendered these two fierce girls speechless? Dressed in a blue and white school uniform, the boy possessed elongated, almond-shaped eyes and a prominent nose, exuding an air of arrogance as he laughed heartily. This individual was none other than Qin Yu, the school bully and the second male lead. The terms flashed through Luo Jiaojiao's mind. Qin Yu scrutinized Luo Jiaojiao with great interest, his tone flippant. Little girl, are you the one who made my sister's nostrils flare with anger? At that moment, Yu Xiangwei was seething, her ire directed not at Luo Jiaoji, but at Qin Yu. Qin Yu, who are you calling fiery nostriled? Yu Xiangwei shouted in fury. Surprisingly, Yu Xiangwei's companion, Lu Mo, interjected softly, attempting to soothe her. Wei. Don't be upset. I believe Brother Qin didn't mean it that way. Observing Lu Mo's demeanor, Luo Jiaojiao understood the underlying dynamics. With little interest in prolonging the encounter, she declared, I'm busy studying, thank you, as she walked past Qin Yu. Just then, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure, but upon closer inspection, she found no one she recognized. Qin Yu stifled a chuckle, finding the girl quite intriguing. He raised an eyebrow, grinning. Go ahead, report me. If you do, I'll tell Uncle that you've been using foul language and bullying classmates at school. Come on, let us hurt each other. Yu Xiangwei gasped, feeling a tightness in her chest, prompting Lu Mo to quickly help her regain her composure, chiding, Brother Chun. With a sigh of resignation, Qin Yu acknowledged that this little girl was prone to anger. Nevertheless, a true gentleman knows when to yield. All right. This time I promise not to tell Uncle, he murmured, gently touching the tip of his nose. Yu Xiangwei pouted and huffed, pulling Lu Mo along as they departed. Chapter 47. The unruly boy Luo Jiaojiao could not fathom why the notorious school queen from Yizhong had set her sights on her. Unbeknownst to her, this was a cunning trap laid by Yi Xiaofan. He had heard whispers that the school queen had developed an infatuation with the newly transferred student. Thus, she deliberately strolled in front of Yu Xiangwei with friends, proclaiming that Luo Jiao Jiao was relentlessly pursuing the campus heartthrob and had even confessed her feelings, only to be rejected. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yu Xiangwei stormed off in a fit of fury. Concealed among the crowd, Luo Jiao Jiao anticipated a spectacle, only to be unexpectedly thwarted by Chen Yu. Had it not been for her quick reflexes, she might have been discovered by Luo Jiao Jiao. Missing this opportunity would make it exceedingly difficult for Yi Xiaofan to target Luo Jiao Jiao in the future. Wang Kai, having taken some glucose from the infirmary, felt a resurgence of strength. Observing Wang Kai's unsteady gait, Luo Jiao Jiao could not restrain herself from inquiring, "Are you all right?" Their eyes met, and Wang Kai sniffled. "Do you have a tissue?" Luo Jiao Jiao nodded lightly and retrieved a pack of tissues from the drawer. Wang Kai took out a tissue to wipe his nose. Luo Jiao Jiao found herself in a daze. Why was the male lead unwell? And why did he appear so endearing in his illness? Wang Kai borrowed not just a single tissue, but the entire pack. Luo Jiao Jiao transitioned from astonishment to a serene acceptance as she listened to the sounds of him wiping his nose. Wang Kai found it peculiar. Despite his robust constitution, he rarely suffered from colds or fevers. Who would have thought that a mere drizzle could lead to such an ailment? Ever since that light rain, the temperature in Zhou City had begun to plummet. Just the day before, he had donned short sleeves and a skirt. The following day, he was compelled to switch to long trousers and don a jacket. 2 days later, Wang Kai's cold had nearly subsided. On Wednesday, Linny notified all students registered for the competition to gather in the hall for the examination. Luo Jiao Jiao brought along several pens and a ruler. She noticed that, aside from his usual black fountain pen, Wang Kai had also brought 2 ballpoint pens, one of which was the very pen she had previously lent him. Aside from the different colors, the patterns were identical. Perhaps it was simply a matter of comfort, she mused. Upon arriving at the hall, Luo Jiao Jiao found a considerable number of students present. Following the seating arrangement provided by Lin Yi, she located her designated spot. With 8 science classes in total, each averaging 40 to 50 students, it was astonishing that over 200 participants had turned up for this competition. No wonder the examination was being held in such a spacious venue. There were even 10 invigilators, indicating the school's significant emphasis on this event. The principal, sporting a beer belly, took to the microphone to deliver a few lines, primarily urging the students to approach the examination with seriousness and diligence. As soon as the class bell rang, the principal promptly instructed the teachers to distribute the examination papers. The expansive hall was divided into 4 sections, each accommodating over 50 individuals, with 2 invigilators assigned to each area. The remaining 2 teachers roamed about, monitoring the proceedings. Once the examination papers were in her hands, Luo Jiao Jiao meticulously reviewed the questions, discovering that their difficulty was comparable to those set by Lin Yi. With a sense of assurance, she set her pen to paper, swiftly calculating on her draft sheet before recording her answers on the exam paper. In that vast space, silence reigned. Not a single voice was heard, save for the soft rustle of pens and the turning of pages. Even the footsteps of the teachers could be heard with remarkable clarity. The examination duration was 60 minutes. And for the first 30 minutes, every student was deeply engrossed in answering the questions. As the examination drew to a close, a few students began to express their restlessness. The chief invigilator spoke with authority. "Everyone, maintain silence. Those who create disturbances will have their scores invalidated." After completing the last question, Luo Jiao Jiao meticulously reviewed her answers from beginning to end. Once she confirmed that there were no omissions or errors, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. This exam did not allow for early submission, so as to avoid imposing psychological pressure on others. When the bell rang, the invigilator instructed everyone to remain seated until all papers had been collected before granting them a break. Some students tugged at their hair in frustration, while others exuded confidence. Luo Jiao Jiao remained composed and humble. When asked how she had performed, she modestly replied, "It was just average." The incredulous gaze of her peer left her feeling somewhat helpless. Was she expected to be flawless? Nevertheless, she had indeed found this exam manageable. Speaking of perfection, her eyes wandered to the left, landing on Wang Kai, who sat upright and composed. This subject was physics. Luo Jiao Jiao diligently worked through the problems, the knowledge she had acquired vividly resonating in her mind. She completed the exam with greater swiftness than before, double-checking her answers after finishing. Once the papers were collected, she took her meal card and headed to the cafeteria, opting for a lighter meal. After satisfying her hunger, Luo Jiao Jiao placed her tray in the designated area and prepared to take a leisurely stroll around the playground to aid digestion. Unexpectedly, a figure leaped out from the grass. Startled, Luo Jiao Jiao instinctively sidestepped. The individual, clad in the uniform of their school and sporting glasses with a face marked by acne, blocked her path again as she attempted to circumvent him. With a blue envelope in hand, he gazed at her intently and declared, "Jiao Jiao, I have feelings for you." Luo Jiao Jiao nearly bit her tongue in disbelief. With a flare of eloquence, she organized her thoughts. "Thank you for your affection. But we are still students and should prioritize our studies." The boy eagerly interrupted her, saying, "Jiao Jiao, you need not worry. I am already in my final year of high school. Once this semester concludes, I will start working, and I will earn money to support you." Luo Jiao Jiao nearly choked in astonishment. "Excuse me? We are not even acquainted, and you speak so intimately? Supporting me? Surely, it cannot come to that." Suppressing her laughter, Luo Jiao Jiao adopted a serious demeanor and addressed him, "Classmate. No, I should say senior, since you are an adult now. You ought to understand the importance of taking responsibility for your actions." Her heart raced as she spoke with measured composure. "I do not know you, nor do I require your support." The boy, somewhat agitated, shook his head. "No, Jiao Jiao, is it because you think I am poor? Is that why you refuse me?" Luo Jiaoji was astonished by his line of reasoning. To reject him is to disdain his financial status? She mentally assessed the women in his family. The playground was nearly deserted during the midday break. Luo Jiaojiao contemplated leaving, yet the boy appeared dazed, as if he might lunge at her at any moment. She felt paralyzed with fear. The boy gazed at her with a forlorn expression and continued speaking to himself. "Do you know? I have liked you for 2 years. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I wanted to confess, but I lacked the courage, fearing your rejection." Luo Jiaojiao found the situation increasingly unsettling. Her desire to escape intensified. Suddenly, the boy clutched his head and shouted, "It 1T happened. I 1T failed to enter university. My grades are poor. Do you look down on me for that? Are you not the most gentle campus belle? Then be my girlfriend." Luo Jiaojiao felt tears welling up. What sin had she committed to encounter a madman upon stepping outside? Just as the young man attempted to embrace her, she instinctively recoiled in terror. The boy, missing his target, appeared even more agitated. "Why are you avoiding me? Why?" Such a commotion had already attracted the attention of passers-by, and gradually, a crowd began to gather. Chapter 48. The heart of strengthening Luo Jiao Jiao instinctively adopted a defensive stance. Some individuals hurriedly dialed for help, while teachers intervened to counsel the young man. With a manic grin, he declared, "I no longer wish to live. Before I perish, I will take you with me." Luo Jiao Jiao's keen eyes caught sight of the glimmering silver knife in his hand. Her delicate face remained composed, lips pressed tightly together, yet a chill coursed through her veins. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, the young man lunged at her once more, knife raised high. Luo Jiao Jiao fixed her gaze upon his every movement, not daring to blink. Just as his hand neared her, she swiftly pivoted, delivering a forceful strike to the arm wielding the knife. Pain surged through him, causing the weapon to clatter to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Jiao Jiao gripped the young man and, utilizing his momentum, executed a backflip that sent him crashing to the ground. She locked her elbow around his neck, using her legs to firmly pin him down. Despite being restrained, the young man struggled against her hold. Realizing the situation, those around her quickly rushed to subdue him. Once he was securely pinned by the group, Luo Jiaojia relaxed her grip slightly. She kicked the knife away from the scene, only then becoming aware of the numbness and pain radiating through her arm. The police promptly arrived, restraining the young man with handcuffs. A gloved officer carefully placed the knife into a sealed evidence bag. An older officer, notebook in hand, began to inquire about the events that transpired. In a succinct and clear manner, Luo Jiao Jiao recounted the sequence of events. From the boy's initial appearance and his intent to commit murder with the knife, to her decisive intervention. The older officer, observing this 16-year-old girl, who had just experienced a fright yet remained composed and articulate, could not help but commend her, exclaiming that heroes indeed emerge from youth. Due to Luo Jiao Jiao's impending examination that afternoon and the presence of surveillance cameras, the police simply required her to visit the station at her convenience to provide a formal statement and sign a document. Acknowledging this, she nodded and retained the officer's contact number. News of the incident spread throughout the campus, with whispers of the school belle who had single-handedly subdued a criminal, both stunningly beautiful and fiercely brave. Unbeknownst to Luo Jiao Jiao, a video of her heroics had been uploaded online, igniting a wave of excitement across social media. Taking a sip of warm water, she felt her taut nerves begin to ease. It was then that Wang Kai quietly took a seat behind her, asking, "Are you all right?" Startled, Luo Jiao Jiao replied, "I'm perfectly fine. Aren't I here?" She smiled calmly, reflecting that this month had been nothing short of thrilling compared to her previous life. Wang Kai furrowed his brow, wanting to offer her comfort but unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Luo Jiao Jiao waved her hand dismissively, encouraging. "Good luck with the exams this afternoon." Wang Kai nodded lightly in response. The 2 afternoon examinations soon concluded, and Luo Jiao Jiao felt confident about her prospects in the upcoming competition. Once the call connected, she promptly spoke, "Officer Li?" After receiving a response, she introduced herself and recounted the events of the day. Due to her tight schedule, she wished to record this afternoon. After Officer Li informed her that she could head over now, Luo Jiao Jiao gathered her identification and small bag before departing. Unfamiliar with the police station, she opted for a motorcycle ride, costing her merely 5 yuan to reach her destination. Taking note of the route, she entered the police station, where a charming policewoman approached her, inquiring, "Little sister, what brings you here?" Luo Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of embarrassment at being addressed as little sister by someone seemingly of her own age. "I am here to see Officer Li," she replied. Upon closer inspection, the policewoman exclaimed in delight, "You are the campus belle who apprehended the assailant with bare hands at Yizhong, aren't you?" Confused, Luo Jiao Jiao watched as the policewoman could not resist pulling out her phone to showcase a video. The footage was somewhat shaky, revealing a slender girl successfully subduing a male attacker, adorned with a bold title, "Campus Belle Captures Assailant with Bare Hands." Dashing and impressive. In just a single afternoon, it had garnered thousands of likes and comments. Luo Jiao Jiao felt a bead of sweat trickle down her forehead. Was this fame? It came at the cost of her life. With a gentle smile, Luo Jiao Jiao asked the policewoman, "Could you assist me in contacting the individual to have the video removed?" The policewoman, an enthusiastic admirer, found the sweet and soft-spoken Luo Jiao Jiao utterly endearing. Whatever the darling wished for would be granted. The policewoman swiftly contacted the official police station account and the platform, which promptly cleared the video and its shares. Grateful, Luo Jiao Jiao expressed her thanks. "Thank you." The policewoman, now transformed into a devoted fan, responded, "It was nothing, really." This was the scene Officer Li encountered upon his arrival. The meticulous policewoman Gwen Na, typically so composed, now warmly welcomed the young girl, her jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. "Xiao Na." Coughing slightly, Officer Li's voice broke the moment, prompting Gwen Na to regain her composure, her expression turning neutral. "Oh, you were looking for Officer Li, right? He is right here." Officer Li chose to disregard the earlier scene and escorted Luo Jiao Jiao to the interrogation room, where 2 other young officers awaited. One had a square face and a buzz cut, bearing a serious demeanor, while the other was a handsome man with distinct features and tousled hair. Once seated, they reassured Luo Jiao Jiao to remain calm before commencing their questioning, which she answered consistently with the surveillance footage. The 3 officers exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, asking her to sign a document affirming the truthfulness of her statements. Luo Jiao Jiao signed her name, and Officer Li scrutinized the elegant and vigorous signature before speaking slowly. "The suspect has been taken to the hospital for a psychiatric evaluation. If he is indeed found to be mentally ill, he will not face legal repercussions, but will instead be committed to a mental health facility for treatment." A pained expression crossed Luo Jiao Jiao's face as she clenched her fists, then released them. "Yes, I understand. Is it not the case that as long as one can prove insanity, they evade legal responsibility? Even if it means feigning madness?" A bitter taste filled her mouth. She had once again brushed with death, while the perpetrator might escape unscathed. She felt a surge of indignation, yet what could she do? She felt so powerless now. The desire for a simple, tranquil life that once resided within her was now ignited into a fierce determination. She vowed to become exceptional, to grow strong. As Luo Jiao Jiao stepped out of the police station, the cold wind sent a shiver through her. No longer brimming with fervor, Luo Jiao Jiao finally comprehended the reason behind her ambition to ascend. She yearned for strength, yet she resolutely refused to take shortcuts. She intended to ascend step by step to a pinnacle where others could no longer easily wound her. With her aspirations meticulously defined, Luo Jiao Jiao resembled a pearl, its surface polished and gleaming, radiating brilliance. After returning home and having a light meal, she retired early to replenish her energy, determined to continue her diligent efforts the following day. After imparting today's lessons, Lin Yi, under the eager gaze of the students, gradually pronounced the names Luo Jiao Jiao, Wang Kai, Wu Ming. Upon hearing her own name first, Luo Jiao Jiao felt a surge of surprise. After reading out 8 names, Lin Yi smiled. Well done, class. Out of 15 slots, we have secured 8. Those not selected felt a pang of disappointment, but resolved to strive even harder. The chosen ones experienced a mix of joy and anxiety. After class, Lin Yi called for Luo Jiao Jiao to visit his office. She was puzzled as to why he sought her, yet obediently followed in his wake. Upon entering the office, she found other teachers present. When they saw Lin Yi accompanied by Luo Jiao Jiao, a middle-aged woman in a floral dress, slightly plump, greeted them with a forced smile. Director Lin. Isn't this one of your star students? Is she in for some reprimand? Chapter 49, School Compensation. Director Huang, the homeroom teacher of Class 2 in the science stream, had been the school's former star educator. However, ever since the school appointed Lin Yi this year, she had been relegated to a lesser position as a key class instructor. One should not underestimate such a seemingly trivial distinction. The disparity in benefits and resources provided by the school is stark. Consequently, Director Huang harbors a deep resentment towards Lin Yi. The two homeroom teachers engage in a fierce battle, exchanging sharp words. Luo Jiao Jiao quietly diminishes her presence. In this competition, Class 1 secured 8 slots, while Class 2 only garnered a mere 2. This truly exemplifies the phrase 2 in 1. Director Huang's face turns ashen as he is countered by Lin Yi. With admiration, Luo Jiao Jiao gazes at her homeroom teacher, impressed by their remarkable tenacity, striking without drawing blood. Lin Yi, noticing the glint in Luo Jiao Jiao's eyes, smiles gently and says, "Please take a seat. I wish to converse with you." Luo Jiao Jiao behaves cautiously, treading lightly. Lin Yi's smile remains warm as he addresses her. "You are Luo Jiao Jiao, correct? Though your name suggests gentleness, you are indeed a woman of strength." Luo Jiao Jiao responds with an awkward smile. Lin Yi then adopts a serious tone, stating, "Regarding yesterday's incident, the school will provide you with compensation." Luo Jiao Jiao listens intently, her gaze fixed on Lin Yi. "Therefore, I would like to understand what form of compensation you require." Lin Yi looks at Luo Jiao Jiao, who lowers her gaze in contemplation. After a moment, she raises her eyes to meet his, her tone tentative. "What about a full tuition waiver?" Lin Yi chuckles softly, though a flicker of light crosses his eyes. He recalls the details he had seen about Luo Jiao Jiao. She is an orphan. Seeing his silence, Luo Jiao Jiao fears her request may be too ambitious. After all, the tuition fees at Zhoucheng No. 1 High School are indeed substantial, especially for someone in her current situation. Each semester costs over 8,000. During her first year, due to her outstanding grades, her tuition was fully waived. However, now in her second year, she is still required to pay. The school offers a 2,000 subsidy, leaving her with over 6,000 still owed, a burden she continues to bear. Luo Jiaojia was taken aback. She had thought that merely being exempted from tuition for a semester was quite a favorable outcome. Lin Yi was acutely aware of the significant repercussions that Luo Jiaojiao's near injury at school could have on the institution. To say that a full tuition waiver was in order would be an understatement. Even a direct monetary compensation would have posed no problem. Furthermore, given that Zhou University is a century-old prestigious institution with substantial resources, such compensation would amount to mere trifles. Moreover, as one of his students, how could he not protect her, considering his own temperament? Sun Yunyun watched her anxiously. "Jiao Jiao, the teacher isn't looking for you about anything serious, is he?" In a buoyant mood, Luo Jiaojiao cupped Sun Yunyun's chubby cheeks in her hands and playfully squeezed them, smiling gently. "It's nothing at all." With that reassurance, Sun Yunyun felt a wave of relief wash over her. This was their first time spending time together. Previously, when Luo Jiaojiao had invited Sun Yunyun, the shy girl had hesitated. However, after Sun Yunyun learned about yesterday's incident, she insisted on treating Luo Jiaojiao to a meal at the cafeteria today. Pounding her chest proudly, Sun Yunyun proclaimed, "My grandmother always says that whenever something unfortunate occurs, or if one is feeling down, one should treat oneself." Observing her resolute demeanor, Luo Jiaojiao curiously inquired, "Yunyun, are you not a lot like your grandmother?" Sun Yunyun was taken aback, her eyes wide like a startled squirrel. "How did you know?" Luo Jiaojiao suppressed a chuckle. Sun Yunyun spoke of her grandmother with utmost admiration. "My grandmother, you see, not only loves to eat, but her culinary skills are exceptional. I believe I must have inherited my talent from her." Luo Jiaojiao listened intently. Soon they arrived at the cafeteria, where Luo Jiaojiao noticed an abundance of curious gazes directed her way, far more than the previous week. Luo Jiaojiao. At first, Sun Yunyun felt somewhat awkward. But upon observing Luo Jiaojiao's composed demeanor, she began to wonder if her initial discomfort was unwarranted. Thus, Sun Yunyan relaxed her mind. Soon, they were called to the table. Sun Yunyan first inquired about what Luo Jiao Jiao wished to eat. Luo Jiao Jiao scanned the menu and opted for a seemingly delectable spicy chicken, only to decline it afterwards. Observing Luo Jiao Jiao's refusal, Sun Yunyan waved her hand grandly and ordered 4 dishes, enough for 2 people. Luo Jiaoji was somewhat taken aback. After placing the food on the table, Sun Yunyan shyly glanced away. Worried that she might discourage Sun Yunyan, Luo Jiaoji quickly masked her surprise. Yet, she couldn't help but ask, "Will you be able to finish this?" After all, the amount of food was indeed substantial. Sun Yunyan scooped a generous spoonful of rice and devoured it in one bite, nodding in affirmation at Luo Jiao Jiao. As she ate, Luo Jiao Jiao observed Sun Yunyan, perhaps beginning to comprehend another reason for her friend's weight. It was likely due to childhood illnesses, where hormonal factors played a significant role, compounded by her family possibly overindulging her. Furthermore, such an impressive appetite could not have developed overnight. Luo Jiao Jiao's deductions were largely accurate. After their meal, Sun Yunyan shared stories about her beloved grandmother, who doted on her more than even her brother. Following her illness, her grandmother had been deeply concerned, concocting various medicinal dishes daily. After listening, Luo Jiao Jiao suggested, "Yun, you could gradually start to lose some weight. Being excessively overweight is not ideal. It can lead to health issues, and physical activity could even pose risks." Upon hearing the mention of dieting, Sun Yunyan quickly shook her head. Luo Jiao Jiao observed with concern how arduous it seemed for her to traverse from the classroom to the cafeteria. "Have you ever attempted to exercise for weight loss?" she inquired. Sun Yunyan merely shook her head, replying, "Exercising leaves me feeling quite unwell." Luo Jiao Jiao, witnessing her resistance, felt helpless. However, upon realizing that Luo Jiao Jiao had ceased her urging, Sun Yunyan's spirits lifted. "This way is also quite pleasant. I can indulge in my favorite foods and engage in activities I enjoy." Aside from confronting the peculiar gazes and mockery from others, Wang Kai was engrossed in an intriguing German book. As Luo Jiao Jiao settled down, she caught sight of the literary work in his hands, marveling inwardly. Such a prodigy. Last time it was French, and now German. What is it that he cannot master? Perhaps inspired by Wang Kai, Luo Jiao Jiao, who had intended to take a brief nap, retrieved her chemistry book and studied it diligently. Linny, wearing a smile akin to a gentle spring breeze, addressed the group. "Distinguished students, the competition is scheduled for the 10th of next month, which means we have 3 weeks remaining. To cultivate a more conducive learning environment, I propose that you form study teams of 4. Luo Jiao Jiao found Lin Yi's suggestion to be quite commendable. Observing the expressions of her classmates, Lin Yi noted that, aside from a few reluctant individuals unwilling to squander their precious time, the majority were amenable to the idea. Lin Yi, however, did not impose. "Of course, this is merely a suggestion. You are free to adopt whichever method suits your learning best, or even form study teams with classmates of your choosing." With this newfound autonomy, everyone was eager, knowing that self-selected teammates would undoubtedly be preferable to those assigned by a teacher. As Lin Yi beheld the unreserved expressions of these youthful learners, he was filled with nostalgia, reflecting on his own once innocent days. The school truly places great importance on this competition. Chapter 50. Joining the study group. After finishing his words, Lin Yi instructed the students to head to the playground. Luo Jiao Jiao was still contemplating forming a study group with one of her classmates when, as she descended the staircase, Wang Kai beside her spoke up. "Would you like to join our study group?" At first, Luo Jiao Jiao did not realize that Wang Kai was addressing her until her braid was playfully tugged. "Is he truly speaking to me?" Wang Kai's dark eyes fixed upon her. Luo Jiao Jiao. I said, "We've formed a study group. Would you like to join?" Wang Kai patiently reiterated his invitation. In that instant, Luo Jiao Jiao felt as if she were in a dream. How could such an academic prodigy invite her? Yet, it was indeed real. Luo Jiao Jiao quickly considered. Of course, it would be foolish not to lean on a golden thigh. In the previous competition, her score exceeded Wang Kai's by merely 2 points. Those extra points were only because Wang Kai's answers were too succinct, prompting Lin Yi to specifically advise him to elaborate on his steps. Wang Kai nonchalantly agreed. The following day, Luo Jiao Jiao discovered that the study group consisted not only of herself and Wang Kai, but also 3 other classmates, 2 boys and a girl. The petite girl with glasses was named Chi Mei, lively and cheerful, with a delightful dimple when she smiled. One of the boys was a chubby lad named Hiyong, while the other was a tall and slender boy named Su Su Hui. Luo Jiao Jiao recognized Su Hui's name. He was the future underling of a prominent figure. After exchanging greetings, Luo Jiao Jiao learned from He Yong that this study group was organized by Su Hui, and 3 classmates were unwilling to participate. They each exchanged contact information. Once the 5 of them arrived in the classroom, they noticed that several individuals were already present. Luo Jiao Jiao chose a seat with a good view. Before long, all 15 participants had gathered, and she was surprised to find that Yi Xiaofan was also among them. Yi Xiaofan caught Luo Jiao Jiao's gaze but remained silent, looking down. When the teacher entered, she observed that everyone was diligently engaged in reading and solving problems. Truly, these were the top students among the elite. She gracefully approached the podium, clapped her hands, and spoke crisply, "Students, please pause for a moment." The group ceased their activities and turned their attention to the individual at the front. The teacher wrote her name, Deng Wan, on the blackboard with chalk. With a smile, Deng Wan said, "My surname is Deng. You may address me as Teacher Deng. I will be your mathematics instructor, and I hope we can progress together in the coming time." Applause erupted. Deng Wan straightforwardly presented several problems on the board. Mathematics does not entail many tricks. I can tell you that practicing problems is the most effective method. Unlike the innovative and unique teaching methods of Lin Yi, Deng Wan's approach leaned more towards traditional textbooks. However, each method has its own ingenuity. Luo Jiao Jiao effortlessly calculated the answers. Deng Wan was quite pleased with everyone's performance. Furthermore, as today was Friday, the afternoon classes were cancelled. This meant that classes would only be held from Monday to Thursday afternoons, with the midday sessions proceeding as usual. After sharing this information, Deng Wan distributed the schedule for the upcoming week's classes before concluding the session. Standing beside Wang Kai, Su Hui spoke up. "Shall we study together at the library in Xingming Plaza tomorrow?" Chi Mei immediately responded, "Sounds great. I feel so distracted reading alone at home." He Yong nodded in agreement. Luo Jiao Jiao seemed to sense Wang Kai glance in her direction, yet he remained noncommittal. With a stoic expression, Wang Kai merely nodded. The 5 of them agreed to meet at Wenxing Bookstore next to Xingming Plaza at 10 o'clock the following morning. In the afternoon, the urgent bell rang, signaling the end of classes. Lin Yi offered no further remarks, simply reminding everyone to stay safe after school and wishing them a pleasant weekend. With those words, students, already prepared with their bags, eagerly surged toward the exit. Luo Jiao Jiao, with her backpack slung over her shoulders, found Chao Lian waiting for her with a smile. Wang Kai had already departed ahead of them. Luo Jiao Jiao pondered, bewildered as to why the female lead only chose to mingle with her supporting cast. Where had her childhood friend disappeared to? These thoughts lingered in her mind as silent complaints. As Chao Lian walked beside Luo Jiao Jiao, she inquired, "Jiao Jiao, how was the study class you attended today?" Luo Jiao Jiao, unsure of her intent, replied, "It was fine. The teachers were quite nice." Chao Lian's smile did not reach her eyes as she responded, "Oh, that's wonderful." As the two approached the school gate, Luo Jiao Jiao's gaze caught sight of 2 individuals. Noticing her attention, Chao Lian followed her line of sight and spotted Wang Kai and Lin Yi. A sense of secret satisfaction blossomed within Chao Lian. Surely, Luo Jiao Jiao harbored feelings for Wang Kai now. Now, she merely needs to remain patient, awaiting the moment when Luo Jiao Jiao entangles Wang Kai. And once Wang Kai grows weary of Luo Jiao Jiao, her moment of triumph shall arrive. "Jiao Jiao," Chao Lian called out. Luo Jiao Jiao looked at her in confusion. Chao Lian chuckled softly, "Jiao Jiao, you might not be aware, but Lin Yi is the classmate of Anti-AIE." Luo Jiao Jiao realized that Chao Lian had noticed her gaze upon Wang Kai. Was Lin Yi truly a classmate of Wang Kai's aunt? She indeed did not know. Observing the perplexed expression on Luo Jiao Jiao's face, Chao Lian could not help but smile. Although she had not managed to leave with Wang Kai this time, she still felt a sense of joy within. In her eyes, Luo Jiao Jiao was already a fish on the hook, merely awaiting to be reeled in. She retrieved all her money again. Last time, she had 880 yuan in cash. But after 2 weeks, she now had 776 yuan left. Since Lin Yi had provided her with 2 tuition-free receipts and recharged her meal card with 2,000 yuan, Luo Jiao Jiao's life had become considerably less burdensome. She intended to treat herself. With her little money in hand, Luo Jiao Jiao made her way towards the nearby KFC. Perhaps due to it being Friday and many students being on holiday, the establishment was packed, with a long queue formed outside. Observing this scene, Luo Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of hesitation. However, ultimately, she was overcome by the enticing aroma of fried chicken enveloping her. Quietly, she stood in line, After nearly half an hour, it was finally her turn to order. The staff politely asked, "Miss, would you like to order?" Having already decided what to buy while waiting, Luo Jiao Jiao swiftly ordered a bucket of wings. Choosing nothing else. The bucket of wings cost 39 yuan, containing 10 wings in total. Observing the meal she had shared with Luo Jiao Jiao, it appeared entirely indistinguishable. After packing up the food, Luo Jiao Jiao purchased a bottle of Sprite from a nearby shop. At that moment, she heard the sounds of a scuffle emanating from a desolate alleyway. Her curiosity piqued. She pressed herself against the wall, her heart racing. A group of thuggish individuals was mercilessly assaulting someone, a fellow student clad in the same school uniform as Luo Jiao Jiao, a student from Zhou City No. 1 high school. Despite her desire to turn a blind eye to the situation, Luo Jiao Jiao found it impossible to remain indifferent. No one else was aware of the unfolding drama, and there were no surveillance cameras in sight. Yet, she could not harden her heart to such brutality. Tension gripped her as she felt the urgency to act swiftly, fearing that the victim might be seriously harmed. In a moment of panic, a brilliant idea struck her. Chapter 51. Rescuing the besieged boy. Luo Jiao Jiao cautiously retreated, raising her voice to suppress her own panic as she exclaimed, "The police are coming! The police are coming!" After shouting, she deftly concealed herself amidst the discarded furniture, directing her phone, which had been recording all along, towards the alley's entrance. The gangsters, adorned in a riot of colors, reacted to her cries. A blond youth halted in his tracks, glancing nervously at a scarred red-haired man. "Boss, the police are coming." Upon hearing this, the red-haired assailant ceased his violent actions and spat at the ground near the crumpled figure clad in the Zhou City No. 1 high school uniform. "Kid, consider yourself fortunate today. Let's go." Following their leader's command, the rest of the gang ceased their assault and departed. Gradually, the young man, who had been curled up in a defensive position, began to unfurl himself. Sensing the excruciating pain radiating from various parts of his body, he lay flat on the ground. Breathing heavily, Luo Jiao Jiao cautiously observed 5 or 6 figures emerging from the alley through a narrow crack. After waiting for a minute or two, she finally ventured out. She concluded the recording on her phone and opened the already captured video. Though the resolution was not particularly high, the general features of those individuals were discernible. Luo Jiao Jiao felt a slight calmness wash over her. She picked up the bucket and the Sprite that she had placed on the ground. The man lying on the ground heard the footsteps approaching and turned his head to the side, his eyes fixed intently on the corner of the wall. In his large hand, he tightly gripped a sizable stone, poised to strike, with the corner of his mouth twisted into a sinister grin, blood seeping from his lips. Luo Jiao Jiao looked at the bloodied figure on the ground with concern. Carefully, she inquired, "Hey, are you all right?" As she slowly crouched down, noticing the rise and fall of his chest, her heart eased. Thankfully, he was still alive. Just as Luo Jiao Jiao took out her phone, preparing to call for help, her hand was suddenly seized. Her pupils dilated in shock as she stared at the person before her. The two were face to face, and to her astonishment, she recognized him, Qinyu. What was he doing here? Why was he being ambushed? A multitude of questions flooded Luo Jiao Jiao's mind as she gazed blankly at the man whose eyes glinted with a predatory gleam. Qinyu's elongated, phoenix-like eyes fixated on her. Her large, crystal-clear eyes reflected fear, her long, delicate lashes trembling slightly, and her rosy lips parted in astonishment. In an instant, Qinyu reverted to his carefree demeanor, greeting her with a casual, "Hey, beautiful." The transformation of Qinyu from a menacing figure to a carefree youth made it seem as though the bloodthirsty person moments ago was merely an illusion. However, Luo Jiao Jiao was convinced that what she had witnessed was utterly real. Qinyu, observing the young girl before him, felt an inexplicable affinity towards her flustered demeanor. "You should probably go to the hospital for a bandage," he suggested, as she gazed at the blood trickling down his forehead, accompanied by the delicate fragrance of jasmine and a quavering tone in her voice. Qinyu nonchalantly dabbed at the blood on his cheek, displaying a remarkable indifference. "It's just a minor injury," he remarked. Luo Jiao Jiao remained silent. Ultimately, it was Luo Jiao Jiao who assisted Qinyu to a nearby hospital, ensuring that the doctor tended to his wounds. After a few stitches to his forehead, it was revealed that he had a slight fracture in his hand and numerous external injuries. When the doctor inquired about the origin of his injuries, Qinyu maintained a stoic expression and replied, "I just took a tumble." Luo Jiao Jiao fell silent. The doctor, mistakenly assuming that Luo Jiao Jiao was Qinyu's girlfriend, inundated her with advice on how to care for him, cautioning against water contact and recommending a bland diet. Luo Jiao Jiao's palms tingled with impatience as they approached the pharmacy to settle the bill for the medication. Chen Yu, with a pair of empty pockets and an innocent gaze, beseeched her, "Could you lend me some money?" His dazzling smile revealed a set of pearly white teeth. All the while he sported a bandage on his head and his hands wrapped in gauze, his legs trembling slightly. As she retrieved the money, Luo Jiao Jiao couldn't help but think, "Serves you right." Seated on a nearby public bench, Chen Yu eyed the KFC in Luo Jiao Jiao's hands with a hint of hunger. "I'm starving," he declared. Luo Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow, exasperated that he was still contemplating food at such a moment. The doctor had explicitly stated that he should avoid fried and spicy foods. Her expression remained stoic. Undeterred, Chen Yu opened the KFC box, donned a pair of disposable gloves with his uninjured hand, and proceeded to devour a chicken wing. "I know my own body," he grinned. He himself was indifferent. So how could Luo Jiao Jiao take notice? Clad in a pair of gloves, she picked up a chicken wing to savor. The flavor was delightful, albeit slightly lukewarm. At that moment, Luo Jiao Jiao recalled the videos on her phone. "Should I report this? I have captured footage of those individuals. The police should apprehend them swiftly." Chen Yu was taken aback. The petite girl before him, whose delicate appearance resembled that of his cousin, Yu Xiangwei, had already impressed him by devising a plan to deceive those people. Yet, he was astounded to discover that amid such turmoil, she could remain composed and think so thoroughly. If it were his cousin, she would have been in tears, utterly distraught. Chen Yu's perception of this girl had drastically overturned all his prior encounters with women. For reasons unknown, under Luo Jiao Jiao's clear gaze, the profanities that usually rolled off his tongue remained unspoken. Luo Jiao Jiao cast a glance at Chen Yu, whose face was bruised. "You, take care." She had intended to articulate something more, but her words faltered. Having consumed merely 3 chicken wings, the remainder fell into Chen Yu's mouth. He rose, his phoenix-like eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. "Don't mention that you saved me today." With that, he limped away. Luo Jiao Jiao watched his retreating figure. He was undeniably a person of flesh and blood. Unable to restrain herself, she called out, "Do not trust anyone." Chen Yu paused momentarily, raised his hand in a slight wave, and continued on with his cane. The setting sun cast elongated shadows behind him. Observing that he had indeed heard her words, Luo Jiao Jiao felt a sense of calm wash over her. Regardless of whether Chen Yu acknowledged her advice, she could at least hold her conscience clear. Gather the litter from the chair and dispose of it in the trash bin. Upon returning home, she placed a bottle of Sprite on her desk. Originally, she had no intention of touching the 2,000 yuan, but today, she had spent over 1,800 yuan on Chen Yu's fees. She remained uncertain as to when Chen Yu would repay her, especially since he was still a student living on a fixed monthly allowance. Luo Jiao Jiao gazed at her bank card with a heavy heart, feeling utterly despondent. She had merely intended to unwind, yet her aspirations had shifted. Initially, she only sought to secure a position sufficient for paying her rent, but now, she aimed for a spot in the top 3. Her recent time in the hospital had prompted her to reflect on matters she often overlooked. It was essential for her to save a little money for emergencies. Otherwise, she would be left utterly vulnerable. Having already satisfied her hunger, Luo Jiao Jiao refrained from cooking any further. She organized some notes and books, placing them into her backpack in preparation for the following day. After tidying up, she boiled some water. From her backpack, she retrieved a slip of paper containing several phone numbers. One by one, she dialed the numbers, saving the contacts of Wang Kaiyi, Qi Mei, Hiyong, Su Suhui, and others. After completing this task, the water was already hot. Luo Jiao Jiao washed her hair and emerged from the shower. As she dried her hair with a hairdryer, she noticed that it had grown longer. What once barely reached her shoulders now cascaded past them. Once her hair was nearly dry, she did not succumb to sleep immediately. Instead, she completed her assigned homework. About half an hour later, having nearly finished her assignments, she glanced at the clock. It was 9 o'clock. With a gathering scheduled for 10 the next morning, Luo Jiao Jiao planned to walk there. As it was only a short 10-minute stroll away, having set her alarm for 8:30, Luo Jiao Jiao extinguished the light of her desk lamp and nestled under her covers, gradually succumbing to slumber. Chapter 52. The home bookstore. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze as the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, cascading onto the earth. The sun ascended slowly. Before the alarm had a chance to ring, Luo Jiao Jiao awoke naturally, rubbing her eyes. Glancing at her phone on the bedside, she noted that there were still 5 minutes to go before 8:30. Having had enough rest, she refrained from dozing off again. The morning air was slightly crisp. Slipping into her slippers, she commenced her morning routine by brushing her teeth and washing her face. With a comb, She deftly arranged her hair into a high ponytail. As she gazed into the mirror, her complexion appeared as smooth as jade, reminiscent of a peeled egg, far surpassing the skin she had later enhanced with makeup. With plenty of time at her disposal, Luo Jiao Jiao leisurely prepared a bowl of noodles. Once the water reached a rolling boil, she added a small handful of noodles, which quickly softened. She then sprinkled in a pinch of salt and a dash of soy sauce. After a few minutes, she extinguished the heat and poured the noodles along with the broth into a bowl. The dish, adorned with vibrant greens and whites, was utterly appetizing. After finishing her meal, Luo Jiao Jiao changed out of her pajamas, opting for the classic ensemble of a white t-shirt paired with jeans, complemented by a pair of white sneakers. Ensuring that nothing was amiss in her backpack, she placed her fully charged phone inside. By the time she stepped out, it was just past 9. With a leisurely pace, she reached Xingming Square in a little over 20 minutes, soon locating Wenxin Bookstore as per Su Suwei's directions. Although the bookstore's sign was dust-laden and rather inconspicuous, it beckoned her nonetheless. However, the 4 characters of Wenxin Bookstore are inscribed with an impressive grandeur, immediately revealing the exceptional skill of the calligrapher. Wenxin. A reminder of the wisdom in revisiting the old to discover the new. Luo Jiao Jiao stepped inside, and indeed, it was a realm of its own. The interior boasted an exquisite antiquity, with gleaming wooden bookshelves that exuded a sense of considerable value. Strangely, there were not many patrons within the store. Despite the plethora of books available, it might be attributed to the uninviting appearance of the establishment from the outside. In comparison to the place Luo Jiao Jiao visited previously, the allure of the books here was far greater, with many titles unavailable elsewhere. She picked up a theoretical book, gently paging through it. "You may only read, but not borrow or purchase," a male voice remarked slowly. Startled, Luo Jiao Jiao turned to see a figure at the end of the bookshelf, a young man clad in a white robe, appearing to be in his 20s, with an elegant demeanor reminiscent of a gentleman from the Republic of China era. Judging by his appearance, she surmised he was the proprietor of the store. Very well. Luo Jiao Jiao had merely intended to browse. The young man seemed pleased with her attitude and silently withdrew. As she perused the rows of books, she encountered several titles that were rather rare in her memory, alongside some unfamiliar ones. However, given their yellowed and aged appearance, it was likely they were out of print. Books from various countries, Chinese, Russian, English, French, and more, were present. Luo Jiao Jiao gasped in admiration. Selecting a renowned mathematician's work, she found a spot to sit. In this spacious 800-square-meter bookstore, only 2 or 3 individuals occupied the space. It was serene, with a perfectly comfortable indoor temperature, neither too cold nor too warm. Luo Jiao Jiao gently turned the pages of her book. Before long, a few individuals entered through the door. It was Su Suwei and his companions. The trio exchanged glances, and Qi Mei noticed Luo Jiao Jiao. Without uttering a word, she merely pointed in the direction where Luo sat. Su Suwei and He Yong followed her gesture. Spotting the young girl seated there, they refrained from approaching her directly, each seeking the books they required. After locating his desired volume, Su Suwei found a spot to sit nearby. Qi Mei whispered to He Yong about the book she was searching for, prompting him to offer assistance. He Yong smiled and nodded in agreement. After all, Qi Mei's petite stature made it challenging for her to reach the high shelves, even on tiptoe. She struggled to see. At a mere 1.5 meters, Qi Mei silently lamented her height. Dressed in a white shirt, Wang Kai also entered the bookstore. Surveying the room and realizing that everyone had arrived, a slight frown crossed his face. Had he arrived late? A glance at his watch confirmed that it was still early. Noticing that his friends were engrossed in their books, he chose not to disturb them. He walked over to the neatly organized shelves, found a book of interest, and casually settled into a nearby seat. The 5 of them remained undisturbed, each absorbed in their respective readings. Time slipped away swiftly. An hour had passed since Luo Jiaoji began her reading. Checking the clock, she noted it was already past 11. Had they not arrived yet? Or had she mistakenly come to the wrong place? A sudden jolt of concern surged through her, prompting her to glance around. She observed that the other 4 were still seated, diligently engrossed in their books. A wave of relief washed over her. It was a comfort to know she had not erred in her choice of location. Rubbing her weary eyes, she performed a series of eye exercises. Upon completing them, her eyes felt noticeably more relaxed. Luo Jiao Jiao gradually opened her eyes, her stomach empty and a hint of hunger gnawing at her. It was time for lunch. Hesitant to disturb her companions, she chose to sit quietly to the side, gazing at the scenery outside. Autumn had arrived, and the weather in Zhou City reflected the southern climate. The ginkgo trees lining the roadside had begun to turn a golden hue as the cool autumn breeze blew. Golden ginkgo leaves cascaded down like nature's confetti. The weather was not particularly cold, merely a touch dry. The saying goes, spring drowsiness, autumn fatigue, summer naps, winter slumber. At this moment, Luo Jiao Jiao felt the weight of autumn fatigue settling upon her. Her stomach emitted a soft rumble. Fortunately, it was not long before the others finished their reading. After exiting the bookstore together, Luo Jiao Jiao could not resist inhaling a breath of fresh air. The books here were truly remarkable. Su Wei, how did you discover this bookstore? Qi Mei inquired curiously. Luo Jiao Jiao too was intrigued, turning her gaze towards Su Wei. With a bashful smile, Su Wei recounted, I stumbled upon this place on a rainy day while seeking shelter. The store manager welcomed me inside, and I soon realized the abundance of books available. As he spoke of the bookstore, Su Wei's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Wang Kai took note of the location, determined to return frequently. Regrettably, the store manager neither lent nor sold his books. It turned out that after exchanging a few words with Luo Jiao Jiao, the man settled outside to bask in the sun. Upon seeing Su Wei and the others approaching, he repeated the same sentiment. Truly, he was an eccentric shopkeeper. While others opened stores for profit, he merely provided a haven for reading. Indeed, these books, setting aside the out-of-print editions, merely a few treasured volumes could suffice to cover the expenses of an average individual for several years. This illustrates that the proprietor of this establishment is indifferently detached from monetary concerns. However, the shelves are rather too elevated. Although Qi Mei is quite fond of this bookstore, it cannot be denied that it does not cater to those of shorter stature. He Yong chuckled heartily, prompting Qi Mei to playfully strike him. Su Wei stifled a laugh, while Wang Kai, though not laughing, displayed a more relaxed expression. Luo Jiao Jiao recalled the small chair beside the bookshelf. Perhaps the diminutive chairs you are seated on are intended for individuals of lesser height. Qi Mei also remembered the small chair she had sat on while reading earlier, and indeed, it was so. After all, how could there be a small chair in front of every bookshelf otherwise? Well then, shall we first indulge in some food? My stomach is already protesting, Hiyong remarked, patting his plump belly. Luo Jiao Jiao nodded in agreement, followed by Qi Mei and Hiyong. Wang Kai, too, felt a twinge of hunger. As they discussed what to eat, Luo Jiao Jiao glanced at Wang Kai, recalling that he preferred not to consume food from outside. It is important to take a break. Otherwise, one's mental state may deteriorate, she noted. Chapter 53, Wang Kai's home. Luo Jiao Jiao's suggestion received unanimous approval. In the afternoon, their quiet reading soon transformed into a lively discussion as they sought a place where they could converse without disturbing others. At that moment, Wang Kai spoke up, let us go to my house. The four friends turned to him in unison. Wang Kai, lips pressed together, nodded slightly. I live alone. There is nothing inconvenient about it. Since Wang Kai has proposed it, they agreed to convene at his residence. However, no one is familiar with the route to Wang Kai's home. Although Luo Jiao Jiao lives nearby, she has never visited. After all, the security in that area is quite strict. Thus, they agreed to convene at Xingning Square at 2 o'clock in the afternoon before heading together to Wang Kai's residence. Eating noodles every day has become unbearable for her. Dining out is costly. She decided to purchase fresh lean pork from the market, alongside a small packet of dumpling wrappers. Luo Jiao Jiao first cleaned the pork thoroughly, then skillfully diced and minced it. Before long, the meat transformed into a fine paste. She added a pinch of salt and mixed it well. During previous New Year celebrations, she often made dumplings with her mother, so she was quite adept at the task. Since these dumplings were for her own enjoyment, she generously filled the wrappers. She chose thin, resilient round dumpling skins, placed a spoonful of filling onto each skin, moistened the edges with a bit of water, and swiftly sealed each dumpling. One by one, plump and round dumplings emerged from her hands. After finishing the preparation, she plugged in the pot and noticed the water was already boiling. She began to drop the dumplings into the pot, realizing there were quite a few. The meat here is not as expensive as in her reality. A pound costs just over 10 yuan, and with the dumpling wrappers, it totaled less than 20 yuan. The only hassle was the effort required to make them. She ended up boiling over 20 dumplings, with more than half still left. Feeling slightly distressed, as she knew she couldn't finish them all alone, she suddenly thought of someone and, without hesitation, added all the dumplings into the pot. When the dumplings floated to the surface, it signified they were cooked. Luo Jiao Jiao used a ladle to scoop them out. Take out 2 large bowls and first scoop the dumplings into one. Since the meat filling has already been seasoned with a pinch of salt, Luo Jiao Jiao adds a modest amount of salt to the broth, followed by a splash of soy sauce for color. She pours the broth into the bowl. Luo Jiao Jiao carries one bowl of dumplings downstairs. The landlord's grandmother has yet to prepare dinner, so Luo Jiao Jiao quickly exclaims, "Grandma, I've made dumplings. Please have a taste." The landlord's grandmother smiles warmly. "No wonder I caught a whiff of such a delightful aroma. So it was you who cooked the dumplings." Luo Jiao Jiao smiles gently. "It's not as wonderful as you say." Although the grandmother protests, she does not take any. "You should keep them for yourself." Worried that she might burn herself, Luo Jiao Jiao places the dumplings on the table, saying, "I have more, Grandma. Please enjoy this bowl, and I'll come back for the rest tonight." Without waiting for the grandmother to refuse again, Luo Jiao Jiao swiftly ascends the stairs. The landlord's grandmother beams with joy, her eyes glistening with tears. One wonders, why is it that strangers can be so kind, yet one's own children can sometimes turn a blind eye? Luo Jiao Jiao savors the fruits of her labor over the past half hour, and perhaps it is merely psychological, but she feels that these dumplings taste exceptionally delightful. After finishing her meal, she tidies up a bit. Yawning, Luo Jiao Jiao lies down and gradually drifts into slumber. When the alarm rings at 1:30, she awakens, feeling invigorated. She takes the kitchen trash downstairs and disposes of it in the large bin by the roadside, then continues on her way to the square. Upon her arrival, she discovers that Wang Kai has already been there, arriving even earlier than she did. Luo Jiaoji was unaware that Wang Kai had arrived early that afternoon due to the impact of her previous actions. Observing him standing beneath the sun, she noticed a slight flush on his fair complexion. "Shall we wait under that shady tree?" Wang Kai glanced at her and nodded. It was not long before the remaining three arrived after they had settled on the bench beneath the tree. As Luo Jiaojia rose, Wang Kai noticed a leaf perched atop her head. The five of them strolled together, and Wang Kai's gaze lingered on Luo Jiaojiao as he pointed to his own head with his finger. Qi Mei and the others were engrossed in their conversation, oblivious to the subtle exchange between the two. Curious, Luo Jiaojia looked up at Wang Kai, finding nothing unusual. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Kai had unconsciously walked closer to her side. With a gentle gesture, he reached out and brushed away the leaf from her hair. Upon seeing the leaf in his hand, Luo Jiaojia finally understood the meaning behind his earlier action. Wang Kai's home was not far, and within a mere 10 minutes, the group arrived at a villa characterized by its minimalist design. Before entering the community, there was a security booth. Wang Kai approached the front, retrieving a key card from his pocket and tapping it against the sensor at the iron gate. Yong, with a round face filled with astonishment, could not help but exclaim, "I say, Wang Kai, your family is quite affluent, isn't it? A private yard and a garden. Not to mention this villa spans nearly 1,000 square meters." Luo Jiaojiao marveled inwardly, pondering the misconceptions surrounding the happiness of the wealthy. Do you think the joy of the rich aligns with your imagination? No. The happiness of the affluent is beyond your comprehension. Even as she meticulously calculated her own expenses, Luo Jiaojiao begrudgingly admitted her envy of the wealthy. Wang Kai unlocked the door with his fingerprint. The interior decor was rather understated. However, Luo Jiaojiao noticed a seemingly insignificant item. After guiding everyone to the living room and placing the item on the sofa, Wang Kai wore no expression of boastfulness as he opened the refrigerator and inquired, "Would you like something to drink?" Hiyong replied without hesitation, "A bottle of beverage will suffice." Qi Mei smiled politely and said, "Anything is fine for me." Wang Kai then turned to Su Su Wei and Luo Jiaojiao. Luo Jiaojiao, not in the mood for a drink, requested, "Just plain water." Su Su Wei echoed her sentiment. Upon seeing a large bottle of milk in the refrigerator, Wang Kai took it out and retrieved an unopened pack of disposable cups from the cupboard. Hiyong, not waiting for Wang Kai to pour for him, served himself and Qi Mei each a cup. Wang Kai placed the kettle on the table and poured a cup for Luo Jiaojiao, who graciously accepted it, saying, "Thank you." Wang Kai acknowledged her with a nod and poured another cup for Su Su Wei, who declined, stating, "I'll do it myself," having quenched their thirst. They each took out their books from their bags. Luo Jiaojiao also produced her notebook, where she had meticulously recorded all the key points. Now, how should they commence their discussion? The five of them exchanged glances, each awaiting the other's cue. Wang Kai gently suggested, "How about we start with a round of questions and answers?" The four of them turned their attention to Wang Kai, eager for his further instructions. The rules were simple. Each person would take turns posing a question. Wang Kai articulated clearly, "All right, then I shall begin," Qi Mei exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Luo Jiaojia flipped through her notebook, already having devised a set of questions. Chapter 54. Registering for the long-distance race. Mei's questions displayed a certain level of difficulty, yet were not particularly challenging. Each participant swiftly arrived at their answers. Thanks to the principle of female priority, Luo Jiao Jiao was the second to be called upon. With composure, she presented her question. Yong stared in astonishment. Have we ever studied this? Indeed, they had covered the material, but Luo Jiao Jiao employed several formulas, intricately linking one to another. Mei, skeptical of her ability to solve it, buried herself in calculations. Observing Yong's bewildered expression and Mei's intense concentration, while Su Wei continuously replaced his scratch paper, Luo Jiao Jiao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Wang Kai casually scribbled a few strokes on his paper before setting down his pen. Luo Jiao Jiao was certain that Wang Kai would not be stumped by her question, yet she still felt a twinge of frustration. Nonetheless, her fervent desire for progress only grew stronger with each setback. With a time limit of 20 minutes, Su Wei also paused his writing after a little over 10 minutes, suggesting he had arrived at an answer. As time expired, Luo Jiao Jiao meticulously documented her analytical approach. Frantic, Mei gazed at her with gleaming eyes. This step can be omitted. We can substitute this. Wang Kai circled a segment of Luo Jiao Jiao's solution with his pen. Luo Jiao Jiao leaned in, observing closely, and realized that following Wang Kai's method indeed simplified the process considerably. Su Wei revised his steps. Yong attentively listened to their exchange. Mei watched the back and forth between Luo Jiao Jiao and Wang Kai, transforming into an enamored admirer. It was no wonder Luo Jiao Jiao consistently ranked first in her year, while Wang Kai emerged as this year's dark horse. The five of them took turns solving problems, each contributing in turn. It must be said that studying in a group is significantly more efficient than solitary study. Luo Jiao Jiao, feeling somewhat disheartened by Wang Kai's remarks, adhered to the principle of asking questions without shame and learned a great deal. The five of them engaged in spirited discussions, their enthusiasm palpable. As the sun quietly slipped toward the western horizon, suddenly the sound of a door opening startled them into silence. Wang Kai glanced outside, recognizing that it must be Aunt Lu arriving. The door swung open to reveal a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s, clad in simple yet clean attire. Upon seeing the five individuals in the living room, her face broke into a warm smile. Ah, Xiaoyi's friends over. Would you all like to stay for dinner? Aunt Lu carried fresh ingredients in her hands, having come to prepare the evening meal. Having watched Wang Kai grow up, she was regarded by him not as a servant but as a family elder. Wang Kai sought the opinions of his friends. Yong, who was always driven by his appetite, promptly responded, "That would be wonderful, Andy." Naturally, Yong felt it inappropriate to dine alone, so he encouraged the other three to join as well. Although it meant cooking for 4 additional guests, Aunt Lu displayed no signs of displeasure. In fact, she felt quite delighted. After dinner, they all pitched in to tidy up the table. Time slipped away, and soon Wang Kai escorted everyone out of the community. Although tomorrow was Sunday, they did not make plans to meet again. Aunt Lu had already cleaned the kitchen. All right, Wang Kai replied as he settled onto the sofa, his gaze sweeping across the room. He noticed a light green notebook resting on the couch. He recalled that it belonged to Luo Jiao Jiao. Opening it, he found her handwriting to be neat and orderly, rendered in a clear script. He grasped the notebook tightly and swiftly exited the door. Having just parted ways with Su Wei and his companions, Luo Jiao Jiao walked along the sidewalk. Luo Jiao Jiao. How peculiar. Who was calling her? Turning her head, she spotted Wang Kai riding a bicycle. What is it? Wang Kai halted beside her, producing the notebook. Yours. Upon glancing at it, Luo Jiao Jiao realized it was indeed her notebook. Thank you. Fortunately, Wang Kai had brought it back for her. It contained all her essential notes. No problem. The holiday always seemed to pass in a blur. On Sunday, Luo Jiao Jiao dedicated her morning to reading and spent her afternoon solving exercises. Monday arrived, and Luo Jiao Jiao rose early, shouldering her backpack as she left the house. As she settled into her seat and prepared to place her books into the drawer, she noticed an envelope inside. The envelope bore her name, confirming that it was intended for her. She opened it to discover a sum of money, accompanied by a white note. Unfolding the note, she read, "This is for the medical expenses from that day. Chenyu." Without counting the money, she placed it directly into her backpack, a relaxed expression gracing her features. "Everyone, please be quiet. I have something to share." Luo Jiao Jiao heard a voice and turned to see Xiao Lian speaking from the stage. The school would be holding a sports meet this Wednesday and encouraged students with relevant talents to actively sign up. Luo Jiao Jiao recalled that Xiao Lian was the sports representative of their class. Despite her role, Xiao Lian's physical prowess was not exceptional. However, her organizational skills were indeed commendable, and many male classmates signed up to show their support. Luo Jiao Jiao observed Xiao Lian, whose eyes sparkled with laughter, pondering what mischievous scheme she might be concocting. Jiao Jiao, we still need participants for the girls' 800-meter run. I recall your stamina is commendable. Why not sign up? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Jiao Jiao noted that most of her classmates had already registered. Without further hesitation, she replied, "All right, I will." Wang Kai also enrolled in the boys' 1,000-meter race. Upon hearing that Xiao Lian had encouraged their classmates to sign up, she praised her, along with the other enthusiastic participants. A subtle smile graced Xiao Lian's lips, her eyes reflecting a deeper significance. Although the second year of high school lacks the urgency of the third year, the academic load remained substantial. Luo Jiao Jiao felt akin to a spinning top, whirling incessantly throughout the day. What transgressions must she have committed in her past lives to endure 2 college entrance examinations? After school, they all hurried to their study group. The morning session consisted of mathematics, while the afternoon class focused on physics. The physics instructor, a stern old professor, distributed a test paper to each student. Upon completion, only those who passed would be permitted to leave, an astonishingly blunt approach. What kind of examination could instill such confidence in the old professor? Once the paper was in her hands, Luo Jiao Jiao quickly realized that its difficulty far surpassed their usual curriculum. Had she not diligently studied the textbook beforehand, she would have been utterly bewildered. Without further ado, she immersed herself in the questions. While concentrating, she heard the sound of movement and instinctively glanced up. To her astonishment, within merely 10 minutes, Wang Kai had already submitted his paper to the old professor. The professor's brows furrowed so tightly one could almost imagine him crushing a fly as he reviewed the test papers. As her furrowed brow gradually relaxed, a satisfied expression graced her face. "Splendid, continue to maintain this." Wang Kai nodded as the venerable professor placed his examination paper upon the desk. "You may leave now." Wang Kai exited the stage, retrieving his backpack, and upon turning, exchanged a glance with Luo Jiao Jiao, who was observing him intently. Wang Kai offered a slight nod, which Luo Jiao Jiao reciprocated before hastily returning to her own questions. After nearly 20 minutes, having thoroughly reviewed her paper and finding no issues, Luo Jiao Jiao approached the stage to submit her work. The old professor, still examining Wang Kai's paper, noted with a hint of disdain that yet another student was hastening to submit their exam. Do you wish to emulate your peer? Allow the old man to scrutinize your paper." Just as he intended to impart a lesson to these oblivious youngsters, the professor accepted Luo Jiao Jiao's submission. As he meticulously reviewed each question, the professor's countenance began to falter. He stroked his long beard, pondering whether he had perhaps made the questions too simplistic. Upon completing the final question, he waved his hand dismissively. "You may also depart." Luo Jiao Jiao smiled gently. "Thank you, teacher." With 1 or 2 students completing the exam so effortlessly, the professor resolved in his heart to escalate the difficulty of future assessments. Chapter 55. The surplus funds. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, Luo Jiao Jiao strolled lightly to the school gate, entirely unaware of the resolve she and Wang Kai had instilled in the old professor. With rent due only at the beginning of each month, Luo Jiao Jiao intended to deposit this sum into the bank beforehand, unaware that Chunyu would return the money so promptly. Luo Jiao Jiao had not brought her bank card with her. She opened the envelope and poured out the cash, beginning to count it. 1 bill, 2 bills, 30 bills? Confused, she recalled that the invoice she had given Chunyu amounted to over 1,800 yuan. Why had he returned more? After recounting, she confirmed it totaled 3,000 yuan. She extracted 19 bills, and, upon receiving a notification of a 1,900 yuan deposit on her bank card, a smile brightened her face. The next day, Luo Jiao Jiao learned from her classmates the location of Chunyu's classroom. She arrived outside the classroom marked with the number 9. Peering through the window, she spotted Chunyu seated in the last row. Gently, she tapped on the glass. A classmate inside opened the window and inquired, "Is there something you need?" Luo Jiao Jiao presented the envelope with a courteous smile. "Could you please pass this to Chunyu?" The student, seated in the back, raised an eyebrow and accepted it with a grin. "Sure, no problem." Grateful, Luo Jiao Jiao thanked him. The boy, teasingly handling the envelope, approached Chunyu and tapped him on the head. Chunyu, visibly annoyed, asked, "What are you doing?" The boy chuckled. Hey, this is from that stunning girl outside for you. He handed the envelope to Chunyu, who recognized it immediately. Glancing toward the window, he saw Luo Jiao Jiao preparing to leave. He hurriedly rose from his seat and swiftly made his way outside. This was the first time Chunyu's younger brother had witnessed his leader so attentive towards a girl, and he chuckled to himself, sensing that the arrival of a sister-in-law was not far off. Luo Jiao Jiao was descending the staircase. Luo Jiao Jiao, stop right there, Chunyu shouted as he saw her attempt to walk away. Luo Jiao Jiao halted, looking back at Chunyu with confusion as he pursued her. He raised the envelope in his hand. What is this for? She questioned, still perplexed. This is the extra one, he replied, his expression shifting. I told you it was for you. As he tried to press the envelope into her hands, she quickly concealed her hands behind her back. I've already taken my share. Do you think saving me is worth so little? Chunyu, feeling exasperated, ran a hand through his hair. Luo Jiao Jiao retorted, is saving you only worth this much? Upon hearing her words, he realized that indeed, this was all his pocket money for the month. However, Luo Jiao Jiao did not appear to be feigning her discontent with the amount. She had assisted him that day, not merely for him, but also to prevent herself from witnessing a life ebb away. An idea struck Chunyu. I owe you a favor. In the future, if you need my help, Chunyu, will not hesitate. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiao Jiao smiled. All right. After saying this, she prepared to leave. I'm off now. Chunyu nodded. MHM. Luo Jiao Jiao turned and continued down the stairs. Boss, what is the verdict? Did you agree? The younger boy's eyes darted eagerly towards Chunyu. Chunyu kicked his chair with a long leg. Chatterbox. The boy chuckled, observing that it was likely a success. Wang Kai was engrossed in a hefty tome. 2 days later, the sports meet commenced in the morning. Lin Yu led his classmates to their designated spot on the athletic field. First, the first-year students raised the national flag, followed by the principal, a portly man with a Mediterranean flair, who delivered an interminable speech for half an hour. Many students appeared utterly disheartened. Once the principal concluded his remarks, applause erupted, resonating tenfold compared to when he first took the stage. Long jump, shot put, relay race. Soon it was time for Luo Jiao Jiao to compete in the 800-meter run. She began with warm-up exercises. Over the past 2 days, she had practiced in physical education class. While securing a place on the podium was not her aim, she was confident she could complete the race. The pleasant voice of a female announcer echoed through the speakers. Participants for the women's 800-meter run, please prepare at the starting line. The announcement was repeated twice. Luo Jiao Jiao had already positioned herself on the track. Jiao Jiao, you can do it. Sun Yunyan encouraged her, clenching her fist. Taking a couple of deep breaths, she crouched down, readying herself for the race. With the sound of the referee's whistle, all the competitors surged forward, and Luo Jiao Jiao maintained a steady pace, lingering in third-to-last place. After one lap, many competitors had exhausted a significant portion of their energy. Gradually, Luo Jiao Jiao increased her speed, overtaking one runner after another. As she continued, all she could hear was the rapid beating of her heart and her labored breaths. A metallic taste surged from her throat. Sweat streamed into her eyes. She grit her teeth and pressed on, her legs feeling as heavy as lead. In that moment, time felt excruciatingly slow for Luo Jiao Jiao, each second stretching into eternity. Wang Kai stood on the steps, gazing at the exhausted, slender figure on the track. She radiated a luminous aura of unwavering determination. Stop, please stop. It seemed as though Luo Jiao Jiao could hear someone whispering in her ear, suggesting that ceasing would alleviate her fatigue. Yet, she refused. She would not allow all her sweat and effort to be in vain. With resolute eyes, Luo Jiao Jiao pressed forward, step by step. At last, amidst the cheers of the crowd, she crossed the finish line. Surrounded by her classmates, already at the finish, Luo Jiao Jiao was greeted with admiration. Sun Yunyan held out a towel, wiping Luo Jiao Jiao's brow. Jiao Jiao, you were incredible. Ha ha ha, who dares to say our class is weak? The classmates of Class 1 chimed in, playfully teasing one another. Exhausted, Luo Jiao Jiao was aided to a chair to rest. As her mind gradually cleared, she could hear Sun Yunyan chattering excitedly. Luo Jiao Jiao twisted open an unopened bottle of mineral water and took a sip, instantly revitalizing her spirit. Jiao Jiao, our class S. Wang Kai is about to run. Sun Yunyan exclaimed, her gaze fixed on the playground. With some energy restored, Luo Jiao Jiao surveyed the track, easily recognizing Wang Kai's figure. At the sound of the whistle, everyone sprang forth like springs unwound. In that moment, Wang Kai's long legs showcased their advantage. Each of his strides equaled at least two of those taken by his shorter classmates. The air was filled with the ecstatic cries of girls. Wang Kaiyi, go. Wang Kaiyi, keep it up. Wang Kaiyi, you're so handsome. Sun Yunyun passed a packet of biscuits to Luo Jiao Jiao. The sound was akin to the deafening shrieks of fans for my idol Junjun, Sun Yunyun remarked, still haunted by the memory. Luo Jiao Jiao couldn't help but chuckle. Junjun was Sun Yunyun's idol. She had once attended his concert, only to be drowned out by the cacophony of girl screams, barely catching a glimpse of his voice. Luo Jiao Jiao casually glanced around, her eyes inadvertently meeting Qiao Lian, who stood with her arms crossed. Qiao Lian offered Luo Jiao Jiao a faint smile, to which Luo Jiao Jiao responded with a subtle grin before shifting her gaze elsewhere. Qiao Lian looked disdainfully at the girls who were frantically shouting and swooning. Her body trembled slightly as she whispered to herself, audible only to her own ears, soon, Wang Kaiyi will be mine. Heh. Chapter 56. Eyes dropping everywhere with clarity in her mind, Luo Jiao Jiao learned from Sun Yunyun about her running placement. The first position was taken by a sports specialist, while she had secured the second. No wonder her classmates had been so exhilarated after her race. Given her class's academic prowess, physical training was often neglected, leading them to be privately dubbed delicate scholars and bookworms by other classes. Yet, Luo Jiao Jiao had managed to come in just behind the sports specialist. How splendid it was to elevate their spirits, she observed as Wang Kaiyi strode forward with great strides, effortlessly distancing himself from the second place. This spectacle left the other sports specialists astounded. Little did they know, Li Wan, the long-distance runner whose parents had hoped he would excel academically, had ironically become the best endurance athlete among them. Moreover, with remarkable explosive power, he has unexpectedly been outpaced by a so-called bookworm. Is it the manner in which they arose this morning that is amiss, or have their eyes deceived them? Within the limited time frame, Wang Kaiyi was the first to dash past the red line. He was enveloped in enthusiastic embraces from his male classmates. Wang Kaiyi. Should I say something, or refrain? After catching his breath, he pushed away the others and settled into the resting area. He glanced at Luo Jiao Jiao, panting, and inquired, do you have any water? A bead of sweat trickled down Wang Kaiyi's forehead, gliding past his eye and cheek, ultimately disappearing into his neck. Quite alluring. The ground-odd shrieks. Sun Yunyun, munching on snacks, pretended to see and hear nothing. The bottled water designated for the class activity lay beside Luo Jiao Jiao. She bent down, retrieved a bottle from the box, and handed it to him. Hadn't she just witnessed numerous girls offering him water and towels? Thank you. Wang Kaiyi twisted open the cap and heartily gulped down half the bottle. Luo Jiao Jiao forced herself to avert her gaze. No more looking. Lin Yi chuckled. I never imagined our class to be so full of hidden talents. Ha ha indeed. Only you, old Lin, would know. The exuberant youth of our classmates is charming. Lin Yi raised the certificate in his hand. Come, let us applaud these students who have brought glory to our class. The applause was resounding. Dozens of eager little eyes were fixated on the certificate and prizes in his hand. Wu Qi, 4th place in the women's long jump. A petite girl with short hair stepped onto the stage to receive her certificate and notebook prize. Who would have imagined that the petite Wu Qi could be so formidable? This year's athletic meet has indeed fostered camaraderie among the students. Wang Kaiyi secured 1st place in the men's long-distance run, earning a set of exquisite fountain pens. Met with resounding gasps of admiration. Luo Jiao Jiao claimed 2nd place in the women's long-distance run, also receiving a set of fountain pens, albeit in a different hue, which she accepted with a beaming smile. The ocean cannot be measured, nor should one judge a person by their appearance. Had anyone suggested before this athletic meet that the seemingly aloof class heartthrob would triumph in the long-distance run, or that the delicate class flower would secure 2nd place, or that the diminutive Wu Qi would leap to 4th place in the women's long jump, they would have undoubtedly scoffed in disbelief. Who would have thought that the cool, ethereal heartthrob would partake in such an event? And how could the gentle, soft class flower endure such physical exertion? And the petite Wu Qi, how could she possibly jump so far? Yet, the reality has proven them wrong. Lin Yi, with an ever-present smile, soon delivered delightful news. Given everyone's stellar performances, I have decided to treat you all to a picnic this Friday. Upon the conclusion of Lin Yi's announcement, the funds would naturally be deducted from the 200 yuan class fee collected over the previous 2 days. The students' eyes widened, and they erupted into cheers. Old Lin, you are truly generous. It is worth noting that during their first year, they had not organized a single event. Of course, the New Year's performance did not count. This would surely delight the children. Luo Jiaoji was also quite eager. Sun Yunyun was grinning so broadly that her eyes narrowed into mere slits. Lin Yi cleared his throat and gestured for silence. Let us continue to maintain our excellent performances. I will take care of matters with the principal. Lin Yi spoke softly. And one by one, the students nodded obediently. As the school bell rang, Lin Yi glanced at his watch. Class was over. Time to eat. The students, shedding their self-restraint, dashed out of the classroom. Sun Yunyan tugged at Luo Jiao Jiao, and they raced outside together. Typically breathless from walking, the plump Sun Yunyan moved with surprising agility. Even more so than Luo Jiao Jiao during mealtime. Following Sun Yunyan's lead, Luo Jiao Jiao ran alongside her. Soon, they found themselves in a long queue at the cafeteria. Observing the seemingly endless line behind them, Sun Yunyan patted her chest, exclaiming, "We are still early." Luo Jiao Jiao chuckled softly. Sun Yunyan gazed at Luo Jiao Jiao's radiant smile. Swallowing nervously. "Jiao Jiao, perhaps you should refrain from smiling." Luo Jiao Jiao paused. "Huh? I'm afraid others will shoot me daggers with their eyes and then stand beside you." Sun Yunyan whispered discreetly under the watchful gazes of others. Luo Jiao Jiao nearly laughed to tears, wrapping her arms around Sun Yunyan's waist playfully. "I love only Yunyan." Although Sun Yunyan was a girl, she felt her resolve weaken in the face of Luo Jiao Jiao's endearing tone. "All right, I shall nourish you with my fried chicken and ribs." This was Sun Yunyan's favorite dish. Luo Jiao Jiao adored her charming companion immensely. Before long, they reached the serving counter. Upon seeing Sun Yunyan's cherubic form, the cafeteria lady's hand was remarkably steady as she filled a large spoonful, her eyes sparkling with maternal warmth. When it was Luo Jiao Jiao's turn, the cafeteria lady displayed the same steadiness. As they were about to leave, they heard the lady say, "Little girl, make sure to eat well." As Sun Yunyan and Luo Jiao Jiao sat at an empty table, Sun Yunyan proudly declared, "All the cafeteria staff from my elementary, middle, and high schools adore me." The older generation tends to favor chubby children, so it is no wonder they feel this way. Upon seeing Luo Jiao Jiao nod in agreement, she continued, "Jiao Jiao, you are still too thin. Look, my one arm is equal to your two thighs." After saying this, Sun Yunyan playfully placed one of her large chicken legs into Luo Jiao Jiao's bowl. Amused yet exasperated, Luo Jiao Jiao scooped some carrots and greens from her bowl into Sun Yunyan's. Sun Yunyan gazed at her with a wounded expression, while Luo Jiao Jiao maintained a neutral face, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Yunyan, don't you like the vegetables I added for you?" Sun Yunyan's bowl was filled with meat, and the greens had been pushed aside. With tears in her eyes, she bravely consumed the vegetables, nodding with difficulty, "Delicious." Luo Jiao Jiao smiled. "I also quite like your large chicken legs." From that moment on, Sun Yunyan had a love-hate relationship with dining alongside Luo Jiao Jiao. After a 10-minute break, Luo Jiao Jiao took her textbooks to the study group. As she exited the classroom, someone hurriedly bumped into her from behind. Anyone would feel uneasy after being collided with, especially without an apology. To her surprise, the person was a familiar face. Usually so inconspicuous, Luo Jiao Jiao had almost forgotten about her. She called out, "Yi Xiaofan." Upon hearing her name, Yi Xiaofan's heart raced, fearing that she had been discovered. Luo Jiao Jiao found it peculiar how Yi Xiaofan seemed to be so afraid of her. "Xiaofan, why are you in such a hurry?" Luo Jiao Jiao probed. Yi Xiaofan's fingers turned pale as she instinctively clutched her textbook tightly. In her fluster, she dropped her pen, hastily bending down to retrieve it. However, the more frantic she became, the further the pen rolled away, ultimately landing at Luo Jiao Jiao's feet. Luo Jiao Jiao squatted down to pick it up and handed it back to her. Yi Xiaofan snatched the pen, unable to meet Luo Jiao Jiao's gaze, and hurriedly muttered a brief thank you before making her exit. Chapter 57. Betrayal and Deceit. Luo Jiao Jiao observed her departing figure, stroking her chin in contemplation. Something was amiss. Having learned from past experiences, she struggled to dismiss her suspicions about Yi Xiaofan. Indeed, Luo Jiao Jiao discovered something within her textbook. Gazing at the glimmering silver bracelet nestled in her palm, she noted that while the bracelet itself bore little value, the diamond adorning it was of significant worth. A sly smile crept upon Luo Jiao Jiao's lips as she altered her course towards the office. Let her uncover who harbored ill intentions against her. Who could it be? The anticipation was truly palpable. Upon exiting the office, Luo Jiao Jiao hummed a cheerful tune. Entering the classroom, she surveyed her surroundings. Each student was engrossed in their own activities, oblivious to her presence. It seemed to be the calm before the storm, she mused. As the final class concluded and the bell rang, just as the teacher departed, a girl suddenly shrieked, "Ah, my bracelet." The others remained momentarily bewildered, gazing at the distressed girl. Luo Jiao Jiao turned her head to observe. She recognized the girl as one who had recently switched classes and had been covertly watching her with her friends. With tear-streaked cheeks, the the girl lamented. If my mother discovers that I've lost her bracelet, she will surely be furious. Her companion consoled her. Why not search a bit more? Perhaps it's nestled in the corner of your backpack? It's not there. I took it out during lunch. The girl had already turned her backpack inside out. Observing her distress, her friend began to assist in the search. Don't fret. Perhaps a classmate has found it. Zhou Lian gently patted the girl on the shoulder. The class monitor, a responsible young man, stepped up to the podium and announced loudly, "Everyone, please help look for Yi's bracelet." Each student eagerly rummaged through their belongings. At that moment, the relatively calm Luo Jiao Jiao and the aloof Wang Kai caught the eye. Yi, distraught, had buried her face in her arms, weeping. Zhou Lian and several other girls began a thorough inspection, as the bracelet was a piece of feminine adornment, warranting their focused attention. Since this initiative was proposed by Zhou Lian, she was the first to enlist the help of others to check their belongings and pockets. Luo Jiao Jiao quietly observed the unfolding drama, initially anticipating that the situation would escalate. To her surprise, after Zhou Lian had completed her search, she directly approached Luo Jiao Jiao. "Jiao Jiao, may I assist you in your search?" Luo Jiao Jiao smiled faintly. "Thank you, but that won't be necessary. I've never heard of anyone aside from law enforcement having the right to search another's person." Zhou Lian's expression darkened momentarily, swiftly replaced by a hint of indignation. "I only meant to clear your name." Luo Jiao Jiao remained unfazed. The other girls and boys, noticing Zhou Lian's aggrieved demeanor, so uncharacteristic of her usual camaraderie with them, began to voice their support for her. "Luo Jiao Jiao, is it merely a search of one's person? What is there to fear when we are all girls? Xiao Lian is merely trying to assist you. If you choose not to appreciate her kindness, so be it." Sigh. "Luo Jiao Jiao, are you perhaps feeling guilty for something?" Luo Jiao Jiao's sharp gaze locked onto the girl who had just spoken, her voice icy. "Classmate, you are already 14. You must bear legal responsibility for your words." Her calm demeanor was akin to a sword, silencing the previously tumultuous voices. A timid whisper suddenly amplified in the stillness. "Jiao Jiao, I didn't see you at noon." The familiar voice left Luo Jiao Jiao in disbelief at who had uttered it. She slowly turned her neck, her eyes fixated on the speaker. "What did you say?" Sun Yunyun's gaze flitted nervously, trembling like boiling water. "Luo Jiao Jiao, I never imagined you to be such a person." A boy in the class could hardly believe that his goddess was a thief. It was astonishing how some individuals, despite their glamorous exteriors, harbor such darkness within. The girl who had just been rebuffed by Luo Jiao Jiao hid within the crowd, loudly proclaiming, as if this could erase her recent humiliation. Luo Jiao Jiao paid no heed to the voices around her. Her focus remained solely on the pale-faced Sun Yunyun. Xiao Lian struggled to suppress the upward curve of her lips. Yet her brow furrowed slightly as she gently interjected, "Everyone, let us refrain from such accusations. What if there is a misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could there possibly be? Xiao Lian, your kindness is truly exceptional." The girls, who were close friends with Xiao Lian, chattered incessantly, all voicing their scorn towards Luo Jiao Jiao. Luo Jiao Jiao felt as though her heart had been struck with a heavy blow, leaving her in a state of suffocating discomfort. She was acutely aware that someone was attempting to ensnare her, yet she never anticipated that Sun Yunyun would be among them. Vivid memories surged to her mind, the first time they exchanged greetings, the timid and insecure Sun Yunyun, and the comforting words of the twin sisters who promised to always be good friends. Just not long ago, they had shared a meal where Sun Yunyun had laughed and playfully acted charmingly. "Is that enough?" A distinct, chilling male voice interrupted, cutting through the noise. Though the voice was not loud, it silenced all others. Wang Kai's face, inscrutable in its expression, was taut, emanating an aura so frigid it could freeze one into a popsicle. Xiao Lian softly murmured, "Ae." Wang Kai cast a cold glance in her direction, causing Xiao Lian to fall silent, her mouth sealed by the weight of that gaze. Her memories of their school days were hazy, yet she distinctly recalled his expression when they parted ways, exactly the same as now. It was as if nothing could penetrate his perception. A wave of resentment surged within Xiao Lian. Why was it that Luo Jiao Jiao could evoke such a reaction from him? After all, she was the one who held the title of his girlfriend. The very look in his eyes reminded her of why she had once yearned to end things with Wang Kai. He was perpetually icy, devoid of any emotional fluctuation even when they were together. To him, she felt as if she were merely a wooden figure. Whatever thoughts occupied Xiao Lian's mind, Wang Kai paid her no heed. His gaze remained fixed on each indignant person in the room. Even those who harbored the deepest grievances recoiled in the presence of his gaze. The air seemed to have solidified. as Luo Jiao Jiao's tears became uncontrollable. She no longer directed her ire towards Sun Yunyun. With a volume loud enough for the entire classroom to hear, she proclaimed, I, Luo Jiao Jiao, have never engaged in any dishonorable acts. You may choose to believe it or not. Regardless, your thoughts reside in your minds. I believe, Wang Kai interjected decisively. So do I. Jimei stood up, her dimples revealing a sweet smile. I too believe, He Yong and Su Suwei rose in unison. As Lin Yi entered the classroom, he was met with this spectacle. Clearing his throat, he drew everyone's attention with his voice. The usually jovial Lin Yi wore an expression of utmost seriousness. His demeanor taut with intensity. Under his gaze, those who had just spoken lowered their heads in trepidation. Once everyone was seated, Lin Yi began, Today, I wish to once again commend classmate Luo Jiao Jiao. Why again? He continued, because this morning, Luo Jiao Jiao brought honor to our class. At this thought, some students felt a wave of shame wash over them. Why commend her again? Lin Yi clarified, it is due to her integrity in returning a lost item. He revealed a bracelet from his hand. Chapter 58, The Truth Revealed with Reddened Eyes. Classmate Yu looked up in astonishment at the bracelet in Lin Yi's hand. Lin Yi regarded her and inquired, Is this your bracelet? Yi, her face flushed, nodded. She retrieved the bracelet from the podium, expressing her gratitude towards Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi did not respond to her thanks, but instead said, You should not thank me. Yi understood perfectly who her gratitude was truly owed to. Just moments ago, she was enveloped in her own emotions, while her classmates unjustly defended her against Luo Jiao Jiao. Yi, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt, lamented that if she hadn't pilfered her mother's cherished bracelet to flaunt in front of friends, none of this chaos would have ensued. Even if it were truly lost, she could only blame her own carelessness. Having come to terms with everything, Yi exhibited no hint of embarrassment. She approached Luo Jiao Jiao and respectfully bowed, saying, Classmate Luo Jiao Jiao, thank you, and I sincerely apologize. Luo Jiao Jiao's mood had considerably settled. Indeed, Lin Yi commenced his admonishment. You all lack understanding of the true circumstances and hastily accuse a fellow student without evidence. Under Lin Yi's oppressive demeanor, no one dared to utter a word. Perhaps it was due to his typically gentle disposition that his sudden severity left everyone in a state of trepidation. Lin Yi pointed out about a dozen students, including Qiao Lian and her friends, who had just begun to assert themselves. After addressing the situation at length, Lin Yi glanced at the time, signaling the end of the school day. Luo Jiao Jiao swiftly gathered her belongings and hurried towards her study group. Wang Kai and a few others also hastened their steps. As Luo Jiao Jiao departed, she faintly heard Sun Yunyun's whisper, Jiao Jiao. In her rush, Luo Jiao Jiao had no time to listen further. Sun Yunyun, whose round face made her eyes appear quite small, felt a mix of guilt and hesitation. The girl who had initially accused Luo Jiao Jiao, upon witnessing Sun Yunyun's expression, scoffed derisively, Fatty, do you really think she considers you a friend? Sun Yunyun felt as if she had been struck, her body trembling slightly. Observing her reaction, the girl felt a sense of disdain. Just moments ago, you were insinuating that Luo Jiao Jiao was a thief, and now you present yourself in such a pitiable manner for whom? Look at yourself. Who would choose to befriend you? The school bell merely regards you as an accessory. Moreover, who is unaware that the school bell of Zhouqing one high school is accompanied by a rather portly individual? The disdain on the girls' faces is unmistakable. Xiaoyu, do not speak in such a manner. One person draped an arm around the girl, who was Xiaoyu. Sun Yunyun cast a grateful glance towards the newcomer, who was none other than Qiao Lian. Qiao Lian smiled gently. In truth, classmate Yunyun is quite charming. Xiaoyu speaks rather bluntly. I hope you do not take offense, classmate Yunyun. Qiao Lian assumed the role of peacemaker. Sun Yunyun, feeling a sense of urgency, grasped Qiao Lian's hand. You promised. Before Sun Yunyun could finish her sentence, Qiao Lian covered her mouth. Qiao Lian glanced around, then leaned in to whisper in Sun Yunyun's ear. I have said nothing, nor have I seen anything. I did not witness you, Sun Yunyun, personally placing classmate Ye's bracelet into Luo Jiao Jiao's book. At that moment, Sun Yunyun realized she had been manipulated by Qiao Lian. She had explicitly stated that if Qiao Lian helped her place the item into Luo Jiao Jiao's book, she would be permitted to join their group. Sun Yunyun attempted to break free from Qiao Lian's grasp, but alas, despite her ample figure, she was devoid of strength. At this juncture, Ma Xiaoyu chuckled. I must ask, Sun Yunyun, why do you seem to accumulate flesh rather than wit? Qiao Lian lightly patted Sun Yunyun's cheek, speaking softly. I believe you would not wish to be expelled from school, nor would you want your classmates to discover that you are the thief. Sun Yunyun's face turned pale, her eyes brimming with tears as she fervently shook her head. It was not her. She was not the thief. It was Qiao Lian who had deceived her. Qiao Lian abruptly released Sun Yunyun, picking up her belongings. Her ordinary features softened by a gentle smile in her almond-shaped eyes. Good Yunyun, you know what should and should not be said. With those words, she exited the classroom alongside Ma Xiaoyu. The classroom was now empty, leaving only Sun Yunyun, who silently wept. Gathering her backpack, she wiped away her tears and rose to leave. After attending her study session, Luo Jiao Jiao had her dinner at school, where the meals were quite satisfactory and reasonably priced. Moreover, she still had over 2,300 yuan left on her meal card. Returning home, she faced the inevitable task of completing her homework. Once she finished her class assignments, Luo Jiao Jiao took out a thick workbook to begin her exercises. This was a purchase suggested by Deng Wan, intended for daily practice and review. The following day, during class, Luo Jiao Jiao noticed that Sun Yunyun's seat had been occupied by someone else. Although she felt anger towards Sun Yunyun's betrayal, she could not help but search for her familiar figure elsewhere. Eventually, she spotted Sun Yunyun seated at a distance. Upon catching Luo Jiao Jiao's gaze, Sun Yunyun dared not meet her eyes, flustered as she used her textbook to shield herself. Luo Jiao Jiao felt a mix of amusement and irritation. Nevertheless, being emotionally mature, she quickly set aside her turbulent thoughts and devoted herself entirely to the lesson. After class, several classmates playfully jostled each other as they approached Luo Jiao Jiao's desk. Luo Jiao Jiao's expression remained indifferent as she continued her actions, disregarding the 4 classmates who had confronted her the previous day. Their faces were now tinged with embarrassment. One of them clenched his fists, closed his eyes tightly, and exclaimed loudly, "Luo Jiao Jiao, we are truly sorry. We wrongly accused you yesterday." With one person taking the brave step to apologize, the others found the courage to do the same. "Luo Jiao Jiao, we apologize." It was only then that she turned to face them. The youth, around 16 or 17, still bore the innocence of youth, their features youthful and naive. Instead of the assertive accusations from the day before, their faces now reflected shame and regret. In her heart, Luo Jiao Jiao had already formed an understanding of the situation. She did not wish to blame her impulsive peers. With a gentle nod, she replied in a calm tone, "I hope you will refrain from being so impulsive in the future. Emotions can rise and dissipate swiftly." The only impression left in their minds was that Luo Jiao Jiao was genuinely kind-hearted. Despite their outrageous behavior yesterday, she still expressed concern for them. Such a delicate and soft-spoken school beauty was someone they vowed to protect. They could not allow anyone to harm her. With sparkling eyes, they nodded at Luo Jiao Jiao, declaring, "We will not." Unbeknownst to them, Luo Jiao Jiao had inadvertently gained a few little admirers. This minor episode concluded, and the class bell rang once more. After a morning of lessons, it was finally time for lunch. While in line for her meal, Luo Jiao Jiao noticed that despite the long queue ahead of her, she was served swiftly. Scanning the day's offerings, she pointed to sweet and sour pork, stir-fried eggplant with green peppers, and a portion of lettuce. The cafeteria prices its dishes individually, and Luo Jiao Jiao managed to order 3 dishes for a mere 10 yuan. Once again, she felt grateful for the steady hands of the lady serving the meals. The sweet and sour pork on Luo Jiao Jiao's plate was plentiful, drizzled with a golden sauce that made her thumb twitch in delight. She savored a spoonful of rice accompanied by the delectable sauce, relishing its sweet and tangy flavor. After finishing her meal, she placed her plate in the designated area and strolled leisurely. Having learned from past experiences, she chose a path bustling with people. Just as she was about to enter the teaching building, someone called out to her. Turning her gaze, she saw Sun Yunyun, whose expression was fraught with anxiety. Glancing around as if she feared being seen by others, Luo Jiao Jiao's expression was complex. She was no saint and would not allow herself to be stabbed in the back only to reconcile with the betrayer. She feared another betrayal. Sun Yunyun appeared distressed, standing in the corner of the teaching building, partially concealed by vegetation. Noticing that Luo Jiao Jiao hesitated to approach, her heart sank. She understood that Luo Jiao Jiao would not forgive her and dared not hope to regain her friendship. Yet, she felt compelled to atone for her mistakes and inform Luo Jiao Jiao of something crucial. Recognizing that Sun Yunyun indeed had something important to convey, Luo Jiao Jiao approached her. She was curious about what Sun Yunyun wished to express. Chapter 59. The feeling of infatuation with many thoughts swirling in her mind. Sun Yunyun found herself at a loss for words. Luo Jiao Jiao's face bore little expression. "Jiao Jiao. I'm sorry," Sun Yunyun finally spoke. biting her lip. Luo Jiao Jiao had never been overly sensitive. She had the strength to soothe herself through moments of fragility. Is this all you have to say? Luo Jiao Jiao found it difficult to utter the words of forgiveness. Upon observing her departure, Sun Yunyun hastily divulged everything. It was Qiao Yan. She was the one who gave me the bracelet, instructing me to place it within your book. She promised to include me in her circle, but she deceived me. Sun Yunyun's voice diminished as she spoke. You acted upon her words? You believed her? Luo Jiao Jiao was uncertain whether to attribute it to naivete or foolishness. Sun Yunyun's head nearly receded into her neck. I genuinely regarded you as a friend. You have profoundly disappointed me. Luo Jiao Jiao had contemplated assisting Sun Yunyun in weight loss after her examinations. She had also envisioned them progressing together through diligent effort. However, it was precisely those whom she cherished most who evoked the greatest disappointment and sorrow. Sun Yunyun's eyes welled with tears, her voice trembling with a sob. I am aware that they all claim you use me as a foil, as your mere accompaniment. You must be wary of Qiao Yan. Sun Yunyun's words were somewhat imprudent. Luo Jiao Jiao sighed, her heart softening. She approached and embraced her, though unable to fully encompass her ample frame. Nevertheless, Sun Yunyun's emotions visibly stabilized. I understand. Do not be overly self-reproachful. As friends, I hope for your continued well-being. Having soothed Sun Yunyun, Luo Jiao Jiao had to hasten to her study group. I must depart now. Aware of Luo Jiao Jiao's impending class, Sun Yunyun wiped her tears and nodded. Luo Jiao Jiao retrieved a tissue from her pocket, handed it to her, and turned to leave. Sun Yunyun stared blankly at the tissue in her hand. She was truly exceptional, which was why so many envied her. Even the original self, buried deep within, harbors jealousy that can easily be exploited by others. I aspire to become a better and more exceptional version of myself. When someone harms her, I wish to be able to protect her. A fierce flame ignited in Sun Yunyun's eyes. As she turned a corner in the classroom, she nearly collided with someone. In a rush, she abruptly halted. But Luo Jiao Jiao, propelled by powerful inertia, instinctively lunged forward. She desperately braced herself against the nearby wall to stop, but unbeknownst to her, the outcome was counterproductive, sending her body straight backward. Oh no, this is disastrous. If I fall, I'll either be dead or severely injured. In despair, Luo Jiao Jiao closed her eyes. The anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, she inhaled a familiar, refreshing fragrance. A steadily firm arm enveloped her. Luo Jiao Jiao felt her body lighten, her feet securely planted on the ground once more. Her legs wobbled, and a sense of unreality washed over her as she remained with her eyes shut. She soon heard a cool, mocking laugh. Did I not fall? Luo Jiao Jiao, remember to watch where you're going next time. Startled, Luo Jiao Jiao opened her eyes to see the handsome figure of Wang Kai before her. How handsome he is! Observing Luo Jiao Jiao's dazed expression, Wang Kai mused inwardly about his clumsy classmate, wondering how she had grown up this way. A subtle smile crept across his lips. Oh, thank you, Wang Kai. Luo Jiao Jiao stammered, feeling a bit embarrassed. No problem. Quickly go get your things. Class is about to start, Wang Kai reminded her. Regaining her composure, Luo Jiao Jiao hurriedly extricated herself from his embrace. Wang Kai gazed at his empty hands, realizing he shouldn't have reminded her so soon. As someone who has been labeled a genius since childhood, he was well aware of his aspirations. Wang Kai felt that he might have recently been influenced by hormones. Otherwise, why was his heartbeat so erratic, as if his heart had developed a mind of its own? He gently touched his left atrium, feeling the robust rhythm of his heartbeat. He walked slowly, and just as he was about to enter the classroom for his study group, Luo Jiao Jiao entered right behind him. The seating arrangement in the classroom had been adjusted by the teacher. Among the girls, Luo Jiao Jiao was relatively tall, occupying the 5th seat in the 3rd row. Wang Kai took the position directly to her left, in the row behind. As Luo Jiao Jiao walked past him, a gentle breeze followed, carrying the fragrance of jasmine. Wang Kai instinctively touched his itchy nose. They were the last to enter the classroom. No sooner had they stepped inside than the teacher arrived. The elderly professor, bearing a hefty volume of textbooks and a ruler in hand, boomed his voice as he began distributing the test papers. These were from their last examination, and the professor had already graded them. As he called out names, students approached the podium to collect their papers. The professor refrained from announcing the scores, instead scrutinizing the faces of the students as if trying to commit their features to memory. Wang Kai. With long strides, Wang Kai reached the podium in a few steps. The professor's face was taut, his lips pressed together, resembling a child deprived of sweets. After handing the test paper to Wang Kai, he uttered a simple, "Keep it up." Unlike his remarks to others, this acknowledgement indicated the professor's high regard for Wang Kai. With his peach blossom eyes, the professor gazed at him as if filled with deep affection. Luo Jiao Jiao. Despite her wandering thoughts, Luo Jiao Jiao did not forget that it was her turn to collect the test papers. She hurried to the podium to receive her own. In stark contrast to his earlier encouragement towards Wang Kai, the elderly professor regarded her with a grave expression. Luo Jiao Jiao awaited him to hand her the examination paper. Humph. The little girl. Though the professor's demeanor was somewhat displeased, he soon relinquished the paper to Luo Jiao Jiao. She felt a twinge of confusion and could only respond with a polite smile. Once the papers were distributed, the professor commenced his display of authority. The sound of the ruler striking the podium reverberated through the room. It is a disgrace that you are all selected as elite students of this institution. I have scrutinized each of your papers, and I find that fewer than 3 of you have met the standard. His booming voice seemed to shake the very foundations of the teaching building. The classmates, akin to quails, shrank back in their seats, afraid to utter a word. With a total score of 120, they glanced at their papers, boasting scores of just over 110, and felt a sudden loss of pride. Luo Jiaojiu discreetly turned her perfect score paper face down, unwilling to invite resentment. After expending his frustration for a while, the professor exhaled deeply. Sweeping his gaze over the classroom, Wang Kai sat upright, her expression impassive. The professor inwardly nodded, recognizing her as a natural talent. However, his gaze soon fell upon Luo Jiao Jiao, whose head was also bowed. This elicited a mix of affection and irritation within him. How could such potential be squandered? When instructed to write several steps, she merely complied without further thought. It would not do. He resolved to guide her properly, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. The elderly professor's mood shifted from anger to contentment, revealing his playful side. He first granted the students time to identify their mistakes before proceeding to explain the questions. Wiping the blackboard clean, he prepared to showcase his expertise. In a manner reminiscent of random roll calls, 2 students were summoned to the stage, among whom was Luo Jiao Jiao. Upon reaching the podium, she grasped a piece of chalk and, after diligently reading the problem twice, began to work through it on the blackboard. Before long, she completed the task, while another student struggled with the chalk and board. Professor Yang, known for his obstinate temperament akin to that of a mule, traversed the classroom. When he reached Wang Kai's seat, he paused. Wang Kai had already finished writing. Professor Yang picked up his draft paper from the side and scrutinized it. The current problem, in comparison to the previous exam he had set, exhibited a difficulty level at least 2 degrees higher. Observing the clear reasoning and comprehensive steps in the draft, he stroked his goatee thoughtfully. His gaze then shifted to the problem on the blackboard. Quite satisfactory. Chapter 60, Outdoor Cooking. Those meant to be perplexed were not. Yet another individual at the podium found himself at a loss. The boy, tousling his hair in frustration, could not discern his next move. Finally, Professor Yang felt a sense of equilibrium. This indeed reflected the typical level of a high school student. The boy descended from the podium as if seeking salvation. During this class, Professor Yang engaged solely in posing questions, solving them, and elucidating their solutions. The bell signaling the end of class was about to ring. In the afternoon, as school was concluding, Lin Yi entered the classroom to organize the dismissal. Calling out the names of several boarding students to accompany him in purchasing materials for the following day's outdoor cooking. Lin Yi also informed the students that they could bring personal items, just in case. Meanwhile, another group hurried off to their study session. As the study session concluded, Luo Jiao Jiao packed her books into her bag and exited the classroom. Luo Jiao Jiao first ventured to the pharmacy to purchase a bottle of insect repellent specifically designed for outdoor use. Following that, she made her way to a nearby convenience store to acquire a pack of fresh noodles. Dining at school every day had become somewhat monotonous. Thus, she occasionally indulged in cooking for herself, relishing the delightful flavors. Today, Lin Yi had announced that there would be no classes the following day. Consequently, Luo Jiao Jiao prepared a bowl of noodle soup for herself, and after taking a shower, she finally settled down to complete her homework. Once she had accomplished these tasks, it was already 9 o'clock. She aimed to retire early to rejuvenate herself for the mountain hike planned for the morrow. With that thought in mind, she retired to bed at an early hour, enjoying a restful slumber. When the alarm clock rang, Luo Jiao Jiao rubbed her sleepy eyes. After silencing the alarm, she slipped into her slippers and began her morning routine. Today, she had not brought her textbooks. Rather, her backpack contained a water bottle, insect repellent, and cooling oil. It was the lightest her backpack had ever been. In the morning, Lin Yi had rented a large bus, and all the members of Class 1 queued at the school gate to board. Luo Jiao Jiao casually chose a seat by the window. Shortly after she sat down, a girl addressed her. "Hello, is anyone sitting here?" Luo Jiao Jiao glanced at the girl, who seemed somewhat familiar. "No." After the girl took a seat, she smiled and introduced herself. "My name is Yi Wenyu." At last, Luo Jiao Jiao recognized her. This was the same Yi who had lost her bracelet the previous day. She hoped to excuse her inability to remember all her classmates' names, as she simply hadn't had the time. "Hello, I am Luo Jiao Jiao." Although she believed Yi Wenyu should already know her name, she still felt it necessary to introduce herself. "I am truly grateful for your assistance in locating my mother's bracelet yesterday." Yi Wenyu, speaking as she retrieved some snacks from her bag, offered them to Luo Jiao Jiao. After enduring 2 friendships that had crumbled, Luo Jiao Jiao had grown somewhat indifferent to the prospect of making new friends. "Thank you, but I'll pass," she replied. Yi Wenyu sensed Luo Jiao Jiao's aloofness, yet she felt no displeasure. After all, one cannot coerce another into warmth. It remained a mystery how Lin Yu had persuaded the principal, who had surprisingly assigned 2 teachers to assist with this event. Lin Yi first called the roll in the vehicle, ensuring everyone was present before instructing the driver to embark. Seated at the front of the bus, Lin Yi introduced the 2 accompanying teachers. "Let us extend a warm welcome to our esteemed educators, Teacher Zhou and Teacher Bai." The applause erupted in a thunderous cheer. Teacher Zhou, with her cascading locks, presented a gentle and graceful demeanor. Perhaps the principal, concerned that the refined Lin Yi might struggle with the rugged tasks of outdoor cooking, had wisely appointed the robust Teacher Bai, a former soldier. Teacher Bai taught physical education to the first-year students, and his school uniform could scarcely conceal his powerful physique. Curious classmates inquired how Lin Yi had managed to sway the notoriously obstinate principal. Lin Yi, with a playful smile, adjusted his glasses and turned to the inquisitive student. "What do you think?" The student, feeling as though a cat's paw had playfully scratched at their heart, found it impossible to guess. Lin Yi merely smiled in silence. Throughout the journey, the chatter of excited voices never waned. After an hour's drive, they arrived at the foot of Shashan Mountain. Although the weather was splendid and the breathtaking scenery remained obscured, the pristine beauty of the landscape still invigorated the spirit. Today, as it is a weekday, there are not many people around. After the students disembarked in an orderly fashion, Lin Yi retrieved a considerable amount of items from the bus's trunk. There are 36 male students, each of whom took a bit, and soon the items were all claimed. It must be said that in this male-dominated science class, the girls are indeed the protected species. Before embarking on the hike, Lin Yi organized the students into groups based on their classes, with 8 members in 6 groups. Each group leader was tasked with overseeing the well-being of their members. With 2 assistant teachers managing 3 groups each, the students acknowledged their roles. And only then did Lin Yi wave his hand grandly, signaling the start of their journey. Although the half-hour walk was somewhat tiring, every student remained in high spirits. Soon, they reached the summit of Sha Mountain, where they set up camp beside a small stream in a pavilion. "Wow, there are crabs in this stream." One student, who initially intended to wash a small pot, spotted crabs scuttling along the crystal-clear stream bed. "What? Crabs? Let me take a look." Several curious classmates gathered around the stream. The vigilant crabs seemed to sense the presence of humans and swiftly retreated into the crevices of the rocks. Given that the weather was not too cold and the water was quite shallow, the 3 teachers did not dissuade the exuberant students from catching crabs. However, they cautioned them not to wet their clothes to avoid catching a cold. The students all responded affirmatively. Luo Jiao Jiao squatted by the stream, her wide eyes fixed on the crabs hiding beneath the stones, occasionally peeking out with their tiny eyes. Unable to contain her laughter, she reminisced about how she would always catch crabs with her cousin whenever she visited her grandmother. Her little cousin loved to follow them around, while their grandmother would often chide them for leading the child astray by enticing him to play in the water. In order to evade her younger cousin's persistent following, she and her cousin scaled a modest wall before dawn to search for crabs. They then prepared the crabs by seasoning them with salt and frying them to perfection. Although the flavors of the past had begun to fade from her memory, the scene vividly resurfaced in her mind. "Ah, I have caught one." The first to ensnare a crab was unexpectedly a girl from her class, drawing a crowd of fascinated onlookers. "Wow, how adorable!" they exclaimed, observing the creature spitting water. Some ventured to touch the crab, only to find their fingers ensnared by its pincers before they could make contact. "Ouch, that hurts," cried the girl. helplessly attempting to dislodge the crab. To her surprise, not only did she fail to free herself, but the crab tightened its grip even further. The others stood in bewilderment, unsure of how to assist. The girl who had captured the crab stared in astonishment, having only seen how to catch crabs on television, completely unprepared for the predicament of having her hand pinched. Noticing the commotion, Luo Jiao Jiao swiftly approached the distressed girl. She took hold of her hand and submerged it into the water. "You." The girl was initially taken aback by Luo Jiao Jiao's abrupt gesture, but to her astonishment, the crab relaxed its grip. Luo Jiao Jiao withdrew the girl's hand from the water, revealing her delicate fingers, now red and swollen, with 2 small cuts bleeding. Although the crab's pincers were not venomous, she advised, to prevent any bacterial infection from the water, you must wash your hand with clean water. Disinfect it and cover it with a bandage. Luo Jiao Jiao spoke calmly, releasing the girl's hand. The girl, her eyes sparkling, gazed at Luo Jiao Jiao, captivated by her words. Such an impressive display of confidence. How charming. Chapter 61. The August Melon. Luo Jiao Jiao, you were truly remarkable, exclaimed the young girl who had just moments ago been at a loss trying to catch crabs. Luo Jiao Jiao was taken aback by their enthusiastic response and smiled. I encountered similar situations when I was younger. It was evident that her companions, having grown up in the city, were unfamiliar with the simple knowledge that was second nature to Luo Jiao Jiao. However, they all believed that Luo Jiao Jiao had been exceptionally skilled since childhood, which only deepened their admiration for her. Unable to withstand the fervor of the young girls, Luo Jiao Jiao took the initiative to lead the injured Enk to find Lin Yi for some antiseptic. Enk obediently followed Luo Jiao Jiao, her heart brimming with joy. Luo Jiao Jiao swiftly located Lin Yi, who was instructing the boys on gathering firewood. Old classmate, where's the medical kit? Luo Jiao Jiao called out. Upon hearing her request, Wang Kai, who was tying up firewood with his team, looked up. Noticing the rosy-cheeked Luo Jiao Jiao and realizing she was unharmed, he indifferently tossed a thick stick to one of his teammates. The boys, now aware of Luo Jiao Jiao's presence, became more agile in their movements as they collected firewood. Lin Yi chuckled and, upon hearing Luo Jiao Jiao's words, quickly inquired, is someone injured? Enk, her head bowed and face flushed, felt embarrassed to admit that her curiosity about crabs had led to her hand being pinched. Understanding the girl's shyness, Luo Jiao Jiao refrained from elaborating and simply stated, Enk has a cut on her hand. We need to disinfect it. With no serious injuries reported, Lin Yi felt reassured. Girls have delicate hands, so they are more prone to injury, he remarked. It's with Teacher Zhou, Luo Jiao Jiao replied. And then she took Enk by the hand and led her to the pavilion where Teacher Zhou, a school nurse, was currently instructing the girls on how to prepare vegetables. Upon hearing about the injured hand, Luo Jiao Jiao expressed her willingness to assist. Teacher, I know basic disinfection. Zhou nodded, directing her to the first aid kit on the pavilion's chair, as the wound was minor. Luo Jiao Jiao promptly retrieved it, extracting iodine for disinfection and instructing Enku to sit. Enku complied throughout. The crab's pincers were small, resulting in only a slight puncture. Luo Jiao Jiao gently applied iodine to the wound with a cotton swab. After cleansing the blood, she covered it with a band-aid, cautioning, keep the wound dry. Enku blinked her large eyes and gratefully responded. Having completed this, Luo Jiao Jiao then joined in washing the vegetables. 3 large pots were prepared for the cookout, supported by a stone arrangement skillfully set up by Teacher Bai. Luo Jiao Jiao noticed noodles and vermicelli were the primary fare, likely due to the difficulty of cooking rice outdoors. Backup provisions included bread and water. However, the main intention was to fully immerse themselves in the cookout experience. Firewood was quickly gathered. Teacher Zhou guided the girls in identifying edible wild herbs and fruits, while Teacher Bai led the boys to catch fish in the water. And he, at leisure, sipped his tea, reveling in the scenic mountain views. Luo Jiao Jiao glanced up and was delighted to spot a fruit-bearing tree nearby. The fruit, adorned with a pale violet exterior, had begun to split open, indicating ripeness. Indeed, it is the August fruit, referred to in their hometown as Nyonaiku. Luo Jiao Jiao approached, tiptoeing as she reached out to pluck one. There were about 7 or 8 of these fruits on the vine. After carefully inspecting the fruit she had picked, Luo Jiao Jiao confirmed its identity before seeking out Teacher Zhou, who was squatting to dig for vegetables. Teacher Zhou, look. Is this fruit edible? Luo Jiao Jiao inquired with a gentle smile. Xiao Lian, also squatting nearby, scoffed at Luo Jiao Jiao's voice, thinking to herself, how could someone without the demeanor of a young lady recognize wild fruits? Teacher Zhou rose and accepted the fruit from Luo Jiao Jiao's hand. She examined it closely and inhaled its fragrance. Indeed, this is called the August fruit. It is edible and should taste quite delightful, Teacher Zhou affirmed with a smile. Wonderful, Luo Jiao Jiao exclaimed, and she took a female companion along to gather more. Perhaps it was due to the favorable conditions of the environment that allowed the August fruit to thrive. Just as they finished harvesting the 9 ripe August fruits from the vine, Luo Jiao Jiao spotted another patch bearing the same fruit. Her classmate, Siyu, who had just witnessed Luo Jiao Jiao's adeptness, remarked, "Jiao Jiao, you are incredible." Holding the fragrant August fruit, Siyu continued, "What kind of day is it today?" Having been praised numerous times, Luo Jiao Jiao internally grumbled. "Oh no, I merely happened to read about it in a book," she replied modestly, though Siyu dismissed her humility. The two girls returned triumphantly with over 20 ripe August fruits, placing them on the table in the pavilion. Luo Jiao Jiao brushed off the dust from her clothes. "What is this?" As Ink, transformed into a curious little one, inquired about the August fruit, she exclaimed, "This is the August fruit. It is edible and quite sweet. Would you care to try it?" However, she refrained from mentioning the multitude of seeds that needed to be spat out. "Oh yes, please," Ink responded with palpable eagerness. Her insatiable curiosity was evident, as she had previously found crabs endearing despite being pinched by one. Unsure of how to consume it, Ink gazed at Luo Jiao Jiao with longing eyes. Luo Jiao Jiao produced a small knife and deftly sliced the August fruit in half. Handing one portion to Ink and the other to Siyu, Ink took a big bite, exclaiming, "Wow, so many seeds. You cannot eat those seeds. They must be spat out," Luo Jiao Jiao explained. "You naughty one." Ink pointed at Luo Jiao Jiao with trembling fingers. Nevertheless, Ink quietly retreated to a corner to spit out the seeds. Siyu, savoring her small mouthful, felt immensely fortunate. Thankfully, she was consuming it in small bites. Avoiding the puff-cheeked appearance of Ink, reminiscent of a frog, Luo Jiao Jiao couldn't help but laugh and gently patted Ink's shoulder. "You can spit them all out." Yet, Ink was reluctant to part with the delightful taste lingering in her mouth. "Isn't it just about spitting out the seeds?" she thought, resolute in her decision to keep them. Luo Jiao Jiao shrugged in exasperation, observing the abundance of August fruit on the table and then glancing at Ink, who was busy expelling seeds. She chuckled. "The flavor of this August fruit is indeed delightful, but the seeds are quite excessive." Once the girls had completed their tasks, they curiously formed a group to watch the boys fishing. Teacher Bai led the boys to the lower reaches of the stream, where the water was deeper, reaching up to their thighs. Teacher Bai, a proud veteran, exhibited remarkable agility, plunging swiftly into the water and emerging with a sizable fish in hand. "Wow, Teacher Bai is formidable," exclaimed the boys who witnessed the impressive catch. Luo Jiao Jiao joined the crowd on the shore, observing their fishing endeavors. A bucket already brimmed with an assortment of fish, both large and small, alongside crabs and shrimp. The boys, eager to emulate Teacher Bai, attempted to replicate his technique. However, before they could reach their targets, the fish eluded them with surprising agility, seemingly mocking their efforts by bubbling as they swam away. I stifled an expletive, mindful of the girls from their class who had just arrived, realizing that such language would not reflect well. Luo Jiao Jiao gazed at the group of boys. Their pants rolled up to their thighs. Wang Kai's radiant face, with pursed lips, focused intently on the water's movements. Those long legs, in comparison to her own. Luo Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of envy. Yet, fortune favored the determined. After having lost 5 or 6 fish, Wang Kai finally succeeded in catching one, a modest fish. No larger than 2 fingers. Though small, it was a triumphant catch. His mood lifted, his eyes sparkled with delight. As he stepped out of the water, ready to place the fish in the bucket, he noticed Luo Jiao Jiao standing nearby. Before he could act, she inquired, "Wang Kai, did you catch a fish?" Her gaze was filled with anticipation as she looked at his cupped hands. Wang Kai hesitated, then ultimately revealed the fish to her, opening his palm to share his small triumph. Wang Kai's ears flushed with a rosy hue. Luo Jiao Jiao, her gaze intensely fixed upon him, watched as he gradually opened his palm, revealing a small fish nestled within, an adorable little creature. In that fleeting moment, words eluded her, yet she managed to smile brightly, exclaiming, "This fish is so cute." Indeed, it was charming, with its brownish-yellow hue and a plump, white belly. Its tiny tail occasionally flicked playfully. Wang Kai responded with a gentle smile and a soft The little fish was undeniably delightful, and when fried, it would become crisp and golden. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Teacher Bai rolled up his sleeves and poured oil into the pot, which was already bubbling with fervor. The flames danced enthusiastically, drawing the curious students closer to the stove. Lin Yi retrieved his camera from his backpack, capturing the eager expressions of his classmates in various snapshots. As the oil began to sizzle, Teacher Bai urged the students to step back. Recognizing that the oil was ready, he lifted a large fish, already cleaned and prepared, and positioned it against the pot's edge, allowing it to glide gracefully into the bubbling oil. The temperature was indeed perfect. As the fish hit the oil, it began to bloom. The sound of the sizzling oil harmonized with the tantalizing aroma of fried fish, causing many nearby to swallow in anticipation. By now, it was nearing 11 o'clock, and the exertions of climbing the mountain and catching fish had left the students ravenous, some feeling as though they could devour an entire pig. While Teacher Bai expertly fried the fish, Teacher Zhou was busy adding noodles and vermicelli to another pot. Additionally, Lin Yi was tending to a third pot, boiling sweet potatoes and corn. Not only were the pots bubbling, but nestled in the embers of the stove were clay-wrapped beggar's chickens, and sweet potatoes were being roasted to perfection. As the air became increasingly infused with delightful aromas, the sounds of rumbling stomachs grew louder. Luo Jiao Jiao gently patted her empty belly, her eyes lingering longingly on the three pots, eagerly anticipating the arrival of food. Although there were numerous loaves of bread in the pavilion, the dry and tasteless bread paled in comparison to the tantalizing fried fish, sweet corn, and visually appealing noodles. The abundance of firewood ensured that the food would be prepared swiftly. The first dish to emerge was Teacher Zhou's noodles. After retrieving the noodles from the pot, Teacher Zhou placed them into a basin of cold water for a brief period. This method enhanced the chewiness and flavor of the noodles. Once cooled, the robust male students portioned the noodles into disposable bowls. With a total of 51 individuals, including 48 students and 3 teachers, each bowl was generously filled with noodles. Luo Jiao Jiao assisted in sprinkling chopped green onions atop the noodles. Each bowl received a touch of salt and soy sauce, while those with a preference for stronger flavors could add to their liking. The students eagerly served themselves, and the noodles were enhanced with wild vegetables they had foraged. Perhaps due to the collective effort, most felt that this was the most delicious meal they had ever experienced. While they were savoring the noodles, the sweet potatoes and corn from the forestry department were also ready. Teacher Bai's fish was completed as well, featuring fried fish, fried crabs, boiled soup, and even steamed fish and shrimp. "Oh my, it's so hot," exclaimed He Yong as he eagerly placed a piece of fish into his mouth, unaware of its scalding temperature. "Haha, Yongzi, this is what happens when one is too impatient. You can't enjoy hot fish in haste." Witnessing He Yong's discomfort from the scalding heat, Su Suhui could not help but chuckle, eliciting laughter from several onlookers. Luo Jiao Jiao savored her noodles contentedly when a hand stealthily slipped a small fish into her bowl. Puzzled, she followed the hand's direction and discovered Wang Kai, who gently placed the fish in front of her, whispering, "Give it a try." Luo Jiao Jiao inclined her head and took a bite of the crispy fried fish, its rich flavor enveloping her palate. Likely due to Teacher Bai's addition of salt to the oil, the subtle saltiness, combined with the small fish's lack of bones, made it utterly delightful. Wang Kai observed her intently, awaiting her response, much like a fluffy dog eagerly anticipating its owner's approval. A sudden, whimsical thought crossed Luo Jiao Jiao's mind, prompting her to chuckle softly. Satisfied with her reaction, Wang Kai nodded in acknowledgement. Luo Jiao Jiao then noticed that there appeared to be no signs of noodles having graced Wang Kai's bowl. "The corn should be ready. Would you like to fetch some?" she suggested. Concerned that he might find it unclean due to multiple hands having touched it, she quickly added, "I washed the corn myself. It has been handled by many." Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Kai had already strode over to the pot with his long legs. "I wonder if it will be as sweet as last time?" Lin Yi mused, well aware of Wang Kai's peculiar habits, having observed him distributing noodles among his more ravenous classmates. "He must be going for the corn and sweet potatoes now. They should be cooked by now," Lin Yi remarked. Taking a bite of his noodles, Wang Kai shot him a glance, then deftly pierced a piece of corn with his chopsticks. "Hey, try this sweet potato. I washed it for ages," Xiao Lian urged, knowing well of Wang Kai's pickiness. Although the origin of his peculiarities remains a mystery, he is merely perceived as a flaw typical of a wealthy scion. Wang Kai paid no heed to this. With delicate fingers, he carefully peeled back the husk of the corn, waiting for it to cool slightly before taking a bite. It is quite sweet," he mused with half-closed eyes. "The beggar's chicken is ready. The beggar's chicken is ready." A few classmates rummaged in the ashes of the fire, searching for the beggar's chicken with wooden sticks. They also unearthed several sudi, roasted sweet potatoes. Can this be eaten? A girl inquired hesitantly, gazing at the roasted sweet potatoes. Upon hearing her words, Teacher Bai erupted in laughter. Of course it can be eaten. Not only is it edible, but it is also fragrant and sweet. Except for the fact that eating too much may lead to flatulence, Luo Jiao Jiao added silently in her mind. After consuming a bowl of noodles, her stomach was already full. Yet, she could not shake the thought of the soft, sticky sweetness of the roasted sweet potatoes. It left her craving. Seizing the moment while Teacher Bai demonstrated how to eat the roasted sweet potatoes, Luo Jiao Jiao swiftly wrapped two in leaves. She stepped aside, preparing to indulge. As she blew on her fingers and rubbed her earlobes, she hastened her hands to break open the roasted sweet potato. Once the charred exterior was cracked, an overwhelming aroma of sweetness surged into her nostrils. She took a small bite, and it was both hot and sweet, melting in her mouth, absolutely delightful. Is it good? Wang Kaiyi inquired curiously, observing her from the side. Luo Jiao Jiao exhaled, swallowing the sweet potato before turning her gaze to him. Wang Kaiyi appeared like an inquisitive child, poking at another sweet potato with his finger. Luo Jiao Jiao offered him the untouched half of her sweet potato. You should give it a try. The flavor is quite delightful. Wang Kaiyi accepted the offering with a hint of skepticism, having noticed that Luo Jiao Jiao had just burned her mouth on the sweet potato, which had been too hot. Thus, he blew on it gently before taking a bite. Observing his actions, Luo Jiao Jiao momentarily questioned whether she had been too much of a tomboy. A girl with a robust spirit, yet soft and sweet. After tasting, Wang Kaiyi reached a conclusion, savoring the modest roasted sweet potato in his hand with great care. Luo Jiao Jiao couldn't help but smile. She retrieved a paper towel from her pocket, wrapping another roasted sweet potato before handing it to him. Here, take this. I plan to try the beggar's chicken later. How pitiful for this boy, who had never experienced a colorful childhood, to find such contentment in something as simple as a roasted sweet potato. It is worth noting that despite Luo Jiao Jiao's demure appearance, she had been quite the mischievous child. Aside from failing to procure bird eggs, she had climbed trees for fruit and caught loaches in the fields without missing a beat. Wang Kaiyi accepted the sweet potato, his eyes gleaming with delight. Thank you. Luo Jiao Jiao smiled faintly before setting off to find the beggar's chicken. This dish had been suggested by Lin Yi, who recounted how, during a previous trip, he had sampled the local delicacy known as beggar's chicken. Not only did he adore this dish, but he had also insisted that his friends from that region teach him the recipe. He had prepared several fresh local chickens in advance, stuffing them with an array of ingredients he had brought along. After wrapping them in lotus leaves 3 times and encasing them in thick mud, he simply tossed them into the fire to cook. With a cooking time of approximately half an hour, plus the resting period, Lin Yi estimated they should be ready by now. Therefore, he prepared to unwrap one to sample. Chapter 63. The wisdom of experience. The aroma of freshly roasted sweet potatoes had just dazzled the senses, as eager classmates gazed with bright eyes at the unappealing lumps of earth. Were it not for the allure of the roasted sweet potatoes, these unremarkable tubers would hardly have garnered a second glance. It must be said, the principle of the deliciousness of food is magnified and a crowd holds true. The already snatched sweet potatoes seemed to declare, in the past, you paid me no mind. Now, I am beyond your reach. Lin Yi began to vigorously strike the earthy lumps with a stick. Careful, old classmate, don't smash them to bits, exclaimed one student, who still tasted the remnants of the crushed, bitter skin mingled with sweetness from earlier. With a light chuckle, Lin Yi deftly maneuvered his hands, like flowing clouds, to pry apart the hardened soil, revealing the golden-hued lotus leaves within. Wearing a pair of thick gloves to protect against the heat, he carefully placed the roasted chicken, known as beggar's chicken, onto the table in the pavilion. Layer by layer, he peeled back the lotus leaves. As the outer skin diminished, a rich aroma of succulent meat intermingled with the refreshing scent of the leaves wafted through the air, making one's mouth water uncontrollably. Each group was allotted 2 chickens, meaning 4 individuals shared one. Luo Jiao Jiao received an entire chicken wing, and after allowing it to cool, she took a hearty bite. It was rich, yet not greasy, tender and delectable. Luo Jiao Jiao could not help but smile, savoring every morsel. Is it truly that delicious? Wang Kaiyi, observing Luo Jiao Jiao's enjoyment, could not resist the temptation and picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks, discovering the flavor was quite agreeable. After satisfying their hunger, some classmates sprawled on the grass, unwilling to move, while others engaged in playful games, teasing the little sparrows nearby. Luo Jiao Jiao sat on a chair in the pavilion, gazing at the azure sky and the immaculate white clouds. Everything appeared so serene and tranquil. The cheerful chirping of birds reached her ears, prompting her to look over. A few sparrows were pecking at the food scattered on the ground. Though the scenery of the mountains was breathtaking and the picnic was filled with joy, it could not disguise the discomfort caused by the incessant mosquito bites. Upon their arrival in the morning, the mosquitoes had yet to appear, but by noon, the heat had summoned them forth. The mosquitoes in these mountains were far more vicious than ordinary ones. A mere bite would swell into an enormous welt. Fortunately, Teacher Zhou had come well prepared. He retrieved several tubes of ointment from the medical kit. Luo Jiao Jiao, fortunate enough to have avoided the mosquito bites, was grateful for having applied insect repellent early on. She took out a bottle of cooling oil from her backpack and offered it to Suyu, who was enduring the itchiness. Earlier that morning, Suyu had accompanied Luo Jiao Jiao to pick August melons and had suffered numerous bites, perhaps due to her blood type being particularly enticing to mosquitoes. Hesitantly, Suyu accepted the small bottle of green oil. Luo Jiao Jiao explained, "This cooling oil is highly effective in alleviating itchiness." The young girl, concerned about her appearance and worried that scratching might leave scars, furrowed her brows in restraint. "Thank you," Suyu expressed as she twisted open the cap. A refreshing scent wafted through the air. Having never used such a product before, Suyu's face was filled with uncertainty. She dabbed a bit onto her fingers and applied it to the itchy spot on her neck. Initially, there was no sensation, but within seconds, the area where she had applied the cooling oil began to tingle with a pleasant warmth and coolness. The itch was swiftly dispelled. Suyu felt a surge of joy, thinking to herself how wonderfully effective it was, just as she was about to express her gratitude to Luo Jiao Jiao once more. Upon discovering that Luo Jiao Jiao had already proceeded ahead, Suyu could only suppress her heartfelt gratitude. The descent down the mountain was significantly swifter than the ascent, and in less than 30 minutes, they reached the foot of the hill. The bus driver was already waiting there. And after the students disposed of their plastic waste into the trash bins, they stowed their used belongings into the trunk. One by one, the students boarded the vehicle, where Lin Yi conducted another roll call. Some leaned against the windows while others rested their heads on their classmates' shoulders, succumbing to slumber. Each participant had engaged wholeheartedly in this outdoor cooking adventure, contributing their efforts and, in return, reaping joy and memorable experiences. Lin Yi once again produced his camera, capturing a few snapshots with a click. "We are truly fortunate to have a homeroom teacher like you, Mr. Lin," exclaimed Teacher Zhou, who had noticed Lin Yi documenting the student states throughout the journey. Teacher Bai, known for her lack of flattery, nodded in agreement after Zhou finished speaking. Lin Yi smiled gently, his lips curling upward. "It is also my good fortune." The Chinese teacher entered with a warm smile. After exchanging pleasantries, she inquired, "Did everyone enjoy the outdoor cooking activity? It sounds wonderful. Would you be willing to share your experiences with me?" The glimmer of amusement in her eyes deepened. The students eagerly began to recount the day's events, their voices overlapping in excitement. "Hold on, your stories are truly captivating. Therefore, I shall assign the first task for today. Write a narrative about a meaningful event that occurred today, with a minimum of 800 words. The Chinese teacher beamed with a smile reminiscent of the spring breeze. Indeed, experience brings wisdom. The smile froze upon the faces of the students, while their hearts wept silently. Regardless of their sentiments, the language teacher conducted the class with evident delight. The obstinate principal not only forbade students from engaging in extracurricular activities outside the school, but he also imposed restrictions on the teachers. The language teacher staunchly refused to admit any feelings of jealousy. After all, he was a commendable educator, dedicated to fostering the students' abilities in written expression. "Haha," the students replied, "but we are science students." After school, the students poured out of the classroom in a bustling throng. Jiao Jiao suggested meeting at the Wenxin bookstore the following day. As Luo Jiao Jiao organized her books and prepared to leave, she was called back by Qi Mei and others. Indeed, she recalled that there was still a portion of the book she had yet to finish. Luo Jiao Jiao noticed that Wang Kai was no longer solitary. He was accompanied by Su Su Hui. Upon exiting the classroom, numerous boys greeted him, while girls secretly admired him. Perhaps it was during this outing that everyone discovered their class's belle was not as gentle and enchanting as previously rumored. Though Luo Jiao Jiao appeared aloof and difficult to approach, she excelled academically and participated attentively in class. She was genuinely amiable, eschewing any pretentiousness or manipulation of her female peers to garner assistance from the boys. She was also considerate, actively involved, and approachable. a stark contrast to the image of a deceitful, innocent facade that had been painted of her. Truly, rumors are often unreliable. Many bid farewell to Luo Jiao Jiao, with the girls exhibiting even more enthusiasm than the boys, except for Ma Xiaoyu, one of Qiao Lian's close friends. After being embraced and waved off by yet another girl, Luo Jiao Jiao flashed a professional smile. Until next week. Luo Jiao Jiao herself was unaware of the sudden improvement in her popularity among the girls. Upon exiting the school gate, she casually spotted Chunyu and several classmates leaning against the wall, seemingly waiting for someone. Luo Jiao Jiao felt no curiosity about whom they awaited and continued on her path. Luo Jiao Jiao. Chunyu, with keen eyes, noticed the fair-skinned girl walking away and hurriedly took a few steps to catch up. Upon hearing Chunyu call her name, Luo Jiao Jiao did not falter in her pace, pretending not to hear. What could he possibly want? Luo Jiao Jiao pondered to herself. Chunyu quickly caught up to her, positioning himself in front of her and blocking her way. Why are you walking so fast? I was calling you. Luo Jiao Jiao halted, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Is there something you need? Chunyu felt a twinge of embarrassment under her unwavering stare. What? Embarrassment? He would never feel such a thing. What is your phone number? Chunyu asked, running his hand through his hair. Chapter 64. Sister-in-law Luo Jiao Jiao regarded him with a look of bewilderment. What do you need my number for? What kind of look is that? I'm merely asking for your number so you can reach out to me when you need assistance. Chunyu retorted, feeling slightly pricked by Luo Jiao Jiao's accusatory gaze. Luo Jiao Jiao, somewhat skeptical, inquired, should I write it down for you? With a bustling crowd at the school entrance, Luo Jiao Jiao wished to avoid a prolonged exchange. Chunyu retrieved a smartphone from his pocket. You read it out, and I will save it. Luo Jiao Jiao swiftly recited a string of numbers. A few were unclear to Chunyu, prompting him to repeat. 7,465? Luo Jiao Jiao seized his phone and swiftly dialed the number. Chunyu made a call, but no one answered. I left it at home, Luo Jiao Jiao replied indifferently. The school prohibits mobile phones. I wonder how Chunyu managed to bring one under the teacher's nose. Chunyu nodded in acknowledgement. A few of Chunyu's companions rushed over. Sister-in-law. The five of them chorused in unison, addressing Luo Jiao Jiao. Startled, she instinctively took a step back. You. Luo Jiao Jiao glared at Chunyu. Her expression tinged with irritation. Chunyu was utterly perplexed. Luo Jiao Jiao noticed that among the five boys, one was the same person she had previously asked to deliver the envelope containing money to Chunyu. Don't inquire why she remembered. Her memory was simply exceptional. Under Luo Jiao Jiao's fierce gaze, Chunyu shook his head and protested, I didn't ask them to call you that. Luo Jiao Jiao was skeptical, replying, You've got the wrong person. Without further ado, she turned and walked away. The boy, who mistakenly believed Luo Jiao Jiao was Chunyu's girlfriend, patted Chunyu on the shoulder and said, Brother you, why did you anger sister-in-law? Chunyu grasped the boy's hand, teeth gritted in annoyance. Xiaozi. I think you're asking for trouble. Under the penetrating gaze of Brother Yu, Xiaozi looked utterly bewildered. No, Brother Yu. Why are you taking it out on me when you've upset sister-in-law? Chunyu elbowed Xiaozi, who quickly pleaded, Brother, please, I'm your own brother. The remaining four stood there, dumbfounded, wondering what was transpiring. Amused by Xiaozi's peculiar pleas, Chunyu finally released him, exclaiming, What are you calling me? Where did the sister-in-law come from? Huh. The sleeves were astonished. After all, wasn't she the elder sister? Yet, why did you still exhibit such an eager demeanor upon seeing your beloved? Such behavior could easily be misinterpreted. Moreover, after all these years accompanying Chunyu, I have never witnessed him displaying tranquility and kind words towards any girl. Little did Chunyu know that his younger brother was brimming with critiques about him. Chunyu had just saved a new contact on his phone, labeling it, Little Girl. With a broad grin, revealing a set of pearly whites, he exclaimed, Let us go. I'll treat you all to dinner. Brother Yu is magnificent. A group of friends linked arms, playfully frolicking away. Today as homework was not particularly burdensome. Luo Jiao Jiao set down her backpack, but did not immediately begin her writing. Having already eaten at school, she had no desire to prepare anything further. Jiao Jiao, are you there? A knock echoed from the door, accompanied by the voice of the landlady. Luo Jiao Jiao approached the door and opened it. The landlady, with a beaming smile, announced, Dear girl, I have a little surprise for you, Tata. Only then did Luo Jiao Jiao notice the small potted plant in the landlady's hands. A vibrant, palm-sized, chubby cactus, utterly adorable. I planted this myself. Do you like it? The landlady shared her treasure with the enthusiasm of a child. Although she was advanced in years, she preferred to stay home, tending to her garden and nurturing small flowers and plants. Grandma, I quite like it. But I have a terrible track record with plants. I fear it won't survive more than a few days. Luo Jiao Jiao confessed with a cheerful, yet slightly troubled smile. Strangely enough, despite having attempted to cultivate flowers and grasses in the past, none had ever thrived. She had once cared for a turtle, the longest lived among them barely lasting over a month. Despite being known as the easiest turtle to keep by others, it struggled to survive under her care. After the turtle she named Green Fur, which lived the longest, passed away, Luo Jiao Jiao was deeply saddened, burying it herself in the earth. Since that day, she had refrained from nurturing any small animals or plants. Do not fret, my dear. The ones I tend to are remarkably resilient. Simply placing it by the window and watering it once a week will suffice, the landlord grandmother cheerfully assured her. Observing the landlord grandmother's insistence on gifting her a cactus, Luo Jiao Jiao decided to graciously accept the kind gesture. Taking the cactus from her hands, she smiled sweetly, saying, "Thank you, Grandma. I truly appreciate it." Upon receiving the cactus, the landlord grandmother's face lit up, her wrinkles softening with joy. "As long as you like it. That is what matters," she beamed, proud that her cultivated plants were cherished by others. Luo Jiao Jiao had intended to invite the landlord grandmother inside for a chat, but the grandmother waved her hand dismissively. "You take care now," she replied as she walked away. Luo Jiao Jiao watched her retreating figure, noting how sprightly the grandmother remained at over 60 years of age, moving with vigor. The vibrant cactus added a splash of life to the modest room. "Little one, may you grow strong and healthy." Luo Jiao Jiao gently caressed the cactus's delicate spines, chuckling softly. However, a wave of happiness surged within her. She picked up her phone, unlocking it to reveal an unread call. She quickly saved the number as Chunyu and proceeded to dial the last number she had called. After a few rings, someone finally answered. "Hello, who is this?" Although the voice on the other end belonged to a woman, it was not that of Luo Yu. Luo Jiao Jiao activated the speakerphone and noticed the contact was indeed labeled Mom. She inquired, "I am looking for Luo Yu. May I ask if she is available?" "Luo Yu? Is that not our director Luo?" The woman replied. "Yes," Luo Jiao Jiao affirmed. "Please hold on. I will summon Director Luo for you." "Thank you very much." Luo Jiao Jiao responded politely. She listened intently as the woman's voice rang out, calling, "Director Luo, there is someone looking for you." The phone was picked up again shortly thereafter. A gentle voice emerged. "Hello, Mom. It's me," Luo Jiao Jiao said. The joy in Luo Yu's voice was unmistakable. "Jiao Jiao, have you eaten?" Luo Jiao Jiao, reclining on her bed, replied, "Yes, have you had your meal?" "I just had mine. How have you been lately?" They exchanged updates about the happenings at home. Luo Jiao Jiao shared that her class had organized a picnic, involving activities such as hiking, fishing, and cooking. Luo Yu's laughter filled the air. The woman who had previously announced the call seemed to softly inquire who was on the line, noticing Director Luo's unceasing smile. Luo Jiao Jiao couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. Why didn't Luo Yu simply adopt Luo Jiao Jiao as her daughter? After all, as the director of the welfare institution, she had to maintain a sense of fairness. Yet, in their hearts, they were already a mother and daughter. After chatting for over half an hour, it seemed that Luo Yu had matters requiring her attention. "Jiao Jiao, I must take my leave now," she said, clearing her throat. The conversation was far from over. Luo Yu felt an itch in her throat and couldn't help but cough. Luo Jiao Jiao furrowed her brow. "Mom, are you unwell?" Luo Yu suppressed the irritation in her throat. "No, I've just caught a slight chill from the recent cold breeze, leading to a bit of coughing." Upon hearing that it was merely a cold, Luo Jiao Jiao felt a measure of relief. "You should buy some medicine and dress warmly." The weather in Luo Yu's area was more akin to the southern regions, turning cold earlier than in Zhou City. Chapter 65. An old acquaintance in forestry. Luo Yu responded, "I have already taken some medicine. You too should wear more layers in this chilly weather." After saying this, she busied herself with her chores. Once the call ended, Luo Jiao Jiao prepared to boil water and take a shower. With little homework to attend to that day, she swiftly finished her assignments. The following morning, having gone to bed early, Luo Jiao Jiao rose early as well. After her morning routine, she hastily consumed a light breakfast and set out with her backpack by 8:30. Perhaps due to it being a weekend morning, Xingming Square was rather deserted, with most of the patrons being elderly women shopping for groceries. Upon arriving at the Wenxing bookstore, she discovered that it was already open. She walked in leisurely, noticing that the shop owner was still clad in a long white robe. Upon hearing the sound of her entrance, the owner glanced up at Luo Jiao Jiao before returning to his tasks. To her surprise, it appeared that he was engrossed in his phone, tilting the screen to the side, seemingly engaged in a game. This peculiar shop owner, whom she had previously seen absorbed in reading, had led Luo Jiao Jiao to believe he was a literary enthusiast. Who would have thought he was also a gaming aficionado? A man of mystery indeed. Not dwelling further on her thoughts, Luo Jiao Jiao found her preferred spot and set her belongings down. Following the contours of her memory, she unearthed the book she had yet to finish from its last reading. She opened to the page she had previously perused and, with a tranquil mind, resumed her reading. A pen rested in her hand, diligently transcribing notes in her notebook, synchronized with the rhythmic ticking of the wall clock. After completing a ranked match, Shang Yu rose to stretch her limbs, stifling a yawn that lingered unvoiced. Just as she was about to release it, someone entered through the doorway. Before the figure emerged, a gentle voice resonated. Xiao Yu. The voice was familiar. Shang Yu's heart jolted, and she swiftly tossed her phone into the drawer, casually picking up a nearby book. Pretending to be engrossed in her reading, oblivious to any disturbances, the owner of the voice soon appeared, a man clad in a shirt and black trousers, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles. It was none other than Lin Yi. Following him was another individual, Wang Kai, dressed in a casual gray ensemble. Lin Yi approached the counter, lightly tapping on Shang Yu's desk. She wore an expression of impatience, gesturing towards a sign that read, "Silence is mandated in the bookstore." Lin Yi responded with a bemused "oh," a playful smile gracing his lips. "You've turned the book upside down." Shang Yu's face froze as she glanced down, realizing the text was indeed inverted. Wang Kai refrained from interrupting their exchange and continued deeper into the store, where he spotted a serious-looking girl seated by the window. He set down his backpack and, with deliberate movements, began to search for a book on the shelves. After sitting for a prolonged period, Luo Jiao Jiao could no longer resist the urge to stand and stretch her limbs. Turning her head to survey her surroundings, she noted that all 5 individuals had gathered. Why is there an extra person? She thought, her gaze sharpening as she recognized that Teacher Lin was also present. Lin Yi gazed intently at the chessboard, lost in contemplation for a moment before decisively moving a piece. Luo Jiao Jiao observed that opposite Lin Yi sat the proprietor of the bookstore. Unable to resist, she quietly approached and watched their game. They were engaged in a match of Chinese chess. Intrigued by the game, Luo Jiao Jiao watched with great interest. Each of Shang Yu's moves was bold and aggressive, charging straight into the enemy ranks. In stark contrast, Lin Yi's approach was subtle and gentle, yet laden with hidden danger, each move concealing a lethal intent. Under Lin Yi's relentless pressure, Shang Yu found himself with no escape, ultimately succumbing to a checkmate. The victor was clear. Frustrated, Shang Yu tugged at his hair. "I'm done." Lin Yi was nothing more than a cunning fox, leading him into a trap. With a gentle smile, Lin Yi looked up at Luo Jiao Jiao and asked, "Classmate Luo, do you know how to play? Would you care to join a game?" Luo Jiao Jiao felt hesitant under Lin Yi's shrewd gaze, reminiscent of her former superior. However, after witnessing their exchanges, her heart raced with excitement, and she longed to participate. With a bashful smile, she replied, "I know a little, but I might embarrass myself." Shang Yu seemed quite pleased at the prospect of watching Luo Jiao Jiao, like him, be bested by Lin Yi, readily vacating his seat. He encouraged her, "Don't be afraid. I'll teach you. Together, we can outsmart this fox." Luo Jiao Jiao retorted, "If I hadn't just seen how you lost, I might have believed you." She took her seat, arranging her pieces on the board. Lin Yi allowed her to make the first move, and without hesitation, she advanced her chariot directly into his territory. Lin Yi chuckled to himself. He had always perceived people through the lens of chess, but he was taken aback by the fact that this seemingly delicate girl possessed such a fierce temperament. After all, how could one who bravely faced an adversary much larger and stronger than herself be merely a sheltered flower? Initially, he had intended to assist Luo Jiao Jiao as her strategist, but found himself entirely unable to intervene. He watched in a daze as the two engaged in their back and forth, beginning to suspect whether Lin Yi had shown any mercy towards her. Yet, mercy was out of the question. In the end, Luo Jiao Jiao found herself ensnared within the confines of the game. She exhaled deeply, feeling utterly defeated. Accepting her loss with grace, she conceded, "You truly are formidable, old classmate." Addressing him directly felt somewhat impolite, while calling him Teacher Lin seemed too distant. Hence, everyone generally referred to him as old classmate Lin. Lin Yi, wearing a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze, replied, "You performed admirably." Luo Jiao Jiao smiled softly. "Shall we? Would you like to join?" Lin Yi inquired of Wang Kai, who stood nearby. Luo Jiao Jiao was startled. When had Wang Kai arrived? Without further ado, Wang Kai took his place and began to set up the chess pieces. Luo Jiao Jiao quickly made space, taking a small chair to sit aside. Just as Shang Yu had done. As the intensity of their match escalated, Shang Yu had come to accept the undeniable truth of his own inferior skill. Enraptured by the game, Luo Jiao Jiao felt a pang of anxiety whenever Lin Yi prepared to make a move. And a similar worry arose for Lin Yi when Wang Kai took his turn. It must be said, their game was played with remarkable fervor, capturing the attention of even the two onlookers, who were thoroughly engrossed. Noticing the heated atmosphere, Qi Mei set aside her book to watch as well. However, she felt rather bewildered, pondering why the horse should traverse the path of a character resembling a rather than a. As Wang Kai and Lin Yi's expressions grew increasingly grave, their game of chess had reached its climax. Lin Yi, moving his dwindling pieces, relaxed his countenance, smiling. "Ah, Xiaoyi, you have my utmost respect." Wang Kai's thin lips curled into a smile, his dark eyes fixed on Lin Yi. "Is that so, Uncle Lin?" Lin Yi scrutinized the chessboard intently, his pupils narrowing. It was indeed this very move. A single misstep. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves aside. One cannot resist the passage of time, can they? Xiaoyu? Lin Yi adjusted his glasses. Before Shang Yu could comprehend how Lin Yi had lost, he heard Lin Yi's mention of yielding to age, prompting an immediate reaction. "Who is old? I am but a newly minted member of the youth cohort." Lin Yi chuckled. Luo Jiao Jiao discerned the truth. It turned out that the piece Wang Kai initially moved was intended for a stunning counterattack. Impressive. Qi Mei, though not versed in chess, understood from Lin Yi's words that Lin Yi had indeed been defeated. "Old classmate, do you know the shopkeeper?" Qi Mei inquired curiously. The last time she had encountered the shopkeeper, he had appeared enigmatic, and the man before her now, resembling a playful husky, seemed an entirely different person. Were it not for his unchanged visage, she might have believed the shopkeeper to be a different individual altogether. Recalling her own persona as Shang Yu, she hastily picked up her composure. "Ah, he is an old acquaintance of mine." Lin Yi introduced them. "Shang Yu, my university roommate. You may call him Brother Yu." Wow, university roommates. I had no idea their bond was so profound. Luo Jiao Jiao was equally surprised, as Lin Yi appeared to be such a serious individual. How does one cultivate a rapport with Shang Yu, who appears earnest but is, in reality, a jester? Could it be that Lin Yi possesses an unknown facet? If Luo Jiao Jiao were privy to Shang Yu's thoughts, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "A kindred spirit." Chapter 66. Abdominal discomfort aside from Wang Kai, who was not particularly astonished. Even Su Su Wei, who initially suggested they peruse books here, was unaware of the connection between Shang Yu and their form teacher. Lin Yi introduced Luo Jiao Jiao and the others to Shang Yu, stating, "They're all students in my class." "That's quite unfortunate," Shang Yu remarked, casting a cool glance around the group. Lin Yi's smile grew increasingly gentle as he regarded Shang Yu, prompting the latter to shrink his neck and fall silent. At that moment, the sun was at its zenith, indicating midday. This time, the afternoon rendezvous was not scheduled at Wang Kai's residence, as his parents had apparently relocated to Shouqing, rendering it inconvenient. As the study group prepared to disperse for lunch, Lin Yi interjected, "Have you five formed a study group?" The five nodded in unison. Lin Yi smiled faintly and inquired, "Little Yu, how about we join you today?" Shang Yu's refusal was on the verge of eruption. "Uncle Shang," Lin Yi uttered casually. Shang Yu paused, his teeth grinding in resentment. "That scoundrel Lin Yi is using my father to suppress me." Lin Yi first delivered a reprimand to Shang Yu before offering a concession. "I will assist you in procuring admission tickets for tomorrow's competition." "Deal." Shang Yu acquiesced, his thoughts consumed by the competition he had been yearning to attend. His hand speed, honed over 2 decades of singlehood, had failed to secure tickets, leading him to contemplate severing his own hand. Moreover, his own father had control over his card. What was one day of instructing youngsters? For the sake of the tickets, Shang Yu would undertake it. Lin Yi expressed his satisfaction with Shang Yu's perceptiveness and then turned to Luo Jiao Jiao and the other 5. "Let's reconvene at the bookstore at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Your brother Yu and I will be waiting for you." He Yong and Qi Mei were both pleasantly surprised with Lin Yi's involvement. Their studies would undoubtedly yield twice the results with half the effort. Unlike Wang Kai, whose innate talent seemed almost like a cheat code, Luo Jiao Jiao had an excellent memory and a solid foundation, while Su Su Hui was well-grounded. Qi Mei, on the other hand, was known for her explosive potential in academics. Although her usual performance was merely above average, she consistently astonished everyone during examinations. He Yong, while slightly lacking in talent, compensated through diligence, thus requiring guidance more than the others. Shangyu propped his chin on his hand, watching the 5 students depart, and could not help but comment, truly a teacher through and through, dedicated and nurturing. Linyu did not even spare him a glance, merely checking his watch. Shall I treat you to a meal? Shangyu perked up, a bright smile illuminating his face. If I don't treat you to a feast, it would be a disservice to our years of friendship. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Chi Mei and the others headed east. After bidding farewell in 2 groups, they continued on their separate ways. Perhaps due to having spent over a month together, Luo Jiao Jiao had grown to understand Wang Kai better. Consequently, she no longer regarded him with the same apprehension as before. Just as she intended to speak, a sudden sharp pain gripped her lower abdomen, causing her complexion to pale instantly. She halted in her tracks, prompting Wang Kai to turn around and, noticing her cold sweat, asked with concern, "What's wrong?" As Luo Jiao Jiao gasped and clutched her abdomen, she sank to the ground, rendered speechless. Observing the severity of her condition, Wang Kai, filled with urgency, lifted Luo Jiao Jiao into his arms and hurried towards the area with more taxis, intending to take her to the hospital. The initial minute was marked by sharp pains in her belly, but Luo Jiao Jiao managed to endure for a moment. Before she could utter a word, Wang Kai had already scooped her up. A familiar warmth spread in her lower abdomen, and she realized the cause of her discomfort. Struggling, she managed to say, "I'm fine." Upon hearing her feeble voice, Wang Kai questioned how she could possibly be fine given her pain. "It's all right. I'll take you to the hospital." He reassured her in a tone laced with affection. Wang Kai moved at an astonishing pace, his long legs carrying them effortlessly. Feeling her face flush with heat, Luo Jiao Jiao insisted, "Put me down. I need to go to the restroom." She wriggled in his embrace, desperate to escape. Just as Wang Kai was about to hail a taxi, he paused upon hearing her plea. He glanced down at her face, which was as red as a ripe shrimp, seemingly grasping the situation. Once released from his hold, Luo Jiao Jiao exhaled in relief. She certainly did not want her menstrual pain to be treated like an emergency situation that required a hospital visit. That would be utterly embarrassing. Fortunately, a public restroom was not far away. Wang Kai instructed her to wait as he strode away with confident strides. Luo Jiao Jiao was momentarily taken aback. Inside the women's restroom, she inevitably spotted a hint of red, covering her still slightly aching abdomen with her hand. She wondered if Wang Kai had gone to fetch her some supplies. Luo Jiao Jiao felt her face burning once again, standing beside a row of feminine hygiene products. Wang Kai appeared dazed, his brow furrowed in concentration. The multitude of options was overwhelming, leaving him at a loss. "Sir, may I assist you with anything?" The salesgirl had been watching him since he entered. Such a handsome young man. She wondered if he had a girlfriend. Her curiosity was soon satisfied by his next move. Despite feeling disheartened to learn he was taken, she couldn't help but admire how this striking figure had come to purchase personal items for his partner. How sweet of him, she mused, even if he seemed rather aloof. After a moment, the salesgirl noticed that the young man appeared to be in a trance, his serious expression suggesting he was contemplating something of great importance. Envious of his focus, she approached him with enthusiasm. Wang Kai pressed his lips into a straight line, his brows remaining motionless as he inquired, "Which type does the young lady prefer?" The salesgirl promptly presented a selection from the adolescent series. "This one is excellent. It comes in both day and night options. Which would you like? Day? Night?" Wang Kai revealed no hint of his confusion. "I'll take both." The salesgirl gathered 3 varieties for him to purchase and, with thoughtful consideration, added, "We also have a delightful ginger tea that warms the stomach. Would you like to try a box?" Wang Kai did not blink, clearing his throat before responding, "I'll take a box, thank you." Luo Jiao Jiao, having crouched for a while, grew weary and leaned against the wall. A sudden ringtone pierced the air. Luo Jiao Jiao realized it was her phone vibrating within her bag and quickly retrieved it. The screen displayed the name, Wang Kai. With a gentle swipe of her finger, she answered the call. "The items have been left at the entrance of the restroom." A deep, resonant male voice echoed through the phone. Approaching the door, she discovered a supermarket bag waiting for her. As she rummaged through its contents, she found herself taken aback. Daily essentials, night supplies, and comfort underwear. Such thoroughness. It made sense. After all, he was someone with a girlfriend. A pang of bittersweet emotion stirred within her as that thought crossed her mind. After changing into the comfort underwear, Luo Jiao Jiao placed the remaining items into her backpack. She washed her hands and stepped outside, spotting Wang Kai standing by the roadside. As she approached, he turned to face her. Their eyes met briefly, and he lifted the items in his hand, declaring, "Drinking this will help." The strands of hair cascading to his ears obscured the crimson hue of his cheeks. Luo Jiao Jiao gazed at the cup of brown sugar ginger tea he held and accepted it, still steaming hot. She flashed a grateful smile at him, saying, "Thank you." Wang Kai nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on her pale lips as he inquired, "Are you feeling any better?" Without uttering a word, Luo Jiao Jiao nodded in response. She lowered her gaze and took a sip of the ginger tea, which was both spicy and sweet, sending warmth radiating through her abdomen. They continued their stroll together. And unbeknownst to her, Wang Kai unconsciously slowed his pace to match hers. Suddenly, he halted, having spotted something ahead. Luo Jiao Jiao, puzzled by his sudden stop, was about to voice her curiosity. Wang Kai shed his outer garment, revealing a pristine white t-shirt beneath. Chapter 67, Scalding Touch. He handed his jacket to Luo Jiao Jiao, instructing her, "Tie it around your waist." Luo Jiao Jiao was momentarily perplexed by his suggestion until a sudden realization struck her. She was wearing light-colored pants today. Surely, there must be a mark on the back. Flushed with embarrassment, she declined his offer. "I can just use my backpack to cover it." With a swift motion, Wang Kai enveloped her in his jacket, deftly tying a knot with his agile fingers. "Well, this." Once he had secured it, he smirked and remarked, "Return it to me after it's washed." "Ah, okay, thank you," she replied, feeling the awkwardness of the exchange. The jacket cinched around her waist hung down to her calves. As she prepared to launder Wang Kai's jacket, Luo Jiao Jiao checked the pockets to ensure nothing was left behind. Once satisfied, she placed it into the water for cleaning. After finishing a bowl of porridge, Luo Jiao Jiao glanced at the clock. It was already midnight. Setting her alarm for half an hour later, she drifted into a light slumber. When the alarm rang, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and silenced the device, yawning and stretching languidly. Changing out of her pajamas, she donned her shoes and unpacked her backpack, placing a few items inside while returning the rest to their original spots. As she finalized her preparations to leave, she recalled something important. Retrieving a banknote from beneath the quilt by her pillow, she estimated her remaining change to be over 20, along with a 300 yuan note. It seemed she would need to withdraw some money. Upon entering the warm and inviting Wenzhou bookstore, Luo Jiao Jiao was greeted by a sign indicating that the store was temporarily closed. As she pushed the door open, she discovered that everyone was already gathered. In the spacious area of the bookstore, a round table had been arranged, around which everyone was seated. Jiao Jiao had arrived. Qimei greeted her with a sweet smile. And there was an empty seat next to her, which Luo Jiao Jiao promptly occupied. Lin Yi, engrossed in a book, set it aside once he noticed that all were present. Shang Yu guided Qimei and He Yong, unexpectedly employing a method that rendered the problems remarkably straightforward and comprehensible. This approach was particularly well suited for the two of them. Meanwhile, Lin Yi instructed Luo Jiao Jiao, Wang Kai, and Su Hui to tackle the problems using their own methods first. He would then highlight the shortcomings within their solutions. Throughout that afternoon, each individual was deeply immersed in their studies. Lin Yi glanced at the clock, noting that it was already past 5 o'clock. Luo Jiao Jiao organized her belongings and slung her backpack over her shoulder. "Old Ben, you go, we shall take our leave now," she announced. Qimei was the first to bid farewell, saying, "Goodbye, old Ben, goodbye, you go." After exchanging pleasantries with Lin Yi and Shang Yu, they all gathered their things and exited the bookstore. Shang Yu, with a playful click of his tongue, patted Lin Yi's shoulder and teased, "Ah, old Lin. Being a teacher certainly has its perks." Lin Yi smiled warmly, replying, "One must engage in meaningful pursuits in life." Shang Yu chuckled, "You have your meaningful endeavors. Now it's my turn to embark on something significant." He extended his hand, awaiting Lin Yi to pass him his belongings. Lin Yi retrieved an admission ticket from his pocket and placed it in Shang Yu's hand. Shang Yu, brimming with excitement, cradled the slate blue ticket and kissed it affectionately, exclaiming, "My dear admission ticket." As autumn descended, the days grew darker earlier than in the summer. At 5 o'clock, the sun had already set. "Wang Kai, here's the money for shopping today," Luo Jiao Jiao said, handing him 100 yuan. Wang Kai lowered his gaze to the money in her palm. "No need," he replied, pressing his lips together. "That would be quite embarrassing," Luo Jiao Jiao insisted, pushing the money into his hand, her eyebrows raised and a slight smile playing on her lips. "Then it would be even more embarrassing for me." Feeling her soft hand as she placed the money in his palm, Wang Kai's skin tingled slightly with warmth. "Cough. That's too much," he said, raising a hand to cover his mouth to conceal his discomfort. Luo Jiaoju dismissed his concerns about a few extra yuan, saying, The surplus is for treating you to a drink. Wang Kai chose not to refuse any further, fearing he might hurt the young girl's pride. All right, he conceded, slipping the money into his pocket. The thin banknotes seemed to retain the warmth of her touch, feeling almost hot in his hand. I'll take my leave now, goodbye. At the fork in the road where they parted ways, Luo Jiao Jiao waved her ponytail and walked ahead. Wang Kai responded with a soft as he watched her retreating figure. Goodbye. Having been subsisting on noodles and cafeteria food recently, Luo Jiao Jiao craved a change in flavor. She decided to purchase a white radish and some pork bones to prepare a hearty bone soup. Another crisp 100 had transformed into loose change, leaving her with just over 100 yuan. Upon returning home, Luo Jiao Jiao first washed the white radish, slicing it into pieces of moderate thickness. Before giving the halved pork bones a quick rinse, she tossed everything into the pot, ensuring the water covered the ingredients, then plugged it in, leaving it to simmer unattended. Luo Jiao Jiao planned to visit the bank tomorrow to withdraw 1,500 yuan. Upon making this decision, Luo Jiao Jiao promptly retrieved her 26-inch suitcase, hanging her thick coat on a hanger outside. Other lighter garments were neatly placed into the storage box. The sound of boiling water emanated from the pot, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma of simmering bones. Luo Jiao Jiao was in no rush to unplug the stove, knowing that a longer simmer would enhance the flavor of the soup. After organizing her belongings, she chose not to slide the suitcase beneath the bed, but rather leaned it against the corner. This way, once she had completed her shopping tomorrow, she could simply place her purchases inside. Indeed, a balance of study and leisure is essential. Hence, her study group convenes every Saturday for discussions. Sundays are reserved for personal endeavors, as learning is a matter of self-motivation rather than compulsion. Gazing at the bubbling, milky broth, Luo Jiao Jiao stirred it gently with a ladle before washing 2 pristine soup bowls. After disconnecting the power, she ladled the soup into the bowls with care. Though the meat from the bones was scant, the flavor of the broth was truly exquisite. After serving 2 bowls from the modest pot, a generous amount remained. She sprinkled chopped green onions over each bowl and lifted her own, blowing gently to cool a spoonful before tasting it. Her eyes lit up. What a delightful flavor. After savoring a spoonful, she covered her bowl, carefully wrapped its rim with a cloth, and lifted it with care. She treaded cautiously downstairs until she reached the door of her landlord's grandmother. "Grandma, are you home?" she called out. After a moment, footsteps echoed from within. "Coming." The door swung open, revealing her landlord's grandmother, who gazed in astonishment at the steaming soup in Luo Jiao Jiao's hands. "Grandma, I have prepared some soup for you. Please taste it," Luo Jiao Jiao said with a smile. The landlord's grandmother grinned broadly, her smile reaching her ears. "Oh, my dear, you should keep it for yourself. I am not fond of such things." Luo Jiao Jiao was well aware that this was merely an excuse from her. The landlord's grandmother had lost her husband early on and had raised her son alone. Now, as her son grew busy with work and his own family, the landlord's grandmother found herself perpetually solitary at home. Even her beloved granddaughter seldom visited due to school commitments. Feigning a scalded hand, Luo Jiao Jiao exclaimed, "Grandma, let me put it in. My hand has been burned." Upon hearing this, the landlord's grandmother quickly moved aside. Chapter 68. The landlord's grandmother's past. After placing the soup on the table, Luo Jiao Jiao noticed that the landlord's grandmother was not behind her. Grandma?" she called softly. At that moment, the landlord's grandmother emerged from her room, a tube of ointment in hand. Grasping Luo Jiao Jiao's hand with concern, she asked, "Where did you burn yourself?" "Let me apply some burn ointment." A warmth spread in Luo Jiao Jiao's heart as she chuckled softly to reassure her. "Grandma, I am fine. I wrapped it with a towel." The landlord's grandmother examined Luo Jiao Jiao's hand closely and, confirming there was no harm done, playfully tapped her forehead. "You frightened me to death." With a playful grin, Luo Jiao Jiao replied, "It was my fault. Now, please try the soup I made." Seated on a stool, the landlord's grandmother picked up a spoon and gently stirred the soup. Luo Jiao Jiao noticed that her demeanor exuded an air of elegance and grace. It is the kind of elegance that is etched into one's very bones. One can surmise that the landlady was once the daughter of a distinguished family. She blew gently on the steam, savoring a sip of soup. Luo Jiao Jiao gazed at her with bright eyes, eagerly anticipating her culinary critique. The landlady, with a hint of redness around her eyes, nodded with a smile. "Delicious. I have never tasted such exquisite soup before." Luo Jiao Jiao, possessing a modicum of self-awareness, acknowledged that while the soup was indeed commendable, it was by no means as extraordinary as the landlady suggested. Nevertheless, upon hearing the landlady's praise, She could not help but smile. "You are just flattering me," the landlady, with her kind visage and gentle smile, replied. "A grandmother never deceives. This soup is the most delightful I have ever had in my twilight years. Not merely for its flavor, but for the heartfelt intentions behind it." Luo Jiao Jiao then ascended the stairs to fetch her own soup. As she enjoyed her meal, she listened to the landlady recount tales from her youth. The two sat together, embodying a harmonious bond reminiscent of a grandparent and grandchild. Luo Jiao listened intently to the landlady's stories, her heart filled with reflection. It turned out that the landlady's name was Li Huifang, and she had once been the daughter of a landlord, cherished from a young age. Her father arranged a marriage for her with a family of equal standing as she matured. After her marriage, she and her husband shared a deep affection, living in perfect harmony. However, such bliss was fleeting. The family fortune, amassed over many years, was ultimately plundered. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiao Jiao could not help but inquire, "It must have been incredibly difficult for you at that time?" The landlady's grandmother possessed a pair of wrinkled eyes that sparkled with wisdom. "There were hardships, indeed, but, later, my beloved devoted himself to the revolution." When speaking of her beloved, the landlady's grandmother wore a nostalgic smile, her voice tinged with a subtle tremor. It turned out that her father had foreseen the future and had left a way out for the family. Although the Li family had lost their wealth, Li Huifang's husband was a man of ideals and aspirations. Her husband, Xiao Qi, was 5 years her senior. 6 months after the upheaval at home, he packed his belongings and enlisted in the army, leaving behind a military stipend for his mother and wife. Despite the fact that only 2 women remained in the Xiao household, life was not too difficult, thanks to the support from Li Huifang's family. Her mother-in-law was also a kind-hearted and straightforward person. Life continued in its mundane rhythm. Who could have foreseen that a year after her husband enlisted, a one-armed soldier clad in tattered military attire would arrive in the village? He came to the Xiao family's doorstep, knocking on their door, bearing dreadful news. Xiao Qi was among the fallen. It is easy to imagine the tremendous blow this catastrophic news dealt to both Li Huifang and her mother-in-law. Before his departure, he had reassured Li Huifang, saying there was no need for concern, for he would soon be home every day to accompany her and honor his mother. Little did they know, his departure would be a permanent farewell. Half a month after her husband left, Li Huifang drifted through life in a daze until she discovered she was over a month pregnant, which brought a glimmer of hope to their desolate household. As the landlord's grandmother spoke of her husband's demise on the battlefield, tears streamed down her weathered cheeks. Luo Jiao Jiao gently patted her shoulder, offering silent solace. The grandmother wiped her eyes and, with a serene smile, remarked, "I am now over 70. Soon, I shall join that old rascal of a husband." Luo Jiao Jiao felt a pang of sorrow swell within her. "No, I believe Grandpa Xiao would want you to experience more of this world." The elderly grandmother, having long since come to terms with her past, tenderly patted Luo Jiao Jiao's hand and said with warmth, "You are a good child." Luo Jiao Jiao smiled gently. The story shared by the landlord's grandmother that evening left a profound impression on her heart, reminding her to cherish the people and moments she currently possesses. It resonated with her previous life, where she had been preoccupied with establishing her own little home and living a simple life she adored, ultimately neglecting her parents. She had thought life was long enough to make up for the time spent with them later. Little did she know that this belief would become an impossibility. The next day, Luo Jiao Jiao rose early to withdraw money from the bank's ATM and proceeded to the train station, where she purchased a ticket for the afternoon of October 30th. She took a public bus to the bustling market in Zhou City. It was just past 8 o'clock, and the sun was slowly rising, while stalls lined the streets on either side, filled with an abundance of goods. The market was teeming with people, elderly individuals accompanied by their grandchildren, as well as young couples hand in hand, savoring various snacks along the way. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively. Prior to this, Luo Jiao Jiao had researched the local specialties of Zhou City, discovering that the traditional pastries were quite remarkable. But one needed to find an authentic, time-honored establishment to truly enjoy them. She wandered leisurely through the market. Upon encountering a few charmingly crafted trinkets made by the vendors, Luo Jiao Jiao found them quite delightful and affordably priced. Unable to resist, she purchased several. The vendor, noticing her enthusiasm, beamed widely, revealing a set of pearly whites, and remarked, "You truly have an eye for beauty, young lady. I shall charge you just 10 yuan. With a gentle smile, Luo Jiao Jiao expressed her gratitude before continuing her leisurely stroll, glancing into various shops to discern which pastry establishment was thriving. "Hey, look over there, brother you. Isn't that your sister-in-law?" "No, wait. Isn't that the bell of our school? Sleeve nudged Chinyu with urgency. What bell? Chinyu, still groggy from just emerging from an internet CAF, felt irritable at the interruption. What does it matter to me? Yet, upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed Luo Jiao Jiao. Surprisingly, this was more than a mere coincidence. Sleeve stifled a laugh, teasing, Brother you, still playing tough? Your gaze is as fixed as ever. Abandoned by her friend, Sleeve couldn't help but lament. Ah, how fickle love can be. Chapter 69. Youthful innocence. A vibrant string of enticing candied hawthorns suddenly caught Luo Jiao Jiao's eye, startling her. Chinyu? What brings you here at such an early hour? She inquired, observing him. Chinyu, holding the string of hawthorns and grinning broadly, replied, I happened to pass by. Here. This is for you. He thought to himself, surely, I cannot admit that I just emerged from an all-night gaming session. Oh, no thank you, Luo Jiao Jiao responded, noting the remnants of a late night in his eyes and the pronounced dark circles beneath. She remained skeptical of his claim, realizing her gaze scrutinized his face. Chinyu attempted to strike a handsome pose. These are merely treats for young girls. I have no interest in them. Chinyu pressed a candied hawthorn into Luo Jiao Jiao's hand, expressing his gratitude. Luo Jiao Jiao accepted the treat. Chinyu's face beamed with a radiant smile as he inquired what she was seeking, having observed her earlier search. Amused by his peculiar form of address, Luo Jiao Jiao chose to overlook it, instead asking if he knew of any time-honored pastry shops in Zhou City. Chinyu stroked his chin, lost in thought. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and he clapped his hands together. He declared that he knew of such a place and beckoned her to follow. Amidst the throng of people, Chinyu reached out and took Luo Jiao Jiao's hand, guiding her along. The tender softness of her hand sent a ripple of elation through him. Luo Jiao Jiao, led by Chinyu, had no choice but to passively follow his lead. Chinyu navigated the crowded streets with the agility of an eel, weaving through the masses. Eventually, Chinyu led her down a narrow alley and stopped before a dilapidated shop front, distinguished only by a faded brown cloth bearing the inscription Liang's Pastries. Chinyu's sudden halt caught Luo Jiao Jiao off guard, causing her to stumble into his back. She winced, her nose throbbing with pain. Encumbered by the item in her other hand, she disengaged Chinyu's grasp and gently massaged her aching nose. The abrupt absence of her hand in his sent a fleeting wave of emotion across Chinyu's face. Turning around, he beheld the sight of the petite girl's delicate nose, flushed and red, her large eyes brimming with tears, casting an aggrieved gaze upon him. Chinyu rubbed the tip of his nose, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. He offered an awkward smile, excusing his abruptness by explaining his eagerness to bring her to the shop. The pain in the tip of her nose had significantly subsided, allowing Luo Jiao Jiao to finally gaze upon the shop. The storefront appeared rather dilapidated, with a slightly plump matron assisting customers in packaging pastries. The establishment attracted no youthful patrons, only elderly ladies and gentlemen. Do not be deceived by the shop's exterior. Once you taste its offerings, you will understand. Chinyu, fearing that Luo Jiao Jiao might be deterred by the shop's appearance, hurried to explain. Nodding in understanding, Luo Jiao Jiao joined the queue, with Chinyu following closely behind her. The pastries were wrapped in oil paper, adorned with the characters for Liang's Pastries. By the time it was Luo Jiao Jiao's turn, most of the other customers had finished their purchases and departed. Chinyu continued to introduce the various flavors available. The matron playfully remarked, such a charming young couple. Truly a match made in heaven. There were 3 flavors, red bean cake, fresh flour cake, and meat floss cake, priced at 6 yuan per pack, containing 10 small pieces. Misinterpreting their relationship, the matron chuckled awkwardly. Oh, you 2 siblings are quite striking. Will you manage to finish all these at once? Let me tell you. These pastries are best consumed within a week. Their flavor diminishes over time. It was no wonder she misunderstood their connection. For the young man beside her gazed at the young lady with eyes that sparkled, reminiscent of a typical suitor in love. Chinyu, deterred by Luo Jiao Jiao's disapproving glance, merely pouted in displeasure. She had purchased a ticket from the previous afternoon. Could you please reserve a batch for me on Wednesday morning? Luo Jiao Jiao inquired. The matron, having no reason to refuse, promptly wrote her a receipt. Luo Jiao Jiao then handed over a 50 yuan deposit. The aunt deftly packaged the goods and also included an additional bag. The total was 90 yuan, with a 50 yuan deposit collected first. This is a new flavor I have developed. I'm giving you a bag to taste, she said. Luo Jiao Jiao handed over 100 yuan with a sweet smile, saying, Thank you, aunt. As the 2 strolled along, Chinyu was still flipping through his accounts. Who is your brother? How disrespectful. You should call me brother. Luo Jiao Jiao thought to herself, brother? With our ages combined, I could be your mother. She responded perfunctorily, all right. Chen Yu then wore a smug grin. Luo Jiao Jiao handed him the candied hawthorn first, then opened the oil paper bag. Chen Yu leaned in to catch a whiff. What flavor is this? I haven't tried it yet, he inquired. Luo Jiao Jiao lifted one for him. Chen Yu popped it into his mouth and began to chew, savoring the taste. Luo Jiao Jiao bit into hers, discovering a sweet and sour flavor reminiscent of cranberries. After swallowing the morsel, Chen Yu curiously asked, Little girl, why did you buy so much? You can't possibly eat it all by yourself. Initially, he thought she was merely interested in sampling the local delicacies of Zhou City. But he was surprised by her purchase quantity. The pastries were small, easily consumed in 2 bites, and quite delicious. Where's your hometown? Chen Yu continued his inquiry. Luo Jiao Jiao was perplexed by Chen Yu's inquisitive nature. He seemed determined to dig deeper. It's a bit far from Zhou City, in Bo Town. Bo Town. That sounds rather appealing, Chen Yu mused, feeling tempted by the idea of a trip during the National Day holiday. Sensing that Chen Yu was about to ask for her address, Luo Jiao Jiao decided it was time to take her leave. Ah, the candied hawthorn. Chen Yu observed the fleeting figure of Luo Jiao Jiao as she dashed away. A smile graced his eyes as he tore open the delicate wrapper of the treat and took a bite, savoring its delightful sweet and sour flavor. Meanwhile, Luo Jiao Jiao. As she walked, couldn't he help but voice her thoughts, lamenting the lack of ambition in the male lead, who ought to be offering warmth to the Dark Lotus heroine instead. Just as she was musing about the protagonist, lo and behold, Chao Lian made her entrance. Luo Jiao Jiao caught sight of the 2 young ladies, hand in hand, approaching her. Chao Lian, donned in a lovely canary yellow dress, was accompanied by a girl in a white shirt and a black skirt. She attempted to feign ignorance. Yet Chao Lian had already spotted the youthful and vibrant Luo Jiao Jiao clad in a light blue overall. Without hesitation, she called out, Jiao Jiao. Luo Jiao Jiao sighed inwardly, realizing there was no escaping this encounter. To be candid, she had initially felt indifferent towards the heroine. However, after the previous incident, she had come to understand that this protagonist was not one to be trifled with. Moreover, with Chao Lian bearing the aura of the lead, Luo Jiao Jiao had no desire to confront her. After all, what fate awaited each supporting character that dared to oppose the heroine but a tragic downfall? As Luo Jiao Jiao pondered these thoughts, Chao Lian and her companion had already reached her side. With a forced smile, she greeted, Chao Lian, what a coincidence. Unbeknownst to Chao Lian, her companion scrutinized Luo Jiao Jiao's features before offering a dismissive scoff. Not much to write home about, is she? Jolie feigned a bashful demeanor and remarked, Ming is still quite young and rather outspoken. Please do not take her words to heart. Chapter 70. Misunderstanding. Luo Jiao Jiao could hardly suppress a laugh. Was she truly young? A mere few hundred months old? Strangely enough, Luo Jiao Jiao had no acquaintance with the girl named Ming before her and could not fathom the source of her hostility. She offered a knowing smile, reminiscent of a caring older sister, and nodded, I shall not stoop to the level of a young child. Chen Ming's face flushed crimson. Who are you calling a child? Are your eyes blind? Luo Jiao Jiao couldn't help but chuckle. This child had inadvertently slapped Chao Lian's face with her words. Indeed, she was a spoiled little one, particularly since it was Chao Lian who had initially claimed her youth. Luo Jiao Jiao glanced at Chao Lian, who, as expected, appeared momentarily embarrassed. Chao Lian tugged at Chen Ming. Ming, please refrain from such comments. It seemed that Chen Ming genuinely regarded Chao Lian as a close sister. Upon hearing her words, she merely pouted and shot a glare at Luo Jiao Jiao, choosing not to retort further. Chao Lian continued, Jiao Jiao, Ming is simply candid and straightforward. Do not take it to heart. Once again, the emphasis was on her youth and forthrightness. Perhaps she had neglected to consult the calendar before venturing out today. No matter. She was still young. Luo Jiao Jiao chuckled lightly. Chen Ming puffed out her cheeks. Had Chao Lian not been holding her hand, she would have likely erupted in fury. Chao Lian, taking Luo Jiao Jiao's words to heart, momentarily stiffened. Ming, whose surname is Chun, has been my dear friend since childhood. Luo Jiao Jiao appeared uninterested, responding with a nonchalant "Oh, Jiao Jiao, would you like to join us?" Chao Lian extended an invitation to her peers, but Chen Ming was disinclined to accept. Luo Jiao Jiao also lacked the enthusiasm to feign a sisterly bond with them. No, thank you. Chao Lian let out a faint sigh, appearing suddenly contemplative. Jiao Jiao, isn't A accompanying you? Luo Jiao Jiao was bewildered by this abrupt shift in conversation. What did it mean that Wang Kai was not accompanying her? Why would he? Moreover, Weren't they in a committed relationship? Luo Jiao Jiao's expression shifted several times, and Xiao Lian noticed, feeling a surge of delight. It seemed that Luo Jiao Jiao had indeed been spurned by Wang Kai, presenting an opportunity for her. I apologize, Jiao Jiao, but we must take our leave now. Xiao Lian's smile was unrestrained. Luo Jiao Jiao wondered what had transpired in Xiao Lian's mind to elicit such sudden joy. A monumental misunderstanding unfurled between them. As she watched Xiao Lian and Chen Ming depart together, Luo Jiao Jiao remained perplexed. Never mind, let it be. At that moment, Chen Yu retrieved his nearly depleted phone to answer a call. Before he could inquire about the caller's identity, a voice filled with complaints resonated from the other end. Brother, where are you? Lian and I have been searching for you all over Zhou City. Chen Yu recognized the voice instantly, feeling a headache coming on. His family's perpetual troublemaker. He instructed Chen Ming to relay their location. After she listed the nearby establishments, he ended the call. Chen Yu quickly located Chen Ming, playfully tapping her on the head before turning to Xiao Lian with a grin. What brings you two young ladies to seek me out? The Chen and Xiao families had been neighboring households for many years. He is 5 or 6 months older than Xiao Lian, having grown up together since childhood. Thus they can be considered childhood sweethearts. Xiao Lian smiled at the amiable Chen Yu, addressing him as elder brother Yu. Chen Ming, with a hint of disdain, stepped away a couple of paces, remarking, Brother, you haven't washed your face, have you? Your eye crust is about to fall out. Chen Yu, taken aback, rubbed his eyes, his expression bordering on despair. Was this truly how he had attempted to impress Luo Jiao Jiao? If it weren't for your presence, I would never have encountered such an annoying person, Chen Ming pouted. Chen Yu, filled with sorrow, vowed to present his most handsome visage before Luo Jiao Jiao next time. Brother, did you hear what I said? Chen Ming observed that her brother had not been listening at all. Chen Yu, hardly grasping Chen Ming's words, replied absent-mindedly. What did you say? Chen Ming, exasperated, was on the verge of losing her temper. Xiao Lian tried to soothe her, saying, Elder brother Yu has such dark circles under his eyes from a sleepless night. He surely did not mean to offend, right, elder brother Yu? Chen Ming glanced at Chen Yu's eyes, which indeed bore the marks of fatigue, and with a huff, she conceded, this time, on account of sister Lian. I shall forgive you. The woman appeared to be in her 20s. Who would suspect she had a 17-year-old son, with waist-length, lustrous, wavy hair cascading like a waterfall over her snow-white shoulders. Her exquisite features were adorned with delicate makeup. She wore a light purple professional dress that perfectly accentuated her figure. The woman was enjoying a bowl of light, plain congee. A man clad in a tailored black suit sat opposite a woman, engrossed in a newspaper. His chiseled features bore an expressionless seriousness, rendering it impossible to discern his true age. After swallowing the final spoonful of congee, Su Man delicately dabbed the corner of her lips with a tissue. Mom, Dad, are you resting at home today? Wang Kai inquired, wiping the sweat from his brow. Su Man gazed at her son, a perfect amalgamation of her and her husband's virtues, swelling with pride. Although he had grown, the absence of his parents for over a month left Wang Kai with a tinge of melancholy, despite having grown accustomed to it as a biological mother. Su Man could not overlook her son's emotions. She exchanged a knowing glance with her husband, Wang Rongxuan. He set aside the newspaper and approached Wang Kai, giving his sturdy frame a reassuring pat. Isn't the National Day holiday just around the corner? Once your mother and I finish our tasks in the next few days, our entire family will embark on a trip nearby. Wang Kai cast a sidelong glance at his father's face, pursing his lips in a subtle nod. All right, if anything arises, remember to call your mother and me. Here's a bank card with 10,000 yuan for your activities this Sunday. Wang Rongxuan handed his son the card. Spend some time with your friends, unwind a bit. Don't confine yourself to the study all day. His eyes radiated satisfaction with his son. Wang Kai accepted the card without protest. Su Man picked up her bag and stood up, preparing to leave. Xiao, tell Lu Ma what dishes you want. Your father and I will head to work now. As Wang Kai watched his parents step out, he casually tucked the bank card into his pocket. Upon hearing the sound of the gentleman and lady departing, Lu Ma stepped out of the kitchen and caught sight of Wang Kai, who was about to ascend the staircase. Xiao, is there anything in particular you wish to eat today? Wang Kai shook his head in response, just the usual, I suppose. His palate favored a light flavor, primarily preferring steamed and boiled dishes. Lu Ma smiled and nodded in understanding. Su Man and Wang Rongxuan's bedroom was located on the second floor, alongside the dance studio and study that Su Man frequented whenever time permitted. Wang Kai's bedroom, however, was situated on the third floor. Apart from the bedroom, there was also a gym, which Wang Kai utilized only on Sundays. Upon entering the gym, he removed his shirt and donned a white tank top. The young man, with his striking black hair, had developed an impressive physique, the result of disciplined exercise. Standing tall at 8 feet, he was slender yet robust, with broad shoulders and narrow hips. The snug tank top accentuated his well-defined abdominal muscles, revealing a set of 8 distinct abs. His musculature was strong without being excessive, subtly showcasing his explosive power. As he alternated weights in each hand, a droplet of sweat trickled down from his full forehead, gliding over his cheek and following the exquisite line of his jaw before disappearing into his neck. With a slight movement of his throat, it fell to the ground. An alluring spectacle. Just then, the sound of a ringing phone broke the silence. Wang Kai rose, exhaling a deep breath, and approached the cushion where his phone rested. He casually swiped to answer. Cousin. It's Xiao Pang Dun Xiangyu. Wang Kai pressed his phone to his ear as he strolled into the room, responding to the chubby voice on the other end. Cousin, you haven't come to play with me in ages, said Xiangyu, his round face pouting in discontent. Wang Kai wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead with a towel. Did your aunt enroll you in another tutoring class? At the mention of this, Xiangyu felt akin to a neglected little cabbage, abandoned in the field, unloved and uncared for. Humph, my mom says I was picked out of a trash can. Wang Kai's lips curled into a smile, his eyes sparkling with mischief, glimmering like stars. Ah, a dark green trash can, perhaps. Xiangyu's fragile heart was struck by this quip, and he widened his eyes, momentarily believing he might indeed have been scavenged. After all, why else would his mother be so astute, his father so cunning, and even his cousin so sly, while he remained so naive? No one understands me. Xiangyu lamented, pausing for effect. He scratched his head, tousled hair sticking up adorably. Only, who was it again? Just moments ago, he had the thought, but it slipped away like sand through his fingers. As an eternal optimist, Xiangyu shrugged off the lapse, refusing to burden his already muddled mind. The lively Xiangyu could hardly contain himself. Saturdays spent at home, idly fiddling about, stretched endlessly before him. However, today he simply could not resist the urge to venture outside for some fun. Unfortunately, his parents were in cahoots, showing no compassion for their poor son. Thus, Xiangyu sought assistance from his cousin, confident that if Wang Kai came over, his mother would surely relent and allow him to go out and play. Wang Kai showed no compassion for the chubby child, bluntly dismissing him with a firm no. Xiangyu could hardly believe he had been rejected. Even the little one felt dejected, uttering a soft "oh." Yet, it was not entirely impossible. However, Wang Kai deliberately paused. Hearing the lingering words from Wang Kai, Xiangyu felt a glimmer of hope. With anticipation and urgency in his voice, he inquired, However, what? However, Wang Kai continued, if I take you out, you must compose an 800-word essay titled The Cousin I Admire Most for Me. Wang Kai presented the chubby child with a choice, to remain at home all day or to write an essay for the sake of an outing. Xiangyu was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, he rubbed his plump face, his eyes, as resolute as peas, shone with determination. For the sake of the outing, he was willing to fight for it. All right. Wang Kai chuckled softly, wait for me at home. I will come to pick you up in half an hour. Xiangyu nodded in agreement. After hanging up the phone, Wang Kai strode into the bathroom, enveloped in a mist of steam. After his shower, he emerged feeling refreshed, casually draping a white towel over his damp hair on the rack. Clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and black trousers, he tucked his phone into his pocket, along with some cash. Before departing, Wang Kai, anticipating that Xiangyu might wish to indulge in snacks outside, informed Lu Ma that there would be no need to cook lunch. Lu Ma, with a look of concern, asked, Xiao Yi, can you handle the food outside? Wang Kai nodded gently. I must learn to adapt. The shadows of his childhood lingered heavily, yet Wang Kai was determined to forge his own path forward. After all, as Wang's father had advised him, one must never allow one's weaknesses to be exploited by adversaries. Watching Wang Kai depart, Lu Ma could not suppress her feelings of sorrow. How could that malicious woman have inflicted such cruelty upon a child of merely 3 or 4 years? Lu Ma vividly recalled the moment she was hired as the cook for the Wang family, due to her culinary skills and the cleanliness of her home, and first laid eyes on little E. Despite being 7 years old, he was frielier than most children of 4 or 5. It took years of familiarity for Lu Ma to earn his trust to the extent that he would eat the meal she prepared. Over the course of a decade, Lu Ma witnessed this child transform into the remarkable individual he had become. In her heart, she had come to regard Wang Kai as a son. Cousin, over here. Yongyu, eagerly awaiting his cousin on the second-floor balcony, spotted Wang Kai riding his bicycle and animatedly waved and called out. Upon hearing the voice of the chubby boy, Wang Kai glanced up. After halting his bicycle, he prepared to knock on the door. Yang Yu, filled with exuberance like a joyous little bird, hopped down the stairs. Su Lan, applying a facial mask, was startled by her son's enthusiastic shout. She opened her eyes and cast a glance, only to be met with Su Lan's fierce gaze. As the knock echoed, the maid was on the verge of opening the door. Yang Yu hurriedly exclaimed, "Andy, let me get it. I'll open the door." The maid, hearing his voice, refrained from stepping out. With delight, Yang Yu swung the door open. "Cousin is here." Wang Kai affectionately ruffled the boy's hair as he entered. Spotting Su Lan reclining in the rocking chair, he greeted her warmly. Aunt. Su Lan, adorned with a facial mask, found it inconvenient to speak and merely nodded her head. Xiang Yu, brimming with excitement, eagerly trailed behind Wang Kai, anticipating his words. Living up to the expectations of the little chubby boy, Wang Kai addressed his aunt. "Aunt, I've invited Xiao Yu to the gym." Surely, she was aware that this little rascal was seeking assistance. However, since Su Lan had confined Xiang Yu at home all day yesterday, it was only fair to allow him some freedom today. The little chubby boy raised his hand in a victorious gesture and cheered, "Long live Mom." Before stepping out, he urged his cousin to wait for him as he hurried to his room to fetch something. Su Lan called out to her nephew, "Xiaoyi, try this orange. Your uncle bought it, and it tastes quite delightful." Wang Kai took a greenish-orange fruit, effortlessly peeling its skin with his slender fingers. He broke it apart and savored a segment. The flesh was crisp, juicy, and sweet. Soon, the little chubby boy emerged, pushing a brand-new bicycle that was slightly shorter than him. Chapter 72. Disqualified. Xiang Yu grinned widely. "Cousin, look at my bicycle." This was purchased with his savings from the new year, with his father's assistance. Having observed his cousin riding a bike, he had long desired one of his own. Wang Kai glanced over and nodded gently. The two stepped outside. The little chubby boy struggled to mount the bicycle seat. Before he could place his feet on the pedals, he tipped over. Wang Kai swiftly reached out to steady the back of the bicycle, preventing him from falling. Xiang Yu's heart raced with anticipation. He furrowed his small brow and inquired, "Cousin, how do you ride so well?" Embarking on new endeavors inevitably entails encountering obstacles. Wang Kai did not mention the numerous falls he experienced while learning to ride a bicycle for the first time. Take it slow. Believe in your capabilities. After receiving a motivational boost from his cousin, the chubby boy summoned the courage to conquer his fears. His inability to mount the bicycle, compounded by the dangers of learning on the road, led both him and Wang Kai to push their bicycles along. The gymnasium was not far, merely a 10-minute walk away. Within the gym, there existed a dedicated path for cycling. The chubby boy quickly dashed onto that track. Wang Kai stayed behind, initially supporting him as he mounted the bike before gradually letting go. Xiang Yu's athletic prowess was still quite evident, as he soon managed to ride, albeit with a slight wobble. A white shuttlecock landed near Wang Kai's feet. He glanced sideways, noticing a figure approaching. "I'm so sorry. Did the shuttlecock hit you?" Luo Jiao Jiao hurried over, concerned that her shuttlecock had struck someone. Wang Kai crouched down to pick up the shuttlecock and handed it to her. As Luo Jiao Jiao accepted it from his palm, she finally looked up and recognized his face. "Wang Kai?" He nodded slightly, observing the two girls beside her, who were with Luo Jiao Jiao. "Are you here to ride?" she inquired, noticing his bicycle nearby. Wang Kai shook his head. "I brought my cousin to practice." "Cousin?" Luo Jiao Jiao recalled. "Isn't that the Xiang Yu from last time?" "Jiao Jiao, was that boy just now handsome? So gentlemanly, he even helped you pick up the shuttlecock." Suyu remarked, seemingly enamored. Luo Jiao Jiao chuckled, acknowledging her long-standing ability to discern character. "Wang Kai," she stated directly, naming him. Suyu and Enku simultaneously exclaimed, "Oh, isn't that the handsome senior from our class?" Enku chuckled softly. "Indeed, so would you like to go greet him? I can toss the ball over for you." Luo Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Forget it, I don't want to be frozen like a popsicle." Enku merely indulged in playful banter, yet was quite timid at heart. As dawn broke, Luo Jiao Jiao entered the school, sensing an unusual atmosphere lingering in the air. Upon reaching the classroom, she vaguely overheard whispers. It seemed someone had been caught by the strictest disciplinary head in the school. Enku leaned closer to Luo Jiao Jiao, sharing gossip. A girl from their class had been discovered disheveled in the boys' dormitory by the notoriously upright discipline head. Enku sighed dramatically. Luo Jiao Jiao gasped. Such news was indeed sensational. Enku teased Luo Jiao Jiao for her astonishment. "Only you, engrossed in your studies, oblivious to the world outside. There were plenty of couples in high school. Come nightfall, the small grove on campus was often filled with pairs. Their class had 2 couples as well. It was no wonder Luo Jiao Jiao was taken aback. Having never experienced love herself, she perceived all relationships as entirely normal. Soon, the school's announcement echoed through the halls, condemning the 2 individuals for disrupting the school's atmosphere and initiating expulsion procedures. Although their names were not explicitly stated, those acquainted could easily deduce their identities from the surnames mentioned. Upon hearing Luo Jiao Jiao instinctively thought of Xiaofan. She chuckled at the notion that perhaps she had become tainted herself, leading her to think of Xiaofan. Just as the laughter faded, she found herself still chuckling. A feminine voice suddenly echoed, "Jiao Jiao, are you aware?" Xiao Lian, unable to suppress her words upon seeing Luo Jiao Jiao's smile, blurted out, "Are you aware of what?" Luo Jiao Jiao, perplexed, furrowed her brow in confusion. Perhaps it was Luo Jiao Jiao's expression that incited a malicious thought in Xiao Lian. She could hardly contain her eagerness to unveil the hypocritical facade of Luo Jiao Jiao. "You know that Xiaofan is in a romantic relationship with a senior boy, and that you reported it to the teacher, correct?" Xiao Lian glanced around to ensure no one was nearby and continued her tirade. "What? So, Xiaofan was indeed persuaded to withdraw?" Luo Jiao Jiao replied, her voice flat. Despite her surprise, she found it hard to believe that Xiaofan, who was always so astute, had managed to set herself ablaze this time. It seemed that Xiao Lian had decided to cease pretending with Luo Jiao Jiao. "Others may be oblivious, but I am not." Xiao Lian's eyes blazed with fury. "You always wear that innocent visage while perpetrating harm. Luo Jiao Jiao, I assure you. This time I will not allow you to have your way. Just wait and see." With that, Xiao Lian unleashed her pent-up rage and turned to leave. Luo Jiao Jiao stood there, momentarily stunned, watching Xiao Lian's retreating figure. Suddenly, a daring hypothesis struck her. The female protagonist had been reborn. As the day wore on, Luo Jiao Jiao's mental state became rather disoriented. After school, a vehicle barreled towards her, and she remained frozen in place, eyes wide. A sudden force knocked her to the ground. "Are you insane? Do you wish to die?" The driver, drenched in cold sweat, leaned out of the windows, hurling curses. Someone helped her to her feet. "Have you finished your tirade?" The light in the youth's eyes instilled a chilling dread, as if he intended to eliminate her. "Luo Jiao Jiao, what are you thinking?" Wang Kai bellowed, gripping the slender shoulders of the girl with fervor. Faced with the boy's impending fury, Luo Jiao Jiao instinctively lowered her head, her shoulders trembling. Wang Kai, in a fit of rage, let out a laugh. "So now you comprehend fear, do you?" he taunted. Luo Jiao Jiao's fingers instinctively clutched the hem of her garment. Had it not been for his swift reflexes, this girl would have already succumbed to a pool of blood. Seeing her frightened demeanor softened Wang Kai's heart once more. He bent down to retrieve their backpacks, only to feel a tug on his clothing. It dawned on him that in her fear, Luo Jiao Jiao had instinctively clung to his shirt. Despite his lingering anger, he yanked his garment free from her grasp. Luo Jiao Jiao, feeling helpless, gazed at him with wide eyes. After collecting the bags, he handed her the pink backpack, which she accepted silently, clutching it tightly to her chest, her mind in turmoil. "Next time, do not daydream on the road, understood?" Wang Kai admonished loudly. Luo Jiao Jiao bit her lip, nodding as tears welled up in her eyes. Uncontrolled, they began to cascade down her cheeks as she mourned the new scratches marring her beloved vehicle. It struck him with a pang of nostalgia in the past. He had never allowed anyone to touch it. Yet since encountering Luo Jiao Jiao, it had frequently borne the brunt of mishaps. A smirk crept upon Wang Kai's lips. As he pushed the vehicle forward, he noticed that Luo Jiao Jiao remained frozen in place. Approaching her side, he was about to speak when he observed her bowed head and the subtle quivering of her shoulders. Was she weeping? Chapter 73. Walking a fine line, Wang Kai parked the car and called out, "Hey, Luo Jiao Jiao." Luo Jiao Jiao trembled, offering no response, her sobs echoing in the air. Alarmed, Wang Kai wondered why she was crying when he hadn't even scolded her yet. He softened his voice, "Please, stop crying." Instead, it had the opposite effect. Her cries grew louder. Never in his life had Wang Kai encountered such a difficult situation. "Can you please stop crying?" he whispered gently. Luo Jiao Jiao looked up, her eyes brimming with tears, rendering her unrecognizable. Gazing at the blurred figure before her, perhaps it was his persistent kindness that emboldened her to release her pent-up emotions. You shouted at me so loudly," she whimpered, her voice breaking. Wang Kai stared, taken aback by her unreasonable outburst. Her fair face flushed. tears glistening in her eyes, while she pouted and shivered, alternating between playful reprimands and hiccups. Though a girl's tears typically irked Wang Kai. Witnessing Luo Jiao Jiao's distress melted his heart, filling him with an uncontainable sense of tenderness. "All right, it was my fault. I shouldn't have raised my voice at you," he said, gently patting her back to soothe her hiccups. He refrained from rushing her, patiently waiting for her emotions to settle. What had she just said? Her back still felt the comforting rhythm of his hand. Luo Jiao Jiao dared not meet Wang Kai's gaze. Once I start, I can't stop," she murmured through her sobs. Seeing her tears subside, Wang Kai exhaled in relief. He tenderly wiped her tears away, his eyes drawn to her rosy lips. A thought crossing his mind, he wanted to steal a kiss. Luo Jiao Jiao's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Wang Kai behave in such a manner? What a scoundrel! Despite already having a girlfriend, he still dared to engage in such flirtatious actions towards her. Perhaps Ku's words had awakened a realization within Luo Jiao Jiao, making her understand that the younger ones she had regarded as innocent were, in fact, quite perceptive. With a firm motion, she slapped his hand away, her eyes, now red-rimmed, shot him a glare as she puffed up her cheeks and strode forward. Wang Kai was taken aback. When had he ever provoked her anger? He hastily climbed into the car and hurried after Luo Jiao Jiao. Luo Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao, little Jiao Jiao. The usually aloof and dignified youth lowered himself to call out her name in a seemingly shameless manner. As she heard him repeat her name, growing increasingly intimate, Luo Jiao Jiao halted in her tracks and glared at him. "How dare you be so shameless?" Wang Kai replied, "Shameless? How am I being shameless? You already have a girlfriend. So why act so ambiguously towards me? Or do you wish to play both sides?" Luo Jiao Jiao unleashed her thoughts in one go. Wang Kai was utterly bewildered. What did she mean by playing both sides? Moreover, when had he acquired a girlfriend? He grasped her arm as she attempted to leave, his expression a mix of amusement and frustration. "Luo Jiao Jiao, clarify your words. What do you mean by me wanting to play both sides? When did I have a girlfriend? How am I unaware of this?" The last word lingered, sending a shiver down Luo Jiao Jiao's spine. With a mixture of doubt and suspicion, she scrutinized his seemingly genuine demeanor and bit her lip. "Isn't Xiao Lian your girlfriend? What are you pretending for?" Wang Kai. Luo Jiao Jiao. "From whom did you hear that Xiao Lian is my girlfriend?" Luo Jiao Jiao's lips moved a few times, but she faltered. She certainly couldn't admit that she had read the script, could she? Wang Kai furrowed his brows, realizing that this classmate had convinced herself of her own words. Unable to articulate, was she? Then listen closely. Wang Kai's gaze was fixed directly upon her. Luo Jiao Jiao's face was cradled in his hands, rendering her immobile. She tilted her head back, gazing foolishly into his eyes. Wang Kai parted his lips slightly. "I do not have a girlfriend, and I certainly do not play both sides." Wang Kai lowered his neck, his face directly facing Luo Jiao Jiao, as if the very air he exhaled brushed against her face. Luo Jiao Jiao looked at him in astonishment. How could this be? The plot had clearly reached its midpoint. Wang Kai helplessly ruffled her hair, secretly reveling in the moment. Her concern for him was undoubtedly a sign of jealousy. She herself could not fathom how they had arrived at this topic. The matter of Xiao Lian's reincarnation had greatly impacted her. Luo Jiao Jiao, who once held no belief in deities, now regarded matters of the supernatural with a sense of reverence since her own transportation to this realm. If she herself had traversed dimensions, what was so implausible about Xiao Lian's rebirth? Wang Kai, you truly have not been romantically involved with Xiao Lian? Luo Jiao Jiao stubbornly inquired once more. Wang Kai raised his hand in solemn oath. I truly have not. I swear, if I had any relationship with Xiao Lian, then I would. Just as Wang Kai was about to continue, Luo Jiao Jiao hastily covered his mouth with her hand. If there's nothing, then let it be. Wang Kai felt the soft and tender sensation at the edge of his lips, while the fragrance of jasmine wafted into his nostrils. Tilting his head slightly and squinting his eyes, a smile graced his face. Do you perhaps have feelings for me? Upon hearing his words, Luo Jiao Jiao's ears rang, and a wave of warmth enveloped her face. Despite Wang Kai's seemingly carefree demeanor, only he was aware of the erratic thumping of his heart, which raced uncontrollably, accompanied by a sheen of perspiration gathering in his palms. Indeed, he was nervous. What nonsense are you spouting? She retorted. I warn you, if you continue like this, I will. Luo Jiao Jiao intended to articulate what she would do, yet she found herself at a loss, unable to conjure any credible threat against Wang Kai. He lowered his gaze, chuckling softly. I was merely teasing you. Look at how frightened you are. Wang Kai, Luo Jiao Jiao exclaimed. biting her teeth in frustration as she pushed him away. Be more careful while walking next time. I am not always going to be right behind you. All right. See you tomorrow, he said, mounting his bicycle and waving goodbye as he departed. It was only then that Luo Jiao Jiao realized they had already arrived at her building. Once inside, as she set down her backpack, she finally became aware of the pain coursing through her body. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing her skin underneath, which bore several angry red and purple bruises that starkly contrasted with her otherwise smooth complexion. A sharp intake of breath escaped her as her fingers inadvertently brushed against one of the wounds, sending a jolt of pain through her. Luo Jiao Jiao retrieved her first aid kit, dipping a cotton swab into iodine and applying it to the abrasions. While the pain was bearable, tears of discomfort involuntarily welled up in her eyes. It was not just her arms that bore injuries, her knees were similarly afflicted. After tending to her physical wounds, Luo Jiao Jiao finally cleared her mind. The events unfolding now diverged entirely from the narrative she had anticipated, leaving her devoid of the only assurance she possessed in this unfamiliar world. With the protagonist eyeing her with predatory intent, could she still escape the plot to live the life she desired? No, it would not conclude as it did before. Luo Jiao Jiao's gaze grew resolute. On Wednesday, as the school day drew to a close, Lin Yi addressed the class regarding the upcoming holiday. Upon reaching the doorway, she encountered the landlady, an elderly woman. Luo Jiao Jiao beamed. Yes, Granny. The landlady nodded with a smile, advising her to be cautious on the road. Luo Jiao Jiao nodded in acknowledgement and took a taxi to the train station. Due to the impending holiday, the station was teeming with people. After passing through security and boarding the train, Luo Jiao Jiao stowed her belongings in the overhead compartment. As evening approached, the setting sun painted the sky in breathtaking hues. The western horizon blazed with clouds resembling flames, casting the shadows of trees upon the ground. As the train began to move, Luo Jiao Jiao gazed out the window. Suddenly, a click echoed nearby. Turning her head, she beheld a young foreign man with golden hair and blue eyes. He was seated across from her, holding a camera, aimed in her direction. Beautiful lady, forgive my rudeness. The scene just now was so enchanting that I couldn't help but capture your image. I sincerely apologize. Luo Jiao Jiao was taken aback. The foreigner spoke fluent and standard Mandarin. Perhaps her surprise was evident, for the foreigner smiled and added, I adore China and am passionate about the Chinese language, which is why I have taken the time to learn it. Luo Jiao Jiao nodded with a smile. You are truly remarkable. My name is Artyom. Artyom slightly inclined his head and retrieved a photograph from his camera. This is your picture. I apologize for capturing it without your consent. Luo Jiao Jiao accepted the photograph, revealing a young girl illuminated by golden sunlight, leaning against the window. She appeared as though she had descended from the heavens, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. So beautiful, thank you, she remarked. Artyom raised an eyebrow and smiled. The pleasure is mine. Throughout their journey, Luo Jiao Jiao and Artyom engaged in delightful conversation. It turned out that Artyom was Russian and had been studying in China for 8 years. He was also a photographer, with the purpose of traveling north to capture images. Wishing you a pleasant journey, he said. Before she knew it, Luo Jiao Jiao had arrived at her destination. Artyom waved his hand, his eyes brimming with sincerity. I look forward to our next encounter. Luo Jiao Jiao smiled and nodded as she exited the vehicle. The brisk air hit her, causing her to shiver. It was already midnight, and only a few staff members and hurried passengers lingered about. Luo Jiao Jiao wrapped her scarf around half of her face. One hand tucked into her pocket while the other dragged her suitcase behind her. Driver, I am headed to the Love Welfare Institute. She spoke fluently in the local dialect. 18 yuan. The driver, a portly middle-aged man, said, not taking advantage of the young girl. Luo Jiao Jiao nodded in agreement. The driver assisted her in placing the suitcase in the trunk of the car. As she settled into the rear seat, she gazed at the brightly lit boat town. The town had undergone significant transformation. In her recollections, the night was always shrouded in an inky darkness. As the driver spoke of his hometown, an unmistakable joy radiated from his words. Indeed, with the roads well paved, the streetlights illuminating the way, and the government's generous support policies, life had become quite pleasant for everyone. Luo Jiao Jiao offered a gentle smile and nodded in agreement. After a brief journey of over 10 minutes, they arrived at the Love Welfare Institute. As she gazed upon the weathered building, a flood of childhood memories surged within her. The stone steps at the entrance were once her favorite perch, where she would sit and watch the bustling crowd pass by. Though these moments were not part of her personal experience, an overwhelming sense of familiarity enveloped Luo Jiao Jiao. Suddenly, a cacophony of barking erupted from the security room of the Welfare Institute. followed by the voice of an elderly man. Wakai, why are you barking at this late hour? If you continue, I want to let you gnaw on bones tomorrow. A smile lingered at the corners of Luo Jiao Jiao's lips. She dragged her suitcase towards the window of the security room and gently tapped on it. Knock, knock, knock. Grandpa Yang, please open the door. Wang Kai barked even more excitedly. The door swung open, revealing an elderly man clad in a military green cotton jacket, topped with a gray liberation cap. Sporting reading glasses and squinting slightly, he inquired, "Little girl, who are you looking for?" A large yellow dog dashed out from behind Grandpa Yang, nuzzling against Luo Jiao Jiao's feet, its tail wagging joyfully. She bent down to pat Wang Sai's head and, looking up with a smile, said, "It's me, Jiao Jiao. You don't remember? Oh my, it's Jiao Jiao. Come in quickly, it's cold outside," Grandpa Yang exclaimed. Recognition dawning upon him as he regarded the once familiar face of the young girl. Ah, how a girl transforms as she matures, even the elder struggles to recognize her. How amusing. Grandpa Yang entered the room to fetch a cup, pouring himself a glass of hot water. "It's chilly tonight. Do drink a cup to warm your body." Luo Jiao Jiao accepted the cup, squinting her eyes with a smile. "Grandpa, you still appear as vigorous as ever." "Indeed. I make it a point to exercise my muscles at the park each afternoon," Grandpa Yang replied with spirited enthusiasm. Speaking of which, Luo Jiao Jiao has grown up under Grandpa Yang's watchful eye. At merely 16 years of age, she has witnessed him serving as a security guard at the welfare home for 2 decades. Luo Jiao Jiao nodded. "I've mentioned it. I'll visit her room shortly." The heater was on in the room, banishing most of the cold air. "I'll accompany you with a lamp," Grandpa Yang offered, picking up a flashlight. "Thank you, Grandpa. I appreciate it." Grandpa Yang feigned a stern expression. "No need to be so courteous with your grandpa." A warmth surged within Luo Jiao Jiao, and she smiled in agreement. Outside, the lights shone brightly, yet the welfare home was still illuminated by the antiquated yellow bulbs. Wang Kai, the obedient dog, trotted alongside. It seemed as though Wang Kai understood, wagging its tail with great exuberance. Luo Jiao Jiao's eyes curved with delight. "I didn't feed you in vain all this time." Wang Kai was a stray dog adopted by Grandpa Yang, who fed it daily with leftovers. Little Luo Jiao Jiao often worried that Wang Kai might go hungry, frequently saving half of her meal to secretly share with him. Wang Kai let out a soft whimper, clearly aware of how to charm. "I'll take Wang Kai for a quick patrol. You head to Director Luo's room by yourself," she instructed. Luo Jiao Jiao nodded in agreement, swiftly arriving at Director Luo Yu's door, where a cough could be heard from within. Luo Jiao Jiao slowly raised her hand to knock on the door, softly calling out, "Mom." A flicker of anxiety coursed through her. She feared that Luo Yu, who had raised her, would discern her facade. The place, once steeped in fond memories, now filled her with trepidation. "Who is it?" came the voice from within. "I'll be right there." Unlike the magnetic tone from the phone call, this voice was gentler. The dimly lit room flickered to life, illuminating the way of someone approaching. Luo Jiao Jiao instinctively clenched her fist. With a creak, the ancient wooden door swung open. "Jiao Jiao!" exclaimed a higher-pitched voice, brimming with surprise. Luo Jiao Jiao's gaze fell upon a middle-aged woman clad in a dark cotton coat, her hair cascading loosely. Luo Jiao Jiao's lips felt parched as she uttered, "Mom." Tears glistened in Luo Yu's eyes as she hurriedly opened the door, ushering her inside. "Oh dear." Luo Jiao Jiao was warmly greeted as Luo Yu took her suitcase, guiding her to sit at the bedside. Luo Yu's warm, dry hands enveloped Luo Jiao Jiao's slightly cold ones. "You child, why didn't you call me to pick you up? It's late. It's not safe for a girl like you." Luo Yu gently caressed her face. "You've lost weight." The tender murmurs from Luo Yu eased Luo Jiao Jiao's apprehension. She playfully smiled and shook her hand. "Isn't it just the cold weather? I took a cab and arrived." Luo Jiao Jiao opened her suitcase, retrieving numerous items while chatting animatedly. "These pens and notebooks are intended for my younger siblings. They are local specialties from Zhouqing." Luo Yuchan chided her for spending frivolously, yet the delight on her face was unmistakable. Luo Jiao Jiao produced a set of thermal clothing, saying, "Mom, don't you feel cold at night? I bought you this warm set. After a bath, it will surely be comfortable. You often catch a chill, so keep it for yourself." As Luo Yu felt the fabric in her hands, she realized it was quite expensive, and she could hardly bear to wear it herself. With a teasing pout, Luo Jiao Jiao said, "Your daughter bought this for you. If you refuse it, I might just get upset." All right, I adore it," Luo Yu replied, turning her face away as she discreetly wiped away tears. "Mom, Please try this pastry. Luo Jiao Jiao presented the pies she had previously ordered with Chunyu. Luo Yu took one, and, after a bite, nodded in approval. Delicious. Luo Jiao Jiao smiled brightly. Isn't it tasty? I bought plenty. That night, Luo Jiao Jiao shared a bed with Luo Yu. At her age, some children worked diligently to support themselves, while others had already ventured out to earn a living. Only a few remained in the orphanage, caring for the younger ones. When she awoke, Luo Jiao Jiao found her companion had already risen. As she stretched her hand to get up, she felt the chill. She was rather sensitive to the cold, preferring warmth instead. Ultimately, she managed to rise, dressing warmly. Upon opening the door, a gust of cold air enveloped her, making her shiver. When she found Luo Yu, she was busy styling the hair of the little ones. A group of vain young girls preening before the mirror. Luo Jiao Jiao couldn't help but smile. Some noticed her arrival and timidly shrank back. The Love and Welfare Institute had little to offer, as the national subsidies were merely sufficient for basic sustenance. Consequently, most of the children wore clothes donated by kind-hearted individuals from society. Lulu, Yao Yao, it's me, Jiao Jiao Jia, Luo Jiao Jiao gently announced. Jiao Jiao Jia. I remember you, replied a little girl with 2 ponytails and bright eyes, beaming as she reached for Luo Jiao Jiao's hand. Lulu has grown taller. Luo Jiao Jiao remarked, affectionately ruffling the girl's hair. I eat a lot, and I want to grow quickly so I can be just like you. Lulu expressed with hopeful eyes. Lulu, an 8-year-old girl, wore clothes that, though not new, were tidy and clean. Jiao Jiao Jia, another girl, roughly the same height as Lulu, shyly spoke up. Her name was Yao Yao, and she had a sweet and gentle demeanor. Luo Jiao Jiao smiled at Yao Yao. Yao Yao has grown taller too. Yao Yao lowered her head, blushing with shyness. The eyes of the children, both big and small, sparkled with curiosity and anticipation. Luo Jiao Jiao noticed that there were slightly more girls than boys in the Welfare Institute. A few children bore physical disabilities. The oldest among them was around 11 or 12, while the youngest was merely 5 or 6. Thank you, Jiao Jiao Jia. Each child chirped sweetly, politely expressing their gratitude as they received small notebooks, pencils, and snacks from her hand. With over 30 children present, Luo Jiao Jiao distributed the items with the help of Luo Yu and 2 other aunts, as they collectively shared the goodies with the eager children. As Luo Jiao Jiao surveyed the scene, she was met with the joyful and contented smiles adorning each child's face. At that moment, she noticed a small figure crouching in the corner of the classroom. Upon closer inspection, Luo Jiao Jiao realized it was another child. She took something from Luo Yu's hand. Preparing to approach, Luo Yu gently detained her, saying, Jiao Jiao, be careful. That little boy is named Yang Yang. He was abandoned at the entrance of the orphanage just this week. Luo Jiao Jiao felt a surge of shock. In this day and age, abandoning a child is a criminal offense. How could anyone commit such an atrocious act? It is truly despicable. His emotions run high and he resists others. Whenever I or the 2 other aunts try to interact with him, he thrashes about in a frenzy. Alas, he appears to be only 5 years old, a pitiful child indeed. Luo Jiao Jiao's heart sank. He was of an age to comprehend, yet he had been discarded by his biological parents. It was no wonder he reacted this way. Seeing Luo Jiao Jiao's determination to approach, Luo Yu felt a sense of gratitude, thinking to herself, Jiao Jiao, you have such a kind heart. As Luo Jiao Jiao drew nearer, she noticed that Yang Yang was dirty, unlike the other little ones. It was evident that he must have resisted any attempts by Luo Mama to approach him. The small boy sat alone in the corner, scratching the ground with a twig. Upon hearing footsteps nearby, he instantly assumed a defensive posture. His frail little body exuded an aura of fierce determination, akin to a wolf cub poised to confront an adversary. Luo Jiao Jiao observed that despite the grime on his face, his features were exquisitely delicate and endearing. She softened her voice as much as possible and smiled gently. Yang Yang, I have a gift for you. Perhaps sensing the absence of hostility, the little boy turned his body around, presenting his back to Luo Jiao Jiao. Though she encountered a setback, Luo Jiao Jiao remained entirely unperturbed. Jiao Jiao Jia, he is a naughty little one. Come and play with us. Lulu pouted discontentedly upon witnessing the treatment of her beloved beautiful sister. Here, every child lacked parental figures, and Lulu had never held any affection for her own parents. In her eyes, those who abandoned their children were unworthy of love, mere villains. She relished her current life, well-fed and warmly clothed, with the gentle Luo Mama by her side. Now, with the addition of the lovely and kind Jiao Jiao Jia, she felt a pang of displeasure at seeing Yang Yang treat someone she cherished in such a manner. In her heart, Lulu had already noted this down in her little ledger. Humph. Lulu had no intention of playing with the disobedient child. Luo Jiao Jiao affectionately tousled Lulu's hair, chuckling, in truth, Yang is quite well behaved. He merely keeps his good deeds a secret. Lulu's little face displayed astonishment. So this was Yang's secret. I shall keep Yang's secret, Lulu proclaimed proudly, puffing out her chest and speaking in a tiny voice. Chapter 76. The market. Lulu's demeanor was simply too adorable, prompting Luo Jiao Jiao to stifle a laugh. Yang, however, remained oblivious to their conversation. The wary little boy resembled a hedgehog, bristling at anyone who dared to approach. Luo Jiao Jiao did not press him to accept her. Instead, she gently placed a few items beside him, saying, "These are for every child, and this one belongs to Yang." Yang seemed to cast a fleeting glance but remained unmoved. Just then, Luo Yu's voice called her from behind. Luo Jiao Jiao stood up, taking Lulu's hand as they departed. Luo Yu's hair was interspersed with several silver strands. "Director Mama, may I go?" Lulu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Luo Yu knelt down to meet her gaze, gently stroking her head. "Not today, dear, for there are too many people outside, and little ones can easily get lost." Lulu's head drooped slightly in disappointment. Luo Jiao Jiao felt a pang of sympathy, yet refrained from suggesting an outing. Aware that with so many children at the orphanage, fairness was paramount to avoid complications. However, she smiled softly at Lulu and said, "If you behave at home, Jiao Jiao will bring you sweet and sour candied hawthorn, all right?" Though Lulu was unfamiliar with candied hawthorn, the promise of something sweet and tangy, as described by Jiao Jiao, filled her with delight. "All right," she exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically. "Yao Yao will also be good at home," chimed in Yao Yao, her big eyes sparkling. The other children, seemingly infected by their joyous atmosphere, chattered in unison. "Yin Yin is also good at home. Bai Bai is good. Yu is good, very good." Even the smallest child, stumbling over words, joined in. Luo Yu squinted playfully, applauding their efforts. "You all are wonderful. Mama Luo will buy treats for you shortly." The praised children beamed with innocent smiles. Even those missing a few teeth looked adorably charming. Luo Jiao Jiao's lips curved into a smile. The market days in Bo Town fell on the 1st, 4th, and 7th of each month. A narrow road lined with stalls bustled with passers-by. Perhaps it was a tacit understanding that vehicles were to avoid this path during market days, for not a single car nor truck was to be seen. The vendor's stall was adorned with speakers as he hawked his wares in a local dialect. The incessant clamor of bargaining filled the air, mingling with the tantalizing aromas wafting from the snack stalls. Not just Luo Jiao Jiao and Luo Yu had arrived, but also Uncle He from the kitchen. They first ventured to the noodle shop, where Uncle He took a small pinch of the powdery white flour, kneaded it attentively, and tasted it, nodding in approval to Luo Yu. Luo Yu then called out to the proprietress. Clad in a brick-red apron, her figure somewhat plump, the proprietress emerged. "Would you like to purchase some flour, young lady?" Luo Yu nodded, seemingly indifferent as she casually inquired, "How much per pound?" The proprietress, sensing the potential sale, beamed with a smile. "Who in a 10-mile radius doesn't know that my flour is the finest? You get what you pay for." She extolled the virtues of her product, painting a picture of unparalleled quality. While Uncle He was aware of the flour's excellence, it certainly was not as exaggerated as she claimed. The proprietress's intention was clearly to inflate the price. Sure enough, she quoted a steep price, adopting a demeanor as if she were offering a bargain. Luo Jiao Jiao observed from the sidelines. Although Luo Yu's voice was not loud, it carried a commanding presence that rivaled the boisterous proprietress. Without hesitation, Luo Yu countered with a lower price. The proprietress's face flushed crimson at an observable rate. "I'm telling you, young lady, I'm giving you the wholesale price. We can't conduct business at a loss." Luo Yu waved her hand, preparing to leave. The proprietress hastily grasped her arm. "Don't go just yet." Gritting her teeth, she conceded, "Seeing that you're buying in bulk, I'll sell it to you at this price, but please don't mention it to anyone else." Luo Yu smiled lightly and nodded in agreement. Luo Jiao Jiao turned her head, noticing the calm demeanor of Uncle He, which indicated that he had grown accustomed to such situations. In Luo Jiao Jiao's memory, she had never encountered such a shrewd Luo Mama. However, it was only natural. A woman capable of single-handedly supporting an entire orphanage must possess considerable skills, or she would have long been undermined by others. With admiration, Luo Jiao Jiao exclaimed, "Mom, you are truly remarkable." Luo Yu's expression stiffened. Oh no. She had forgotten that Jiao Jiao was still beside her. It was utterly embarrassing for her to see her in such a state. Yet, as Luo Yu turned to her daughter, she noticed the genuine admiration shining on Jiao Jiao's face, devoid of any hint of disdain. A sense of relief washed over Luo Yu. After all, she knew her daughter well. Jiao Jiao had never been one to disdain the poor in favor of the rich. During the ensuing shopping expedition, Uncle He took charge of assessing quality. Luo Yu focused on bargaining and keeping accounts, while Luo Jiao Jiao assisted by carrying bags. Before long, they had procured all their items. Taking a moment to catch her breath, Luo Jiao Jiao marveled at how formidable her mother was while shopping. Uncle He handed her a bottle of mineral water, chuckling, "Director Luo, today you have shown remarkable restraint, Jiao Jiao. You have no idea." Last year, before he could finish his sentence, Uncle He was met with a piercing glare. He promptly fell silent, feeling the weight of the unspoken reprimand. Unbeknownst to Luo Jiao Jiao, she turned to see her mother regarding Uncle He with a cold smile. As for the pleading look Uncle He cast her way, Luo Jiao Jiao could only express her helplessness. "Oh, candied hawthorns. Delicious candied hawthorns." Luo Jiao Jiao's eyes lit up. "Mom, Uncle, wait here. I shall go buy some candied hawthorns." As Luo Jiao Jiao was preparing to leave, she was halted by Luo Yu. "You are still in school? And your expenses are considerable. You mustn't be so extravagant," Luo Yu gently admonished, though she couldn't resist the urge to purchase a few more items to compensate. She reminded her, "This will always be your home. Do not feel estranged just because you have grown up. In my eyes, you remain that little bundle of joy." With her eyes moistening, Luo Jiao Jiao felt seen through by Luo Yu, who understood her underlying uncertainty. "Wait here. I will go and buy some," Luo Yu said. Luo Jiao Jiao nodded in surprise. To her astonishment, she heard Luo Yu had managed to reduce the price of the candied hawthorn from 2 yuan each to 1 yuan. She felt a surge of admiration. Upon their return, the three were warmly welcomed by everyone at the welfare home. Uncle He, holding the enticing red candied hawthorns, was soon surrounded by a throng of eager children, each showcasing their adorable antics, pouting, cooing, and dancing with delight. Uncle He carefully paused, laughing heartily. All right. Everyone will get a share." Cheers of "oh yeah" erupted from the children. Luo Yu smiled, her eyes curving with joy. Although the older children did not express their desires as openly as the younger ones, their longing for the candied hawthorns was evident. In an orderly fashion, each child received a skewer. Luo Yu and 2 other aunts attentively broke the pointed ends of the hawthorns to prevent any injuries. The little ones licked their treats with wide-eyed wonder. Luo Jiao Jiao, holding her own skewer, peeled back the protective film and offered it to Luo Yu. "I'm not a child anymore. You eat it yourself," Luo Yu replied, her eyes narrowing in a smile, deepening the creases at the corners. "Mother, do try this," Luo Jiao Jiao cooed, clutching her arms. All right, Luo Yu replied, bending down to take a bite. It was sweet and tangy, delightful indeed. Luo Yu nodded with a smile. Luo Jiao Jiao took a bite as well. The bright red candy coating was sugary sweet, yet the hawthorn within carried a hint of tartness. She couldn't help but wrinkle her nose at the sourness. She noticed a dirty little bundle in the corner, casting furtive glances but not daring to approach. "Uncle He, may I have another skewer? I want to give it to Yang Yang," Luo Jiao Jiao requested, reaching for another candied hawthorn. "Certainly," Uncle He replied amiably, handing her a skewer. With the candied hawthorn in hand, she made her way over to Yang Yang, who shrank back at her approach. Crouching beside him, Luo Jiao Jiao deliberately licked the candied hawthorn and exclaimed, "How can it be so delicious? So sweet and sour." She noticed that the pen and notebook she had left nearby remained untouched. However, the pie had mysteriously vanished. A smile crept onto Luo Jiao Jiao's face, so it was a little glutton after all. She purposefully made sounds of munching. Sure enough, the curled-up Yang Yang stirred, and his little head peeked out. His big, clear eyes sparkled with curiosity, though he hesitated to come closer. "Here," Luo Jiao Jiao said, presenting the candied hawthorn to him. A small, grimy hand darted out to snatch the treat. Luo Jiao Jiao was not offended. She simply smiled quietly, perhaps feeling emboldened by the treat in his grasp. Yang Yang seemed less wary of her now. Just as he was about to take a bite, she quickly called out to stop him. Yang paused his movements, casting a gaze toward Rojio. Rojio extended her hand, her voice softening. "Yang, allow me to assist you." Perhaps sensing the kindness radiating from Rojio, Yang indeed placed the candied hawthorn in her palm. The trust reflected in the little one's eyes nearly melted Rojio's heart. Swiftly, she tore open a layer of plastic wrap halfway, placing it back into Yang's hand. Clutching the candied hawthorn, Yang hesitated momentarily. Luo Jiao, demonstrating with her own candied hawthorn, took a small bite. Mimicking her, Yang opened his tiny mouth, revealing a row of small, pearly teeth, and sank them into the candied hawthorn, which was almost larger than his own face. The sound of his teeth meeting the hard surface echoed. Yang was momentarily taken aback. How could it be so difficult to bite? Luo Jiao couldn't help but chuckle at the child's innocent struggle. At just 5 years old, how could he possibly penetrate the thick sugary coating? Especially on a chilly day, when the candied hawthorn was even harder. Try licking it instead, Luo Jiao suggested upon noticing the little one's annoyance. Yang glanced at the girl and decided to trust her once more. He extended his petite tongue and licked the candied hawthorn. It was sweet, reminiscent of the little candies his grandmother had once given him. With his sole focus on consuming the candied hawthorn, Yang resembled a harmless little kitten. However, this kitten was rather messy. Luo Jiao reached out, gently ruffling his tousled hair. Yang paused in his eating momentarily, but upon glancing at Luo Jiao, he dismissed her gesture and continued to indulge in his treat. As Luo Jiao Jiao observed Yang's complete lack of wariness towards her, a fondness blossomed within her, compelling her to want to care for him. In a tone reminiscent of a peculiar and enticing a child, she said, "Yang, Sister Jiao Jiao has even more delectable treats. Would you like some? Just be good, and you shall have them. Is there anything in this world more delightful than candy?" A flicker of confusion danced in Yang's small mind. Indeed, the pie I had this morning. He extended a tiny finger, pointing towards the notebook and pen. Luo Jiao Jiao followed the direction of his finger. "Do you wish for more pens and notebooks?" To her surprise, it seemed he was merely a small dumpling eager to learn. In one moment, she marveled at the child's eagerness to learn, but in the next, little dumpling shook his head resolutely. His dark, expressive eyes fixed stubbornly upon her, clearly indicating that her offerings were not what he desired. "Oh, you mean the pie?" Luo Jiao Jiao swiftly recalled. "You want that delicious pie, don't you?" The memory of the delightful morsel made Yang swallow hard, rendering even the sugar-coated hawthorn he held in his hand less appealing. Although he was unaware of its name, he recognized that it was brought by this silly sister before him, who surely had more in store. Indeed, in the eyes of this little one, Luo Jiao Jiao was simply a silly sister. Treats of such deliciousness ought to be kept for oneself, and sharing them with others could only be deemed foolishness. Unbeknownst to Luo Jiao Jiao, Yang's thoughts were far from her perceptions of being a gentle and amiable older sister. She smiled warmly as she lifted him into her embrace. The sensation of weightlessness prompted Yang to clutch her neck tightly. Luo Jiao Jiao gently patted his back, saying, "Good boy, Yang," cradling the delicate Yang, as light as a feather. Luo Jiao Jiao could not suppress her heartache. After half an hour, a freshly steamed, tender little bun emerged, with exquisite and endearing features. Its expression sulky as it nibbled on 2 dumplings in its hands. Luo Jiao Jiao nodded in satisfaction, for she had changed 3 basins of hot water just to cleanse Yang. The water had turned dark and murky from soaking Yang's original garments. Carrying Yang, she sought out Luo Yu in the kitchen, where Uncle He was kneading dough. Luo Yu, skilled and nimble-fingered, transformed a plain, circular dumpling skin into a delightful array of plump, round dumplings. "Mom," Luo Jiao Jiao called out to Luo Yu, stopping her work. Luo Yu turned to see Luo Jiao Jiao cradling the fair-skinned little boy. "Jiao Jiao, oh? Who is this?" It was no wonder Luo Yu could not recognize Yang, as his current appearance was a stark contrast to how he had looked before. Luo Jiao Jiao blinked and smiled, teasing, "Can you guess? Is it Yang?" Luo Yu exclaimed, her memory of all the children at the orphanage coming forth. The other children were clean and tidy under the care of herself and the 2 aunties. But Yang, who had recently arrived, was not to be touched by anyone. "Is it really Yang?" Luo Yu still wore a look of disbelief. Such a lovely and healthy child. What kind of parents could bear to abandon him? What a sin. Luo Jiao Jiao teased. "Could it be that I was carrying someone else's child outside?" Luo Yu cast a playful glance at her, yearning to touch Yang's cherubic face. Yet, before she could reach him, Yang had already turned to rest his head on Luo Jiao Jiao's shoulder, his back facing Luo Yu. Luo Jiao Jiao chuckled softly, remarking that Yang was still unfamiliar with his surroundings, but with time, he would grow closer to her. "Indeed, today, Uncle He and I will showcase our culinary skills. This bowl of dumplings will surely leave you craving more," Luo Yu declared with a confident smile adorning her face. "Well then, I shall prepare to devour 2 bowls. Uncle He and Mother, do make a bit more," Luo Jiao Jiao enthusiastically replied. Uncle He, energetically kneading and pounding the dough, laughed heartily, affirming, "There will be plenty." Chapter 78. The oddity. Upon hearing her phone ring, Luo Jiao Jiao took Yang Yang aside. Setting him down on the ground, he remained quietly engaged in his play. As she glanced at the caller ID, a wave of confusion washed over her. Why was Wang Kai calling her? Despite her puzzlement, she answered the call. "Hello?" After 2 seconds of silence on the other end, a voice emerged, Wang Kai's, resonating with a deep, magnetic timbre, likely influenced by the connection. The sound tickled her ears, prompting Luo Jiao Jiao to instinctively hold the phone further away. "Surprisingly, I called to extend my congratulations. Are you free today? My cousin, Xiang Yu, wishes to spend time with you." Wang Kai stole a glance at the merrily playing Xiang Yu and continued without a hint of hesitation. "Oh, little Yu, I'm terribly sorry, but I'm currently at my hometown. Are you looking for that little chubby one, Yang Yang?" Wang Kai furrowed his brow as he glanced at the window of Luo Jiao Jiao's room. "Yes, I will inform him," he replied in a tone devoid of any particular emotion. Until the call ended, Luo Jiao Jiao remained blissfully unaware that Wang Kai had indeed gone to her building in search of her. Ever since Luo Jiao Jiao had managed to breach the defenses of the little one, Yang Yang, she had acquired a small shadow. The winter nights descended remarkably early, and the sky in Boishan darkened sooner than in Zhouqing. By 5 o'clock, the sky was already enveloped in a deep darkness, with only a softly glowing moon illuminating the night. The little dumplings seated at the small table eagerly anticipated the evening's meal. 2 ants swiftly filled their small bowls with food. Beside Luo Jiaojia sat Yang Yang, who clutched a small bowl of his own. He devoured the dumplings one by one, his little mouth puckering adorably like that of a squirrel. After finishing the dumplings, each child received a tiny fruit mooncake. As bedtime approached, Luo Jiaojia realized that her little shadow was not so easily dismissed. Yang Yang still held an uneaten mooncake in his hand, his large eyes darting around, neither nodding nor shaking his head. Yet, his gaze was firmly fixed on Luo Jiaojia, his little mouth stubbornly pursed. Luo Jiaojia felt a headache coming on. While it would be permissible for Yang Yang to sleep alongside her, the bed was simply too small. She fit perfectly with Luo Yu, but adding Yang Yang into the mix would make it quite cramped. Luo Yu chuckled softly from the side and suggested, "Jiao Jiao, why not let Yang Yang sleep with you? I can squeeze in with Aunt Fong." It was the first time Luo Yu witnessed Yang Yang display the emotions befitting a child, and she couldn't bear to disappoint him. Moreover, it was indeed a matter of fate. She and 2 other aunts had taken turns to comfort Yang Yang, yet none had succeeded. However, despite his reluctance to allow others to touch him or interact with his peers, he was quite proactive when it came to eating. He was particularly affectionate towards Jiao Jiao. Upon hearing Luo Yu's words, Yang Yang lifted his little head and glanced at her. After listening to Luo Yu, Jiao Jiao nodded in agreement. The following day, sunlight filtered through the branches outside, illuminating the room. Upon waking, Jiao Jiao felt the sweet warmth of the little bun still asleep in her arms. She retrieved her phone from beneath her pillow. It was already 7:30. Gently, she rose, ensuring the covers were snugly tucked before stepping outside. As she passed by a room, she heard the rhythmic and loud sound of reading. Peering through the window, she observed a row of children, around 8 or 9 years old, their faces alight with seriousness as they followed a girl at the podium in reciting the text. Days passed, and the holiday was nearing its end. On that particular day, Jiao Jiao sensed that everyone's behavior seemed rather peculiar, yet at the same time, it felt entirely normal. Strangely, even Yang Yang, who typically clung to her, had vanished without a trace. This was undoubtedly suspicious. Everyone seemed to know something she did not. Gazing at the obediently smiling Lulu before her, a plan began to form in her mind. "Lulu, it seems Yang Yang has been acting quite strangely lately." A diversion tactic to draw them all out under the guise of concern for Yang Yang. Unfortunately, the clever little Lulu was not easily swayed by such tricks. She feigned surprise, saying, "Really? I don't think so. Yang Yang has always been like this." Lulu finished speaking with a sweet smile and said, "Jiao Jiao, don't overthink it. Come and teach me how to solve this problem." Unable to refuse, Luo Jiao Jiao calmed herself and began to guide Lulu. Unbeknownst to her, Lulu discreetly tilted her small face to the side, exchanging playful glances with her other little friends. A small orange figure emerged from the kitchen, carrying a crispy fried pancake. Upon closer inspection, it was Yang Yang. Yang Yang took a few bites of the pancake, cheeks puffed out, and settled onto a small chair. Meanwhile, 3 little ones engrossed in a game seemed to be lured by the enticing aroma of the fried pancake. A girl with 2 braids, licking her little tongue, fixed her gaze on the pancake in Yang Yang's hand. Another chubby little one was even more direct, drooling at the corners of his mouth. There was yet another little one who exclaimed, upon seeing the pancake that appeared almost larger than his own face, "Zizi wants to eat." This declaration resonated with the other two. Meow Meow wanted to eat, and Lin Lin wanted to eat. 6 little eyes, wide open, fixated intently on Yang Yang, or more precisely, on the fried pancake he held. Yang Yang huffed, turned his back to them, showing no intention of sharing. The 3 little ones pouted, on the verge of tears. Instantly, they halted their cries, gazing longingly at Yang Yang. With his strikingly bright eyes, Yang Yang, in a sweet yet assertive tone, declared, "If you want to eat, you must listen to me." Zizi, whose stature surpassed that of Yang Yang, along with Meow Meow and Lin Lin, exhibited no signs of reluctance. They nodded eagerly, akin to chicks pecking at grains. Yang Yang, with her chubby little hands, broke off 3 relatively small pieces from the large, crispy fried pancake, distributing one to each of them. Zizi took a hearty bite, savoring the sweet and salty flavors, exclaiming how delectable it was. Yang Yang acknowledged with a soft hum, beckoning them to gather closer. The 4 formed a small circle, their youthful faces adorned with earnest expressions. Yang Yang occasionally whispered to Zizi, who nodded attentively in response. Then, Yang Yang leaned in to share secrets with Meow Meow. With a confident pat on her chest, Meow Meow declared, "Meow Meow will surely accomplish it." But where was Lin Lin? Observing her 2 companions engaged in tasks, Lin Lin was eager to discover her own assignment. Yang Yang glanced at Lin Lin, whose mouth still glistened with drool, and her expression momentarily faltered. Chapter 79, Surprise. However, Yang Yang, whose mind was quick to devise, soon contemplated what task Lin Lin could undertake. She instructed Lin Lin to lower her head and whispered into her ear. Lin Lin patted her little belly, proclaiming, "Lin Lin guarantees to complete the task," with an air of maturity beyond her years. Yang Yang nodded in satisfaction and took another bite of the pancake. Lin Lin, having devoured her piece first, licked her fingers and asked, "Big sister, can I have another piece?" Although Lin Lin was uncertain why Yang Yang asked them to call her big sister, the allure of the crispy, delicious pancake made her willing to comply with anything Yang Yang said. Yang Yang, maintaining her composure, concealed the pancake behind her. "After completing the task, I'll give you all the leftovers." Meow Meow and Zizi's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. Lin Lin quickly nodded. After the 3 of them departed, Yang Yang took out a pancake to nibble on, his pace noticeably hastening. With a disdainful huff, he resolved to leave no remnants. Luo Yu emerged from the kitchen, discovering Yang Yang's greasy visage. "Yang Yang, dinner is nearly ready." Yang Yang, with his small hands discreetly tucked behind him, wiped them on his clothing. Luo Yu, with a sigh of exasperation, took his tiny hand to wash it clean. Yang Yang complied, trailing behind her in small steps, accidentally emitting a burp. Luo Yu playfully swatted his backside. Though Yang Yang remained silent, his eyes were filled with reproach. Over the past few days, Luo Yu had observed Yang Yang gradually integrating into the orphanage, understanding his temperament and no longer fearing his minor tantrums, especially since she held dominion over his meals. As dusk approached, Lulu suddenly clutched her stomach, frowning in urgency. "Sister Jiao Jiao, my stomach hurts. Could you accompany me to the restroom?" Luo Jiao Jiao nodded. "Let us go." After waiting outside the restroom for a moment, Lulu emerged, smiling. "Thank you, Sister Jiao Jiao." Luo Jiao Jiao affectionately ruffled her fluffy hair. "Shall we head to the cafeteria for dinner?" Lulu's brows furrowed. "Sister Jiao Jiao, I left something in the classroom. I'd like to retrieve it before we eat." Luo Jiao Jiao glanced back at her. "That's fine." A wave of relief washed over Lulu, and she beamed with delight. By this time, the sky had turned completely dark, enveloping the classroom in inky blackness. Luo Jiao Jiao opened the door and stepped inside, flicking on the wall switch. However, before she could illuminate the room, a thunderous sound erupted, startling her. A faint light ignited. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." The sweet, innocent voices of children harmoniously sang the birthday song. Luo Jiao Jiao stood in a daze. Luo Yu cradled the cake in her hands, the glow of the candles reflecting on her gentle, water-like face. "Jiao Jiao, tomorrow you will start school, so we are celebrating your birthday in advance. Wishing you a very happy birthday." The little dumpling, attempting to mimic the older siblings, chimed in, "Happy birthday, Jiao Jiao sister." The corners of Luo Jiao Jiao's mouth had not faltered, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Make a wish, Jiao Jiao sister," Lulu and Yao Yao encouraged with smiles. Luo Jiao Jiao, speechless, nodded in agreement. She clasped her hands together and closed her eyes, wishing for the health and happiness of those she loves and who love her in return. After Luo Jiao Jiao blew out the candles, the lights were turned on. "Let us eat cake," exclaimed the eager little dumplings. The cake was neither too big nor too small, just enough for each to have a small piece. Luo Jiao Jiao savored a bite of the sweet cream, her heart swelling with happiness. Perhaps it was truly fated. Her original birthday coincided with her current celebration, just 2 days away. Suddenly, she felt a tug at the hem of her clothing and looked down to find Yang. Luo Jiao Jiao crouched down, and before she could ask, the cherubic little dumpling had planted a kiss on her cheek. "Yang, you are so adorable." Luo Jiao Jiao couldn't resist playfully rubbing his face. Yang, with his cheeks squished, thought to himself, indeed, adults love to give kisses. Soon, 3 more little ones approached, revealing Zizi, Meow Meow, and Lin Lin. Amidst laughter, Meow Meow and Zizi exhibited comical antics, yet their expressions remained utterly earnest. Yang, tilting his head back, caught a glimpse of the mirth in Luo Jiao Jiao's eyes, prompting a smile to blossom upon his own face. That evening, Luo Jiao Jiao savored a bowl of longevity noodles prepared by Uncle He. On every birthday at the Welfare Institute, Uncle He would craft a bowl, attesting to his culinary prowess. Remarkably, this bowl contained but a single strand of noodle, which one must not bite through, symbolizing enduring longevity and peace. Upon consuming the bowl of noodles, Luo Jiao Jiao let out a satisfied burp. "How do we perform, boss?" The 3 little dumplings encircled a small bun, with Yang's face taut with concentration. Lin Lin and the others awaited his verdict with bated breath. Yang nodded slightly, declaring, "This time we did quite well. Let us continue this way." "Ha ha ha, I knew I was the best," Lin Lin exclaimed with glee. Meow Meow and Zizi, however, disagreed vehemently. "Our dancing is the finest." As Yang observed their spirited debate over who had performed the best, he completely forgot the initial purpose of their gathering. A mischievous smile crept across his lips as he stealthily slipped out the door. Lin Lin, unable to contend with the duo of Meow Meow and Zizi, felt her cheeks flush with frustration. "Humph, the boss must think I'm the best, right, boss?" Simultaneously, the 3 turned to the spot where Yang had once stood, now conspicuously empty. They exchanged bewildered glances. "Little treasures, it's time for bed." Aunt Feng entered, ready to take the 3 little dumplings away. Thus, Yang had slipped away unnoticed. Meanwhile, Luo Jiao Jiao busied herself with tidying up. She settled down to assist Luo Jiao Jiao in folding clothes, as the cold weather necessitated the addition of warmer garments. Luo Jiao Jiao remarked that the weather in Zhou City was still quite mild, responding with a smile. Yang paused at the entrance, his gaze intently observing the scene of Luo Yu and Luo Jiao Jiao packing their belongings. A sense of unease washed over him. Was this foolish sister truly leaving him? Would she not be able to remain by his side? As Luo Jiao Jiao placed her items into the box, she caught sight of a small head peeking through the slightly ajar door. "Yang? Come in." For the past few days, Luo Jiao Jiao had been sharing a bed with Yang, concerned that he might feel unsettled after her departure. However, perhaps due to his striking good looks, many children enjoyed playing with him, alleviating her worries about him feeling lonely as he once did. Hearing Luo Jiao Jiao call for him, Yang hesitated before entering. "Luo Yu chuckled, Sister Jiao Jiao is going to school. You should be like her in the future, all right?" Yang echoed curiously. "School? What is school? Why must one go to school?" Luo Jiao Jiao discerned his confusion. "School is where you can learn many useful things and pursue what you desire." "Learn useful things? Pursue what I desire?" Yang pondered, half comprehending. "Then you should rest early. I will check if they have fallen asleep." Luo Yu stepped outside, carefully closing the door behind him. Chapter 80. The menopausal protagonist Luo Jiao Jiao glanced at the already slumbering Yang, ensuring his blanket was snug before allowing herself to drift into peaceful sleep. Hearing the gentle sound of the person beside him breathing softly, Yang opened his large eyes. Cautiously turning to his side, he silently gazed at the serene visage of Luo Jiao Jiao in slumber. A person as warm as his grandmother, albeit a bit foolish. After breakfast, Luo Jiao Jiao prepared to take a taxi to the train station. Luo Yu and Yang accompanied her to the door. Yang, in a low mood, gave a slight nod. Luo Yu could not help but remind her, "There will be many people in the car. Pay attention to safety, and do not fall asleep." Luo Jiao Jiao gazed into Luo Yu's wrinkled eyes and replied, You all take care at home as well." At that moment, a taxi conveniently arrived. Luo Jiao Jiao waved her hand to signal it. The taxi came to a steady halt in front of them. Once inside, Luo Jiao Jiao waved goodbye through the glass to Luo Yu and Yang Yang. Yang Yang's eyes glistened with moisture, his small lips pouting. Luo Yu understood that he was reluctant to part with Jiao Jiao at that moment. Later in the evening, when the director mother planned to call Jiao Jiao, would Yang Yang have anything to say to her? Yang Yang did not respond, nodding heavily as he sniffled. Deep down, Luo Jiao Jiao felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. At this time, it was 4 in the afternoon. Unlike the tranquility of Boishan, Chongqing was bustling with activity, alive with the ceaseless flow of vehicles and vibrant crowds. This atmosphere further ignited Luo Jiao Jiao's aspirations. Upon returning home, she delivered some local specialties from Boishan to her landlord grandmother. She also made a phone call to Luo Yu to assure her of her safety. Perhaps Luo Jiao Jiao had already surmised the reason for Qiao Lian's rebirth. She was slowly becoming accustomed to the gaze Qiao Lian directed at her. What puzzled Luo Jiao Jiao was that even if the heroine had been reborn, shouldn't she also be happy? Why did she appear as she did now, resembling a shrewd woman cloaked in the guise of youth? Luo Jiao Jiao discerned the shadow of a middle-aged woman experiencing menopause within her. What Luo Jiao Jiao remained oblivious to was that the truth had already been unveiled to her. Qiao Lian, on the other hand, was unaware that Luo Jiao Jiao had discerned her reincarnation. After all, the concept of reincarnation seemed utterly fantastical to modern individuals. Yet, for someone like Luo Jiao Jiao, who had also experienced inexplicable scientific phenomena, nothing was deemed impossible. At long last, the competition in October arrived. Lin Yi had instructed the students participating in the competition to bring a change of clothes for the day, as the event would span 3 days. And participants could not withdraw midway. That evening, Luo Jiao Jiao prepared 2 sets of autumn and winter uniforms. A small bus was parked at the school gate, attended by 2 supervising teachers, one of whom was notably Lin Yi. The old class monitor, Hiyong, greeted him with excitement. Lin Yi adjusted his glasses and spoke gently. Do your best. As they lined up to board the bus, Qi Mei stood ahead of Luo Jiao Jiao. Just as Luo Jiao Jiao was about to step onto the bus, she misstepped. It seemed as if she was about to collide with the vehicle. Was this a bad omen? With wide eyes, Luo Jiao Jiao instinctively reached out to steady herself when a pair of strong arms caught her. Watch your step. Wang Kaiyi's cold voice resonated. Luo Jiao Jiao felt a bit embarrassed. It seemed she always encountered him during her misfortunes. Thank you, she replied. Habitually. Luo Jiao Jiao sought a window seat and settled in. Wang Kai took the seat beside her. Due to Yi Xiaofan's withdrawal from the competition, the school had selected another participant. Once the 15 competitors were gathered, the bus set off. Huh? Luo Jiao Jiao momentarily lost focus and did not catch his words. Did you have fun back home? Wang Kai inquired again. Did you have fun? There is nothing particularly remarkable about playing. It is primarily about the people involved. Luo Jiao Jiao reminisced about Luo Yu, Yang Yang, and others, a smile creeping onto her face as she squinted her eyes in delight. It was truly enjoyable. As evidenced by the joy reflected in her expression, Wang Kai observed her demeanor closely. And you? In the spirit of reciprocity, Luo Jiao Jiao inquired about Wang Kai's activities. He nodded gently. My family and I spent the day enjoying a self-driving tour nearby. The rest of the time, we stayed at home. Oh, that sounds lovely, she replied, pleasantly surprised by the detail of his response. The two engaged in a lively exchange, each contributing to the conversation. It is inherent for young girls to have a fondness for snacks. Luo Jiao Jiao retrieved several packs of marinated meat snacks from her bag. Would you like to try some? They are a specialty from my hometown and taste quite delightful, she offered. These were the treats Luo Yu had purchased for her in town, and they were her absolute favorite. Although she suspected Wang Kai might not be interested, she still extended the invitation, as eating alone could feel a bit awkward, especially since he had been quite helpful to her. Wang Kai glanced at the colorful packaging in her hands and casually took a pack. Thank you. No need for formality, she replied. With the initial pleasantries exchanged, Luo Jiao Jiao unceremoniously pulled out a trash bag and began to indulge in the snacks. The flavors burst in her mouth. The meat tender and flavorful. Wang Kai gazed at the red packaging in his hand, which bore the label of spicy lamb skewers, hesitating momentarily. Can I really eat this? Just as he was about to tear it open, a large hand abruptly snatched it from his grasp. Wang Kai's expression turned cold. Spicy lamb skewers. Oh, how I savored them once before. The flavor was exquisite, yet now it is a challenge to find authentic ones. Lin Yi cast a glance at the items, smiling gently as he spoke. Luo Jiao Jiao nodded in agreement. Xiaoyi doesn't partake in these, does he? Then allow me to indulge, Lin Yi said, beaming with delight. Luo Jiao Jiao glanced at the icy countenance of Wang Kai, then picked up a few more packets. Old classmate, Would you like to sample these flavors as well? She intended to provoke Wang Kai, all the while teasing his student in his presence. Wang Kai smirked. Old classmate, please refrain from moving about in the vehicle. A sudden break might prove too much for you. Luo Jiao Jiao responded. I suspect you were driving, yet I lack proof. As fate would have it. A sudden break caused Lin Yi's elegant, handsome demeanor to falter. He clumsily grasped the back of Wang Kai's chair. Once the vehicle stabilized, Lin Yi restored his composure. You little rascal, with your ill-fated predictions. Each step he took, his hands remained firmly on the chair's backrest. During the abrupt stop, Luo Jiao Jiao nearly collided with the chair in front of her, only narrowly avoiding disaster thanks to her seatbelt. She cautiously patted her chest. The male lead is indeed exceptional. The heavens seem to favor him. With a charming smile, she added, I have oranges. Wang Kai took the orange from her palm, his slender fingers skillfully peeling away its golden skin before splitting it in half and offering one piece to Luo Jiao Jiao. You consume more fruit. Snacking excessively can lead to heatiness. Chapter 81. The competition. Luo Jiao Jiao accepted the orange he had peeled for her. All right, thank you. Is this a case of borrowing flowers to present to Buddha? Soon, they arrived at the examination venue, a modern technology building. Waiting at the entrance was a middle-aged man in a gray suit, slightly plump in stature, who hurried over upon seeing the representatives from Zhoucheng No. 1 High School. He must be Teacher Lin, renowned in his field, indeed a distinguished figure. With a modest smile adorning his face, Teacher Lin replied, Director Zhou, you flatter me. The two exchanged formal pleasantries while the accompanying staff led the way. After arranging accommodations for the students, Director Zhou waved his hand, saying, Should there be any shortcomings in our hospitality, I hope for your understanding. Once Director Zhou departed, Teacher Lin collaborated with another supervising teacher to organize the students. The other supervising teacher was a woman. Thus Teacher Lin took charge of the boys, while Teacher Li managed the girls. Glancing at his watch, Teacher Lin instructed, First, please place your belongings, then we shall gather in the hall. Understood, replied Jiao Jiao. Let us go together. Qimei wrapped her arm around Luo Jiao Jiao's. Unbothered. Luo Jiao Jiao responded, Sure. The room contained 4 beds, with desks and cabinets beneath, and the beds above. The bedding was pristine, accompanied by several packets of disposable sheets and pillowcases. This arrangement was quite satisfactory. Qimei chose a bed adjacent to Luo Jiao Jiao. Luo Jiao Jiao smiled in response. After securing her personal items in the cabinet, Luo Jiao Jiao settled in her spot to wait for Qimei. I'll be done shortly, Jiao Jiao, just a moment. Qimei said, still organizing her belongings. All right, Luo Jiao Jiao replied, taking the opportunity to observe the others. The 2 other girls were from the same school, but were not in the same class. Moreover, they appeared rather haughty, casting disdainful glances at Luo Jiao Jiao and Qimei. Luo Jiao Jiao shrugged. All right, let us depart. Qimei is ready on her end as well. Just as Luo Jiao Jiao and Qimei were about to exit, they were rudely jostled aside by someone from behind. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Qimei exclaimed in anger. Qimei rolled up her sleeves, preparing to confront them. Luo Jiao Jiao grasped her arm, a smile playing on her lips as she remarked lightly to the girl, They are merely jesters, not worthy of our ire. The scene shifted. Now the girl's companion was pulling her away. Qimei, her anger subsiding, nodded in agreement. Indeed. The girl's face flushed crimson as she pointed an accusing finger at Luo Jiao Jiao, attempting to voice her indignation, but was ultimately dragged away by her companion. Another commotion had been averted. Luo Jiao Jiao smiled helplessly. After all, they shared the same dormitory and attended the same school. Any scandal would only serve as fodder for ridicule from other institutions. One could only hope that the girl possessed a modicum of intelligence. Qimei chuckled, covering her mouth. With Jiao Jiao's formidable prowess, what is there to fear? Besides, the tales of the fierce campus belle still circulate around the school. Upon entering the hall, they were struck by its spaciousness and brightness, with designated seating areas clearly marked. Luo Jiao Jiao quickly located her school section and led Qimei over. As they passed by the 2 girls from earlier, they were met with another glare. Luo Jiao Jiao paid it no mind, while the girl grew increasingly irate. Surveying the room, Luo Jiao Jiao noted the presence of over 100 individuals, including teachers. As more attendees settled in, the time for the event drew near. A man clad in a tailored suit, his hair meticulously styled with gel, ascended the stage. He welcomed representatives from various schools. This man, Tong Xianjun, was the host of the event. After introducing himself, he swiftly delved into the details of the competition, which comprised theoretical debates and random one-on-one challenges, among other elements. The contest was divided into 3 segments: preliminary rounds, semifinals, and finals. Contestants eliminated in the preliminary rounds could resurrect their chances through the semifinals. Having concluded his remarks, Tong Xianjun exited the stage, marking the official commencement of the competition. Lin Yi, representing Shouqing No. 1 High School, stepped forward to draw his debate opponent. He descended the stage, clutching a small paper ball, while the audience watched with eager anticipation to discover who their adversary would be. With a gentle unfolding of the paper, the name Mingtu Academy was emblazoned upon it, and Lin Yi's entry position was notably early. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd. As they were no strangers to Mingtu Academy, indeed, they were akin to old acquaintances. Shouqing No. 1 High School, a century-old institution, boasted unparalleled resources, naturally inciting envy towards its formidable rival, Mingtu Academy, the pinnacle among them. Each year, a dramatic rivalry unfolded between the two schools, characterized not only by overt competitions but also by a more subtle, ongoing contest of wits. Take Lin Yi, for instance. He was a doctoral-level talent transferred from Kyoto, and the fierce competition for such an asset had led to intense confrontations between the two institutions. Ultimately, Lin Yi's allegiance lay with Shouqing No. 1 High School, leaving Mingtu Academy at a loss. Nevertheless, despite not securing this talent, Mingtu Academy covertly extended an invitation, leaving the door wide open for Lin Yi. What fueled the deep-seated animosity between these two schools? It is said that a complex web of personal grievances lies at the heart of their rivalry. The principal of Mingtu Academy, who once harbored a secret affection for a certain girl, has now found himself the object of her affection at Shouqing No. 1 High School. The students of Mingtu Academy hold this belief with unwavering conviction, while the students of Shouqing No. 1 High School express their skepticism upon observing their principal's current demeanor. In the upcoming debate competition, each team is to consist of 5 members. Lin Yi first encourages them to confer on who possesses the most adept debating skills. Among them, a boy with a refreshing hairstyle and a sunny disposition scratches the back of his head, declaring, "I excel at identifying flaws in arguments." Lin Yi nods in acknowledgement, swiftly jotting down notes in his notebook. Following a round of self-assessment, 5 individuals are ultimately selected: the incisive and logically astute Wang Kai, the aforementioned boy, Ren Yuanong, proficient in spotting weaknesses, the meticulous and remarkably sharp-minded Luo Jiao Jiao, along with 2 other experienced boys. After announcing the names of the 5, Lin Yi surveys the group, inquiring, "Are there any dissenting opinions?" A sharp female voice interjects, "Teacher, I have a concern." Lin Yi turns to the source of the voice, classmate Guan Mengting. "What is your opinion?" Guan Mengting is the very girl who recently had a conflict with Luo Jiao Jiao. Upon recognizing her, Luo Jiao Jiao anticipates trouble. As expected, Guan Mengting, with an air of haughtiness akin to that of a peacock, retorts disdainfully, "I believe Luo Jiao Jiao is unsuitable for the stage." Lin Yi scrutinizes Guan Mengting, awaiting her further remarks. With an air of superiority, Guan Mengting continues, "With someone like Luo Jiao Jiao, I fear she won't even be able to articulate her thoughts on stage." Upon hearing this, Luo Jiao Jiao realizes that if she does not showcase her abilities, this individual will undoubtedly attempt to undermine her further. With a gentle smile and a seemingly innocent expression, Luo Jiao Jiao prepares to demonstrate her prowess. "Since Guan Mengting harbors such little faith in me, why not engage in a friendly competition between the two of us?" Guan Mengting's companion, possessing a hint of cleverness, glanced at Luo Jiao Jiao's confident demeanor and felt a wave of concern for her friend. She gently tugged at Guan Mengting's sleeve, softly advising, "Ting Ting, perhaps we should let this go." However, with Guan Mengting's proud nature, how could she simply concede in front of everyone? Wouldn't that indirectly signify her fear of that insufferable Luo Jiao Jiao? A competition it is, who fears whom? Guan Mengting retorted, her indignation palpable. Chapter 82. Putting on a brave face. After all, Luo Jiao Jiao is a student in his class. If he were to show her undue favoritism, he would undoubtedly face accusations of abusing his position. Moreover, he had considerable confidence in Luo Jiao Jiao. Although this was merely a small contest, a touch of flair would certainly enhance the enjoyment. Wouldn't you agree, dear Guan Mengting? Luo Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled with a newfound idea. Guan Mengting was resolute. She did not believe she would be bested by Luo Jiao Jiao, especially given her experience in honing her eloquence during her time in the student council. "Very well. Should you lose, you must concede that you lack the ability and were merely putting on a brave face." Luo Jiao Jiao smirked, "Agreed, but if you lose, the same applies to you." A small circle formed with a dozen or so participants, facing each other as Luo Jiao Jiao and Guan Mingting stood opposite one another. Lin Yi and Teacher Li served as judges. I shall write the questions on slips of paper, and we will randomly draw lots to determine the topics, announced Teacher Li, who, at just over 20, brimmed with anticipation for the contest. Luo Jiao Jiao nodded in agreement. Guan Mingting, unwilling to yield, declared, Teacher Li, feel free to pose any question. Teacher Li, armed with a pen, inscribed 3 notes on slips of paper. After crumpling them into balls, he shook them in his palm before scattering them across the table. I shall choose, he announced, picking up the one in the middle. As he unfurled it, he cleared his throat and coughed lightly. The topic is, should women at the age of 30 marry and bear children? This subject was a spontaneous creation of Teacher Li's, having graduated merely 2 years prior. At the age of 26, she was incessantly pressured by relatives to be introduced to prospective partners, leaving her feeling quite vexed. Seizing this opportunity, she wished to glean the perspectives of others. Rock, paper, scissors determined the opposing sides. Guan Mingting emerged victorious, representing the affirmative stance. Of course, one should marry and procreate. This is not only a responsibility towards oneself, but also towards one's parents, she asserted confidently. Luo Jiao Jiao responded with a cold chuckle. In life, there is no ought or ought not to marry and bear children solely out of a sense of duty. Are we merely living to adhere to societal expectations? Guan Mingting, infuriated, retorted, so, according to your reasoning, if one chooses not to marry or bear children, society would no longer need to cultivate new talent? Certainly not, Luo Jiao Jiao replied, her tone unwavering. Our theme centers on women at 30. They should have the autonomy to choose their desired lifestyle without feeling indebted to anyone. If she enjoys the role of a wife and mother, she may choose to marry and have children. If she aspires to a life of solitude, she may also remain true to herself. Her words were firm, leaving Guan Mingting utterly exasperated. From a young age, she was molded by her mother's teachings to gain admission to a prestigious university, to attain a high level of education, and ultimately to marry into a good family. Wasn't Luo Jiao Jiao's comment merely a veiled jab at her? As Luo Jiao Jiao relentlessly pressed on, Guan Mingting's lips quivered, her mind failing to conjure a rebuttal to Luo's words. Ultimately, Guan Mingting, dejected, resembled a defeated rooster. She realized she had merely put on a brave front. The onlookers applauded Luo Jiao Jiao's remarkable performance. Wang Kaiyi, observing the girl in the center who seemed to radiate brilliance, couldn't help but smile. Luo Jiao Jiao offered a slight bow, her smile modest. Thank you for your kindness. Teacher Li was practically beside herself with excitement. She had finally unearthed the answer that resided deep within her heart. The commotion attracted the attention of many. The organizers officially announced the theme of the debate. The 5 gathered to devise their strategy. They also enlisted Lin Yi and others as opponents to practice their team synergy. A male student, serving as the vanguard, deftly exposed the flaws in the opponent's arguments. Luo Jiao Jiao was a master of delivering decisive blows, intermittently striking at her adversaries. In the end, Wang Kaiyi rendered their opponents speechless. With a mutual bow, the 5 wore similar faint smiles. The students from Mingtu Academy were flushed with embarrassment, their teeth grinding in frustration. After Ren Yuanyang stepped down from the stage, he could no longer contain his laughter. That was exhilarating. The vanguard was outstanding. This boy is truly experienced. The backup members are no less impressive. And Luo Jiao Jiao, the master of decisive strikes, is remarkable indeed. Luo Jiao Jiao gazed at the relaxed visage of Wang Kaiyi, unable to restrain her words. The ultimate weapon is truly remarkable. Wang Kaiyi turned to her and chuckled softly. It pales in comparison to the adeptness of a timely strike. Ha ha ha, had it not been for my effort to maintain an enigmatic persona, I would have burst into laughter just now. The 5 of them exchanged smiles. Lin Yi applauded, grinning, you all performed splendidly. As noon approached, the competition was still ongoing, leading to a lunch break. The group made their way to the dining hall, directly retrieving plates to serve themselves. The fare was quite delightful. Luo Jiao Jiao took a bite of a fried chicken leg, savoring its crispy and delectable flavor. Wang Kaiyi held a bowl of congee and sat alongside Su Suwei. Hiyong, with 2 fried chicken legs in his bowl, could hardly believe that someone could resist the allure of fried delicacies. Brother E, does this fill you up? Hiyong could not help but inquire. Wang Kaiyi, known for his silence during meals, glanced at Hiyong before continuing with his spoon. He-yong embraced his substantial frame, recalling his mother remarking on his recent weight loss. Just then, Luo Jiao Jiao's gaze met that of her own, prompting Guan Mingting to snort softly and divert her eyes, refraining from further animosity. Luo Jiao Jiao shared a silent smile with Qimei. After a respite of over half an hour, the debate continued with fervor. In the afternoon, a subsequent round of matches took place, featuring a different set of contestants, as everyone deserved an opportunity to hone their skills. Although the process was fraught with tension, they ultimately triumphed, securing their advancement. Luo Jiao Jiao observed attentively, memorizing each individual's speaking habits. The students from the schools that had progressed had little to occupy their evening, while those from the eliminated schools prepared for a revival match later that night. After an afternoon of diligent study, Luo Jiao Jiao had unearthed quite a few secrets about her peers. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she nearly collided face-to-face with Wang Kai, who stood right behind her. Fortunately, Luo Jiao Jiao's quick reflexes allowed her to brace herself against his sturdy chest. "What brings you suddenly behind me?" she murmured in mild annoyance. Wang Kai chuckled softly. "I've been right behind you all along." "Huh? Really?" Luo Jiao Jiao mused, realizing that perhaps she had been too engrossed in her studies to notice her surroundings. "Aren't you going to look anymore?" Wang Kai inquired. "Tomorrow is the written exam, and I hear the questions are exceedingly challenging. I brought a notebook," he stated suddenly. "Huh?" Luo Jiao Jiao replied, somewhat bewildered. "It's quite normal for you to bring a notebook." After all, she had brought along a hefty reference book. "I've highlighted the key points," Wang Kai continued. Luo Jiao Jiao abruptly looked up at him. Under the intensity of his gaze, she felt a peculiar discomfort. "May I borrow your notebook?" she asked, hastily adding, "Don't worry. I'll be quick." The amusement in Wang Kai's eyes deepened. His efforts in preparing the notebook were not in vain. "Sure," he responded softly. "Thank you." Luo Jiao Jiao felt a surge of excitement. The notes of an academic prodigy were undoubtedly extraordinary. She followed Wang Kai to their dormitory to retrieve the notebook. Upon reaching the door, Wang Kai swiped his card to unlock it. "I'll wait outside for you," she said, aware of the inappropriateness of entering the male dormitory. Wang Kai acknowledged her with a brief before stepping inside. Upon her arrival at the ajar door, Luo Jiao Jiao beheld the interior decor reminiscent of the girls' dormitory. Soon, Wang Kai emerged, clutching a notebook. Luo Jiao Jiao accepted the notebook with a radiant smile, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." Wang Kai merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Wait a moment," he called out as she turned to leave. In an instant, his long arm encircled her, enveloping her in a cool, fragrant embrace. Wang Kai lowered his gaze, inhaling the scent that clung to her. Luo Jiao Jiao's heart fluttered. Was the male lead unmedicated today? What are you doing?" she stammered, her voice quivering. The breath he expelled startled her, nearly prompting a shriek. Her breath was unsteady, and even her legs trembled in response. Before she could push him away, Wang Kai rose, observing her flushed cheeks with a teasing smile. "I merely wish to inquire about the perfume you are wearing. Why are you so anxious?" "I have no intention of devouring you." A chill of fear coursed down Luo Jiao Jiao's spine, leaving her in a cold sweat. "I'm not wearing any perfume." She shot him an irritated glance before hastily retreating. She feared that Wang Kai might exhibit further eccentricity. As she fled, Wang Kai watched her retreating figure, amusement dancing in his eyes, the alluring scent still lingering at the tip of his nose. He-yong, witnessing Wang Kai's smile, could not suppress his astonishment. Wang Kai's expression shifted, casting a nonchalant glance at He-yong, who instinctively inhaled and drew in his stomach. Su Hui stifled a laugh, patting He-yong's shoulder. "Curiosity has its own rewards, doesn't it?" Upon returning to her dormitory, Luo Jiao Jiao switched on the light and settled into her seat, opening Wang Kai's notebook. The elegant strokes of calligraphy flowed like a dragon soaring and a phoenix dancing, reflecting the character of the writer, imbued with a refreshing and proud spirit. Luo Jiao Jiao initially cast a fleeting glance, only to find herself captivated, unable to resist the urge to take up her draft and begin calculating. "Oh, who turned on the light?" came the voice of her companion, Deng Xiaoxiao. "Why not go in and see for yourself?" replied Guan Mingting, as she retrieved her room card and opened the door. Inside, she found Luo Jiao Jiao engrossed in her work. Guan Mingting pursed her lips but remained silent, while Deng Xiaoxiao chuckled softly. "Tingting is just tough on the outside but soft-hearted within." The two remained quiet, allowing Luo Jiao Jiao to remain oblivious to their presence. After completing the last problem, Luo Jiao Jiao suddenly realized that time was slipping away. She turned around only to discover that the other 3 seats were occupied. Qi Mei, for once, regarded Guan Mingting with a hint of approval. The trio was absorbed in their respective tasks, prompting Luo Jiao Jiao to quietly head to the washroom. A knock resonated from the door. The nearest, Deng Xiaoxiao, rose to answer it. Standing at the threshold was Teacher Li. With a gentle smile, Teacher Li inquired, "Still awake?" "Not for long," Deng Xiaoxiao replied. Given the spaciousness of the area and the unfamiliarity of the surroundings, Teacher Li expressed concern for a girl's safety outside. At that moment, Qi Mei looked up and remarked to Teacher Li, "She's in the shower." Only then did Teacher Li notice the light illuminating the bathroom, easing her worries. Taking a seat on Luo Jiao Jiao's chair, Teacher Li kindly asked, "Are you all feeling anxious about tomorrow's exam?" Among the 15 participants, the 4 girls naturally attracted the attention of Teacher Li. Deng Xiaoxiao regarded Teacher Li as an older sister. Teacher Li encouraged her, saying, "Relax and perform as you normally would." Qi Mei replied with a smile, "My mind is filled with questions. It feels like my head is about to burst." At that moment, Luo Jiao Jiao emerged. Teacher Li's gaze fell upon the delicately featured girl. "Jiao Jiao, are you preparing for bed?" she inquired, noticing that the other 3 had yet to shower. Startled by Teacher Li's sudden appearance, Luo Jiao Jiao responded with a gentle smile. "Good evening, Teacher Li. It's important to rest well to have energy for tomorrow." Teacher Li nodded, feeling a fondness for Luo Jiao Jiao. "It's nearly 10 o'clock. You 3 should hurry and wash up before bed." "All right," they replied. After Teacher Li left, Qi Mei and the others began their evening routines. On the following day, the early rising contestants had breakfast and received their seating numbers from their respective class teachers. The previous day's debate had been a team competition, while the next 2 days would feature individual performances. During the exams, whispering or looking around was strictly prohibited. There were few invigilators, as the organizer had emphasized the importance of self-discipline. Additionally, each classroom was equipped with real-time monitoring, allowing the class teachers from each school to observe the students' performance from the monitoring room. The exams were conducted in 2 classrooms. After taking her seat, Luo Jiao Jiao realized that the students from her school were scattered throughout, and Wang Kai was not in the same classroom as her. As the examination commenced, the unfamiliar teacher on stage remained silent, holding aloft the sealed test papers, showcasing both sides devoid of any signs of prior opening before distributing them. The first subject was mathematics. Luo Jiao Jiao calmed her mind, and as she delved deeper into the questions, her astonishment grew. Many of these problems had been discussed in class. Some had even appeared in Lin Yi's assessments, and others were highlighted in Wang Kai's notes. This was nothing short of serendipity. Luo Jiao Jiao dared not be negligent. She meticulously calculated each step. After completing the entire test, she reviewed it twice, ensuring no errors remained. With a gentle click, she capped her pen and quietly awaited the end of the allotted time. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the head teachers from various schools were anxious about their students. Among the sea of students diligently focused on their papers, 2 stood out conspicuously. These 2 were none other than Luo Jiao Jiao and Wang Kai. Every student donned their respective school uniforms, and the head teacher from Mingtu Academy immediately recognized the 2 motionless students as their rivals from Zhou City No. 1 High School. He couldn't help but mock Lin Yi and Teacher Li, suggesting that the students from Zhou City No. 1 were so intimidated by the questions that they had become paralyzed. Teacher Li shot a glare at the sarcastic head teacher from Mingtu Academy. Lin Yi, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, allowed a glimmer of light to reflect off the lenses. With a warm demeanor and a light chuckle, he responded, "Teacher C, you might not be aware, but these 2 students are our school's top seeds. We are counting on them to secure the championship." Teacher C from Mingtu Academy, incensed by Lin Yi's confident tone, could only respond with a cold laugh. Teacher Lin speaks with great bravado, seemingly unperturbed by the potential repercussions of his words. Lin Yi shrugged, unconvinced. Chapter 84. The final day of the competition. Lin Yi held unwavering confidence in his 2 students. He remained silently amused. Conversely, Teacher Li appeared anxious, urging the 2 children not to surrender, even if they encountered difficulties. After all, only half the time had elapsed. The 2 participants, engrossed in the examination, remained oblivious to Teacher Li's anxious sentiments. As the day progressed, Luo Jiao Jiao finally relaxed after completing the last question. Once the examination concluded, students were instructed to remain seated until their papers were collected by the teacher. The proctor, now sporting a slight smile, seemed quite pleased with the performance of the students that day. After her paper was taken, Luo Jiao Jiao gathered her belongings and rose to leave. Upon stepping outside, she noticed that another class had already finished their exam. Ji Mei waved from the doorway. Jiao Jiao, we are over here. Luo Jiao Jiao turned at the sound. The students from her school were gathered together, including Lin Yi and Teacher Li. As Luo Jiao Jiao approached, Teacher Li could not restrain herself from inquiring, Jiao Jiao, how did the exam go? In truth, she yearned to ask why Jiao Jiao did not persevere until the end, yet she feared that such a direct question might undermine Jiao Jiao's confidence. So she opted for a more tactful approach. Luo Jiao Jiao responded with a radiant smile. It went very smoothly. Teacher Li harbored some skepticism. She had reviewed the exam questions herself and could not assure that she would have been able to answer them all. What could be said for Luo Jiao Jiao, who had completed them in such a short span of time? However, with Lin Yi's assurance, Teacher Li found it difficult to admonish the students without crossing the authority of their homeroom teacher. That settled it. Teacher Li sighed inwardly, hoping for the best. 15 individuals followed Lin Yi and Teacher Li into the room adorned with the plaque of Zhoucheng No. 1 High School. Once everyone was seated, Lin Yi commenced his address. The competition had reached its midpoint, and tomorrow marked the final day. I hope everyone will exert their utmost effort. A resounding agreement echoed among the group. Lin Yi flipped over the A4 sheet in his hand and began again, observing the tense expressions of those present. He offered a gentle smile. There is no need to be overly anxious. Each participant has 3 stars, even if one should falter once. There remains the opportunity to earn additional stars by prevailing over others. Upon hearing that they had 3 chances, the collective apprehension of the group eased slightly. Furthermore, due to the system's random pairing, it is possible to be matched with classmates from the same school. He-Yong exclaimed, it could be quite challenging then? Lin Yi nodded kindly. Thus, I implore all of you to give your best efforts. Luo Jiao Jiao nodded in agreement, silently praying to avoid an encounter with Wang Kai at the outset. It seemed Wang Kai sensed her thoughts, as he exchanged a brief glance with Luo Jiao Jiao, flashing his signature tiger-toothed smile. She feigned nonchalance, diverting her gaze. Wang Kai noted her reaction, his smile deepening. Lin Yi had conveyed all he needed to, and he took his seat, allowing Teacher Li to continue. Teacher Li had little else to impart. Her role was to alleviate the student's stress. Everyone should maintain a positive mindset and avoid excessive anxiety. It's essential to ensure a good night's rest. After imparting some advice, Teacher Li cast a glance at Lin Yi, who nodded in acknowledgement. Now, you may engage in free activities. We will reconvene here at 7:30 tomorrow. Please do not be late. Several individuals promptly gathered their belongings and exited. Lin Yi had previously mentioned that students could practice with one another or seek his assistance. Hence most remained seated. Luo Jiao Jiao returned her notebook to Wang Kai. Shall we practice together? Wang Kai's tone was somewhat cool. Huh, is that all right? Luo Jiao Jiao replied eagerly, excited at the prospect of a preliminary trial. Of course. Wang Kai met her gaze. Without hesitation, Luo Jiao Jiao presented a challenging problem with extensive content. Once she finished articulating the question, Wang Kai swiftly wrote down the calculations. From the moment he heard the problem to the instant he penned the answer, less than 2 minutes had elapsed. Luo Jiao Jiao was astonished. His mental arithmetic was truly impressive. As they exchanged responses, Luo Jiao Jiao found herself only slightly slower than Wang Kai, excelling in every other aspect. He-Yong had initially intended to ask Wang Kai to practice with him, but to his surprise, Wang Kai was already engaged with Luo Jiao Jiao. Oblivious to the dynamic around him, He-Yong was about to join them when Su Hui pulled him away. Hey, wait. Why are you dragging me? He-Yong asked, bewildered. Su Hui raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, this guy has no sense of awareness at all. I'm here to practice with you. Su Hui shot him a disdainful glance. He-Yong was far from pleased, retorting, I am intimately familiar with your capabilities. Su Hui responded with a dismissive snort. Is that so? Then I shall dispense with any leniency. Who's afraid of whom? He-Yong's attention was swiftly diverted by Su Hui. Lin Yi, while casually instructing a student, cast a glance in Wang Kai's direction, a silent chuckle resonating within him. Ms. Li, positioned adjacent to Luo Jiao Jiao and her companion, transitioned from initial astonishment to a state of utter bewilderment. She was awash with incredulity, pondering whether the academic standards of high school students had ascended to such heights. Ms. Li couldn't help but feel fortunate that she had graduated when she did, lest she might not have qualified as a teacher at Zhoucheng High School. Little did she know that one of the two possessed a mind divinely blessed, while the other wielded the extraordinary gift of photographic memory. The final day of the competition had arrived. Everyone arose early, partook in breakfast, and convened in their designated meeting room. Lin Yi proceeded to distribute the assigned numbers and each participant's 3 stars. Luo Jiao Jiao received number 21, and she took note of the others' numbers. Qi Mei, number 35. He Yong, number 68. Su Suwei, number 76. Wang Kai, number 89. Among the 15 individuals, Luo Jiao Jiao's number was uniquely the most forward. Luo Jiao Jiao harbored a fondness for the number 21, considering it her auspicious numeral. With each person in receipt of their respective numbers, they reconvened in the main hall. The hall's configuration differed from their previous encounter, with a substantial screen now adorning the stage. The host remained Tong Xiangjuan. Good morning, everyone. Today marks the culmination of our competition, and I extend my heartfelt wishes for your resounding success. Tong Xiangjuan's sonorous voice reverberated throughout the hall with clarity and vigor. The rules for today's competition are quite similar to those discussed by Lin Yi yesterday. Everyone is generally aware of the guidelines. At this moment, Luo Jiao Jiao noticed that there were people holding cameras directed at the stage, and quite a few of them at that. No wonder Teacher Li had advised them to wear the school's formal attire today. The attendees, dressed elegantly, exuded an extraordinary charm and grace. Now, let us commence with the first contest of the day. Please direct your attention to the large screen. Tong Xiangjun, microphone in hand, stepped aside. The screen was divided into 2 sections, where numbers were rapidly scrolling. Ding ding ding. The numbers on both sides eventually halted, revealing a large and luminous figure, 21 vs 66. Luo Jiao Jiao could hardly believe her fortune. Being the first to start, how could it be anything less than splendid? Truly, it was her lucky number. A composed smile graced her face. Chapter 85. Acknowledgements. This book has been in progress for over 2 months now, and I, Tang Tang, never anticipated that I would persist this long. Laughs. From my initial naive attempts at writing to a newfound understanding, I have made a small yet significant advancement. As a novice, I boldly ventured into the realm of writing, fortunate enough to encounter the recognition of a mentor and the encouragement from all of you. I am truly grateful. Tomorrow, the Com School Bell in a novel will officially be launched. Here, I would like to sincerely thank all those who have supported and accompanied me on this journey. Your encouragement means the world to me. I also extend my gratitude to editor LV Luo for her unwavering recommendation of this book. Words of appreciation are countless, and I can only repay you with better works. I eagerly anticipate the journey ahead, hoping you will remain by my side. To the dearest ones, to those who are willing to continue their support, I, Tang Tang, am fortunate and grateful for your presence. To those who shall no longer walk this path, I also express my gratitude for your past companionship. Wishing you all the best as we part ways. A piece of candy has fallen. Chapter 86. The meat-eating rabbit. Luo Jiao Jiao ascended the stage with an air of composure. Tong Xiangjuan could not help but steal a few glances at this fair-skinned and charming young lady. This girl not only possessed striking beauty, but also exuded a demeanor that matched his own. Luo Jiao Jiao's opponent was a bespectacled boy with a rather expressionless face. Clearly the archetype of a top student. After all, anyone capable of competing here must possess genuine talent. Luo Jiao Jiao mused. The question and answer segment was allotted 5 minutes, and both contestants were advised to prepare accordingly. After Tong Xianjuan delivered his lines, he graciously yielded the stage to them. The blue team commenced with the first question, represented by the 66th contestant, Wu Bin, who wasted no time in presenting a query. Luo Jiao Jiao focused intently. Each contestant had a desk before them, equipped with paper and pens for their use. Following Wu Bin's question, Luo Jiao Jiao's mind raced as she swiftly formulated her response. In just over a minute, she articulated her answer. Wu Bin nodded, fully aware of the stakes at hand. Unbeknownst to anyone, a student clad in the same uniform as Wu Bin stared, agape, at Luo Jiao Jiao. A student from another school remarked, "Is it now common for such prodigies to abound? Forgive us for our unworthiness." The two engaged in a back and forth, the complexity of the questions escalating with each exchange. Wu Bin paid no heed to the beads of sweat adorning his forehead. His expression was one of grave concentration as his pen danced incessantly across the page. The audience remained silent, their eyes fixated on the duo, silently noting their habitual approach to posing questions. Wu Bin inscribed a series of inky blobs onto the pristine sheet of paper. Only 30 seconds remained. Tong Xiangjuan, while announcing the time, couldn't help but reflect on the youth of these heroes. Indeed, their generation was aging. In a moment of despair, Wu Bin raked his fingers through his hair and spoke with a heavy heart, "I concede." Though Luo Jiao Jiao did not gloat, She recognized Wu Bin's extraordinary intellect. "I concede," she replied with a gentle smile, bowing slightly to him. Wu Bin removed a shining golden star from his chest and handed it to Tong Xiangjuan, who stood closest to him before descending from the stage. Tong Xiangjuan then passed the star to Luo Jiao Jiao. "Congratulations to the red team for their victory, and a heartfelt thank you to both contestants for their splendid performance. Let us now turn our attention to the next round." The thrilling commencement ignited a fervor among the spectators. Congratulations to the blue team for their triumph. Congratulations to the red team for their victory. As the audience dwindled, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. With a score of 89-15, Luo Jiao Jiao, who had been on the verge of slumber, suddenly perked up. Wang Kai strolled past her, stirring a gentle breeze. Contestant number 15 was a petite girl with shoulder-length black hair and a playful expression. "Oh, handsome sir, please show mercy." Jianya felt a twinge of annoyance. Yet upon gazing at Wang Kai's strikingly handsome face and his aloof demeanor, her competitive spirit surged. The competition commenced. Wang Kai began by posing the first question, his lips forming the words swiftly yet distinctly. The elegant and confident smile gradually faded, leaving her somewhat bewildered. "Could you please repeat that?" Jianya gently bit her pink lip, her large, tear-filled eyes exuding a pitiful charm that evoked an instinctive desire to protect her. Unfortunately, Wang Kai did not spare her a glance, merely reiterating the question with an even colder tone. Jianya's rosy cheeks began to pale. Time was up, and congratulations were in order for the blue team's victory. The audience erupted into a cacophony of noise. Jianya could hardly believe that she had failed to answer even a single question as she descended from the stage. The peculiar gazes of her peers filled her with overwhelming shame. No one had ever left the stage so abruptly before. Soon, a gentle voice offered her solace. "Don't be upset, Xiaoya. I believe you will perform even better next time." Jianya lifted her head, projecting a facade of fragile strength, her reddened eyes brimming with gratitude as she gazed at the boy. Thank you so much." The boy, instantly invigorated, exclaimed with fervor, "Just wait. I will definitely avenge you." Jianya lowered her head to conceal her disdain, her soft voice responding, "You can certainly do it." "Ah, what an oblivious fool." Jinya's words, filled with unwavering trust, made the boy feel as though he were the gallant hero rescuing a damsel in distress. The large display screen flashed the score, 21 versus 15. With the numbers rolling, Luo Jiao Jiao had already amassed 16 stars. As she stepped onto the stage, she caught sight of the girl opposite her. Instantly, Luo Jiao Jiao recalled that this was the girl who had been swiftly eliminated by Wang Kai upon her entrance, a vision of an innocent and charming white rabbit. The young lady, Jianya, tilted her head and spoke in a soft, delicate voice. Luo Jiao Jiao was not one to underestimate this girl. Although Jianya had been effortlessly defeated by Wang Kai, the numerous shimmering stars adorning her chest were not merely a result of feigned weakness. She was akin to a rabbit that only feasted on meat. In her heart, Luo Jiao Jiao silently labeled Jianya with this fitting description. True to form, Jianya held nothing back and directly tackled a difficult problem. Her gaze briefly flickered towards the composed Wang Kai. "I shall defeat the girls from your school and demonstrate my true prowess," she thought. Luo Jiao Jiao quickly arrived at the solution. Jianya was not surprised. After all, they hailed from Zhoucheng No. 1 High School. If they could not handle such a level of difficulty, how could they be worthy of the prestigious first-class institution? Luo Jiao Jiao cautiously presented a question of relatively high difficulty. Jianya, being a person of genuine caliber, took a bit longer but ultimately provided an accurate answer. As the two approached their final round of questioning, which would determine if there would be a tie, an epiphany struck Luo Jiao Jiao. A question that she had practiced with Wang Kai surged into her mind. This particular question had nearly caused Wang Kai to exceed the time limit and lose. Without hesitation, Luo Jiao Jiao recited the question. Jianya held her breath, and as Luo Jiao Jiao finished, her pupils constricted tightly. How on earth was this to be solved? Had it not been for the silence of the judging teachers who failed to point out the errors in Luo Jiao Jiao's question, she would have believed that Luo Jiao Jiao was merely throwing out random queries. The confident expression that Jianya had worn transformed into one of distress. The countdown intensified her agitation, her mind a tumultuous haze. Time was up, and the red team emerged victorious. Tong Xiangjuan stated the result without hesitation. Jianya shot a glare at Luo Jiao Jiao, her eyes filled with indignation, before begrudgingly removing her star. Luo Jiao Jiao squinted slightly, a subtle smile gracing her lips. It seems that Zhoucheng Yizhong is on the verge of producing dual champions. Truly, a place teeming with hidden talents. Tong Xiangjuan mused, filled with astonishment. Notably, as the number of competitors dwindled, Luo Jiao Jiao finally faced off against Wang Kai. The anticipation was palpable as these two formidable dark horses clashed. Unexpectedly, the more powerful Wang Kai found himself at a loss against Luo Jiao Jiao. Wang Kai had been acutely aware of her progress. He recognized her exceptional learning ability. Yet he was utterly unprepared for her remarkable leap forward. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Wang Kai graciously admitted that he had not anticipated the crux of the problem. His eyes sparkling with expectation. Could you perhaps enlighten us, Luo Jiao Jiao? This unprecedented display of humility from the typically aloof Wang Kai left the audience utterly astounded. Lin Yi felt an itch in his hands. Chapter 87. Competition results. Luo Jiao Jiao couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Dear protagonist, could you provide a hint before shattering your persona? She was acutely aware of the multitude of piercing gazes directed at her. If looks could kill, she had no doubt she would have perished countless times. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the competition drew to a splendid close. The results would soon be available. Yet an entire day would elapse before they were officially announced. A panicked female voice echoed through the air. Luo Jiao Jiao was walking alongside her classmates when, out of nowhere, a girl on the verge of falling appeared beside her. The direction in which the girl was about to tumble was precisely in front of Wang Kai. Under normal circumstances, one would instinctively rush to her aid. However, Wang Kai was no ordinary individual. With remarkable agility, he sidestepped the imminent fall, simultaneously tugging at He Yong's collar. He Yong was still bewildered by the sudden shift in his position and instinctively reached out to embrace the girl. Upon finding herself rescued, the girl noticed the firm grip around her waist showed no signs of relinquishment. She couldn't help but feel a surge of delight and, in a voice that was both delicate and shy, exclaimed, "Oh, thank you so much." Luo Jiao Jiao and the others struggled to suppress their laughter. Wang Kai's eyes were shrouded in a cold, dark indifference. The girl had meticulously calculated which angle would render her most enchanting. As her affectionate gaze slowly ascended, she was taken aback by the sight before her. Who was this? A round face, greasy skin. Jianyu felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. Su Suwei noticed that He Yong was still foolishly holding on to her and called out, "Yongzi." Only then did He Yong come to his senses, hastily releasing Jianya. Indeed, as the girl lifted her head, Luo Jiao Jiao quickly recognized her as Jianya. Jianya, caught off guard by He Yong's sudden release, nearly stumbled to the ground. She was about to express her anger, but her gaze quickly shifted to Wang Kai and Luo Jiao Jiao, her expression transforming instantaneously before anyone could discern her initial reaction. Thank you so much. Otherwise, I would have made a fool of myself." Jinya restrained her desire to gaze into Wang Kai's eyes. She faced He Yong, smiling sweetly and expressing her gratitude with a playful tone. He Yong, having never received such favor from a beauty, blushed and scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "I'm just glad you're all right. Be more careful next time." Jinya feigned a casual discovery of the boy beside her. "Oh, aren't you the one who effortlessly solved that problem I struggled with? What a coincidence." Her words carried a hint of melancholy intertwined with a girlish pout. Chi Mei subtly directed a knowing glance at Luo Jiao Jiao, her eyes betraying a hint of mischief. Luo Jiao Jiao stifled a giggle. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Kai turned and walked away. Chi Mei stuck out her tongue playfully, laughing as she pulled Luo Jiao Jiao along with her. "I shall take my leave as well. Farewell." He Yong harbored a fondness for Jinya. She suppressed her impatience and nodded with a gentle smile. Once they had all moved ahead, Jinya clenched her hands tightly. Her gaze fixated on Wang Kai's retreating figure, an intense desire for conquest gleaming in her eyes. "No one can escape my grasp. Wang Kai, you are no exception." Now, we have arrived at the most exhilarating moment. Tong Xianjuan held the results of the competition in his hands. All eyes were fixed upon him, tinged with anticipation. Even Luo Jiao Jiao, who had consistently performed exceptionally, couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness. Lin Yi had previously warned everyone that the outcome was not what mattered most. What was crucial was to glean insights from this competition and recognize one's shortcomings. First, let us present the team awards. Congratulations to the students and teachers of the outstanding teams who were invited to the stage to receive their accolades. Tong Xiangjuan enunciates the names of the schools with clarity and precision. Numerous teams have earned the outstanding award. Following this, the bronze and silver medals are awarded, while the gold medal is bestowed upon Zhoucheng No. 1 Middle School. Every individual involved in the team awards receives recognition, none depart empty-handed. After a collective photo opportunity, we proceed to the individual awards. There are 6 categories in total, 1 first place, 1 second place, 1 third place, and 3 fourth places. Out of more than 100 participants, only 30 will earn accolades, monetary rewards, and scholarships. As Tong Xiangjuan begins to read the names, the recipients are torn between the desire to hear their names called, affirming their success, and the apprehension rooted in the hope for a higher placement. A significant portion of Shouqing No. 1 Middle School has already claimed their awards, leaving only a handful seated. The second place is awarded to Luo Jiao Jiao. As Tong Xiangjuan reads from the list, Luo Jiao Jiao's anxious heart finally finds peace. Now on stage, an uncontainable smile adorns her face. She graciously accepts the weighty crystal trophy and a red envelope containing her prize money from the hands of the director of the Education Bureau, bowing slightly in gratitude. The first place is awarded to Wang Kaiyi. Tong Xiangjuan's voice rises with emphasis. A resounding applause erupts once more. We extend our heartfelt thanks to the judges and sponsors of this event. Following Wang Kaiyi's receipt of the award, Tong Xiangjuan formally acknowledges all sponsors and contributors. After receiving the award and taking photos, the crowd began to disperse. Luo Jiao Jiao carefully grasped the cardstock printed with 30,000 yuan, a gleeful smile gracing her face. My little money, my precious treasure. Following the conclusion of the competition, a reporter approached with a microphone, eager to conduct interviews. Lin Yu had anticipated this scenario and advised his classmates to return to their dormitory to gather their belongings while he handled the interviewers. The young journalist gazed in disappointment as the top competitors walked away. Lin Yu maintained his unwavering smile, reassuring those who did not place, do not be disheartened. This is but one of many opportunities you will encounter. Luo Jiao Jiao had already tucked away her smile, refraining from ostentation, yet she could not suppress her joy. The thin sheet of paper nestled in her backpack provided her with a profound sense of security. On the return journey, Wang Kaiyi chose not to sit beside Luo Jiao, but rather on the opposite side of the same row. When he turned his head, he was met with the sight of the bright young girl chuckling to herself, which brought a relaxed smile to his face. Regarding the scholarship, Lin Yi had informed both Luo Jiao Jiao and Wang Kaiyi that the school would transfer the funds to their bank accounts within a day or two. Following the competition, the reputations of Wang Kaiyi and Luo Jiao Jiao soared, to the extent that even teachers of the first-year students referenced them as exemplary models during their lessons. Despite being one of the prominent figures, Luo Jiao Jiao continued her routine life. She opened her drawer, filled with blue, pink, and even green love letters. Feeling somewhat at a loss, skillfully she retrieved a paper bag from the bottom of the drawer and began to collect all the love letters within. Enku, Suyu, and Chi Mei were laughing together. Enku feigned a tone of envy, exclaiming, "Oh, there are so many who adore Jiao Jiao, yet I seem to be left out." Suyu unceremoniously countered, "That boy from the neighboring class approached you last time." Chi Mei chimed in with a teasing nod. "Enku, have you perhaps embarked on a sweet romance?" Chapter 88. The eccentric male Enku couldn't help but vent her frustration. "Do you know? That boy grabbed my hand and spouted a bunch of nonsensical remarks. He is such an oddball." Luo Jiao Jiao, intrigued, inquired, "What nonsensical remarks?" Enku hesitated, unwilling to divulge. Suyu and Chi Mei exchanged a knowing glance and promptly began to tickle her underarms. All right, I'll tell you." Enku, laughing until tears streamed down her face, quickly surrendered. "Ahem. Suyu, stand there and assist me." Enku pretended to be preparing for a grand performance. With a shift in her expression, Enku scrutinized Suyu from head to toe, occasionally nodding. Suyu, bewildered, wondered what was happening. "You're Enku, right? I think you look decent. Having been admitted to Zhoucheng No. 1 high school, your intelligence must be quite adequate." The other three understood. Enku was mimicking that boy. Continuing her act, Enku recited, "My mom said girls don't need to study too much. It's of little use." After delivering her lines, Luo Jiao Jiao and the others were left agape in astonishment. What kind of ideology is this? Observing their shocked expressions, Enku clapped in delight. At that moment, my mind was filled with alpacas. Indeed, in a vast forest, one can encounter all sorts of creatures. Disgusted by such individuals, Suyu affectionately patted Enku's shoulder. Just a few minutes after Luo Jiao Jiao entered her home in the afternoon, her phone rang. Assuming it was a call from Luo Yu, she picked up the phone, only to discover the contact was labeled Officer Lee. A sudden recollection struck her. This was the officer who had previously intervened when a senior boy at school threatened her. The fact that Officer Lee was calling her now suggested the outcome might be. "Hello, Officer Lee," Luo Jiao Jiao answered, her voice betraying an involuntary hint of hope, wishing the news would not align with her fears. "Oh, all right. Yes, thank you, Officer Lee." Her tone gradually diminished until she hung up, the echoes of Officer Lee's words still ringing in her ears. Feng Zha, the boy, had been diagnosed with a mental disorder and was sent to a psychiatric hospital for treatment. A sardonic smile crept across Luo Jiao Jiao's face. Since the conclusion of the competition, Luo Jiao Jiao suddenly found herself with an abundance of free time. However, she was unaccustomed to the leisurely pace of life. "Jiao Jiao," called Suyu. Luo Jiao Jiao lifted her gaze from her book, directing her eyes towards her friend. "This evening, there will be a concert at Xingming Square, not far from Yoxing Village. Shall we go together for some fun?" Suyu exclaimed in a rush. And Ku peeked over Suyu's shoulder, adding, "Jiao Jiao, you should come." Luo Jiao Jiao pondered for a moment. Today was Friday, and she had initially planned to visit the Wenxin bookstore. Sensing her hesitation, Ku quickly produced 3 tickets. "These are tickets I painstakingly obtained with my brother's help. If you don't join us, it would be a waste of my efforts." Well, in a moment of compromise amidst their playful pouting, Luo Jiao Jiao relented. Behind her, Wang Kai paused momentarily with his pen, then resumed writing as if nothing had happened. "Wow, there are so many people," Ku exclaimed while walking at the edge, carefully avoiding the passing vehicles. Observing the crowd, Luo Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of regret about coming. The trio had taken the bus to the intersection after school and then walked the rest of the way. Unfortunately, the throngs of people and cars were overwhelming, with even the traffic police setting up several barriers, perhaps due to the need to avoid disturbing the peace. It took them nearly half an hour to arrive at the event venue. Although the journey was somewhat lengthy, upon arrival, they found it quite worthwhile. The theme of the event was vocal performance in the rice fields. A vast area, where the rice had already been harvested, had been transformed with a grand stage, adorned with lights and a photography booth. On the other side, a large circular food stall awaited. Additionally, there were various shapes of lively little animals crafted from straw. The event was scheduled to commence at 6:30, so only the staff were present, busily preparing the venue. Other visitors milled about outside, taking photos and enjoying snacks. The 3 of them also took a stroll around the food street, sampling the offerings. "What a pity I didn't bring my phone, otherwise I could have captured some moments," Ku lamented slightly. Suyu and Luo Jiao Jiao laughed in response. As dusk fell, the colorful lights illuminated the surroundings. Each of them clutched a large coconut as they presented their tickets to enter. The stage was still empty, with only pop music playing in the background. "We go. I want to eat this one, and that one." Shortly after the arrival of Luo Jiao Jiao and her companions, Xiangyu, along with Wang Kai and Su Suhui, ventured to the food street they had previously explored. Wang Kai stood tall, scanning the crowd, while Su Suhui joyfully accompanied the plump Xiangyu, treating him to various delicacies. With his round little tummy, Xiangyu noticed his distracted cousin and inquired, "Cousin, what are you looking at?" Wang Kai, noticeably taller than most, stood out amidst the throng and casually replied, "I'm just wondering when the performance will commence." "Look, someone is about to take the stage over there. Let's hurry in," Xiangyu exclaimed, his keen eyes spotting the figures on stage, eagerly tugging at Su Suhui and Wang Kai. Su Suhui, who had been somewhat perplexed after being dragged here by Wang Kai, pondered how he had forgotten that Gu enjoyed lively gatherings. Once they arrived, it became evident that he was merely accompanying the little chubby one as a caretaker. Upon reaching the ticket booth, they were dismayed to discover that all tickets had been sold out. "Oh no, we can't get in," the little chubby one lamented, feeling a twinge of disappointment as he realized that, being shorter than most, he would struggle to see the stage. At that moment, Wang Kai produced 3 tickets from his pocket, much to Su Suhui's astonishment. "Gu, you never disappoint." The trio presented their tickets to the staff, who generously handed each of them a glowing stick. "Oh yay, let us find our seats." Xiangyu beamed, revealing a broad smile. A male and female host took to the stage, engaging the audience with a few introductory remarks before the performance began. An aged band, with a lead singer in his 30s or 40s, captivated the audience with melodious songs sung in a charming dialect from Zhou City. Although Luo Jiao Jiao could not comprehend the words, she waved her glow stick enthusiastically. Amidst the dazzling and colorful lights, Wang Kai's gaze was fixed upon a graceful figure. It was Luo Jiao Jiao. When the second band took the stage, the atmosphere surged with excitement. This band had recently skyrocketed to fame online. The crowd erupted in continuous screams, Luo Jiao Jiao felt a tingling sensation on her scalp as she covered her ears with both hands, joining the throng in their ecstatic cries. Wang Kai noticed this scene and couldn't help but smile. He took out his phone and captured a somewhat unclear photograph. The concert did not conclude until 9 o'clock. My ears are still ringing, Luo Jiao Jiao remarked with a laugh. I really want to take a picture with them. Ankh watched the band, who were reluctant to leave, cradling their faces in disappointment. So you sighed. Luo Jiao Jiao chuckled. What can I say? They rushed here right after school. Let me take a picture for you. Came a cool male voice. Luo Jiao Jiao turned in surprise. Wang Kai had also arrived. Not only him, but also the drowsy figure of Xiang Yu and Su Su Hui. Ankh felt a bit intimidated by the aloof school heartthrob, so she discreetly nudged Luo Jiao Jiao, casting her a meaningful glance. Luo Jiao Jiao shot her a light glare. Ankh quickly made a pleading gesture and donned a pitiful expression. Then I shall thank you, Luo Jiao Jiao said with a smile. Wang Kai nodded. With the phone ready to capture the moment, Ankh boldly approached the band to strike up a conversation. After obtaining their consent, she pulled Su Yu and Luo Jiao Jiao forward for a group photo. Wang Kai observed through the lens of his phone as the lead singer, with heavy and striking makeup, fixed his eyes on Luo Jiao Jiao, stirring an unsettling feeling within him. Miss, would you like to add me as a friend? The lead singer finally spoke. The lead singer appeared remarkably youthful, resembling someone around 18 or 19 years of age. Although his made-up visage obscured his true appearance, his striking features hinted at undeniable attractiveness. Oh, my apologies, I do not engage with WeChat, he dismissed her sudden remark. In this day and age, how could anyone not participate in WeChat? The singer took her words as mere excuses and departed with a touch of melancholy, choosing not to prolong the awkwardness. Ankh observed as 7 or 8 band members walked away, her heart fluttering with youthful excitement. Jiao Jiao, how could you possibly let such a splendid opportunity slip away? Ankh lamented, wishing she could take her place. Luo Jiao Jiao offered an awkward smile, remaining silent. Indeed, she did not possess WeChat, as her phone was too antiquated and lacking in functionality. Wang Kai sent photographs of Ankh, Su Yu, and others to Su Su Hui, who had added most of their classmates on WeChat. Wang Kai turned his gaze towards Luo Jiao Jiao and inquired, shall I send you your photo? She nodded slightly. I will add you later. Just search for my phone number. Wang Kai added, all right. Luo Jiao Jiao contemplated the necessity of acquiring a new phone. The one she had was a relic purchased for a mere 150 yuan, and its longevity was quite commendable. However, with the establishment of a class group, occasional notifications were shared during breaks. Luo Jiao Jiao was proactive. The following morning, she ventured out to test new phones, eventually selecting one that felt comfortable to use. It was a recent model, freshly unsealed by the sales assistant, who swiftly presented her with the pristine device. The mobile phone, priced at over 2,000 yuan, was neither exceptional nor inadequate. At least for Luo Jiao Jiao, it was more than sufficient. After powering on the device, the sales assistant assisted her in connecting to the internet. As Luo Jiao Jiao scrolled through the phone's interface, she found that all the essential applications were present. Can my old phone be used for a partial discount? She inquired, producing her previous device. The once pristine white casing of her old phone had begun to show signs of yellowing. The sales assistant glanced at Luo Jiao Jiao and then examined her old phone. After a moment of contemplation, she leaned closer and whispered, I can offer you a discount of 50 yuan at my utmost limit. Luo Jiao Jiao beamed with gratitude, retrieving her bank card. Thank you so much. This is already quite generous. I've used this old phone for a year. The sales assistant couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Luo Jiao Jiao. She was truly stunning. After processing the payment, Luo Jiao Jiao removed the SIM card and inserted it into her new phone, ensuring all contacts from the old device were transferred without any omissions. Once satisfied, she proceeded to wipe the old phone clean and format it. The sales assistant placed the additional accessories and complementary items into a bag, maintaining a professional smile. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you, Luo Jiao Jiao replied as she exited the mobile store, her belongings in hand. Upon returning home, she retrieved her ID card to verify her identity and register an account. For her profile picture, she selected a cartoon girl image from the phone's gallery. Luo Jiao Jiao swiftly completed the account setup before copying Wang Kai's phone number for further inquiry. His profile picture depicted a vast blue sky with a solitary figure's silhouette. Judging by the appearance, it seemed to be Wang Kai himself. His username was strikingly straightforward, Wang. Luo Jiao Jiao could not help but ponder whether Wang Kai truly believed himself to be a king, or if he simply utilized his surname. However, given Wang Kai's disposition, it was likely the latter. She sent a friend request, and to her surprise, the system promptly notified her. Wang has accepted your friend request. You may now commence chatting. Although taken aback by Wang Kai's swift response, Luo Jiao Jiao sent a smiley face in return. The other party was typing. Wang, image 1. 8. In an instant, Luo Jiao Jiao received a series of photographs from Wang Kai. She opened them and noted their impressive quality. Yet, she was puzzled by the presence of a prominent black mole on the lead singer's face, which she was certain had not been there before. Nevertheless, upon examining several other images, she confirmed that the mole was indeed consistently positioned. Luo Jiao Jiao speculated that it must have been an issue with the lighting from the previous night, and she dismissed it from her mind, sending a thank you back to Wang Kai. Wang Kai gazed at the chat interface, featuring a cartoon girl with a ponytail, a smirk playing on his lips. As he reviewed the photographs again, he mused, serves her right for having a matchmaker's mole. Luo Jiao Jiao subsequently added friends such as Enku, Chimei, and Suyu. Chimei then added Luo Jiao Jiao to their class group. After chatting for a while, Luo Jiao Jiao decided to browse her moments. The latest update was from Wang Kai, showcasing a sunlit image accompanied by a radiant caption. Luo Jiao Jiao casually liked the post and continued scrolling, finding nothing else of interest. Enku also shared photographs from the previous day, which Luo Jiao Jiao merely glanced at without delving deeper. After acquiring a new mobile phone, I must admit it indeed feels splendid. The photographs captured are quite exquisite. Luo Jiao Jiao remains downstairs, having taken several pictures alongside the landlady. Initially, the landlady hesitated, claiming that age had rendered her unphotogenic. However, she was eventually coaxed into participating by Luo Jiao Jiao's charming persistence. The once reluctant landlady, upon seeing the pictures, could not contain her delight, her smile widening beyond measure. The images resembled reflections in a mirror. The landlady's perception of photography seemed to linger in the memory of an old, smoky camera. The morning passed in this manner. Luo Jiao Jiao donned her coat and gathered her belongings to step outside. The chill of Zhou City was gradually intensifying. Without adequate attire, one might find themselves shivering uncontrollably. The roar of a motorcycle engine echoed nearby. A familiar, playful voice called out, "Hey!" A sudden gust of wind swept through, causing Luo Jiao Jiao to clutch her bag tightly. Her loose hair was whipped across her face, prompting her to free one hand to tuck it behind her ear. She turned her head to see a figure on a black motorcycle, clad in a black and red riding outfit, wearing a heavy helmet. Did she recognize this person? It had only been a short while since they last met, yet had she been forgotten? The audacity of that girl. The individual pressed a button on the side of the helmet, causing the visor to lift. At that moment, Luo Jiao Jiao discerned the person's identity, Qinyu. With his head held high, he proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Let me take you for a ride." A ride? As the wind tousled her hair, she felt a hint of cold and rubbed her arms. "I won't go," she replied. "What? It's a privilege for you to ride with me," Qinyu exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief at her refusal. "Haha, thanks for the invitation." Chapter 90, The Good Deed card. Qinyu, feeling a surge of irritation, pressed the button to secure his helmet. With a thunderous roar, the motorcycle erupted into life, leaving a cloud of exhaust in its wake. Luo Jiao Jiao covered her mouth and nose with her hand, muttering under her breath about the inconsiderate young man. Qinyu frequently traversed this route, hoping to encounter this ungrateful girl. Fortune smiled upon him today, as their paths crossed unexpectedly. He had intended to offer her a moment of reprieve, yet she seemed wholly unappreciative, inciting his vexation. After Qinyu departed, Luo Jiao Jiao continued her leisurely stroll. The familiar sound of a roaring motorcycle echoed once more, prompting her to ponder whether a race was taking place today, given the abundance of heavy bikes. In the blink of an eye, the appearance of a familiar figure clarified her curiosity. It was Qinyu again. "Here, this is for you," he said, revealing a cup in his right hand. Luo Jiao Jiao turned her gaze to him, and there it was, a steaming cup of milk tea. Without hesitation, Qinyu handed the warm drink to her. Caught off guard, she grasped it clumsily. The heat radiating from the cup warmed her previously chilled hands. A wave of embarrassment washed over her, realizing that she had just scolded Qinyu. Yet he still took the time to buy her a treat. "Thank you," she said, a smile breaking across her face. As Qinyu beheld her smile, an inexplicable warmth surged within him, prompting him to loosen the first button of his jacket. It was merely a matter of convenience. "It's not as if I went out of my way just for you," he retorted, holding up 2 additional cups of milk tea. Though he claimed it was nothing special, Luo Jiao Jiao simply smiled in response. After all, a spontaneous act of kindness was still a kindness. Earlier, Qinyu had been irked enough to stop his bike at the roadside, only to overhear two young girls remarking on the chilly weather and their desire for hot milk tea. Qinyu suddenly realized that the weather had turned cold. He was in good health and not particularly sensitive to temperature changes, so the chill of the day had little impact on him. Qinyu entered a shop to purchase some milk tea. When the attendant inquired how many cups he desired, he felt a momentary awkwardness. After all, they were not particularly interested in him. If he approached them too eagerly, wouldn't he just make him the subject of ridicule? Consequently, he simply ordered 3 cups, intending to give the other 2 to Chunming and Xiao Lian, who were at home. Qinyu specifically instructed the server to prepare hot milk tea. On such a chilly day, what was one doing wandering about aimlessly? He scrutinized Luo Jiao Jiao's petite figure and pouted. Aimlessly wandering? Is that a reflection on yourself? Luo Jiao Jiao inwardly scoffed. I'm heading to the bookstore. It's not that cold. Qinyu wished to say more but found himself at a loss for words. Luo Jiao Jiao sensed that he had nothing further to communicate. Then I shall take my leave. We can chat another time, she said. Although the pressures of life had alleviated for her, her aspiration to improve remained intact. Well then, goodbye. Qinyu could only watch as she turned the corner and departed. Qinming gasped in surprise. Xiao Lian, clad in a beige sweater, smiled and thanked Qinyu. Since the Chun household had the heating on, it was hardly cold at all. You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating. Qinyu rolled his eyes and took a seat. Qinming was genuinely astonished by her brother's actions. It was well known that, despite his carefree demeanor, he was, in fact, the least patient among them. Whenever she requested him to carry something, he would undoubtedly refuse and complain about how troublesome she was. I refuse to believe you could be so kind-hearted, Chunming remarked with a pout, just as she turned to engage with Xiao Lian. When Chunming spotted Xiao Lian savoring her milk tea, an audacious idea suddenly sprang to her mind. This milk tea was not only Xiao Lian's favorite flavor, but also served hot. Given that these days coincided with her sister's menstrual period, Chunming pondered deeply and felt increasingly convinced of her deduction. Sister Lian, how does it taste? Chunming inquired with a smile. Xiao Lian nodded in affirmation. It's delightful, from that shop in Miley Street, right? She glanced at the milk tea packaging while speaking. This was something she hadn't indulged in since her marriage. Being frugal in her daily life, how could she justify spending 30 yuan on a cup of milk tea? What used to be a commonplace treat in her youth had now morphed into a luxury. Yet, Xiao Lian felt no sadness. On the contrary, her current mood was filled with unbounded joy. A radiant smile adorned her face. To Chunming, this scene epitomized the mutual affection between lovers. Grasping Xiao Lian's hand, Chunming reveled in her discovery of her brother's secret. Xiao Lian blushed, recalling how kind the neighbor's older brother had always been to her. But she had never anticipated that he harbored such feelings for her. Xiao Lian did not question the veracity of Chunming's words, for they had shared a close bond since childhood. Brother, you truly are a wonderful person. Thank you, Xiao Lian said with a gentle smile directed at Qinyu. However, she felt a twinge of guilt within. I am sorry, brother you, but my fate is destined to be with A.E. Qinyu, having taken a brief respite, found his sister speaking in an odd tone. Even Xiao Lian was looking at him with a peculiar expression. He couldn't help but shudder slightly. Girls are indeed strange. Not only odd but also troublesome. Of course, with the exception of Luo Jiao Jiao. Qinyu grinned widely. Chunming sat nearby, chuckling softly, her brother being nothing short of a blockhead. Sister Lian had turned a shade of crimson, clearly shy. Chunming joyfully embraced the notion of Xiao Lian becoming her sister-in-law, solidifying their bond as inseparable sisters. Qinyu glanced at the foolishly grinning Chunming, expressing his disdain. Ming, you've got a cavity. Chunming widened her eyes in surprise, shutting her mouth. Sister Lian, let us go to my room and ignore this troublesome brother of mine. With a playful tug, Chunming led Xiao Lian upstairs, casting a triumphant glance at Qinyu. Take that. I shall hide Sister Lian from your sight. Chunming delightedly imagined her brother seething with frustration, and that brought her great joy. Oddly enough, Qinyu paid her no heed, merely picking up the remote to switch to a channel of his preference. Luo Jiao Jiao stepped once more into the warmth of the Wenxin bookstore, surprised to find the atmosphere inviting. She was astonished to see that the once aromatic bookshelf of Shangyu had transformed. A large, brand-new computer now occupied the space. Shangyu himself, donned in headphones, was fixated on the screen, his gaze unwavering. Had he truly let himself go? Ever since their last encounter with Lin Yi, Shangyu seemed to have shed his enigmatic persona, embracing a carefree attitude. What a pity it was for such a classically handsome man. Alas, the soul residing within him was rather foolish. Luo Jiao Jiao quietly entered, craning her neck to glimpse the screen. It was a game. Huh? You think you can compete with me? Watch as I annihilate you. Shang Yu suddenly erupted in laughter, startling Luo Jiao Jiao. Perhaps the game had concluded, for Shang Yu finally noticed her presence. Hello, you go. Luo Jiao Jiao chuckled. The carefree smile on Shang Yu's face faltered momentarily, and then he scratched the back of his head, feigning nonchalance. Jiao Jiao, how did you fare in this competition? Chapter 91. Changing seats. Although the results could be directly viewed online, it was mostly excellent, Shang Yu casually remarked. Luo Jiao Jiao, no longer pretending to be modest, nodded affirmatively. Wang Kai secured the first place. Since they were all acquaintances, further modesty would seem insincere. It's no surprise that Lad clinched the top spot. Shang Yu mused to himself. Yuga, have you changed your taste? Luo Jiao Jiao inquired, glancing at his high-end computer screen, gleaming with vibrant colors. Attempting to divert her attention, he found it impossible to evade her curiosity. Thus, Shang Yu decided to introduce it candidly. This is my trusty partner, Fire Cloud. He lovingly caressed the screen, his gaze reminiscent of one who beholds a cherished beloved. Partner? Luo Jiao Jiao asked, puzzled. Shang Yu chuckled heartily, cleared his throat, and composed his expression into one of solemnity, infused with a sense of reverence. Allow me to introduce myself. I, Shang Yu, am a professional sports player. Luo Jiao Jiao was moved by his fervor. This had been Shang Yu's long-held aspiration, to become an exceptional sports athlete. With his achievements, he could proudly present himself. The entry ticket Lin Yi had helped him secure was indeed the catalyst for his breakthrough. I will soon be heading for training, Shang Yu continued. Luo Jiao Jiao was taken aback. Aren't you in Zhou City? She believed that Shang Yu was a lover of literature. It was my father who insisted I come here, claiming it would enrich my intellectual world with the fragrance of books. Shang Yu helplessly waved his hand. As he spoke, Luo Jiao Jiao, although somewhat surprised, felt genuinely happy for him. Congratulations, Yuga, she exclaimed, and Shang Yu smiled broadly. These books were the culmination of his father's passion. He cherished talent, allowing them to be perused here, albeit not to be taken out of the store. After all, these original editions were invaluable. The loss or damage of even one would be a profound regret. However, Shang Yu could see that Luo Jiao Jiao was cautious and fervent in her pursuit of knowledge. A fine blade deserves a worthy hero, and a good book deserves a deserving reader. All right. Thank you, Yugo, Luo Jiao Jiao said, her joy palpable. She quickly took out her phone, and they exchanged contact information. You can rest assured, I will take good care of every book, she promised. Though she could not guarantee she wouldn't make mistakes. Well then, go ahead and read. I'll practice a bit more, Shang Yu said with a light chuckle. Luo Jiao Jiao walked towards the bookshelf she was interested in. The collection here was incredibly useful and precious. It was puzzling why so few people came to read. Time flew swiftly during the holiday. Lin Yi remarked with a smile, isn't the old instructor a bit unfair, arriving so suddenly without any prior notice? They could have given us some time to prepare. Lin Yi smiled but remained silent, thinking to himself, well, how could I possibly inform you in advance about my carefully prepared test? After glancing at the entire exam paper, Luo Jiao Jiao began to read through the questions. It is not that Luo Jiao Jiao is overly confident. Rather, the questions are indeed quite straightforward. It is likely that the examination was designed based on the average performance of the class. Luo Jiao Jiao, with her head bowed over the paper, swiftly moved her hand with remarkable speed. In less than 20 minutes, she set down her pen. Despite the simplicity of the questions, she adhered to her usual practice of thoroughly reviewing the paper twice before feeling assured. As her attention wandered to her surroundings, she noticed that Wang Kai had already laid his head on the desk, resting his eyes. The usual lemony demeanor. Finally, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. The group leaders began to collect the examination papers. She rose, stretched lazily, and twisted her neck. Xiao Lian had a radiant smile. Wang Kai glanced at her with indifference. That glance undoubtedly emboldened Xiao Lian to speak. A hint of bashfulness graced her face as she spoke in a voice as soft as a whisper. I have some questions about my studies. May I ask you? I am not a teacher, Wang Kai replied, his lips barely parting. I have no obligation to instruct you. Xiao Lian momentarily misunderstood his words. Luo Jiao Jiao chuckled softly from the side. What are you laughing at, Luo Jiao Jiao? Perhaps the facade of friendship had already been shattered. As Xiao Lian ceased to feign camaraderie with Luo Jiao Jiao, Luo Jiao Jiao blinked innocently. Did you not know? The teacher mentioned that if one does not understand, they can seek his help. Xiao Lian was certainly aware of this. She merely wished to use the pretext of studying to draw closer to Wang Kai. Just as she was about to retort, "What does it matter to you?" she suddenly comprehended the implication of Luo Jiao Jiao's words. Wang Kai had, in fact, rejected her. Xiao Lian felt a surge of resentment towards both Luo Jiao Jiao, who had reveled in her embarrassment, and Wang Kai, who had incited her frustration. As Luo Jiao Jiao gazed at the darkened expression on Xiao Lian's face, a sense of delight washed over her. "You thought you could scheme behind my back. But when it comes to face-to-face encounters, you seem out of your depths." Ever since she became aware of the shifts in the narrative, Luo Jiao Jiao had ceased her relentless pursuit of the original plot. After all, who could guarantee that the next moment wouldn't also take an unexpected turn? She stuck her tongue out at Xiao Lian's retreating figure, teasingly thinking, "Just wait, this will drive you mad." Ahem. Wang Kai suppressed a smile with his fist. The efficiency of Lin Ye's office was commendable. The very next day, the class results were released. He instructed his classmates to merge their chairs, transforming single seats into doubles. The hallway instantly felt more spacious. Lin Yu surveyed the arrangement of the desks, satisfied with his decision to rearrange the seating. At least it looked far more appealing visually. "I will call out the names of those students. Please enter the classroom and find your preferred spot. Once you are seated, I will make further adjustments," Lin Yi announced, holding a printed A4 sheet with names, addressing the line of students in the corridor. The boys were quite excited. Everyone desired to sit next to a soft and adorable girl rather than a rough and boorish lad. How wonderful it would be if that girl were Luo Jiao Jiao. Alas, the scarcity of lovely girls made such desires challenging to fulfill. "All right, quiet down now. I shall begin calling names." Lin Yi adjusted his glasses. Luo Jiao Jiao stood between Enku and Su Yu, eagerly hoping that the three could sit together. Xiao Lian, her heart fluttering, stood behind the tall figure of Wang Kai, her gaze fixed on him. Lian, shall we sit together later?" Ma Xiaoyu nudged Xiao Lian's arm. A flicker of displeasure crossed Xiao Lian's eyes, yet she smiled at Ma Xiaoyu, saying, "Of course. I enjoy spending time with you the most." Ma Xiaoyu beamed with joy, her gaze subtly drifting towards Wang Kai. Every little action of Ma Xiaoyu did not escape Xiao Lian's notice, and her impatience towards her grew. "If it weren't for your usefulness, I would have cast you aside long ago." Chapter 92. Enrolling in the program. Perhaps it was Lin Yi's deliberate arrangement, but the majority of the girls entered the classroom first. Those who were close friends had already found partners to sit with. Having not paid attention to Sun Yunyun for quite some time, Luo Jiao Jiao suddenly noticed that she seemed to have lost some weight and appeared more spirited. "Jiao Jiao, come here quickly." Enku eagerly beckoned Luo Jiao Jiao to be her desk mate. Su Yu, being nearsighted, sat in the second row, while Enku occupied the third row in group 3. Soon, the classroom was filled to capacity. Lin Yi surveyed the seating arrangement of the students. "Luo Jiao Jiao, please switch places with the student behind you." Lin Yi called out several names, making adjustments. Luo Jiao Jiao stood up and moved to the back. My deskmate is Wang Kai." For now, they settled into their seats as Lin Yi added, "If any students have questions, feel free to approach me." He looked contently at the well-balanced arrangement of students. Xiao Lian sat in another group, her deskmate being Ma Xiaoyu, who chattered incessantly. Xiao Lian's expression remained deep, occasionally responding to Ma Xiaoyu. How dare Luo Jiao Jiao sit beside the campus heartthrob? She is quite overestimating herself. I can't wait to see how the heartthrob will dismiss her." Ma Xiaoyu did not directly express her feelings of jealousy. Instead, she resorted to sarcastic comments. "That's enough. Stop talking," Jiao Lian admonished in a harsh tone. Ma Xiaoyu looked at Jiao Lian in astonishment. Lian? Only then did Jiao Lian realize her emotions had been laid bare, prompting her to soften her expression. "What I meant was, since these positions were assigned by the homeroom teacher, let us refrain from discussing Luo Jiao Jiao." Ma Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. She must have misinterpreted. How could Lian have displayed such a frightening expression? Lian, you simply have a heart of gold," she remarked. Jiao Lian forced a smile. "Classmate, I hope for your kind support," Wang Kai said softly, turning his head. Luo Jiao Jiao's heart skipped a beat. Why was he suddenly so gentle, looking at her in such a captivating manner? Luo Jiao Jiao avoided gazing at Wang Kai's face, silently repeating to herself, "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form." She discovered several letters in her drawer. Wang Kai observed the envelopes in Luo Jiao Jiao's hand, which were familiar to him as he often received similar ones. However, after he had discarded them in front of everyone, they had become scarce. Now should be the time to focus on our studies, Wang Kai suddenly proclaimed. Luo Jiao Jiao did not immediately grasp the meaning behind his words, but soon realized he was referring to the letters in her hand. Classmate, what era are we living in? If we do not seize our youth to engage in a passionate romance, it would be a waste of our youth, leaving only regrets. Although Luo Jiao Jiao had little interest in the letters, she couldn't help but tease Wang Kai, amused by his earnest demeanor. A waste of youth? Leaving regrets? Wang Kai silently pondered, a thought brewing deep within him. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Kai was gazing at her with an unusual glint in his eyes, soon falling asleep. Luo Jiao Jiao subconsciously felt discomfort with her sleeping position, her head shifting restlessly. Wang Kai extended his hand, and upon finding it, Luo Jiao Jiao's head settled into a comfortable position, and she drifted into a deep slumber. Wang Kai chuckled silently, gently turning the pages of his book with his other hand, feigning nonchalance. Luo Jiao Jiao remained oblivious to his actions, merely feeling exceptionally well-rested that day. As the school day neared its end, Lin Yi announced that he had an important matter to address. In a fortnight, we will be celebrating our school's 15th anniversary. The principal has decided to have the students organize the performances this year. Those with special talents or performance abilities can sign up with the arts commissioner. Lin Yi articulated this matter clearly from the podium, igniting a flurry of excitement among the students, who eagerly discussed their various skills and abilities. Ahem, quiet down, Lin Yi said, raising his voice. The students settled down obediently, awaiting his further instructions. The deadline for registration is noon tomorrow. We encourage enthusiastic participation from all students. With that, Lin Yi concluded his announcement, and school was dismissed. Talents? Luo Jiaoju believed she possessed no particular skills, nor any aptitude for performance. Thus, she resolved to remain a passive observer, unaware that she would soon find herself unexpectedly involved when the arts commissioner, Huang Yongyan, approached her the following afternoon, requesting her presence at rehearsals. Luo Jiaoji was bewildered and shocked. I signed up for the violin? Huang Yongyan looked at Luo Jiao Jiao and nodded. Indeed. Did you not sign up this morning? I heard it when I was registering. Luo Jiao Jiao was perplexed. Where did I sign up? You must have misheard. I did not register. She assumed Huang Yongyan had mistaken her name. Seeing the seriousness in Luo Jiao Jiao's demeanor, Huang Yongyan panicked. You truly did not sign up? Indeed. I did not, Luo Jiao Jiao affirmed earnestly. Then I am doomed. I have already submitted the registration form. Huang Yongyan lamented, her face clouded with despair. Luo Jiao Jiao consoled her. You can simply go to the old teacher and make a change. Huang Yongyan shook her head. As the representative school of the entire Zhou City, the anniversary celebration hosted by Zhou City No. 1 High School was undoubtedly grand. Many attendees had come from afar, drawn by its reputation. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiao Jiao felt a headache coming on. Huang Yongyan gazed at her with wide, hopeful eyes. I cannot do that either. Luo Jiao Jiao shrugged. Huang Yongyan slumped, like a deflated balloon, her head hanging low. Luo Jiao Jiao's heart softened with shame. Shall I find someone to learn from and give it a try? Huang Yongyan's excitement surged as she grasped Luo Jiao Jiao's hand. Jiao Jiao, I am immensely grateful to you. As soon as Luo Jiao Jiao uttered those words, she regretted it. Where would she find someone to learn from? However, witnessing the fervent expression on Huang Yongyan's face, she could not bear to dampen her spirits. Do not worry, there is a violin school. I will help you borrow one. Huang Yongyan recognized that this oversight stemmed from her own lack of attentiveness, and she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Luo Jiao Jiao. Consequently, she became quite invested in Luo Jiao Jiao's situation. All right, Luo Jiao Jiao thought to herself, hoping to snap herself out of her foolishness. I will assist you in borrowing it tomorrow. For now, I must attend to the arrangements for the performance. Huang Yongyan hastily departed. Luo Jiao Jiao let out a sigh, pondering her next course of action. Remaining concealed in the shadows, she noticed a figure silently slip past her. Ah, yes, there was someone. A visage surfaced in Luo Jiao Jiao's mind. He certainly could help, but how should she request his assistance? Chapter 93, Conspiracy. The figure that had just vacated the corner approached the female students in the hall of the teaching building. It was Ma Xiaoyu. A triumphant smile adorned Ma Xiaoyu's face. Impossible to suppress. Lian, just wait and see the spectacle Luo Jiao Jiao will present, she declared. Xiao Lian, with her meticulously groomed eyebrows, furrowed her brow in concern and hesitation. Xiaoyu, do you think this is the right course of action? Unfazed, Ma Xiaoyu replied. I merely called out Luo Jiao Jiao's name in front of Huang Yongyan and mentioned the violin. Moreover, isn't Luo Jiao Jiao the school belle? Surely, she must possess some talent to deserve such a title. Come now, Lian, don't overthink it, Ma Xiaoyu said with a malicious grin gracing her freckled face. Xiao Lian bit her lip, appearing resigned, yet internally, she reveled in delight. She understood Luo Jiao Jiao all too well. An orphan. How could she grasp the sophistication of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? The malice reflected in Xiao Lian's eyes was disquieting. The so-called school belle was merely a pretty facade. After contemplating her thoughts for a considerable time, when it came to sending a message, Luo Jiao Jiao's hands entwined nervously, still at a loss for what to do. As the day began to wane, Luo Jiao Jiao suppressed her unease. Are you there? She set her phone aside and began her homework, rubbing her weary eyes. She picked up her phone to check her messages, only to discover a red notification indicating unread messages. Wang here. Wang. Luo Jiao Jiao instantly felt invigorated, her fingers dancing over the keypad. Could I ask you for a favor? Wang. What is it? She hesitated momentarily. But with a determined breath, she typed out her request. I signed up for a violin performance and would like to ask for your guidance. Her face flushed crimson, warmth radiating from her cheeks as she imagined Wang Kaiyi's words mocking her, fearing the embarrassment that accompanied such a revelation. She longed for a way to slip into the shadows. There are special circumstances, which is why I registered. Fortunately, Wang Kaiyi did not press further, sparing her from further embarrassment. Wang. Sure, when shall we begin? After contemplating, Luo Jiao Jiao recalled that Huang Yongyan would be providing her with a violin tomorrow. Since she was determined to perform, she knew she must strive to present her finest self. Tomorrow afternoon in the music room, is that all right? Wang. Yes, that works. Thank you. JPG. With this concern resolved, Luo Jiao Jiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. After taking a shower and changing into long pajamas, she gradually drifted into slumber. Wang Kaiyi gently tapped the cute, chubby emoticon that Luo Jiao Jiao had sent, chuckling softly to himself. Finding her endearing in her own quirky way, Wang Kaiyi rose from his chair, gently closing the door behind him. He retrieved a brown wooden box from atop the wardrobe. Unlocking it, he revealed a violin, its wood glistening with a subtle sheen. Wang Kaiyi took the violin in hand, his slender fingers plucking at the strings twice. He then adjusted the screws, beginning to tune the instrument. Positioning the violin against his collarbone, he drew the bow slowly, producing a resonant, powerful, and melodious sound that resonated with the spirited emotions of its owner. Even those unacquainted with musical instruments would find themselves entranced by the enchanting melody. Jiao Jiao, look. Luo Jiao Jiao turned at the sound of Huang Yongyan's voice. Huang Yongyan held a set of keys in her palm. What is this? Luo Jiao Jiao inquired. Oh, this is the key to the violin I borrowed from the school's music club, Huang Yongyan replied with a smile. The violin is in the music room. Jiao Jiao. Take the key and go directly to the administrator. You can use the violin. Luo Jiao Jiao hesitated as she accepted the key, asking, is the violin expensive? She worried about accidentally damaging it and being unable to afford the cost. Huang Yongyan laughed at her concern. Don't worry, it's just over 2,000. It's not expensive. Well, not expensive. The modest Jiao Jiao trembled with apprehension. After school, Wang Kaiyi accompanied Luo Jiao Jiao to the music room, which was already filled with numerous individuals, each holding an instrument and practicing diligently. Luo Jiao Jiao approached a long-haired female administrator who was engrossed in a book with the key in hand. The musical instruments had been purchased by the school specifically for use during school activities. The instruments are typically entrusted to the members of the music club for safekeeping. Due to the considerable value of certain instruments, there is a designated individual responsible for their maintenance and usage records. Should anyone mishandle an instrument and cause damage, they shall naturally bear the cost. Hello, classmate. Could you assist me in retrieving this violin? Luo Jiao Jiao placed the key upon the administrator's desk. The administrator, adorned with black-framed glasses, looked up at the visitor. With an expression devoid of emotion, the administrator paused for a moment on Luo Jiao Jiao's face. Also noticing Wang Kaiyi standing behind her, the administrator blandly took the key from Luo Jiao Jiao's hand and entered through the small door on the right. Please wait a moment. All right, thank you. Luo Jiao Jiao felt a tinge of apprehension towards the administrator, sensing an underlying intensity in her gaze. Unbeknownst to Luo Jiao Jiao, the administrator, when turned away from them, wore an expression of excitement. Oh my cherished ones have gathered together. Are they about to unite? The administrator appeared to wear a knowing smile. Soon, the administrator masked her emotions and resumed her indifferent demeanor. Now, please sign here. The administrator swiftly produced a black case containing a violin. Luo Jiao Jiao took the pen and quickly signed her name. Thank you for your assistance. There's an empty room over there. You may use that space. The music room closes at 7 o'clock. The administrator indicated with her right hand towards a nearby door. All right. Thank you. Luo Jiao Jiao was pleasantly surprised to discover that although the administrator appeared aloof, she was quite a warm-hearted individual. Luo Jiao Jiao picked up the violin. Let us go. Wang Kai kindly opened the door for her. The handwritten signature of my beloved pet. After watching Luo Jiao Jiao and Wang Kai depart, the administrator could no longer suppress the fervor in his eyes. He retrieved his phone and captured a photograph of Luo Jiao Jiao's elegant signature. He then shared it in the group title today. My darling has grown even more beautiful. Another day of adoration for the little one. The groundhog squeals. The little one expressed gratitude, soft and adorable, wanting a kiss. Another day of adoration for the little one. The little one's handwritten signature. Another day of adoration for the little one. Image. The group was instantly flooded with messages, and the administrator triumphantly tucked his phone away. Humph. I would never sell the little one's signature, not even for $100. Little did anyone know that this unassuming administrator was a member of Luo Jiao Jiao's support group. Of course, even Luo Jiao Jiao herself was unaware of this. Now, let us elevate the narrative a bit. Wang Kai meticulously pointed out the errors in Luo Jiao Jiao's posture. With her arms aching from the strain, Luo Jiao Jiao sighed, "TT." At last, her posture was correct. Which piece do you intend to play? Wang Kai inquired of Luo Jiao Jiao. She was somewhat bewildered, having little knowledge in this area. However, upon observing Wang Kai's stern demeanor, which seemed to transform him into a different person, she hesitated to admit her ignorance. Luo Jiao Jiao stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. With her head bowed, she attempted to organize her words, only to hear the person above her let out a sigh. Chapter 94. As sweet as honey, I'll play a few pieces for you. And then you can choose for yourself. Luo Jiao Jiao was not one to engage in battle unprepared. She nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. The violin, which appeared somewhat oversized in the hands of Luo Jiao Jiao, seemed remarkably petite and exquisite when held by Wang Kai. With practiced ease, Wang Kai deftly adjusted the tuning pegs, his fingers delicately caressing the strings until he deemed them just right, before drawing the bow across them. A smooth, emotive melody emanated from the instrument. The gentle sunlight caressed Wang Kai's face, softening his features. The earnest expression of the young man, with his peach blossom eyes radiating a tenderness akin to flowing water, exuded an air of nobility and aloofness, reminiscent of the most captivating star in the night sky. Luo Jiao Jiao found herself entranced. Although she could not play the violin, her appreciation for music was undeniable. As the final notes faded, applause erupted until Wang Kai sheathed his bow, prompting Luo Jiao Jiao to awaken from her reverie and join in the clapping. It was magnificent, she exclaimed genuinely. The piece he performed was Deldera's memorial song, composed in remembrance of a departed soul. The melody was vibrant, with a beautiful timbre that carried a hint of melancholy without being sorrowful, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Naturally, Luo Jiao Jiao could not fully grasp the profound emotions encapsulated within. Wang Kai, however, did not articulate his thoughts directly, instead choosing to play a few more pieces, some joyous and lively, others tinged with sadness and grief. Upon concluding the last composition, Wang Kai turned to Luo Jiao Jiao, seated in her chair, and inquired, "Which one did you prefer?" A hint of hesitation crossed her face as she responded, "They were all delightful. I still favor the first one." Perhaps it was due to the power of first impressions, for while she found the subsequent pieces enjoyable, none resonated with her quite like the first. Wang Kai smiled gently. "Then I shall teach you the first one." Wang Kai handed the violin to Luo Jiao Jiao. She assumed the previous posture, fortunate to have a good memory. After Wang Kai had corrected her once, she retained the knowledge. Observing her stance, Wang Kai nodded slightly before positioning himself to her right. With his strong hand guiding her, Luo Jiao Jiao drew the bow across the strings. A sudden tremor in her hands produced a jarring sound. The violin, which had been obedient in Wang Kai's hands, seemed to conspire against Luo Jiao Jiao, either emitting a shrill noise or remaining silent altogether. Half an hour later, a sense of frustration welled up within her. Perhaps you should take a break? She thought to herself, feeling the sweat bead on her back as she discreetly lowered the violin. She glanced up at the still composed Wang Kai, whose expression was inscrutable. However, he did not voice any objection, merely responding with an affirmative sound. He took the violin from her and set it aside, freed from the instrument. Luo Jiao Jiao could not help but stretch her neck and extend her arms, particularly aware of the ache in her forearms. Rubbing her arms. She felt a twinge of annoyance toward herself for having been so strict moments before. Yet, Wang Kai maintained his high expectations, knowing that such rigor would prevent her from embarrassing herself in public. He was also aware of her tenacious spirit and her inherent talent. Indeed, after a brief respite, Luo Jiao Jiao approached once more, determined to grasp the violin. I will practice on my own for a while, to find my rhythm. With a sense of embarrassment, Luo Jiao Jiao felt acutely aware of Wang Kai's dedicated guidance. Though she grasped the concepts in her mind, her limbs struggled to keep pace with her thoughts. Wang Kai nodded in acknowledgement. Gradually, her movements transitioned from slow to swift, and from clumsy to adept, as she repeatedly drew the strings of the violin. Luo Jiao Jiao became increasingly enveloped in the melodies. In an almost mystical connection, she felt as though she and the violin were one. She was the violin, and the violin was her. The music became her voice, expressing her innermost emotions. A gentle breeze caressed her hair, akin to a delicate touch upon her cheek. With a resounding final note, she opened her eyes, filled with joy, and could not resist glancing at Wang Kai, eager for his appraisal. Substantial progress, he remarked with a warm smile. Relieved, Luo Jiao Jiao finally relaxed. Let us continue tomorrow. It's nearly 7 o'clock. Wang Kai noted as he glanced at the time. Luo Jiao Jiao gasped. Has it passed so quickly? It feels like I've only practiced for a short while. Observing the dimming sky outside, Wang Kai replied, Indeed, let us depart together. Luo Jiao Jiao carefully stored her violin and slung the case over her shoulder. Upon returning the case, she noticed that the same administrator was present. Handing the case back, she felt the chill in the air as the days grew shorter. The thought of walking alone at this hour sent shivers down her spine. As she settled onto the back seat of Wang Kai's bicycle, the biting wind surged around her, prompting her to cling tighter to the fabric of his jacket. Rest your face against my back, Wang Kai seemed to suggest. Though the wind howled so fiercely that Luo Jiao Jiao could scarcely hear him, she inquired loudly, What? Wang Kai's cycling speed noticeably diminished, and he came to a halt. Luo Jiao Jiao gazed at his back in confusion. Wang Kai turned his head, bringing his face closer to hers. Press your face against my back. His words ignited a blush on Luo Jiao Jiao's cheeks. She nodded, her voice barely a whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz. Gradually, she pressed her face against his broad back. The biting chill of the air instantly shielded. Not only did her body warm, but her heart also felt a surge of warmth. Why did her heart and mouth taste as sweet as if she had consumed honey? In front, facing the cold wind, Wang Kai felt no trace of chill. His heart burned with fervor. After a week of practice, Wang Kai bestowed high praise upon Luo Jiao Jiao. Joy erupted from the depths of her being. Let me treat you to a meal, she thought, wanting to express her gratitude to Wang Kai. And the words slipped out. Only after speaking did she realize the inappropriateness. Generally, inviting someone to a meal is the utmost expression of gratitude. However, Wang Kai was a special case. If you're unwilling, it's perfectly fine. Luo Jiao Jiao was concerned that Wang Kai would indulge her and feel compelled. Both sensed an unspoken understanding and chose not to address it. I'll eat whatever you cook. They walked side by side, with Wang Kai tilting his head, his gaze fixed upon Luo Jiao Jiao. Under the intensity of his penetrating eyes, she felt enveloped. Her heart fluttered. I am not skilled at cooking, she murmured softly, her face burning. I like it. His cool voice, however, resonated deeply, igniting a warmth within her. Wang Kai found himself unable to avert his gaze. Her slightly flushed cheeks were irresistibly tempting, evoking a desire to take a bite. Well then, would you like to eat? Luo Jiao Jiao's smile was as radiant as a blooming flower. Wang Kai was yet unaware of Luo Jiao Jiao's culinary preferences. I'm not picky. Not picky? Luo Jiao Jiao's sparkling eyes fixated on Wang Kai's face, causing his throat to constrict slightly under her gaze. Observing Wang Kai's composed demeanor, devoid of blush or rapid heartbeat, Luo Jiao Jiao almost doubted her own recollection. Chapter 95. The most adorable person, by the way. Let's bring Xiao Yu along. Didn't he come looking for me last time? Luo Jiao Jiao recalled the chubby little one. Wang Kai's expression turned slightly somber. This time, Wang Kai personally understood the meaning of the phrase to throw a stone at one's own foot. Although they had set a time, the weekend was still several days away. He had never anticipated a weekend with such eagerness before. As time passed neither swiftly nor slowly, the weekend finally arrived. Due to the limited kitchenware at home, Luo Jiao Jiao went downstairs to seek out the landlady on Saturday afternoon. Grandma, are you home? She gently knocked on the door a few times. Coming. came the landlady's voice from within. Jiao Jiao, is it vacation time? The landlady greeted Luo Jiao Jiao at the door. Luo Jiao Jiao nodded and smiled. Yes, Grandma. I have something to discuss with you. The landlady, with a warm smile, inquired, what is it? I would like to invite my classmates over for a meal tomorrow. And I was wondering if I could borrow your kitchen. I would also love for you to join us. Luo Jiao Jiao explained. Inviting classmates over for a meal? That sounds wonderful. The landlady readily agreed, with the kitchenware not lacking. The following day, Luo Jiao Jiao rose early, clutching her small bag as she set off to the market to purchase ingredients. With the onset of colder weather, she had resolved to prepare a hot pot. Considering the presence of young children and the elderly, she planned to create a dual-flavor pot, one half clear broth, the other half spicy. The morning market was bustling with activity, the vendors enthusiastically announcing their prices. Although it was her first visit to a vegetable market, Luo Jiaojia was aware that the produce available in the morning was at its freshest. She quickly gathered a plethora of items, but as she passed by a stall, her attention was drawn to a middle-aged woman selling a particular item. Luo Jiaojiao paused, inquiring, Auntie, how much is this? Nearby, 2 or 3 customers were waiting. The woman, adeptly packaging goods for her patrons while rummaging for change in her bag, greeted her warmly. Which one would you like, young lady? The selection at the stall was limited to just 3 items. Luo Jiaojiao pointed to something resembling fried tofu, asking, what about this? Fish tofu, 10 yuan per jin. The vendor replied. Nodding, Luo Jiaojia requested, please give me some. Certainly, the woman swiftly filled a plastic bag with a generous portion. That will be 25 yuan. Just as she placed the items in the kitchen of her landlord's grandmother, her phone rang. It was none other than Wang Kai. Hello, Wang Kai, she answered, slightly taken aback by his early call. Are you already here? She queried, surprised that it was only a little past 10 o'clock. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Kai had not slept the previous night. As Luo Jiaojiao prepared to step out and open the door for him, she heard voices approaching from a distance. The young man is truly handsome. The landlord's grandmother chuckles warmly. Thank you for the compliment, Grandma. You too radiate vitality. When did Wang Kai become so adept at winning the affection of elders? Grandma, what about me? Pipes up the chubby child. You, my dear, are clever, lively, and utterly adorable. Luo Jiaojia steps outside, just in time to witness the landlord's grandmother praising Xiangyu. The boastful Xiangyu grins broadly at Wang Kai. Did you see that? Grandma says I'm both intelligent and charming. The landlord's grandmother is seated on a chair in the yard, while the chubby child occupies a small stool beside her. Wang Kai stands nearby. The chubby child's words seem to pass unnoticed by Wang Kai, who casually continues. Last time you scored. Before he can finish, the chubby child leaps up in distress. Cousin is the smartest and the cutest. While the assertion of being the smartest may hold some truth, could it be claimed that Wang Kai is the cutest? One can only imagine a towering figure of 6 feet, exuding an air of aloofness and indifference, making a cute pout. Luo Jiaojiao burst into laughter, her voice swiftly drawing the attention of the 3 in the yard. Jiaojiao has come out, announces the landlord's grandmother. Wang Kai's lips press into a thin line as he gazes at Luo Jiaojiao with eyes as dark as obsidian, seemingly imbued with a hint of melancholy. Luo Jiaojiao offers a sheepish smile. Sister, I have missed you so much, exclaims Xiangyu, the chubby child, as he rushes towards Luo Jiaojiao. Do not inquire why Xiangyu no longer refers to Luo Jiaojiao as fairy sister. He is simply befuddled. The fairy sister he last encountered has now aligned herself with the opposing forces. However, referring to her as sister demon seemed incongruous with the ethereal charm of his enchanting sister. Thus, he simply opted to address her as sister, a choice that could never lead him astray. Xiangyu embraced Luo Jiaojiao's arm, his large, innocent eyes gazing up at her with an endearing charm. Wang Kai, with his hands tucked into his pockets, slightly curled his fingers. Little rascal, don't expect me to take you out next time, he remarked. Xiangyu had grown taller, almost surpassing his sister. Luo Jiaojiao chuckled softly, ruffling his silky hair. Is that so? I must consume 2 full bowls of rice daily, Xiangyu proclaimed with a hint of pride. In truth, this was Luo Jiaojiao playfully teasing the chubby boy. Though he had indeed gained some height, he still had a considerable distance to cover before surpassing her. Luo Jiaojiao responded in agreement. Then I shall prepare ample meals for you, little you. Cousin is picky. He only eats a little bit each time, Xiangyu exaggerated, gesturing animatedly with his small hands to illustrate his point. Luo Jiaojiao glanced at the glowering Wang Kai and chuckled softly. Cousin isn't behaving well, little you. Don't emulate him. Xiang Yu adopted a serious expression. Reminiscent of an adult, cousin? See? I'm right. Being picky is wrong. Unable to endure any longer. Wang Kai approached and grasped Xiang Yu by the collar with no trace of emotion in his voice. Little chubby boy. Realizing he had let his arrogance get the better of him, the chubby boy quickly raised his hands in surrender. The two brothers engaged in playful antics while Luo Jiao Jiao and the landlady shared amused glances. After receiving a stern lecture from Wang Kai, Xiang Yu continuously pleaded for forgiveness. Cousin, I was wrong. I was wrong. With tears of bitterness welling in his eyes, Xiang Yu found himself turned upside down. I told you to keep your mouth shut. Wang Kai finally relented and set him down. Xiang Yu, feeling a slight headache, sat on a small stool, watching as his cousin went off to assist the fairy sister. Let me help you with the vegetables, he offered. Upon entering the kitchen, Wang Kai was greeted by a table laden with ingredients. He had intended to arrive earlier to lend a hand, but now it appeared he had arrived too late. By the way, I brought some desserts for you to try. Wang Kai remembered, holding up the bag he had brought. These were made by Lu Ma the previous night. Having researched what girls liked on his phone, he had unearthed a plethora of suggestions, most of which were rather unreliable. After much searching, he finally stumbled upon a piece of advice that seemed somewhat relevant. Bro, I advise you not to guess a woman's thoughts, but here are a few insights I've gleaned. Cosmetics, jewelry, and clothing, the more expensive, the better, or, if you pay attention, discover her hobbies. It seemed that Luo Jiao Jiao had a fondness for food. With this in mind, Wang Kai thought of the culinary prowess of Lu Ma. Dessert? Luo Jiao Jiao looked at the bag he was holding with surprise. Lu Ma's cooking is clean, hygienic, and delicious. Wang Kai stated. At the mention of Lu Ma's cooking, Luo Jiao Jiao couldn't help but swallow hard. Indeed, Lu Ma's culinary skills were exceptional. However, she was already busy preparing something at hand. She cast a wistful glance at the bag of desserts and thought, I'll savor them later. I must finish this first. Luo Jiao Jiao quickened her pace. In the next moment, a charmingly shaped bear-shaped cookie appeared before her. Startled, she looked up to find Wang Kai bent over, holding the cookie. Give it a try, he urged, already bringing the cookie to her lips. His eyes shimmered with a gentle light. Luo Jiao Jiao lowered her head and took a bite of the panda cookie, savoring its delightful aroma and crisp texture. How does it taste? Wang Kai inquired. Delicious, she replied, smiling up at him. Would you like another? Unbeknownst to Luo Jiao Jiao, Wang Kai's earlobes were flushed a deep crimson. No, let's enjoy them together later, he said, unable to resist the warmth radiating from her gaze. All right, she agreed. Wang Kai rolled up the sleeves of his coat, skillfully retrieving the vegetables from the bag with an air of ease. Can you handle this? Luo Jiao Jiao asked curiously. I often cook at home, he replied. His back to her, his expression slightly solemn as he surveyed the vegetables on the table. He took a deep breath and began to work. Luo Jiao Jiao glanced at him briefly, noting that he seemed to be doing well, and then focused intently on washing the vegetables. After a minute or two, she heard a commotion from Wang Kai's direction, which struck her as peculiar. Does preparing vegetables really make that much noise? She wondered, turning to look. Her expression froze, as if her soul had been momentarily stifled. Wang Kai, stop, she shouted. Wang Kai froze in his actions. Luo Jiao Jiao could hardly believe her eyes as she approached Wang Kai, observing the chaotic scene around her, where the stems, stalks, and leaves of the vegetables lay scattered haphazardly. Slowly, Wang Kai turned his face towards her, a smile gracing his lips. Jiao Jiao, he uttered softly, his voice gentle and light. Wang Kai attempted to employ his charm to beguile Luo Jiao Jiao, yet, to his dismay, she glared at him with wide, furious eyes. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he lowered his head and murmured, I am sorry. Luo Jiao Jiao couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the sight of vegetable leaves clinging to his hair. With his head bowed, Wang Kai remained oblivious to the expression on her face. Although her smile radiated warmth, her tone carried an unmistakable hint of anger. You've ruined all the vegetables. Wang Kai berated himself for his foolishness in attempting to handle the vegetables. He should have chosen the ones he was accustomed to preparing. Then he would have known exactly how to shape them. Indeed, Wang Kai was familiar with only a handful of vegetable varieties, having never encountered or touched the others, let alone know how to select them. However, having made a mess, he felt he must accept the consequences. A sense of trepidation lingered in his heart. Yes, I apologize. It truly was endearing. Luo Jiao Jiao found herself genuinely resonating with Xiang Yu's sentiments. But what was to be done now? With her eyes crescent-shaped from laughter, Luo Jiao Jiao showed no signs of letting Wang Kai off the hook. Please, do not be angry. Wang Kai, fearing that Luo Jiao Jiao's ire might turn against him, quickly looked up at her. To his surprise, he found her expression was not the wrathful one he had anticipated, but rather a mischievous smile. His mind raced with thoughts. It soon dawned on him that Luo Jiao Jiao was not angry but rather teasing him. Once her amusement was uncovered, she could no longer suppress her laughter, exclaiming, "How could you be so foolish? You've got vegetable leaves on your head." Never before had anyone called him silly, and as Wang Kai gazed upon her charming smile, he found not displeasure but rather a delightful joy enveloping him. Indeed, at that moment, Wang Kai felt an unexpected happiness swelling within. He chuckled in response. Luo Jiao Jiao rose onto her tiptoes, intending to assist him in removing the leaves from his hair. Wang Kai dutifully inclined his head. "There we go. All cleared up. Now, let's self-tidy this place," she declared. Wang Kai had somehow managed to create quite a mess with the greens. As Luo Jiao Jiao wielded the broom to sweep the floor, Wang Kai helped her rearrange the furniture. At last, their task was complete, having restored cleanliness. Luo Jiao Jiao hesitated to let Wang Kai assist any further. Despite his earnest assurances, she gently ushered him out the door, encouraging him to join the landlady and the chubby little boy in watching television. The chubby boy was thoroughly engrossed in the animated show playing on the screen. The landlady, comfortably settled on the sofa, seemed content to watch whatever the boy chose with great interest. "Hey, cousin, why are you out here?" the chubby boy inquired, as Wang Kai plopped down onto the sofa, causing it to sag considerably. With a puzzled expression, the boy asked, "Are you really that childish?" Wang Kai replied with a nonchalant demeanor, "I just came to see if you were causing any trouble." The boy puffed out his cheeks in displeasure, his gaze fixed on Wang Kai as if ready to erupt at any moment. Wang Kai cast a sidelong glance at him but chose to remain silent. Preparing hot pot is quite a swift endeavor. However, if one desires a flavorful broth, crafting a rich stock requires a considerable investment of time. Fortunately, time is on their side. Luo Jiao Jiao swiftly washed and sliced an array of ingredients, arranging them neatly on plates. Given the weather, there was no need for refrigeration. A simple lid would suffice. She kept the rice warm while the broth simmered gently on low heat. After completing her tasks, Luo Jiao Jiao settled down to watch television for a while. Wang Kai was engaged in conversation with the landlord's grandmother. "Jiao Jiao, your classmate is truly remarkable. He possesses knowledge surpassing even that of this 70-year-old woman," the grandmother remarked to Luo Jiao Jiao as she entered. Luo Jiao Jiao chuckled softly. Wang Kai, displaying humility, replied, "It is you, grandmother, who possesses true expertise. I am merely a theorist." Wang Kai was taken aback to discover that this seemingly ordinary elderly woman was, in fact, the renowned mathematician Li Huifeng, celebrated for her intellect in her youth. He had heard many tales of her accomplishments during his childhood. Although Li Huifeng had lost her husband early in life, she had once been a rising star in the academic world. "Ah, I am old now, and my usefulness has waned," she chuckled. Though at over 70, her vitality surpassed that of many individuals in their 50s and 60s. Luo Jiao Jiao was unaware of the content of their discussion, but observing their amiable interaction brought her comfort. The little chubby one was engrossed in the television. Suddenly, the landlord's grandmother adopted a serious demeanor. "You were called Kai, correct?" Although Wang Kai was puzzled by the shift in her tone, he remained unperturbed. "Yes, grandmother," he affirmed. The landlady, with a gaze reminiscent of her own youthful days, seemed to see the vibrant dreams of a generation long past reflected in his youthful visage. "You have a fondness for Jiao Jiao, don't you?" She gently steered the conversation. Wang Kai, taken aback, felt a flicker of change on his otherwise impassive face. "I." The landlady's eyes, lined with wrinkles yet remarkably clear, conveyed an understanding beyond mere words. "There is no need for denial, though I am aged. My vision remains keen." Ultimately, Wang Kai was still a young man, and despite his composure and indifference, he could not withstand the perceptive wisdom of the elderly landlady. He maintained his calm, even as a hint of shyness fluttered within him. "Yes." His candid admission elicited a slight nod from the landlady. Chapter 97. The piano is broken. I 1T beat around the bush. Jiao Jiao is like a cherished granddaughter to me, the landlady stated with a steady demeanor. "You know, I, Li Huifeng, have left little behind in my lifetime, save for a handful of dutiful disciples." Her tone was gentle, yet the gravity of her words was unmistakable. "If you dare to mistreat Jiao Jiao, regardless of how esteemed your parents may be, I will ensure you face the consequences." Though her tone remained mild, the underlying message was clear. Wang Kai understood that the landlady was fiercely protective of Luo Jiao Jiao. He did not take offense. His peach blossom eyes shone with sincerity as he replied, "Grandma, rest assured, I would never mistreat Jiao Jiao, nor would I allow anyone else to do so." The landlady, noticing a shadow at the doorway, softened her gaze, smiling warmly, "Then we shall see how you conduct yourself." Luo Jiao Jiao had already set the table and was about to enter to call them for dinner when she overheard her landlord's grandmother speaking to Wang Kai about observing his performance. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "Grandma, what are you discussing? What else could we be talking about?" "I was just telling Xiaoyi that Jiao Jiao's culinary skills are exceptional." "You must be ready to feast," the grandmother teased. Luo Jiao Jiao, feeling a touch of embarrassment, accepted the compliment without suspicion. "Then you must eat plenty too." She smiled at her landlord's grandmother after glancing at Wang Kai. At last, the moment for dinner had arrived. Her stomach was growling audibly. Xiang Yu, seated at the table, was brimming with anticipation. The square table was adorned with an electric induction cooker, upon which rested a divided pot of soup. One half was a vibrant red broth, infused with chili oil, while the other emanated a savory aroma from simmering bones, the bubbling liquid an irresistible temptation. The vegetables for blanching were still cooking in the pot. Each person ladled a bowl of bone broth. Xiang Yu, his small face nearly buried in the bowl, swiftly consumed the entire serving. With a lick of his lips, he gazed longingly at Luo Jiao Jiao, saying, "Sister, I would like another bowl." Luo Jiao Jiao took a delicate sip of her soup and smiled while shaking her head gently. "Not just yet. We are about to eat." "Oh," Xiang Yu replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice, his gaze fervently fixed on the pot. Meanwhile, Wang Kai stirred the soup with his ladle and took a spoonful, his eyes lighting up noticeably. His movements became more animated as he drank the soup, though he maintained an air of elegance that belied the urgency of his actions. Having consumed merely half a bowl of the soup prepared by both Luo Jiao Jiao and the landlady, the bowls of the other two were already empty. Unlike the chubby lad, who eagerly awaited more food with his chopsticks in hand, Wang Kai set down his utensils, his gaze fixed upon the pot. Luo Jiao Jiao chuckled inwardly. Soon, the ingredients in the pot began to surface. However, Wang Kai and Xiang Yu continued to stare intently, oblivious to the fact that the food was ready to be eaten. Luo Jiao Jiao rose to her feet, seizing a strainer. "It's ready. What would you like?" Luo Jiao Jiao first scooped out fish tofu, winter melon, and other easily chewable items for the landlady, whose teeth were not as strong. Next, she ladled several spoonfuls for the chubby boy. When it was Wang Kai's turn, Luo Jiao Jiao inquired, "What would you prefer?" Wang Kai hesitated, his eyes flitting from one item to another. Luo Jiao Jiao took the initiative and scooped several spoonfuls for him. "Try a bit of everything. If you don't like something, you can set it aside." Wang Kai picked up his chopsticks and murmured in agreement. Outside, the air was frigid. But inside, they were enjoying a steaming hot pot. Everyone felt invigorated. Burp, the chubby boy sprawled on the sofa, emitting a satisfied belch. Wang Kai surreptitiously massaged his slightly distended stomach. The weekend gathering soon drew to a close. With the anniversary celebration fast approaching, Luo Jiao Jiao had even put aside the book she was halfway through, dedicating her time to practicing the piano. "Wow, Jiao Jiao. If I hadn't witnessed your learning process from the very beginning, I would have assumed you were a professional," Huang Yongyan exclaimed. She lamented the unfairness of fate. "It's as if some people are granted a single doorway, while you've had two windows opened for you. How are others supposed to compete?" As the piece concluded, Luo Jiao Jiao smiled gently at the circle of companions surrounding her. "I merely feigned a semblance of confidence. It was all a charade." Luo Jiao Jiao was acutely aware of Wang Kai's prowess, and in comparison, she appeared as a child who had just learned to walk, competing against a fully grown adult. Even if Luo Jiao Jiao sincerely believed herself to be lacking, her friends, Ank, and others, regarded her with expressions of humble admiration. Luo Jiao Jiao felt helpless. The anniversary celebration was approaching, and the atmosphere at school was already charged with excitement. The number of media personnel gathered outside the school was steadily increasing. "I eagerly anticipate your performance," remarked the typically indifferent administrator, who suddenly smiled sweetly at Luo Jiao Jiao. Flabbergasted, Luo Jiao Jiao nodded in response, "Thank you." The next day, Luo Jiao Jiao styled her hair into a high bun and donned her school uniform, a white shirt paired with a black bow tie, a sleek black blazer, and a tailored skirt. She wore flesh-toned, fleece-lined tights that accentuated her slender, straight legs without a hint of bulk, complemented by a pair of black Dr. Martens boots. As she sat in the makeshift makeup room prepared by the school, She allowed the makeup artist to apply various cosmetics to her face. "All right, young lady. You are naturally beautiful. You need not do much to look stunning," the makeup artist, in her 30s, remarked, unable to resist the temptation to gently touch Luo Jiao Jiao's delicate complexion. At such a tender age, she was brimming with youthful collagen. Luo Jiao Jiao opened her eyes and gazed at the radiant girl in the mirror. Although the transformation was subtle, she indeed appeared more refined than her usual self. Her typically rosy lips were adorned with a light coat of tangerine, rendering them particularly alluring. "Your sister is also quite lovely," she remarked. The mention of sister brought immense joy to the makeup artist, a mother of 2 children. "Why should I call you sister? My son is only a few years younger than you. Aunt would be more appropriate." Though such words were spoken, the makeup artist's smile was undeniable. "Is that so? However, you are so young and beautiful that calling you aunt would sound rather aging." "Oh, you do flatter me," the makeup artist teased playfully. Just as Luo Jiao Jiao was engaged in conversation with the makeup artist, the door was flung open with urgency. The unfortunate door even rebounded slightly. Yet no one seemed to notice. Luo Jiao Jiao and the makeup artist were startled, simultaneously turning their gazes toward the entrance. 3 young girls entered, 1 in front and 2 behind, Huang Yongyan and Ku and Suyu. They appeared to have hurried over, breathless and agitated. A sense of foreboding washed over Luo Jiao Jiao. Earlier that morning, she had asked Huang Yongyan to fetch her violin while she prepared for makeup. Observing their anxious demeanor, she feared something had gone awry with the instrument. The very next moment, their words confirmed her suspicions. Huang Yongyan gasped for breath, exclaiming, "Jiao Jiao, the violin has been damaged." Though she had anticipated trouble, Luo Jiaoji was still taken aback. "Wasn't the key with us? We need the key to borrow that violin." The lock was pried open, and the strings of the violin are all broken. Huang Yongyan revealed the distressing news. "What shall we do now?" And Ko and Suyu, having witnessed Huang Yongyan's anxious state, had followed her in haste. Luo Jiao Jiao found herself at a loss for a moment. "Shall we borrow another one?" she suggested. "Surely. The school must have more than one instrument." "That won't do. There's a band performance today, and there are no spare instruments left. As the performance time approaches, it is impossible for others to lend their instruments to someone else. The fear of potential issues arising could jeopardize their own performances." Chapter 98. Time is running out. "Let's head outside to rent one." Luo Jiao Jiao suddenly had a moment of inspiration. The makeup artist, witnessing their predicament, expressed reluctance to discourage them, saying, "There is only one concert hall in Zhou City, and it typically opens only in the afternoon." The faint glimmer of hope that once existed has now vanished. Luo Jiao Jiao's performance slot is in the middle, and time is of the essence. There is no way to wait until the afternoon. "What are you all doing?" Wang Kaiyi, walking with Lin Yi towards the classroom, spotted 4 dejected figures standing in the corridor. Lin Yi inquired, "Old classmate, Jiao Jiao's violin, which she needs for her performance, has been damaged." Although Huang Yongyan was anxious, she began to think of alternative solutions. Luo Jiao Jiao forced a smile. This is undoubtedly a malicious act directed at Luo Jiao Jiao. Why else would so many instruments be left untouched while only her violin was damaged? If that person harbored grievances against the school, they would not merely damage a single instrument. Did the school's cameras capture the culprit? Lin Yi adjusted his glasses, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "Dare to commit such mischief under my watchful gaze. I shall make you pay." Wang Kaiyi fixed his intense gaze on Luo Jiao Jiao. "No. We just visited the school's surveillance room, and the cameras there are malfunctioning." Luo Jiao Jiao shook her head. In that moment, they found themselves in a stalemate. Wang Kaiyi exclaimed, "In my home, there exists a violin." 5 individuals simultaneously turned their gaze towards Wang Kaiyi. A smile illuminated Luo Jiao Jiao's face as she exclaimed, "Indeed. One of Wang Kaiyi's specialties is the violin. Thus, it is certain that he possesses one at home." Lin Yi stepped into the classroom, retrieving paper and a pen from a student at the front, swiftly composing a pass. Holding the pass, Wang Kaiyi addressed Luo Jiao Jiao and the others, pondering why Lin Yi did not drive them directly. The answer lay in his role as the homeroom teacher, burdened with numerous responsibilities for the class. In this urgent moment, none could afford to be absent. "Be cautious while riding your bike. The competition is of little consequence," Luo Jiao Jiao cautioned, observing his anxious demeanor, fearing he might recklessly hurry. With a smile playing on her lips, she spoke. Lin Yi noted their subtle interactions, reflecting on Su Man's character, and sighed inwardly, wishing for the betterment of both children. Meanwhile, 2 girls seated at the back of the classroom wore inscrutable expressions. Ma Xiaoyu fidgeted in her seat, casting anxious glances at Xiao Lian, her voice barely a whisper. Yin Lian, do you think they might find out it was me? Indeed, it was Ma Xiaoyu who, seizing the opportunity when others vacated the music room, stealthily severed the strings of the violin that Luo Jiao Jiao intended to use. She had heard early on that the surveillance in the music room was malfunctioning. As for where she learned of this lapse, she herself was uncertain. In a moment of impulsiveness, she acted, driven by the desire to teach Luo Jiao Jiao a lesson. Unable to contain her actions, she confided in Xiao Lian, seeking her counsel. Xiao Lian's bangs obscured her gaze, yet she grasped Ma Xiaoyu's hand reassuringly. In a soft and gentle tone, she said, Xiaoyu, you are merely acting on impulse. Nothing will happen. Although Ma Xiaoyu felt a sense of unease within her, Xiao Lian's words provided her with a measure of solace. Ma Xiaoyu reassured herself that she was still a minor, and even if they discovered what had transpired, no one could take any action against her. With this thought, Ma Xiaoyu quickly regained her composure. A sinister smile adorned Xiao Lian's lowered face. Soon, the school announcement requested all students to gather in the activity hall. The forestry department orderly organized the students as they filed out. The hall was already filled with many individuals, with the principal and other officials seated at the front, alongside numerous media personnel. The portly principal, clad in a tailored black suit, spoke with great fervor. In contrast to her usual impatience for the principal to conclude his speech, Luo Jiao Jiao now sincerely hoped he would extend his remarks and delay the end. Unfortunately, reality did not align with her desires. The principal soon finished, and several students in formal attire took the stage as hosts. Luo Jiao Jiao felt anxious, sensing that time was slipping away too swiftly. Each host held a small note, containing little to say. They began with some auspicious remarks before swiftly introducing the upcoming performance. Now, let us welcome the students from Class 3 of the first year to present the play It's Dark. The host smiled faintly and descended the stage, marking the official commencement of the performance. A cold breeze struck Wang Kai's face, yet he showed no sign of retreat. He accelerated his cycling. Meanwhile, Lu Ma, who was tidying up, was startled by the suddenly opened door. Upon seeing the panting Wang Kai, she expressed her concern. What has happened to Xiaoyi? Wang Kai, with both hands pressed against his knees, took a deep breath and hurriedly ascended the stairs. Before Lu Ma could utter another word, Wang Kai had already dashed up to the third floor. He forcefully swung the door open, pushed aside the contents of the wardrobe, and retrieved the piano case. Slinging it onto his back, Lu Ma was taken aback by this unusual fervor from Wang Kai. Xiaoyi, slow down. At least drink some water first. But he was already out of sight. This child, so rarely in such a flurry, one wonders what could be so urgent. Lu Ma gently closed the door that Wang Kai had failed to shut. A metallic taste lingered deep in her throat, sweat stinging her eyes. A sharp pain radiated from her eyes, but Wang Kai paid it no mind, steadfastly focused on the road as he pedaled furiously. At the traffic light intersection, vehicles passed by in a steady stream. Wang Kai was in a state of frantic anxiety, frequently glancing at his watch. In the backstage preparation area, why had they not yet arrived? Huang Yongyan was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, pacing anxiously. Luo Jiao Jiao suppressed her own urgency, striving to comfort the incessantly moving Huang Yongyan. Don't fret, they should be here soon. It wasn't that Huang Yongyan wanted to be so anxious. It was simply that there were only 2 performances before hers. Time was slipping away, and there were merely a few minutes left. Huang Yongyan felt a surge of regret, pondering why she hadn't paid more attention earlier. Now, because of her oversight, Jiao Jiao had worked so hard to prepare for the stage, only to encounter difficulties. The more she thought about it, the more she berated herself. Jiao Jiao, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. If I hadn't noted down your name back then, we wouldn't be in this predicament now. Huang Yongyan's voice was tinged with a sob. If Jiao Jiao failed to complete her performance, it would not only be a source of embarrassment, but would also leave a negative impression before the school authorities. Luo Jiao Jiao approached Huang Yongyan and gently embraced her petite form. In her heart, Huang Yongyan had already resigned herself to the belief that she would miss the performance, and tears began to stream down her face. Chapter 99. The starlit sky cannot compare to you. I hold no grudge against you. Luo Jiao Jiao softly patted Huang Yongyan's shoulder. Next, we invite student Lu Meiyun, number 36, to present applause. Luo Jiao Jiao was precisely ranked 37. Her individual singing time was limited to just a few minutes, and despair began to envelop her as she sighed inwardly. Just as she stood to open the door and inform the host about the cancellation of the performance, the door was pushed open from the outside. Wang Kai, Luo Jiao Jiao exclaimed in surprise at the sight of him. Wang Kai was catching his breath. Quick, adjust the sound. He swiftly removed the violin case from his back. The two shared a tacit understanding as they opened the case. Luo Jiao Jiao gazed at the violin, unable to resist caressing it. Just by looking at it, she could tell that this violin was of a much higher caliber than the one she had previously used. With great care, Luo Jiao Jiao took out the violin. You can use it without worry, Wang Kai reassured, noticing her hesitation. Luo Jiao Jiao smiled brightly, her movements quickening as she adjusted the tone. The sound was crystal clear, without any distortion. It's wonderful to use, thank you. Luo Jiao Jiao looked at Wang Kai, whose hair was disheveled and sweat trickling down his neck, and found him to be incredibly radiant, more captivating than the most beautiful stars she had ever seen. Luo Jiao Jiao retrieved a tissue from her pocket to wipe his sweat. Wang Kai did not accept the tissue from her hand. Instead, he leaned closer to her. I'm so tired, I lack the strength. Faced with Wang Kai's playful tone, Luo Jiao Jiao suppressed her laughter by pressing her lips together. She raised her arm and gently wiped the sweat from his face. After only a few seconds of this, Wang Kai grasped her hand. What are you doing? Luo Jiao Jiao's words were not yet complete when Wang Kai had already taken the tissue from her grasp. You should go and try the piano. Contrary to Luo Jiao Jiao's expectations, Wang Kai did not act as she had anticipated. Oh. Uncertain whether she felt a tinge of disappointment or was merely masking her embarrassment, Luo Jiao Jiao responded casually. Holding the bell, the sound produced from the piano was exceptionally melodious. Come on, I look forward to your performance, Wang Kai said, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Luo Jiao Jiao nodded earnestly. Master, just watch. I won't disappoint you. With a playful wink, she spoke cheerfully. The violin that Luo Jiao Jiao was learning was entirely taught to her by Wang Kai. So calling him master was wholly fitting. Wang Kai suppressed the itch in his throat. Before long, the host announced Luo Jiao Jiao's number. She nodded and began to walk onto the stage. In their seats, Enku nudged the despondent Huang Yongyan. Yan, look, it's Jiao Jiao. Huang Yongyan did not even lift her eyelids. I know, Jiao Jiao canceled her performance. Nonsense, Jiao Jiao is performing. Enku's voice was close to Huang Yongyan's ear. Huang Yongyan abruptly raised her head to gaze at the stage. Jiao Jiao had yet to see Wang Kai, but as she gazed up at the stage, she spotted Luo Jiao Jiao, already standing there with a violin in hand. A surge of joy welled up within Huang Yongyan. As she scanned the audience once more, she noticed Wang Kai, standing at the edge, his expression softening. It seemed she sensed a certain awareness in the air. The venue fell into silence. A beam of white light illuminating Luo Jiao Jiao. She took a discreet, deep breath, stifling her inner anxiety. A glance toward the audience revealed Wang Kai, who flashed a silent smile, his lips forming words of encouragement. Her heart settled, and she envisioned the moment as just another practice session. The melodious notes soared, enchanting all present. Upon completing her performance, Luo Jiao Jiao gracefully bowed and packed away her violin. Thunderous applause erupted, and she exhaled a long sigh of relief finally. It was over. Jiao Jiao, you were magnificent. Enk was the first to spot Luo Jiao Jiao emerging from backstage, exclaiming with enthusiasm. Quickly, Luo Jiao Jiao gestured for silence. The performances were not yet concluded. Wang Kai's gaze was fixed upon her as their eyes met, sharing a smile. On the other side, a girl seethed with jealousy, her frustration bubbling over. How could luck be so favorable to Luo Jiao Jiao? Xiao Lian ground her teeth in anger. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyu felt a mix of relief and dissatisfaction as she witnessed Luo Jiao Jiao's success commanding attention. I will certainly bring this matter to the school's attention. I will not allow the true culprit to evade justice, Lin Yi stated decisively after the performance, as he organized his classmates. Luo Jiao Jiao nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, teacher. The annual event had drawn to a temporary close. Another week has passed. Jiao Jiao, the teacher is looking for you. Please go to his office. Luo Jiao Jiao, filled with curiosity, wondered what Lin Yi needed her for. Do you know what it's about? She inquired of a classmate. The classmate shrugged. I don't know either. All right. Thank you, Luo Jiao Jiao replied, and proceeded towards Lin Yi's office. Knock, knock, knock. Upon reaching the door, she rapped gently. The door is open. Come in, came Lin Yi's voice. You called for me. Luo Jiao Jiao entered. Once inside, she noticed that Lin Yi was not alone. Another girl stood beside him. Quickly, Luo Jiao Jiao recognized her as the girl who had previously led the charge in falsely accusing her of theft, Ma Xiaoyu. The anxious demeanor of Ma Xiaoyu hinted to Luo Jiao Jiao that she might be in for something significant. Please close the door lightly, Lin Yi said, lifting his gaze from his notes and adjusting his glasses. Oh, all right, Luo Jiao Jiao replied, gently shutting the door behind her. Please, have a seat. Although Lin Yi wore a smile, an undercurrent of tension permeated the atmosphere. Since Ma Xiaoyu had entered, she sensed that trouble was brewing. And with Luo Jiao Jiao's arrival, she was certain her misdeeds had been uncovered. Luo Jiao Jiao remained unfazed by the situation, while Ma Xiaoyu, despite her composed exterior, felt her legs tremble slightly, betraying her unease. Once both Luo Jiao Jiao and Ma Xiaoyu were seated, Lin Yi took a deep breath, blowing softly on a cup of tea before taking a sip. Today, I trust you all have an inkling as to why I have summoned you here. Luo Jiao Jiao nodded slightly. Ma Xiaoyu bit down on her pale lips. Ma Xiaoyu, do I need to articulate it further? Lin Yi's piercing gaze fixated on Ma Xiaoyu. Teacher, what are you implying? Ma Xiaoyu trembled, her confusion evident as she looked at Lin Yi. No. It's impossible that anyone saw anything, and there is no evidence. With this thought, Ma Xiaoyu felt a surge of courage, her eyes locking onto Luo Jiao Jiao. Heh, you want to give up until you reach the Yellow River. Lin Yi scoffed, slamming his cup onto the table with a resounding thud. Ma Xiaoyu clenched her fists tightly. Chapter 100. Take care of yourself. Are you, teacher, truly going to condemn me based solely on the unsubstantiated claims of certain individuals? Ma Xiaoyu's defiant gaze bore into Luo Jiao Jiao. Under her scrutiny, Luo Jiao Jiao responded. No thanks. Lin Yi paid no heed to Ma Xiaoyu's provocative words. You may transfer to another class. I will not harbor vermin in my class. Stung by Lin Yi's words, Ma Xiaoyu remained undeterred. She abruptly stood up, addressing Lin Yi loudly. Why should I transfer? I earned my place in class 1 through my own merit. How dare you dictate my transfer? She continued. Heh, I suspect you are colluding with Luo Jiao Jiao to bully an innocent student like me. Cornered with no way out. Ma Xiaoyu began to speak recklessly. Mind your language. Luo Jiao Jiao, now directly pointed at by Ma Xiaoyu, could no longer remain composed. Lin Yi's expression darkened considerably. By what right? Ma Xiaoyu, do not presume that the malfunctioning camera in the music room signifies a failure of the entire school surveillance system. Lin Yi admonished sternly. What? Ma Xiaoyu could no longer conceal her trepidation. No. Furthermore, I must inform you that not only will you be transferred to another class, but a mark will also be recorded in your student file. Although it would be a minor infraction, it was enough to cause her considerable distress. A cacophony of thoughts swirled in Ma Xiaoyu's mind as fear finally gripped her. Teacher, I implore you not to record a demerit for me. I admit it was my fault. Punish me however you wish, but please do not tarnish my record. She aspired to attend a prestigious university, and her student file must remain unblemished. Ma Xiaoyu's voice trembled with desperation, yet neither of the two present showed her any sympathy. You reap what you sow, besides. Do not be deceived by Ma Xiaoyu's current pitiful demeanor. Just a moment ago, her behavior was utterly repugnant. In her panic, Ma Xiaoyu grasped Luo Jiao Jiao's sleeve. Luo Jiao Jiao, whether you strike or scold me, I beg you to spare me this time. Luo Jiao Jiao took a step back. Ma Xiaoyu, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. You have willfully damaged school property. In truth, the issue extended beyond the compensation for the instrument. It reflected the individual's moral character, prompting the school administration to convene a meeting and decide to record a demerit. Lin Yi was dissatisfied with this outcome. He firmly expressed to the school that he would not retain such a student in his class. If one such individual existed, others could follow. And who knew what extreme actions might arise from jealousy in the future? The principal, faced with the obstinacy of Lin Yi, reluctantly acquiesced to his demands. Teacher, I implore you, please help me. My future cannot bear such a blemish, Ma Xiaoyu sobbed. A flicker of light crossed Lin Yi's gaze as he spoke coolly. This decision has already been made in a school meeting, and it represents the utmost leniency towards you. Despair washed over Ma Xiaoyu, causing her to collapse weakly onto the ground. However, your own conduct will determine the outcome. If you demonstrate exemplary behavior over the next year, the school may consider rescinding your demerit. Ma Xiaoyu's heart lifted, and with an air of tentative hope, she asked, Really? Lin Yi replied, I speak only with veracity. He then settled comfortably back into his seat. Thank you, teacher, and I apologize for my earlier remarks. As Lin Yi spun a pen in his fingers, his gaze remained fixed on Ma Xiaoyu. You weren't only referring to me, were you? Moreover, consider the original victim of your actions. Rejuvenated by this realization, Ma Xiaoyu straightened up, biting her lip as she turned her attention to Luo Jiao Jiao. I am sincerely sorry, classmate Luo Jiao Jiao. Through this ordeal, Ma Xiaoyu finally comprehended that her youth was not an impenetrable shield. She lowered her head in understanding. Luo Jiao Jiao regarded Ma Xiaoyu's deep bow with a non-committal nod, offering no words of forgiveness. This afternoon, bring your belongings and report to Class 5. Remember what I just told you and conduct yourself accordingly. Lin Yi, choosing not to engage in petty disputes, allowed Ma Xiaoyu to leave. Luo Jiao Jiao. Suddenly, Lin Yi called out her name. Here. Luo Jiao Jiao was taken aback, her body straightening as she faced Lin Yi. Although seated, Lin Yi's gaze was directed upwards towards her, yet it held an intimidating quality that unsettled Luo Jiao Jiao. Fidgeting, she nervously grasped the edges of her clothing. Observing her unease, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle to himself. My interest in you extends beyond just that matter we discussed earlier. There is another issue at hand. Luo Jiao Jiao was caught off guard, wondering what other matter could possibly involve her. Nevertheless, she felt a natural apprehension towards her teacher and nodded obediently. Although the college entrance examination was still over a year away, Lin Yi emphasized, I must advise you that your focus should be on your studies. Luo Jiao Jiao was perplexed by the implications of his words. Understood. She was aware of the approaching examination in her own mind. Lin Yi, noticing her confusion, speculated that Wang Kai had yet to win her affection. It's nothing serious. I merely wish to remind you not to become complacent in your studies. Ultimately, Lin Yi refrained from revealing his true intentions, letting out a sigh internally. He decided it would be better to observe their forthcoming academic performance. Should there be a decline? He mused, Little Li, do not blame your uncle for taking on the role of the villain and separating lovers. Such thoughts remained unspoken to Luo Jiao Jiao, who was left bewildered. All right. Upon returning to the classroom, Luo Jiao Jiao noticed that most of her classmates were resting with their heads down. Her deskmate, Wang Kai, was still absorbed in his book. Upon hearing her voice, he paused momentarily, casting a look of mild confusion in her direction. Luo Jiao Jiao felt utterly uncomfortable under his unwavering gaze. Wang Kai leaned closer to her. She attempted to shift away, yet a large hand firmly restrained her shoulder. No. A deep, sultry voice amplified in her ear, the warmth of his breath brushing against her earlobe. Rogue. Though she scolded him, her tone was soft, almost dripping with sweetness. Wang Kai suppressed a chuckle, his voice low and teasing. Luo Jiao Jiao shot him a playful glare, resting her head on the table, avoiding his gaze. She was unable to contain her impatience. This little classmate was simply too tempting to resist. Wang Kai's eyes darkened as his hand gently caressed her flowing hair. Scoundrel, shameless, brazen. These words echoed in Luo Jiao Jiao's mind as she silently berated Wang Kai. As her thoughts drifted, drowsiness overcame her, and she slipped into a hazy slumber. Wang Kai's acute hearing detected the faint, rhythmic sound of her breathing beside him. He retrieved a school uniform jacket from the drawer and softly draped it over Luo Jiao Jiao's shoulders. What? A sharp female voice pierced the stillness of the hallway. Lian. I know you're worried about me, but I truly can't remain in class 1 any longer. Ma Xiaoyu felt touched by Qiao Lian's concern for her. Qiao Lian's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Xiaoyu, I can't bear to part with you. She reached out to embrace Ma Xiaoyu. A warm feeling enveloped Ma Xiaoyu. Thankfully, she still had her best friend. It's all right, Lian, we can hang out after class. With her chin resting on Ma Xiaoyu's shoulder. Qiao Lian's face bore no trace of reluctance, yet her tone was laced with a bittersweet farewell. Chapter 101. Holding hands, Xiaoyu, even if others hold grievances against you. I shall always stand by your side. Ma Xiaoyu was deeply moved by Qiao Lian's words, her eyes brimming with tears. All right, stop crying. You must strive hard in the future. We need to apply to the same university, Qiao Lian said as she released Ma Xiaoyu, gently wiping her tears with a tissue from her pocket. Ma Xiaoyu nodded earnestly. Once Ma Xiaoyu's figure disappeared around the corner, Qiao Lian disdainfully crumpled the tissue into a ball and carelessly discarded it on the ground, no longer concealing her true feelings. What a useless waste. Luo Jiao Jiao. What's the matter? As Luo Jiao Jiao walked, Wang Kai rode beside her at an unhurried pace. I bought 2 tickets for the newly released movie. Let's go watch it together tomorrow, he said, a smile gracing his lips. A movie? She hesitated, but before she could voice her thoughts, Wang Kai gazed at her with longing eyes, his voice taking on an endearing tone. How about it? Luo Jiao Jiao was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing as if a fawn were bounding within her. All right, she blurted out in response. Wang Kai's smile grew even brighter, his expression triumphant. He knew this tactic would work on her. Indeed, it did. Tomorrow at 5 o'clock, don't be late. As Wang Kai's figure receded into the distance, Shrinking until it vanished completely, she looked down at the warm movie tickets in her hand. Bold letters proclaimed, 5th floor, Xingming Plaza Cinema. The time was set for 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The movie was titled To You, From Me, though the film's content was not explicitly stated. Luo Jiao Jiao could not help but smile faintly. She had always felt indifferent towards sitting still for 2 hours to watch a movie. However, this time, a hidden delight blossomed within her heart. It was barely 10 o'clock in the evening when she completed all her assignments for the day. Before bedtime, she hugged her blanket, unable to suppress her laughter. The moon coyly concealed itself behind the clouds, casting a soft, hazy glow. In the stillness of the night, some individuals had already drifted into slumber, while others remained awake, the lights of their rooms still aglow. Wang Kai gazed at the two garments in his hands. Despite their identical colors, he could not resist the urge to compare them, ultimately opting for the style he favored more. Upon arriving at Xingming Square, Luo Jiao Jiao noticed someone waving at her. It was Wang Kai. She walked towards him, noting that they still had a while to wait. Luo Jiao Jiao had arrived half an hour early, while Wang Kai had already been waiting for an hour and nodded in acknowledgement. "Let us go grab some milk tea," he suggested. A date, watching a movie, and sipping milk tea were indeed the delights of young girls. "All right," Luo Jiao Jiao replied. Feeling the chill in the air of Zhou City, which had become even more pronounced since winter's arrival, her hands remained cold even when tucked into her pockets. It was Saturday, and many couples were out on dates, with queues forming at the milk tea shop. "You go ahead and wait for me," Wang Kai said to Luo Jiao Jiao. "No, I'll wait with you," she replied, feeling shy about leaving him outside in the cold while she enjoyed the warmth inside. "That works too," he conceded. Wang Kai stood beside Luo Jiao Jiao, his tall figure shielding her from the biting wind. The cold breeze that had been striking her face dissipated, and Luo Jiao Jiao lowered her head, smiling. Due to the chilly weather, the service staff moved with remarkable speed, and soon enough, they reached the front of the line. Wang Kai ordered a steaming cup of coffee, while Luo Jiao Jiao opted for the signature milk tea. As she rummaged through her bag to pay, Wang Kai preempted her, handing the money to the attendant. This felt rather embarrassing, she thought. Wang Kai accepted the neatly packaged items and whispered, "A date should not burden the girl with the expenses. That is a privilege reserved for us men." Luo Jiao Jiao's cheeks flushed with warmth. So, could this truly be a date? Yet, but, even upon entering the cinema, the heat on her face lingered. She was puzzled as to when Wang Kai had procured the popcorn, realizing it only when he presented a bucket of it in front of her. The film commenced. A city drama portraying the journey of the male and female protagonists striving together in an unfamiliar metropolis. Ultimately, through their relentless efforts, they became acquainted, understanding, and loving each other at the start. Luo Jiao Jiao was thoroughly engrossed. Conversely, Wang Kai seemed disinterested in the film, his gaze lingering on the girl beside them. After the credits rolled, Luo Jiao Jiao could not contain her critique. What a cliché drama. The male lead cheats midway, and the female lead forgives him in the end, resulting in a happily ever after. "Such a ridiculous plot makes me want to curse," she exclaimed. "Why on earth did Xiao Yu forgive Lier?" As they strolled along, Luo Jiao Jiao turned to Wang Kai, eager to hear the perspective of a person of high intelligence. Wang Kai felt a profound sense of bewilderment. Who was Xiao Yu? And who was Lier? Although he was unaware of the identities of these individuals, Wang Kai surmised from Luo Jiao Jiao's words that it pertained to matters of the heart. The emotional nature of women? Wang Kai voiced uncertainly. That makes sense. It must be that Xiao Yu, in her emotional turmoil, was so moved by her own sentiments that she chose to forgive her husband's infidelity. Stealing a glance at Luo Jiao Jiao, who was lost in her own thoughts, Wang Kai's hand began to inch closer to her delicate jade-like hand. He unconsciously softened his breath, afraid to disturb the girl. Suddenly, his hand was enveloped by hers, the coolness of her touch starkly contrasting with his own warmth. Luo Jiao Jiao halted in her tracks, looking up in astonishment at the young man before her. "Wang Kai, she began, but her words were cut short as he gently pressed her against the wall. Wang Kai's heart raced, feeling as though it might burst from his chest. Luo Jiao Jiao's mind went blank. She was unsure how to navigate the current situation. "Huh," she responded dazedly to his call. The tension that had previously gripped Wang Kai's voice dissipated as he found amusement in Luo Jiao Jiao's adorably bewildered expression. His tumultuous heart seemed to urge him to confess his feelings without delay. Clearing his throat, he lowered his neck slightly and gazed intently into her eyes. "Luo Jiao Jiao, listen closely." Her breath quickened, her heart pounding fiercely. She had never felt such anxiety before, not once. Wang Kai edged closer, with Luo Jiao Jiao having nowhere to retreat, her back against the wall. You need to calm down. Her voice trembled, overwhelmed by the situation before her. Chapter 102. A Confession, Sweet Moments. I am currently quite composed. The fervor in Wang Kai's gaze seemed capable of igniting Luo Jiao Jiao. My mind incessantly drifts to thoughts of you, and my heart races at the mere mention of your name. Upon reflection, I realize I have developed feelings for you. I wish to study together, grow together, and attend the same university. Luo Jiao Jiao, would you accept me as your boyfriend? Wang Kai dared not blink, fearful of missing Luo Jiao Jiao's response. Her hand remained clasped in his, leaving her devoid of the energy to protest. Luo Jiao Jiao's pink lips parted in astonishment, gazing blankly at his handsome face. He actually confessed to me. Is this a dream? She discreetly pinched her own flesh. Ouch. No sensation. A wave of relief washed over her. Indeed, it was a dream. A sharp gasp escaped Wang Kai. His accusatory gaze was fixed on Luo Jiao Jiao. Realizing she had been pinching his palm, she looked down in surprise. It turned out she had been squeezing the flesh of his hand. Jiao Jiao, that hurts. Wang Kai displayed his palm, adorned with several red imprints from her nails, intentionally amplifying the slight discomfort. I'm so sorry. Flustered, Luo Jiao Jiao attempted to wriggle free from his embrace. Unfortunately, her movements were a beat too slow, and she found herself ensnared in his arms. Her face flushed crimson as she exclaimed, Wang Kai, let me go. Wang Kai rested his chin atop Luo Jiao Jiao's head, allowing her soft fists to thump against his chest. Faced with the obstinate Wang Kai, Luo Jiao Jiao found herself at a loss. I refuse. All right, you may release me now. Her fists ached from striking his chest, which felt as solid as stone. A heaviness settled in Wang Kai's heart, his throat parched. I cannot believe this. Luo Jiao Jiao's heart raced, uncertain of what choice to make. She feared that Wang Kai might casually let her go, yet she also dreaded the thought of him clinging to her. The cold fragrance at the tip of her nose made her heart quiver. When had she become so timid? She had always been one to face challenges head-on. Was she afraid of the unfolding narrative? Or was she concerned that one day Wang Kai might develop feelings for Qiao Yan, regretting ever meeting her? No. That day would never come. Even if it did, she would remain true to herself. She had faith in her own heart, and faith in Wang Kai as well. With this thought, Luo Jiao Jiao's heart softened. She ceased her struggles, surrendering to her inner desires, and wrapped her arms around Wang Kai's waist, silently offering him her response. Overjoyed by her embrace, Wang Kai's heart soared. With uncertainty in his eyes, he gently lifted Luo Jiao Jiao's face. Jiao Jiao, do you agree? Wang Kai held his breath, fearful of startling her and causing her to retract her acceptance. Upon witnessing his reaction, Luo Jiao Jiao couldn't help but laugh. Having accomplished something she had longed to do but never dared, she stood on her tiptoes, playfully tousling his dark, silky hair, leaving it in delightful disarray. Fool. The playful and delicate tone struck directly at his heart. Wang Kai discarded his aloof demeanor, wrapping his arms around Luo Jiao Jiao's waist and effortlessly lifting her off the ground. The sensation of weightlessness caused her to instinctively cling to his neck. Ha ha ha, from now on, I shall belong to you, Wang Kai suddenly exclaimed. Echoing a line from a film he had recently watched, Luo Jiao Jiao felt dizzy from the sudden turn of events. Stop, stop. Wang Kai reined in his impulses and gently set her down. Once her feet touched the solid ground, a sense of security washed over Luo Jiao Jiao. Yet her hands remained reluctant to part from Wang Kai. Should she loosen her grip, she feared she might spiral into the abyss of the Earth's rotation. Wang Kai could hardly suppress his smile as he gazed at Luo Jiao Jiao's flushed cheeks, filled with affectionate yearning. Her cherubic face seemed so inviting. He felt an urge to nibble it. Just as Luo Jiao Jiao was still regaining her composure, she was startled by Wang Kai's proximity to her face. She shut her eyes, wondering, is he about to kiss me? Having never experienced a romantic relationship, Luo Jiao Jiao shyly closed her eyes in anticipation. Yet, instead of the expected sensation of lips meeting, she felt a gentle bite on her cheek. She abruptly opened her eyes to find Wang Kai wearing a satisfied smile. Why? Why did you bite my cheek instead of kissing me? Luo Jiaoji wanted to voice her confusion but could only glare at Wang Kai, pushing him away in frustration as she stormed off. Wang Kai stood there, bewildered and at a loss. Why had his young classmate, no, his little girlfriend, suddenly become upset? What a dense head he had. Wang Kai, often referred to as a genius bordering on the supernatural by Luo Jiao Jiao, bore the label of a blockhead in her heart. However, Luo Jiao Jiao soon found herself amused by her own pettiness. Is it true that a girl's intelligence diminishes when she is in love? She glanced at Wang Kai, who was stealthily trailing behind her. I'm hungry, she said, her voice laced with an unintentional tone of endearment as her eyes sparkled. All right, let us dine first. Upon noticing Luo Jiao Jiao's lack of irritation, Wang Kai felt a flutter in his heart. Since their relationship had been confirmed, they maintained a tranquil camaraderie at school. Yet, the glances Wang Kai cast upon Luo Jiao Jiao were imbued with a simmering intensity. His thoughts began to wander off course. It should be approached differently. As he sketched circles in her draft notebook, he sighed, Alas, I am not blessed with a mind as brilliant as yours. Luo Jiao Jiao pouted in response. Wang Kai chuckled softly and gently tapped her head with the pen he held. That is not an excuse for your mistakes. With a playful tongue-out gesture, Luo Jiao Jiao resignedly lowered her head to study. The atmosphere between them was harmonious. Though their affection was not overtly visible, it was clear that their friendship was strong. Ever since Ma Xiaoyu had been transferred to another class, Xiao Lian had been hesitant to act. Yet, the tender way Wang Kai treated Luo Jiao Jiao pierced Xiao Lian's heart. She gripped her pen tightly, waiting patiently. Just wait a little longer, Luo Jiao Jiao. I shall see how long you can maintain that smile. With the impending monthly examination approaching, everyone was reluctant to slacken their studies. Under Wang Kai's guidance, Luo Jiao Jiao's efficiency in solving problems had significantly improved. The temperature in Zhou City had plummeted to single digits. During class, Luo Jiao Jiao's right hand trembled uncontrollably, while her other hand remained tucked away in her pocket, too timid to emerge. As she raised her gaze to follow the teacher, her icy right hand was suddenly enveloped by a warm, fervent grasp. Startled, Luo Jiao Jiao turned her head to see Wang Kai, who appeared unfazed as he continued attending to the lesson. When their eyes met, he winked at her, a smile gracing his lips. Wang Kai gently placed her hand in his pocket, using his body heat to warm her chilled fingers. Luo Jiao Jiao shot him a playful glare, wary of making too much noise and attracting attention, and thus allowed him to hold her hand. Chapter 103. The birthday celebration after the midterm exam. Luo Jiao Jiao, bundled up like a bear, let out a sigh. What's the matter? Wang Kai inquired gently, observing the curled-up figure beside him. When will this weather warm up? I feel like I'm turning into a popsicle. Luo Jiao Jiao, being someone who detests the cold yet thrives in warmth, lamented despite the wind being shielded. With a resigned expression, Wang Kai accompanied her on their walk. Jiao Jiao. Wang Kai suddenly called her name. In a couple of days, it's my birthday. Will you celebrate it with me? His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at her. Your birthday? September 21st. That's just the day after tomorrow. Luo Jiao Jiao exclaimed in surprise. Under Wang Kai's expectant gaze, she nodded in agreement. I will also invite our classmates to join, so you won't be bored, he thoughtfully added. Luo Jiao Jiao felt a sweetness bloom within her heart. Indeed, as Ank and her companions walked together, Ank spoke up. Jiao Jiao, are you aware that in a couple of days it will be the birthday of our class's handsome senior? Luo Jiao Jiao nodded in acknowledgement. She may continued Ank's thought. Wang Kai mentioned it in the class group, inviting all classmates to attend. Then shall we join in the celebration, Jiao Jiao? Ank implored, her gaze fixed on Luo Jiao Jiao, who was known for her aversion to trouble. Ahem, well, all right. Luo Jiao Jiao masked her unease and acquiesced. Wonderful. Should we prepare a gift? Ank clapped her hands in excitement. How about we go shopping together after school? Suggested Luo Jiao Jiao, eager to select a present for Wang Kai. That afternoon, the group ventured to the mall. With a radiant smile, Luo Jiao Jiao waved at him and followed Ank and the others. They each purchased a delicate greeting card, and Luo Jiao Jiao decided to buy one as well. While casually glancing at other items, she spotted a roll of yarn. Her eyes sparkled with inspiration. She knew precisely what a gift. Excuse me, could you please fetch me 2 balls of black pom-pom yarn? Luo Jiao Jiao pointed to the shelf behind the cashier. Certainly, miss. The attendant promptly packaged the yarn and handed it to her. Just as Luo Jiao Jiao was about to pay, she remembered she needed a gift box for wrapping. After completing her homework, she poured the yarn from the bag. How do I knit a scarf? Luo Jiao Jiao mused, picking up her phone to search on Baidu. After considerable deliberation, she finally chose a style she adored and began to weave according to the tutorial video. Wang Kai's birthday fell on a Friday afternoon, and many had made plans for leisure. Upon arriving at the address provided by Wang Kai, they soon realized it was a private estate. Initially, they believed Zhou Miao's home to be the epitome of opulence, only to discover that there are always greater heights to reach. Ank exclaimed in awe. Zhou Miao was known in their class as a prominent second-generation rich individual. Upon presenting their invitations to enter the estate, they were greeted by a hall filled with elegantly dressed gentlemen and ladies in tailored suits and exquisite gowns. "Miss, you must be the young master's classmates. Please follow me this way," said a staff member clad in a black and white uniform, guiding Luo Jiao Jiao and the others to the second floor. "I just spotted an international star," Enk whispered excitedly into Luo Jiao Jiao's ear. Luo Jiao Jiao glanced over and nodded. "So you and Qimei also cast a fleeting look in that direction." Soon they arrived upstairs, where their classmates were gathered. Everyone was engrossed in watching television or playing cards, the scene no different from their usual gatherings. Feeling a sense of relaxation wash over her, Enk remarked. "When we walked in, it felt like Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden. I wonder if they aren't cold with their arms and legs exposed?" Qimei chuckled at that. Luo Jiao Jiao couldn't help but smile as well. Among familiar faces, she felt much more at ease. Barely seated. Luo Jiao Jiao's phone vibrated twice, signaling a message. She glanced down at her device. "Wang, come to the stairway on the second floor." Confused yet curious, Luo Jiao Jiao quietly made her way over. The stairway was deserted. "Wang Kai?" she called out softly. Suddenly, she was tugged forcefully behind a door, letting out a gasp of surprise. "Do not be afraid, it is I," a gentle laughter echoed from above. The familiar warmth of a chest and the faint scent at the tip of her nose confirmed it was undoubtedly Wang Kai. Startled, Luo Jiaojiu poked his chest with her finger and lifted her gaze. At that moment, Wang Kai appeared drastically different from his usual self, adorned in a silver suit. He exuded an air of nobility and cultivated elegance, overshadowing the youthful innocence he typically radiated. His regal demeanor rendered him almost unapproachable. "Am I too handsome today? Have I left you speechless?" Wang Kai, noticing Luo Jiaojiao's mesmerized stare, playfully touched his own face, exuding a charming self-adoration akin to an endearing puppy. Instantly, he drew closer to her. Luo Jiaojiao, shaking off the unfamiliarity that had momentarily surfaced in her heart, feigned exasperation at his vanity. "What a narcissist," she rolled her eyes. Wang Kai, undeterred by her disdain, wrapped his arms around her tightly. The sentiments within Luo Jiaojiu deepened. "My parents are going to introduce me to uncles and aunts soon, so I might not have much time to spend with you," she mentioned, her voice tinged with regret. Wang Kai's expression darkened. "I understand. I am not a child anymore. I have already handed the gifts to the lady supervisor in the hall." Perhaps it was the effect of love's lens, but the more Luo Jiaojiao gazed at Wang Kai, the more she found him astonishingly handsome. His chiseled facial features, those striking eyebrows, captivating eyes, high nose bridge, and those alluringly thin lips. She mused. If their future child resembled him, they would undoubtedly be adorable. Her cheeks flushed with warmth as she daydreamed. Yet, Wang Kai, still lingering in his thoughts, continued. "But what?" Luo Jiaojiao looked at him with a puzzled expression. Wang Kai's face gradually drew closer to hers, his warm breath cascading upon her cheeks. Luo Jiaojiao's heart raced, caught in a whirlwind of anticipation and the fear of misinterpreting his intentions. The soft warmth of his lips brushed against hers, causing her pupils to constrict, her body stiffening in trepidation. A fresh, pure scent, reminiscent of sunlight, infiltrated her senses. In the next moment, darkness enveloped her vision. Instinctively, Luo Jiaojiao grasped his clothing tightly, as a large hand shielded her eyes. "Fool, close your eyes when kissing," a deep, seductive male voice whispered in her ear. A gentle tickle, akin to a feather grazing her earlobe, sent shivers down her spine, igniting a warmth within her. Wang Kai clumsily nibbled at her lips, which were as delightful and bouncy as jelly, leaving him enthralled. Standing obediently still, Luo Jiaojia felt the intense heat in Wang Kai's gaze, seeping into her very soul. "I prefer this gift," he thought, suppressing his desires as he bit down on his tongue, struggling to maintain control. The sweetness was intoxicating. At that moment, Luo Jiaojiao's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe cherry, vibrant and alluring. Chapter 104. Reunion with Chunming Jiaojiao. "Where have you been?" I just went to the restroom." Luo Jiaojia responded, desperately concealing her guilt. "Oh, let us head down quickly then. See you, and the others have already gone ahead." Enku, concerned that Luo Jiaojia might get lost alone, had been waiting for her. She harbored no doubt about the truthfulness of Luo Jiaojiao's words. After all, the estate was vast, and losing one's way was quite commonplace. All right. Luo Jiaojiao's hand was intertwined with Enku's. The two individuals descended the stairs. "Jiao Jiao, why is your face so flushed?" Enku, who had been excited about going downstairs, suddenly noticed Luo Jiao Jiao's rosy complexion. Is it? Luo Jiao Jiao felt the warmth on her cheeks. Indeed. Don't you think the heating here is rather excessive? I was just sweating from my back. Hence, I entrusted my coat to that charming young man in the lobby. Enku remarked with a smile. That sounds quite plausible. Luo Jiao Jiao was clad in a black knitted dress, complemented by a puffy coat. Enku's reasoning was indeed compelling. Let me take you to retrieve your coat. I must tell you, the young man in the lobby is quite handsome. Enku's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly dragged Luo Jiao Jiao towards his direction. Luo Jiao Jiao thought to herself, I am merely a tool for you to flirt with handsome men. Excuse me, could you also hold on to my best friend's coat for a moment? Yes, thank you. As Luo Jiao Jiao retrieved her phone and keys from her coat, Enku swiftly seized the opportunity to engage with the young man. Watching Enku and the young man animatedly converse, Luo Jiao Jiao had no choice but to wait. She aimlessly surveyed her surroundings. Suddenly, she caught sight of a familiar silhouette. Her gaze fixated on a young man clad in a black suit, and a name crossed her mind. She stared uncertainly for a moment, and just as she was about to divert her attention, he turned to face her. Their eyes met, revealing Chenyu. Impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, with long, straight legs that commanded attention. He said something to the slightly shorter and plumper middle-aged man beside him, then strode towards Luo Jiao Jiao. Oh no! She caught his gaze. Under Chenyu's intense scrutiny, Luo Jiao Jiao felt an inexplicable urge to escape. She tugged at Enku's arm. Enku turned her head momentarily. Right away, she replied, before continuing her flirtation with the young man. Luo Jiao Jiao felt a wave of frustration. Hey there, little girl. Chenyu called out in a carefree manner. Little girl? I see you more as a calf. Luo Jiao Jiao inwardly scoffed. Yet, a faint smile graced her lips. What a coincidence. Not at all. I know that Wang Kai invited the entire class. Which is why I followed the old man to see if I could run into you. Chenyu said, his gaze fixed intently on Luo Jiao Jiao. Oh. Luo Jiao Jiao was reluctant to engage with Chenyu over the matter of coincidence. You look lovely in that black dress. It somewhat matches my outfit. Chenyu remarked with a grin. Luo Jiao Jiao's delicate features were accentuated by a form-fitting black knit top paired with combat boots. Her ordinary attire appeared enchanting and captivating, rendering it impossible to look away. Hee. Luo Jiao Jiao laughed awkwardly. Are you hungry? How about we go over there and have some snacks? Chenyu estimated that Luo Jiao Jiao had likely not yet dined. Is that all right? Luo Jiao Jiao hesitated. In the grand hall, the men were dapper and gallant, and the women were poised and graceful. Not a single person approached the elegantly arranged snacks. Of course, come along with me, Chenyu declared, unfazed by the opinions of others, as he took Luo Jiao Jiao's hand and led her towards the delicacies. Luo Jiao Jiao had not yet had the opportunity to say a word to Enku when she was whisked away by Chenyu. Try this, he urged. Presenting her with a crystal plate and fork, the plate gradually adorned with an array of exquisite and delectable pastries. That's enough, Chenyu. I cannot possibly finish all of this, she quickly interjected, halting his generous offerings. Chenyu cast a wistful glance at the long line of remaining delicacies, lamenting. How is it that your appetite is so modest? Even the cat at my home consumes more than you do. Gazing at the bountiful platter of treats, Luo Jiao Jiao speculated that Chenyu's cat might indeed be a voracious eater. She nibbled delicately, disregarding Chenyu's presence, while he propped his chin on his hand, watching her with keen interest, occasionally posing questions. Is this delicious? It looks so delightful. It must taste heavenly. Luo Jiao Jiao remained oblivious to his inquiries, wholly absorbed in her meal. Chenyu, feeling somewhat neglected, found his amusement heightened as he observed her relish her food. At that moment, a voice of astonishment rang out. Jiao Jiao, how can you eat so much? The tone suggested a witness to an extraordinary event. Chenyu's expression darkened visibly. Brother, what are you doing here? Chen Ming, initially accompanying Chao Lian to witness the unsophisticated Luo Jiao Jiao, was taken aback to find Chenyu beside her. It's Mei Ming and Xiao Yin. Chenyu's demeanor softened. Luo Jiao Jiao paused her eating, gently placing her fork at the edge of the plate and dabbing her lips with a napkin before lifting her gaze to address Xiao Lian, who had just expressed her surprise. Xiao Yin, I apologize. I didn't realize I needed to greet you before eating, Luo Jiao Jiao remarked, her eyes curving like crescent moons as she spoke to Xiao Yin with a faint smile. Jiao Jiao, that was not my intention. I was merely taken aback, Xiao Yin replied, her expression betraying her discomfort as her gaze flickered towards Chenyu for assistance. Sister Lian Lian was correct. who attends a sophisticated banquet dressed inappropriately while devouring food like a famished ghost. Both Jiao and Chen Meng were adorned in exquisite gowns, their faces enhanced with meticulous makeup. Chen Meng's venomous words spilled forth. No amount of embellishment could mask the ugliness of her true character. Meng, Chen Yu admonished, fixing a stern gaze upon her. Apologize to Jiao Jiao at once. Rather than instilling a sense of accountability in Chen Meng, Chen Yu's demeanor only fueled her indignation, causing her to glare at Luo Jiao Jiao. Am I mistaken? Brother, are you really siding with an outsider against your own sister? Chen Meng's voice rose, drawing the attention of others around them. Chen Yu, suppressing his irritation, spoke to her in a hushed tone. Is this what you've learned about manners? Meng, do not provoke my anger. The sight of Chen Yu's anger instilled fear in those present, and Chen Meng dared not further incite his wrath. With an indignant stomp of her foot, she hastily departed. Jiao cast a glance at the retreating Chen Meng, then turned to Chen Yu, whose expression was as dark as coal. She bit her lip. Jiao, I am truly sorry. Brother Yu, I shall go after Meng now. Chen Yu nodded. The commotion had robbed Luo Jiao of her appetite, and Chen Yu gradually softened his expression. Jiao, I apologize. My younger sister is still naive and does not understand things. I extend my apologies on her behalf. For some reason. Upon hearing the excuse of youth once more, Luo Jiao felt a wave of nausea wash over her. However, she concealed her feelings behind a smile, saying, It's quite all right. My friend is calling for me, so I must take my leave. Before Chen Yu could utter another word, she had already turned and departed. Chapter 105. Do you have someone you admire? Chen Yu watched Luo Jiao's retreating figure, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. It felt as though something precious was slipping away from his grasp. It suddenly dawned on him that he had just forgotten about Luo Jiao. What do you think? Luo Jiao scoffed, and shuddered, hastily begging for forgiveness. It's all my fault. I shall never waver again, from now on. My heart and soul belong solely to you, and jested playfully. Luo Jiao chuckled in response. The table was quite spacious, capable of accommodating over a dozen classmates with ample room to spare. Xiao Lian was not among them. At that moment, a young couple approached, followed closely by Wang Kai. These are my parents. Wang Kai introduced them to the group. Hello, uncle and aunt. Everyone greeted them with smiles. You are all Shai's classmates, are you not? Such a gathering of handsome lads and beautiful ladies. Wang's father disowned that he was a man of the world. Su Man also smiled, saying, Do not stand on ceremony. Treat this place as your own home. Eat and drink to your heart's content. Such words lifted everyone's spirits immensely. In a gesture of camaraderie, they raised their glasses of juice in a toast to Wang Rongxian and Su Man. After casting several glances towards Luo Jiao, Wang Kai followed his parents to the next table. Luo Jiao stifled a laugh, her eyes sparkling with a hint of shyness as she recalled the recent incident. Most of the guests present were business associates of Wang Rongxian and Su Man. After introducing Wang Kai to everyone, they allowed him to ascend to the upper floor to play. The birthday star has arrived. A cannon had already been prepared. And upon seeing Wang Kai ascend the stairs, they quickly alerted everyone to get ready. Sitting on the sofa, Luo Jiao wore a mischievous smile, eagerly anticipating the spectacle that was about to unfold. Bang! The cannon erupted, showering Wang Kai with colorful streamers. Ha, go. Wishing you good health and all the best. He teased in a deliberately exaggerated tone. Wang Kai brushed the streamers from his hair and caught sight of his little girlfriend on the sofa, hugging a pillow and laughing with a sound as melodious as silver bells. His gaze softened involuntarily. A group of unrestrained young adults reveled in their merriment. Some even initiated a game of truth or dare. They formed a circle around a table, placing an empty beverage bottle in the center. The eager participants fixated on the spinning bottle, anticipating which fortunate soul would be chosen. Hey, He-Yong. Ha. Yang-Zi, quickly choose, truth or dare. Perhaps due to He-Yong's ample size, he was the first to be selected. With a fearless expression on his chubby face, He-Yong declared, truth. What was the last beautiful dream you had? The male questioner leered at He-Yong, his eyebrows waggling in a suggestive manner. It was clear that this beautiful dream was of a different nature. He-Yong had not anticipated such boldness from them at the outset. Fidgeting with her plump figure, she emitted a shy sound. How annoying. Last week. Ugh. A wave of retching noises echoed through the scene. He-Yong, flustered and embarrassed, took the drink bottle. Luzi, just watch me miss you this time. He-Yong lightly spun the bottle. Unfortunately, It did not point towards Lu Zi as intended, but rather aimed at Wang Kai's position. Roar, Yangzi. Well done. A chorus of fervent cheers erupted. Both boys and girls eagerly anticipated whether Wang Kai would choose truth or dare. Wang Kai appeared unfazed. Truth. Those hoping for the dashing school heartthrob to select dare were left disappointed. Several eager individuals prepared to pose questions. Ego, is there someone in our class you fancy? More specifically, is there a girl you like? The boy who spoke up was none other than Lu Zi, who had just questioned He Yong. Wang Kai's gaze swept over the crowd. Luo Jiao Jiao nervously clutched her pillow, fearing that Wang Kai might reveal their relationship. Yes, Wang Kai candidly acknowledged this fact. Wow, who? Who? This was the next question. Wang Kai did not indulge the crowd's curiosity. Many girls blushed and lowered their heads. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, Luo Jiao Jiao shot a glare at Wang Kai. He smiled at her playfully. All right, let us move on to the next round and aim for a bombshell for Ego. Typically the well-behaved students in class. Today the boys and girls reveled in unrestrained fun. With a rare opportunity to unwind, how could they resist letting loose? Regrettably, as the game drew to a close, the chance to draw Wang Kai once more slipped away. Unbeknownst to anyone, a girl stood at the entrance while Lu Zi posed questions to Wang Kai. With an enigmatic smile, she descended the stairs. Being students, they were concerned for their safety if they lingered too long. Upon returning home and finishing her shower, Luo Jiao Jiao nestled beneath a thick quilt, flipping through an album in her hands. Numerous photographs captured Wang Kai, his face adorned with cream, looking utterly bewildered. A soft chuckle escaped Luo Jiao Jiao's lips as she selected a particularly amusing photo to send to Wang Kai. Image 1. Ha ha ha, so adorable. Wang pitiful. JPG, in return, Wang Kai sent a meme of a cute character with a mournful expression. Luo Jiao Jiao giggled softly. Wang. Image 1. I truly cherish the gift. Wang, however, I prefer another gift even more. For a moment, she was perplexed by Wang Kai's mention of another gift, as she had not prepared an additional present. Soon, the incident at the staircase came to mind, illuminating her understanding of what he referred to as a gift. Luo Jiao Jiao's cheeks flushed with warmth, and she placed her slightly cool hands on her face, attempting to dissipate the heat that enveloped her. I won't speak with you any longer. I shall retire for the night. Wang Kai gazed at the chat interface, noting the message from his little girlfriend. He pressed his tongue against his teeth, his peach blossom eyes shimmering with profound allure. His little girl, shy and bashful, could hardly withstand teasing. A smile crept upon Wang Kai's lips, and he traced his fingers across his own, as if still lingering in the sweetness of her kiss. Indeed, the desire to savor her entirely was overwhelming. A peaceful slumber awaited him. Following closely behind Wang Kai, Luo Jiao Jiao was slightly delayed in entering the classroom. Just as they approached their seats, Wang Kai abruptly halted. Puzzled by his sudden stop, Luo Jiao Jiao soon discovered that his gaze was fixated on their seats. Curiosity piqued, she leaned forward to glimpse what had captured his attention. And what she beheld left her astounded. The seats were piled high, even the floor beneath the desks was cluttered. What on earth was this? In the front row, Enku happened to notice Luo Jiao Jiao's arrival and raised an eyebrow towards their direction. Jiao Jiao, these are all gifts from admirers, including apples. Tonight is Christmas Eve, you know. There was no need to inquire further. It was evident that these offerings were from the boys who admired Luo Jiao Jiao and the girls who harbored secret affections for Wang Kai. The sheer volume of gifts was overwhelming, a sight that could easily induce a headache. Chapter 106. The steward Luo Jiao Jiao bit her lip, feeling somewhat distressed. With so many apples, where could anyone possibly sit? Even the drawers were crammed to the brim, leaving no inch of space unutilized. Wang Kai, on the other hand, was quite decisive. He swiftly scooped up the apples, preparing to discard them into the trash. Just then, a thought struck Luo Jiao Jiao, and she hurriedly called out to him. Don't throw them away. Wang Kai paused, lifting his gaze to meet hers. It would be a shame to waste all these apples. Since tonight is Christmas Eve, why don't we share them with everyone? It would be a fitting tribute to the sentiments of the gift givers. With a playful smile, Luo Jiao Jiao added, Don't think me petty. I just couldn't help but notice the numerous notes from girls on the gift boxes, all expressing their covert admiration for my boyfriend. Delivering apples directly to others not only prevents waste, but also serves to irk a hidden rival in love. Truly, what could be more delightful? Wang Kai acquiesced to Luo Jiao Jiao's suggestion without any objections. Thus, they proceeded to share the fruits. The two first extricated the apples from the gift box, and a scrawl of hurried black ink captured Wang Kai's attention. Classmate Luo, I have long harbored feelings for you, and hope you will accept my affections. Unfazed, Wang Kai tore the gift box to shreds. Indeed, with words inscribed upon it, it was prudent to dismantle it to avoid any unnecessary complications. As Luo Jiao Jiao was unwrapping the gift box, she happened to witness Wang Kai's actions and added, "Exactly, we should shred it." Thus, they divided their tasks, one unwrapping while the other tore apart the remnants. After a quarter of an hour, they finally completed their endeavor. During this process, numerous onlookers, both male and female, observed with grim expressions, gathering around their class, some young ladies even departing in tears. Wang, the campus heartthrob. It seems you may have shattered the hearts of many, they remarked. Once they had distributed the apples, they settled comfortably. Luo Jiao Jiao stealthily extended her hand from the drawer into Wang Kai's pocket. Rather than being deterred by her icy touch, he enveloped her hand within his warm grasp. While calmly working on his studies, he cast a sidelong glance at her, his lips parting slightly. Your popularity surpasses that of Luo, the school belle. Low profile, low profile. Luo Jiao Jiao replied, her eyes narrowing into a smile that revealed 8 perfectly aligned, pearly white teeth. Since receiving guidance from Wang Kai, Luo Jiao Jiao had made remarkable progress in her studies, soaring as though propelled by a rocket. The following day after school, moreover, it was indeed a shortcut. She questioned Wang Kai, her curiosity piqued. They soon arrived at their destination. Wang Kai maintained an air of mystery, reluctant to reveal any details to Luo Jiao Jiao. Her inquisitive nature stirred within her. What could this be about? As the surroundings grew increasingly desolate, a sense of unease began to creep into Luo Jiao Jiao's heart. Brother, are you lost? Please tell me. Wang Kai playfully tapped her head, delivering a light admonition. Rest assured, I won't sell you off. Luo Jiao Jiao felt a smile bubbling within her, yet she feigned discomfort on her face. Her clear, sparkling eyes fixated on Wang Kai, her lips pursed in mock displeasure. But my feet hurt so much, I can hardly walk. A mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes. Wang Kai was well aware that the little girl was merely pretending. Yet, he willingly indulged her antics, relishing the moment. He placed his backpack against his chest and squatted before Luo Jiao Jiao. Hop on. As she beheld his unhesitating offer to carry her, a radiant smile blossomed across her face. She wrapped her arms around his neck, and Wang Kai effortlessly lifted her onto his back. Her head nestled against his shoulder as she pretended to be coy. Am I too heavy? The person behind her felt as light as a feather. You're too thin. You ought to eat more. Although Wang Kai was typically straightforward, he transformed into a tender-hearted man in the presence of his beloved. With no opportunity to tease him, Luo Jiao Jiao felt no disappointment. After all, she was not genuinely intent on causing trouble. In a light-hearted mood, she enjoyed the view from her elevated perch, observing the scenery by the roadside. It appeared they were nearing a village, surrounded by fields that had been stripped bare, leaving only the remnants of straw. Despite carrying a living person on his back, Wang Kai's steps were unhurried. Soon, Luo Jiao Jiao could hear the lively chatter ahead. She lifted her gaze, and lo, before her lay a magnificent expanse of golden ginkgo trees. 7 or 8 towering ancient ginkgo trees stood proudly, each trunk so immense that it would take a dozen people to encircle one. The golden leaves danced gracefully in the breeze, cascading down in a spectacle of beauty that seemed almost otherworldly. Beneath the ancient ginkgo trees, 2 broad avenues stretched forth, bustling with visitors clad in traditional attire, capturing moments with their cameras, while vendors showcased their wares. At the entrance to the village, a large wooden plaque, intricately carved and exuding an antique charm, announced, Ginkgo Village. What a place is this? I have never heard of such a beautiful spot in Zhouqing. Luo Jiao Jiao playfully tapped Wang Kai on the shoulder, eager to descend. Once he set her down, he took her hand and led her further inside. Wang Kai's clear voice narrated the customs of venerating the ancient trees, praying for favorable winds each year. Luo Jiao Jiao listened intently, her eyes feasting on the breathtaking scenery. As they ventured deeper, she tugged at Wang Kai, urging him to sample various delicacies. Whatever she could not finish, she handed to him. Wang Kai frowned. He had never been fond of street food, yet he did not wish to dampen Luo Jiao Jiao's enthusiasm. He could only intervene when she wanted to indulge too much. A taste is sufficient, overindulgence is unwise. Wang Kai assumed the role of a protective guardian, much like a mother to her child. Luo Jiao Jiao stifled a laugh and nodded. I understand, dear guardian. Wang Kai, with a resigned smile, allowed her to tease him. Over here, over here. How beautiful. Under the vast canopy of a magnificent ginkgo tree. Luo Jiao Jiao marveled at the insignificance of humanity in comparison to the grandeur of nature. The exquisite craftsmanship of the natural world dazzled her senses, leaving her lamenting the inability to capture its beauty in a photograph. Gazing wistfully at the sky, a sense of regret washed over her. Wang Kai, stirred by her contemplation, opened his backpack and retrieved a small white orb, no larger than half a palm. Guess what this is, he teased, waving the object before Luo Jiao Jiao's eyes. Tentatively, she extended a finger and poked it, uncertainly inquiring, an egg? A bird's egg? Wang Kai shook his head repeatedly. Growing impatient, Luo Jiao Jiao decided to forego guessing and playfully pinched his waist. Just tell me, what is it? She adopted the demeanor of a charmingly spoiled girlfriend. Wang Kai smiled, leaning closer to her. Kiss me, and I shall reveal its secret. Her cheeks flushed crimson at his audacity. His boldness was becoming increasingly brazen. There are so many people around. She protested shyly, hesitant to indulge in such a private act in public. The last kiss they shared had been her first. A moment etched in her memory for eternity. Fine, she relented. Wang Kai, without hesitation, leaned down and pecked her cheek. Ah. Luo Jiao Jiao covered her heated face with her hands, casting him a reproachful glare. Wang Kai grinned, clearly pleased with himself. If not for the warmth radiating from his earlobes, one might have believed he was entirely unperturbed by the exchange. Chapter 107. The holiday begins. Passers-by wore friendly smiles as they strolled by. Wang Kai twisted the white orb in his hand, unveiling what lay within. So diminutive. Luo Jiao Jiao gazed in astonishment at the tiny camera nestled in his palm. This camera, perhaps not yet a month old, had already begun its duties. Give it a try, he suggested. The miniature camera was accompanied by a strap that hung around her neck as Wang Kai affixed it gently there. Upon examination, Luo Jiao Jiao discovered it bore only 2 buttons inscribed with English, one for power and the other for capturing images. The operation was remarkably straightforward. She squinted one eye and aimed the camera at Wang Kai, capturing a photograph. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious, she exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears of laughter as she reviewed the snapshots. Wang Kai embraced her and took a look at the camera. It became evident that due to Luo Jiao Jiao's shorter stature compared to Wang Kai, her angle of capture was decidedly from below, resulting in an amusing perspective. The initial moments of Luo Jiao Jiao taking her own photos evolved into Wang Kai assisting her in the endeavor. At first, she playfully criticized his rather straightforward viewpoint, but eventually, Wang Kai imparted to her the essence of innate talent in learning. The picturesque setting was graced by a pair of budding lovers. As time flitted by like a fleeting shadow, they traversed the semester with a serene sense of happiness. There was no need to visit the school for final grades. Lin Yi simply disseminated everyone's results in the group chat. The outcome was satisfactory. Apart from the top 2 positions remaining unchanged, the subsequent ranks seemed to rotate frequently. Group message. Lemon is a bit sweet. I eat it every day. Group message. Oh heavens. Oh earth. Please save your poor child. A semester had allowed the classmates to thoroughly understand one another's quirks, revealing a myriad of theatrical personalities. Luo Jiao Jiao, discreetly observing the world around her, was engrossed in her thoughts until a message illuminated her screen. I've already purchased the train ticket for tomorrow afternoon. The sender, Wang Kai, accompanied his message with a solitary image, evoking a sense of longing. A smile lingered on Luo Jiao Jiao's lips, unable to fade away. Unexpectedly, her phone rang, startling her momentarily. Hello? A profound silence enveloped the line, before Wang Kai's cool voice, tinged with innocence, broke through. I can't bear to be apart from you for such a long time. Gently placing the phone against her ear, Luo Jiao Jiao smiled silently. Before long. It seemed the other end was dissatisfied with her lack of response. I'll see you off tomorrow. All right, she replied, exhaling a breath of relief. Having a clingy boyfriend was indeed a sweet dilemma. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, and she was unaware of when slumber claimed her, listening to the rhythmic sound of her breathing. Wang Kai's expression softened with affection. Good night, my girl. The morning greeted Luo Jiao Jiao with an icy chill as she nestled deeper into her warm cocoon, reluctant to rise. The incessant ringing of her phone broke the tranquility. Slowly, one hand emerged from beneath the covers to retrieve her device. With her eyes still closed, she answered the call. Hello? Her voice, still heavy with sleep, carried a soft, almost playful tone. Jiao Jiao. I'm downstairs. What? Luo Jiao Jiao jolted awake. Glancing at the time displayed on her phone, she was momentarily bewildered. It was only 7 o'clock. You're up so early? Before she could finish her words, Luo Jiao Jiao hastily donned a coat and slipped on some slippers to head downstairs. The biting cold wind made her shiver. Upon opening the door, the person outside turned around. Wang Kai, with droplets of morning dew still glistening on his hair, stood before her. They gazed at each other, both eager to speak. Let us discuss it inside, Wang Kai suggested, his brow furrowed as he noticed Luo Jiao Jiao clad only in a coat. Huh, all right. He shut the door and guided her upstairs. Once they returned to the room, Luo Jiao Jiao immediately nestled into the covers, peeking out to inquire. What time did you wake up? They had been chatting until 10 the previous night. 5 o'clock, Wang Kai replied, sitting on the chair by her desk, his long legs awkwardly positioned. 5 o'clock? What kind of divine hour is that? I was still dreaming. Observing the incredulous expression on Luo Jiao Jiao's face, he couldn't help but chuckle. I'm accustomed to morning runs. Today, however, I simply rose unusually early. By 5 o'clock, he had already lost the ability to sleep, so he decided to start his run ahead of schedule. In fact, he had been waiting downstairs since shortly after 6. Yet he had refrained from calling her for over half an hour. I'm still quite sleepy, she murmured, her eyelids heavy and barely able to remain open. Unaware of her disheveled appearance, Luo Jiao Jiao added, You should sleep a bit more. I'll read for now. Wang Kai casually picked up a book from her desk. There's an electric heater nearby. You should plug it in. Luo Jiao Jiao's room lacked both air conditioning and heating. Thus, she prepared the electric heater to ward off the chill. Wang Kai felt no coldness. However, he yearned to immerse himself in the living environment of his young girlfriend. The room's decor remained much the same as during his last visit, though the summer blanket had been replaced with a winter quilt. Luo Jiao Jiao, in a drowsy state, drifted into a deep sleep. Wang Kai inhaled the fragrant air that filled the room, reminiscent of the scent that lingered on his girlfriend. The unremarkable autobiography in his hands transformed into an intriguing read. Luo Jiao Jiao slept soundly until the alarm clock rang at 9 o'clock. Like a caterpillar, she curled up under the covers, stretching before preparing to rise. Just as she was about to throw off the blanket and get out of bed, her gaze fell upon Wang Kai, who was seated at her desk. She had completely forgotten that a living person occupied the room. Her movements instinctively softened. Good morning, she greeted softly. Wang Kai nodded, his gaze lowered. It's quite early. Luo Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, he had risen at 5, while she was only just getting up at 9. However, this feeling of awkwardness passed swiftly. Wang Kai returned to his reading, while Luo Jiao Jiao went to freshen up. Meanwhile, Wang Kai's reading pace slowed considerably. Whether or not he absorbed the content of the book was known only to him. Luo Jiao Jiao quietly tiptoed past Wang Kai to retrieve her clothes, swiftly tucking the pink garment among the others, her expression tinged with unease. Wang Kai's still form allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had not drawn his attention. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. A subtle smile played at the corners of Wang Kai's lips. It was only after she had changed that Luo Jiao Jiao emerged from the bathroom. Please wait a moment. I will be ready shortly. Luo Jiao Jiao applied a touch of moisturizing balm to her face and then adorned her lips with a strawberry-flavored gloss, rendering them luscious and dewy. She winked at her reflection in the mirror, satisfied with her appearance. Have you had breakfast? She inquired, glancing at Wang Kai, who was engrossed in his book. Wang Kai closed the book and shook his head. Let us go outside for a bite to eat. Our train departs at 2 in the afternoon, so we have plenty of time, he suggested. Chapter 108. A discrepancy. Wang Kai nodded in agreement. Let us go? After enjoying a light meal, Luo Jiao Jiao found herself being led by Wang Kai. Where are we going? She asked, puzzled. Just follow me. You'll find out soon enough, Wang Kai replied, feigning mystery. Unsure of Wang Kai's intentions, Luo Jiao Jiao had no choice but to follow him. Before long, they arrived at the second floor of Xingming Plaza, which housed a chain jewelry store. Luo Jiao Jiao began to grasp the situation. Wang Kai approached the counter, pulling an exquisite card from his pocket. I am here to collect an item. Sir, madam, please hold on for a moment, the attendant said with a professional smile as she took the card from Wang Kai and stepped into the back. The warmth of the store caused a blush to rise on Luo Jiao Jiao's cheeks. Everything here is so expensive, she remarked, her eyes scanning the glimmering bracelets and rings adorned with numerous zeros. A sense of unease settled in her heart. Her entire savings would barely cover a single bead from one of those bracelets. Wang Kai, with a twinkle in his eye, gently ruffled her hair. Do not worry. Your boyfriend is more than capable of this. Before Luo Jiao Jiao could utter another word, the sales assistant had already presented an exquisite jewelry box, exuding an aura of remarkable worth. You are truly fortunate, as this was personally designed by the gentleman for you and crafted by the master artisans of our brand. The assistant remarked with a warm smile as she handed the box to Luo Jiao Jiao. This brand is not a domestic one. Their artisans hail from the esteemed E-country. To have a piece crafted by him, one must not only possess a distinguished lineage but also ensure that the piece evokes his artistic inclination. Luo Jiao Jiao hesitated for a moment, but under Wang Kaiyi's encouraging gaze, she cautiously accepted it. Go on, open it, and see if you like it, Wang Kaiyi urged, his voice laced with anticipation. Nodding slightly, Luo Jiao Jiao carefully opened the box. A brilliant glow flashed as she revealed a transparent, round pendant, within which seemed to dance the essence of something extraordinary. Holding the pendant in her palm, she squinted to scrutinize its depths. Wang Kaiyi gazed at her with gentle admiration. As Luo Jiao Jiao focused intently, she was taken aback by the sight within the small orb. Words were inscribed all over it. The content elicited a soft, amused smile from her. Do you like it? Wang Kaiyi inquired, his dark eyes fixed on her. Nodding vigorously, she replied, I love it. Thank you. To me, never utter the word thank you again, Wang Kaiyi declared as he adorned her neck with the necklace. Lowering his head, he placed a tender kiss upon her forehead. Little did she expect to be subjected to such a display of affection on her way to work. The sales assistant watched them depart with a smile, her heart brimming with emotion. As Luo Jiao Jiao descended the stairs, hand in hand with Wang Kaiyi, she kept her gaze lowered. Wang Kaiyi halted as Luo Jiao Jiao pulled him to a stop. He paused, gazing at her. I truly appreciate the gift. However, it is rather extravagant. Luo Jiao Jiao was about to remove the necklace when Wang Kaiyi's hand restrained her. Why? His expression darkened, unmistakably revealing his displeasure. Without needing to ponder, Luo Jiao Jiao understood that he was genuinely angry. Since she had voiced her thoughts, she chose not to conceal her feelings any longer. Even if your parents possess wealth, I cannot accept it as a matter of course, she stated calmly, locking her eyes with his. So, do you believe that the value of the gift is all that matters? Wang Kaiyi's usually warm gaze was now clouded with suppressed fury. No, that's not it. She merely wished to convey that she was not with him solely for his family's fortune. Luo Jiao Jiao found herself at a loss for words, wanting to clarify, but rendered silent. Wang Kaiyi, in his frustration, let out a humorless laugh. Luo Jiao Jiao, is it truly how you perceive me? A second-generation heir relying on his parents' wealth to win a girlfriend's affection? No, that's not what I meant, she replied, feeling a surge of panic and a hint of trepidation as she observed his anger. Wang Kaiyi remained silent, awaiting her next words. The more anxious Luo Jiao Jiao became, the less she found herself able to articulate her thoughts. I am angry, he stated. Luo Jiao Jiao was taken aback. She was aware of that. My anger does not stem from your insinuation regarding my parents' money. She bit her lower lip gently. Wang Kaiyi observed his girlfriend's obedient demeanor, her head bowed, stirring a tenderness within him. It is not merely due to the turmoil within me, but rather my frustration at having failed to provide you with the sense of security you deserve, leaving you in a state of disarray regarding our relationship. Wang Kaiyi cradled Luo Jiao Jiao's face in his hands, compelling her to meet his gaze. At that moment, the shadows that had clouded his expression vanished entirely, his eyes reflecting solely her visage, as though she were the only person in his world. Luo Jiao Jiao's heart fluttered incessantly. A smile graced Wang Kaiyi's lips as he spoke softly. Luo Jiao Jiao, heed my words. Your boyfriend is a man of responsibility and honor. The gifts I have bestowed upon you were purchased solely with my own earnings, without a single cent from my parents. You must not feel overwhelmed, for in my heart, the gifts you have given me are truly priceless. The scarf she had gifted him remained unworn, preserved among his cherished possessions. Had it not been for Luo Jiao Jiao's inquiry about how it would appear when worn, he would have continued to safeguard it as a rare treasure. Do you remember? Her anxious heart finally found solace. And do not fear me. Wang Kaiyi noticed a flicker of apprehension in Luo Jiao Jiao's eyes, which pierced his heart. Even in moments of frustration, he would never direct his ire toward her. Luo Jiao Jiao felt a pang of guilt. She had indeed been afraid of Wang Kaiyi, fearing his disdain. Do you understand? He leaned closer, his breath brushing against her face. Luo Jiao Jiao wished to retreat, but her face remained captive in his grasp. She squeezed her eyes shut. I understand. It won't happen again. Another time? Wang Kai playfully nibbled at her lower lip. Luo Jiao Jiao shook her head, about to declare that there would be no next time, when her lips were sealed. This kiss was unlike any previous fleeting encounters. Wang Kai hungrily seized her sweetness. Luo Jiao Jiao's breath became unsteady as her hands clutched tightly at Wang Kai's shoulders. As the kiss concluded, she inhaled deeply, nearly believing she was on the brink of suffocation. With a fierce glare that she thought was intimidating, she shot a look at Wang Kai. Unbeknownst to her, her fierce demeanor appeared as a captivating sight in Wang Kai's eyes. The blushing girl gazed at him with eyes full of affection. Instantly, Wang Kai's body responded uncontrollably. He bit down on his tongue, relieved that the cold weather necessitated heavier clothing. Fool, unable to remember to breathe. Wang Kai raised his hand to gently tousle Luo Jiao Jiao's hair. You are the fool, Luo Jiao Jiao retorted, tugging at Wang Kai's waist, though regrettably, she could not grasp any flesh. Fine, I am the fool, Wang Kai conceded readily. Luo Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled, a smile gracing her lips. A moment of discord had dissipated between them, unraveling a knot in Luo Jiao Jiao's heart. Chapter 109. Mama Luo has thinned. The train station's announcement echoed, signaling the impending arrival of the numbered train, urging passengers to prepare in advance. This was precisely the train Luo Jiao Jiao intended to board. Wang Kai nodded, watching her recede into the distance. As Luo Jiao Jiao passed through the ticket gate, she waved at Wang Kai, who remained stationary. In a scene reminiscent of their last encounter, Luo Jiao Jiao settled by the window once more. As the train filled with passengers, a medley of scents permeated the carriage, from sour pickles to spicy peppers. And even the unmistakable odor of worn socks lingered in the air. It remains a mystery who removed the shoes. Fortunately, beside Luo Jiao Jiao sat a quiet young lady. Luo Jiao Jiao rummaged through the contents of the bag, which was prepared for her by Wang Kai. The bag contained an assortment of items, including motion sickness medication. Upon spotting the medication, Luo Jiao Jiao could not help but chuckle. What a silly fellow. As she gazed out the window, she realized they were already far from Zhou City. A sense of longing for him began to stir within her. This visit to Bo Town was notably earlier than the last, as they arrived by 9 o'clock. Once again, they took a taxi to the entrance of the Love Welfare Institute. The lights were still on in Grandpa Yang's room, accompanied by the sound of conversation. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that Luo Yu and Grandpa Yang were discussing the recent circumstances of the Welfare Institute. Ahem, there have been changes in the government, and things are not as they used to be. Luo Yu's voice carried a note of sorrow. Xiaoyu, you are a good person. Everyone has seen it over the decades. Do not worry too much, Grandpa Yang counseled her. Uncle, you know that I cannot bear to part with any of these children. As she glanced at the time, Jiao Jiao realized she had nearly arrived and decided to make a quick phone call. Luo Jiao Jiao faintly overheard Luo Yu saying something, but before she could move closer to listen, her phone rang. Mom, I just got off the car and I'm right at the entrance. Luo Jiao Jiao answered the call. Soon, she heard the sound of the small gate beside the main entrance opening, and the outside lights flickered on as Luo Yu and Grandpa Yang emerged. Come in quickly. The wind is quite strong outside. Luo Yu was about to take the large suitcase from Luo Jiao Jiao's hands, but she would not allow her to carry anything. Mother, Uncle Yang, said Luo Jiao Jiao with a gentle smile, there's not much in the box, it's not heavy. The large dog seemed to have gained quite a bit of weight during the winter, wagging its tail joyfully. Upon entering the room with Luo Yu, just as Luo Jiaoji was about to speak, Luo Yu softly halted her. Shh, keep your voice down. Yang Ang is asleep on the bed. Yang Ang is sleeping here? Luo Jiao Jiao exclaimed in surprise. Luo Yu spoke in hushed tones. I've turned on the dim light. Luo Jiao Jiao glanced at the peacefully sleeping little bun and stifled a laugh. I've left hot water in the kettle. You can wash your face and soak your feet first. With gentle hands, Luo Yu retrieved the basin for Luo Jiao Jiao. All right, nestled under the covers. Luo Jiao Jiao seized the moment to send a message to Wang Kai, assuring him of her safety. Wang, aren't you asleep yet? She found it odd that he was still awake at such a late hour, considering his remarkable self-discipline. Wang, waiting for your message. A smile crept across Luo Jiao Jiao's face as she read the screen. Before long, it was Wang Kai urging her to rest. A twinge of inexplicable melancholy washed over her. You've changed, dog, she muttered, setting her phone aside and closing her eyes to drift into slumber. Unbeknownst to her, it was Wang Kai who, despite urging her to rest, had not yet fallen asleep himself. He tapped a few keys on his phone, content with the day's smooth progress, before finally allowing himself to rest. The following morning, Yang Yang awoke, urgency pulling him from slumber. His eyes flitted around the room before settling on a bulge beside the blanket. Rising on his small frame, he peered curiously at the source. With his large eyes wide open, he momentarily forgot whatever it was he had intended to do. A night devoid of dreams, Luo Jiao Jiao enjoyed a restful slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by Yang Yang, who stared at her with wide, innocent eyes. Yang Yang, you're awake so early? Luo Jiao Jiao inquired with a smile. Suddenly, Yang Yang recalled the reason for his awakening, the urgent need to relieve himself. He swiftly descended from the bed, clutching the clothes beside his pillow, and dashed out. Such nimbleness, it took him barely a minute. Luo Jiao Jiao watched in astonishment. After waking, she too refrained from lingering in bed, dressing herself and rising. Noticing the absence of Luo Yu that morning, Luo Jiao Jiao inquired with Aunt Fong, only to discover that Luo Yu was busy in the small room. Mom? Luo Jiao Jiao knocked on the door. Come in, came Luo Yu's weary voice. Upon entering, Luo Jiao Jiao was taken aback by the towering piles of items on the table. What is all this? She asked, pulling up a stool to sit beside Luo Yu. These are the files of your little brothers and sisters, Luo Yu explained patiently. Confused, Luo Jiao Jiao questioned their purpose. If any families wish to adopt them, we must utilize this information, Luo Yu clarified. Understanding dawned upon Luo Jiao Jiao. She recalled that there had been children, both older and younger than herself, who had been adopted. In her childhood, many had sought to adopt her, yet she had staunchly resisted. Back then, I clung to my mother's leg, unwilling to let go, she reminisced. Luo Yu smiled nostalgically. Indeed, that little girl who barely reached my waist has grown so much. I have not grown up at all. I will forever remain that little girl who only follows her mother, Luo Jiao Jiao said, clinging to Luo Yu's shoulder, playfully. Ahem, yes, indeed. Luo Jiao Jiao suddenly noticed that Luo Yu appeared even thinner than the last time she saw her, and her cough had not improved. Concern washed over her. Mother, have you been to the hospital for a checkup? Why has your cough not gotten any better? Luo Yu's expression stiffened momentarily before she quickly regained her composure. I've taken medication. I'm almost better. It's just that my throat is itchy, which makes me want to cough. Hearing Luo Yu attribute her cough merely to an itch in her throat, Luo Jiao Jiao felt relieved, contemplating purchasing some soothing throat lozenges later that day. All right, it's time for lunch. Let us head out, Luo Yu said, setting down her documents. Yes. Initially eager to assist in tidying up, Luo Jiao Jiao acquiesced to Luo Yu's suggestion. The forgetful children, after a morning spent together, had developed a significant fondness for their elder sister Jiao Jiao. Among the group of little ones, Yang Yang was noticeably behaving like the leader. Lin Lin happily munched on the carrots that Yang Yang least favored. Yang Yang cast a glance at Lu Lu and Yao Yao, who were joyfully playing with Luo Jiao Jiao, and pouted in discontent. Humph, what is so fun about a girl who cries? A few days later, Luo Jiao Jiao received a call from Wang Kai. Her lips curled into a smile. Humph, now you miss me, don't you? Hello? Luo Jiao Jiao endeavored to suppress her laughter. The voice on the other end, somewhat chaotic, made it unclear whether he was outside or in some other place. She only heard him call her name before the call abruptly ended. Luo Jiao Jiao was left in confusion. Hey, Mom, what happened? She called out, hurrying to catch up with Luo Yu. Someone has come to the welfare home to show their kindness to the children, and I must hurry to welcome them. Luo Yu's face was aglow with joy. In recent years, societal interest in welfare institutions has diminished significantly, prompting Luo Yu to take on additional work to supplement the home's expenses. I decided to join her. Outside the main gate, a truck was parked, and several burly men were unloading its contents. Boxes upon boxes filled with children's clothing and toys were being placed on the ground. Yet the men continued to bring more items down from the vehicle. It appeared as though an entire store was being delivered. Luo Yu was slightly taken aback by the sheer volume. But where was the benefactor? Only the strong men were visible, and the person behind this generosity remained unseen. I decided to make a call to inquire. Luo Yu retrieved an old-fashioned mobile phone from her pocket and dialed the number of someone she had recently contacted. Luo Jiao Jiao, unable to see the screen, would have certainly recognized the number as familiar had she looked. Luo Yu spoke amiably on the phone, responding with a few affirmations before hanging up. Aunt Luo. A clear male voice resonated from behind Luo Jiao Jiao and Luo Yu. Luo Jiao Jiao's pupils contracted slightly. This voice seemed. Luo Yu turned around with a warm smile to face a tall young man. Xiaoyi, you look remarkably well. You truly are a fine specimen. Wang Kai's gaze lingered on the still-turned figure of Luo Jiao Jiao, his eyes brimming with mirth. Aunt Luo, you flatter me. Wang Kai. Upon recognizing the visitor, Luo Jiao Jiao was unable to contain her surprise. How could he possibly be here? Jiao Jiao, do you know him? Luo Yu cast a glance at Wang Kai, then at Luo Jiao Jiao. We are classmates. Luo Jiao Jiao, feeling anxious, glanced sideways at Wang Kai, fearing he might inadvertently reveal their relationship. For them, the prospect of meeting each other's parents felt far too distant. What a coincidence! Luo Yu exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, we are not only classmates, but also desk mates. Wang Kai added silently to himself with a smile. Is that so? They are both good kids, Luo Yu beamed. After greeting them, Wang Kai announced his intention to inform the movers to bring the items into the welfare home. As he prepared to leave, he secretly flashed a smile at Luo Jiao Jiao. The children's happiness that day soared to levels akin to the festive spirit of the new year. Both young and old watched joyfully as the items were brought into the welfare home. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, Luo Jiao Jiao stealthily pulled Wang Kai aside into a corner. How did you end up here? It's just as you see. I represent the Liqui Group in this charitable endeavor. Wang Kai replied with a twinkle in his eye. The Liqui Group is a company established by Wang Kai's parents, renowned for its significant scale, and it is entirely natural for them to enhance their reputation through philanthropic efforts. Is that so? Luo Jiao Jiao regarded him with suspicion. Of course. Wang Kai leaned down, enveloping her petite form in a warm embrace. It is certainly because I missed you. Because I missed you. I tirelessly advocated for the Love and Care Welfare Institute to the upper echelons of the company, crafting a proposal that would persuade the old foxes to focus their charitable efforts here. Yet, he chose not to share these thoughts with Luo Jiao Jiao. How long will you be here? Nestled in his embrace, Luo Jiao Jiao couldn't help but nuzzle against his chest. Wang Kai rested his chin atop Luo Jiao Jiao's head, inhaling the enchanting fragrance of her hair. Wait for me? Luo Jiao Jiao looked up at him in surprise. Wang Kai smiled and nodded. Do your parents approve? After all, the new year is a time for family reunions. Though Luo Jiao Jiao cherished the moment spent nestled with Wang Kai, she felt it necessary to consider his circumstances. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Wang Kai's eyes. He was unexpectedly pleased that his parents' business trip would prevent them from being together. Upon hearing his words, Luo Jiao Jiao felt not happiness, but an ache in her heart. She envisioned a small boy often left to sit alone by the window due to his parents' demanding jobs. Embracing his waist tightly, she nodded. I will spend the new year with you. Wang Kai affectionately tousled the tips of her hair. All right. Suddenly, a deliberate cough interrupted the moment. Startled, Luo Jiao Jiao hurriedly pushed Wang Kai away. Wang Kai squinted towards the source of the sound. A diminutive figure stood by the wall, bright eyes fixed upon them. Jiao Jiao Jia, the director's mother is calling for you. It was Yan Yang, clutching a bag of snacks. Relieved to see Yan Yang, Luo Jiao Jiao inquired. Calling for me? Yan Yang confirmed with a nod. I'll go see what my mother wants and find you later. With that, Luo Jiao Jiao turned to Wang Kai before departing. After she left, Wang Kai approached and grabbed Yan Yang by the collar. Yan Yang, with arms outstretched, attempted to grasp Wang Kai's leg. However, given his small stature, both in height and limb length, he soon recognized the futility of his struggle and ceased his efforts. He stared at Wang Kai with wide eyes. Wang Kai smirked, playfully poking Yan Yang on the head. Little rascal, he teased. Old man, Yan Yang retorted. Their gazes locked, and surprisingly, their minds synced, one large and one small. Come back and challenge your brother when you grow up, little one, Wang Kai said with a smile in his eyes, setting Yan Yang down. Wang Kai, put him down. Let me handle it, came a voice from the kitchen, where Luo Yu was preparing a sumptuous feast to welcome the distant guest. Naturally, Luo Jiao Jiao entered the kitchen to assist Luo Yu. Soon enough, Wang Kai followed suit, insisting that his own efforts would yield tastier results. Holding a loofah in his hand, he examined it intently, just as he was about to begin, when Luo Jiao Jiao urgently called out to stop him. Wang Kai halted, looking innocently at Luo Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, keep your voice down. You're scaring little E. Luo Yu disapproved of Luo Jiao Jiao's outburst, with a playful grin at her mother. Luo Jiao Jiao turned to glare at Wang Kai. You teach me, she commanded. Wang Kai whispered into her ear, causing a ticklish sensation. First, take the peeler. Yes. Just like that. Slowly, slowly. In the modest kitchen, Luo Yu sliced the vegetables, smiling as she watched the two young ones, one exuding a sense of mastery while the other humbly absorbed the lessons. They would undoubtedly improve with time. Yet a flicker of regret crossed Luo Yu's eyes. Good night. Under the cloak of darkness, Wang Kai swiftly planted a kiss on Luo Jiao Jiao's cheek. She glanced around, feeling a twinge of guilt, and once she confirmed no one was watching, she playfully punched him. If you keep this up, I'll get angry. In what manner? Wang Kai playfully teased Luo Jiao Jiao, gazing at her delicate face illuminated by the night, his pupils slightly constricting. Chapter 111. The rest of my life belongs to you. All right, I shall cease my teasing. Just as his young girlfriend was on the verge of becoming indignant, he promptly halted his antics. Luo Jiao Jiao stifled a giggle behind her hand. That evening, she shared a bed with Luo Yu. Was Wang Kai there to represent the charity group for a heartfelt philanthropic endeavor? Luo Jiao Jiao stared at the dark ceiling, chatting idly with Luo Yu. Luo Yu adjusted the quilt toward Luo Jiao Jiao's side. Was it merely a one-time event? In the future, the children at the Welfare Institute would indeed be the happiest. The heavy burden that had long weighed on Luo Yu's heart finally lifted. The only thing she could not let go of was the child she had nurtured since birth. In the future, I will ensure that mother enjoys the most blissful days. Luo Jiao Jiao embraced Luo Yu, cheerfully expressing their shared aspiration. Very well. I shall look forward to enjoying the blessings from Jiao Jiao in the days to come. Unbeknownst to Luo Jiao Jiao, tears glistened in Luo Yu's eyes as she tenderly patted her arm. The atmosphere of the new year grew increasingly vibrant, and finally, with the first sound of firecrackers, the sky erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks. The new year had arrived. After vigilantly staying awake all night, Luo Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled like scattered stars as she addressed Wang Kai, who had also kept watch. Wang Kai, Happy New Year. Luo Jiao Jiao, Happy New Year. In Wang Kai's affectionate gaze, there was no sight of anything else, only the enchanting girl whose every smile and frown beneath the fireworks was utterly captivating. May the remainder of my life be devoted to you, and may your future be graced by my unwavering companionship. Due to the presence of many onlookers, Luo Jiao Jiao hesitated to exhibit any intimate gestures toward Wang Kai. As they assisted in moving chairs indoors, Wang Kai took the chair from Luo Jiao Jiao's hands. Their hands brushed against each other for a fleeting second, their gazes locking and smiles exchanged. She shed her chilly outer garment and nestled into her warm cocoon. The notification light on her phone began to blink. Upon unlocking it, she discovered a message from Wang Kai, accompanied by a red envelope inscribed with the words, "A New Year gift exclusive to my girlfriend." It turned out that in the evening, Luo Yu had prepared small red envelopes filled with New Year money for each child. Though the amounts were modest, the sentiment was heartfelt. With her back turned to Luo Yu, Luo Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled like crescent moons. After the new year, time seemed to fly by. Luo Yu had meticulously prepared an abundance of local specialties, filling Luo Jiao Jiao's suitcase to the brim. Wang Kai was also burdened with a large bag. Yang Yang took a hearty bite of the beef jerky in her hand, sitting still while observing the three of them intently. Wang Kai, with eager eyes, fixated on Yang Yang. Drooling in anticipation, Yang Yang stuffed the jerky into her mouth and displayed her empty hands to Wang Kai. The dog, disheartened, let its tail droop. A glimmer of pride flickered in Yang Yang's eyes, as if to say, no one can take my food from me, not even the dog. Aunt Luo, we shall take our leave now, Wang Kai said politely, smiling at Luo Yu. Luo Jiao Jiao raised her hand, waving goodbye to the group of reluctant little ones behind her. Their return journey was in an official vehicle dispatched by the Liqui group. Seated in the car, Luo Jiao Jiao gazed in astonishment at the thick notebook filled with annotations in Wang Kai's hands. When did you write this? She inquired, observing her surprise. Wang Kai smiled and handed the notebook to her. As Luo Jiao Jiao flipped through the pages, she discovered they were entirely dedicated to matters concerning the Love Welfare Institute. There were details even she had overlooked, meticulously noted by Wang Kai. After all, I am on a business trip. I cannot afford to be idle, he remarked, a deep amusement glimmering in his eyes. Upon returning to Zhou City, he would no longer be constrained, and opportunities to steal a kiss would be scarce. Unaware of Wang Kai's innermost thoughts, Luo Jiao Jiao nodded, her gaze toward him brimming with admiration. Wang Kai's smile widened, reaching his ears. A few days after their return to Zhou City, it was time to don their school bags once more. As their time together extended, Luo Jiao Jiao realized that the two of them, whom she initially believed to be incompatible in temperament, surprisingly complemented each other well. They entered a rhythm akin to an old married couple in the new semester. With just a glance, they could anticipate each other's next move, establishing a profound understanding between them. Each day was filled with study and problem-solving, interspersed with moments of subtle romance. Observant classmates noted the exceptional harmony between the campus's beauty and the handsome boy, even though their interactions remained respectful. Nevertheless, the atmosphere surrounding them was impenetrable to others. However, the tranquil days were abruptly disturbed when a stone was thrown into the water, creating ripples. Wang Kaiyi's expression remained impassive as he impatiently addressed the girl before him. Make way. Jolien remained unaffected by his indifference, wearing a smile that suggested she held all the cards. Have you been feeling overwhelmed by Luo Jiao Jiao's incessant attention lately? Why don't we pretend to be a couple? That way, no one will disturb your comfortable life. Wang Kaiyi regarded Jolien with an expression that suggested he thought her quite mad. Overwhelmed? He actually found his little girlfriend to be excessively shy and reserved. Jolien saw nothing amiss in her suggestion. She distinctly remembered that it was at this moment that Luo Jiao Jiao could no longer suppress her aspirations for wealth and began to pursue Wang Kaiyi relentlessly. What do you think? Wang Kaiyi had no desire to waste his time on this neurotic individual, as he was preoccupied with meeting Luo Jiao Jiao. Just as he was about to sidestep Jolien and leave, she unexpectedly collided with a pillar. Jolien hastily expressed concern, reaching out to steady him. Are you all right? Despite his impeccable manners, Wang Kaiyi inwardly cursed her ancestors. Don't touch me. He brusquely swatted away her outstretched hand. Jolien gazed at him with tearful eyes, while Wang Kaiyi rubbed the bump on his head from the collision. Encountering this person always seemed to bring misfortune. He silently vowed to steer clear of Jolien in the future. Meanwhile, Luo Jiao Jiao had been waiting outside for quite some time. Yet there was no sign of Wang Kaiyi leaving on his bike. Most of the students had already departed. She couldn't help but worry that something might have happened to him. Hurriedly, she made her way to the school's parking lot. After checking several bike racks without finding him, she was about to call out Wang Kaiyi's name when her eyes caught sight of two figures in the distance. Luo Jiao Jiao possessed exceptional vision, enabling her to clearly discern the two individuals before her, both of whom were familiar figures. The tall and upright Wang Kaiyi, alongside the petite Xiaolian. Once, she had deemed them a perfect match, yet now they pierced her heart like shards of glass. It felt as though her heart was being tightly gripped by an unseen hand. They appeared to be engaged in conversation, with Xiaolian facing her, subtly moving her lips. Her eyes brimming with anticipation, a radiant smile gracing her face. Meanwhile, Wang Kaiyi, with his back to her, absent-mindedly scratched his head, an unconscious gesture that manifested only in moments of confusion or anxiety. What had Xiaolian said to render him so unsettled? In that fleeting moment, Luo Jiao Jiao yearned to rush forward and demand answers. Yet, her body felt as if it were nailed to the ground, immovable. Ultimately, she retreated. Chapter 112. A strange dream with a composed expression, Luo Jiao Jiao pursed her lips and turned away. Having finally distanced herself from Xiaolin, Wang Kaiyi pedaled his bicycle with urgency, concerned that Luo Jiao Jiao might grow impatient. Fortunately, he spotted her familiar silhouette waiting at the entrance. Jiao Jiao. Luo Jiao Jiao turned her head, her eyes meeting his. What's the matter? Wang Kaiyi gently caressed her face, his heart aching at the sight of her reddened eyes and nose. Under the gaze that regarded her as a precious gem, she nearly divulged the scene she had just witnessed. Didn't you say that I am the only one in your heart? Why do you appear flustered for another girl? The realization struck her that his emotions were not solely reserved for her. A torrent of grievances welled up within her, yet what emerged from her lips was merely, I'm fine, just got some wind in my eyes. Luo Jiao Jiao forced a strained smile. Wang Kaiyi felt a pang of heartache as he noticed her despondency. He assumed it was due to her waiting for too long in the chill of the wind. Though Zhou City was no longer particularly cold, the wind still had a biting quality when it blew. After escorting Luo Jiao Jiao to her doorstep, just as Wang Kaiyi was about to turn away, she called out to him, Don't you have anything you wish to say to me? Her lips were parched, and hope glimmered in her eyes. Something to say? Wang Kaiyi suddenly recalled. He stepped out of the car and approached Luo Jiao Jiao. In her heart, she thought that as long as he confided in her about his recent encounter with Xiaolian, she would overlook his change in demeanor, regardless of the reason. Wang Kaiyi leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Make sure to get to bed early. Even after Wang Kaiyi departed, Luo Jiao Jiao still did not receive the word she longed for. To suppress her swirling thoughts, she immersed herself in her studies. It was only after completing the final problem that she stood up to stretch her body. The night was already deep. She picked up her phone to check the time and found it was 1 a.m. Weariness washed over her, and without checking for any messages, she fell into a deep sleep. Wang Kaiyi chuckled softly. She truly was obedient. Wang, good night, sweet dreams. In her dreams, Luo Jiao Jiao found herself lost amidst a throng of hurried pedestrians, watching the bustling crowd. She was unaware of how she had arrived at this place, nor did she know her destination. Suddenly, as a woman talking on her phone brushed past her, they collided, and the woman's documents tumbled to the ground. Luo Jiao Jiao quickly bent down to pick up the items and handed them back. "I'm sorry. Thank you." The two pairs of identical eyes met, both filled with astonishment. "Luo Jiao Jiao? Luo Jiao Jiao?" She gazed at the woman in her 20s before her, who was none other than her own self from before the transition. The voice on the phone seemed to be inquiring about her well-being. With a gentle tone, Luo Jiao Jiao replied, "Mom, it's nothing. I just dropped something. And a kind person helped me pick it up. Yes, all right. I'll talk to you later. Goodbye." After ending the call, she turned her attention to the young girl before her. "Let us find a quiet place to talk," she suggested calmly. "Okay." Hearing her mother's voice for the first time in ages nearly brought her to tears. "Miss, is this your sister? You look remarkably alike." Upon entering the CAF, the attendant gazed in astonishment at the two patrons. Luo Jiao Jiao nodded. "A cup of Blue Mountain coffee for me. And you?" With little desire for refreshments, she replied, "Just a glass of plain water will suffice." Luo Jiao Jiao returned the order slip to the attendant. "Thank you. It is my honor," the attendant smiled. "How did you come to this world?" In the privacy of their booth, Luo Jiao Jiao spoke directly. She pursed her lips. "I'm not sure. I just fell asleep and suddenly found myself there. And then I encountered you, sharing the same name and now the same body." The two Luo Jiao Jiaos exhibited strikingly similar temperaments. "After your body was in a coma for a month, I awoke in your form. What about you?" "I am devoid of intervals. Upon waking, I am simply myself." Luo Jiao Jiao gazes upon her own youthful visage, a mere teenager. She refrains from disclosing to Luo Jiao Jiao that she arrived in this realm only after her demise within the confines of a prison. Luo Jiao Jiao believes that they have merely exchanged bodies in the same temporal plane. What shall be done now? Luo Jiao Jiao fixates on her counterpart. At that moment, a knock resounds at the door. Both remain silent. A servant places coffee and boiled water before them, then exits. Once the servant departs, Luo Jiao Jiao stirs her coffee. "Do you believe you can remain in this world indefinitely?" Luo Jiao Jiao shakes her head. Despite her yearning to stay, a deep-seated awareness informs her of the impossibility. "I cherish my current existence. Do you find joy in your life as it stands?" Luo Jiao Jiao sips her coffee. "The present life?" The faces of Wang Kaiyi, Luo Yu, and Yang Yang flit through Luo Jiao Jiao's mind. "I do not know." Luo Jiao Jiao gazes at her, astonished. Given her inferior status, it is remarkable that someone would feel such reluctance. Indeed, when Luo Jiao Jiao professes her uncertainty, Luo Jiao Jiao comprehends her innermost thoughts. "Could you share your current circumstances?" "Allow me to first recount mine. Each day consists of the routine of work, followed by returning home. Often, I am urged by my mother." "Your mother?" "In fact, to seek a partner, which is not dissimilar to your previous experiences, aside from the occasional eccentricities of my superior." Upon hearing about the pressure to find a partner, Luo Jiao Jiao cannot suppress a laugh. Luo Jiao Jiao's gaze, filled with a sense of longing, is fixed upon her. Only then does Luo Jiao Jiao stifle her laughter. Both individuals harbor minor secrets from one another. However, fortunately, neither possesses any substantial secrets that might hinder their communication. "You go first," they both said in unison. Luo Jiao Jiao sensed that time was on their side, allowing her to remain unhurried. She did not defer to her counterpart and seized the moment to speak. "Please take good care of Luo Mama, also known as Luo Yu from the welfare home." She vividly recalled the moment after her passing, when her spirit floated beside her lifeless body, observing the elderly woman with a head full of white hair weeping profusely. Memories of her childhood flooded back. As she remembered being enveloped in Luo Yu's warm embrace, the only tether she had in that world. This was something she did not need to articulate. She would undoubtedly fulfill this promise. "All right, you must also look after my elderly parents. Do not mind their incessant chatter, but do remind my father to drink less." Tears welled in Luo Jiao Jiao's eyes, and she dabbed them away with a tissue. This incessant nagging, perhaps she would never hear it again. Nodding, she swiped a few times on her phone screen, and then pushed the device towards her companion. "What is this?" Luo Jiao Jiao gazed at her in confusion. Chapter 113, Misunderstandings Resolved. Under the gaze of her youthful self, Luo Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of discomfort. "Our voices are quite similar. If you have something to convey, speak directly to them. Also, remind your mother that a woman in her 20s is still in the prime of her youth. She should not lament about entering middle age. Luo Jiao Jiao expressed her grievances. I am only 23, after all. The trials of middle age can be quite heart-wrenching. Luo Jiao Jiao chuckled softly, feeling a twinge of anxiety as she dialed her father's number. The call was promptly answered. My daughter, what brings you to call your old man? Upon hearing that familiar voice, her nose tinged with emotion, and she covered her mouth with her hand, striving to suppress the urge to cry. What's wrong? Has someone been bothering you? Tell your father, and I shall confront them. Luo Jiao Jiao sniffed, tears mingling with a smile. Dad, it's nothing. I just inhaled something by mistake. Her father's worry began to dissipate. At your age, you must still be cautious. Luo Jiao Jiao nodded at her phone. Dad, how have you been lately? Your father is as lively as ever. Luo Jiao Jiao laughed through her tears. Has Mom discovered the liquor you've been hiding in the cupboard? Her father's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. Shh, be quiet. If your mother hears, my treasured collection will be lost. Relieved to hear her father's good health and well-being, Luo Jiao Jiao felt a weight lift from her heart. She then proceeded to call her mother. Mom. This word had not crossed her lips in over a year, traversing the fabric of time itself. After explaining the reason for her call, her voice took on a tender tone. After chatting for several minutes, Luo Jiao Jiao sensed that time was slipping away. You and Dad must take good care of yourselves. After hanging up, she returned the phone to Luo Jiao Jiao, gazing at her with gratitude. Thank you. On the exquisite visage of Luo Jiao Jiao, a slightly awkward sound escaped her lips. Are you leaving? She inquired of the gradually ethereal figure of herself. I suppose so. I do not know if we will meet again in the future. I wish you joy every day, and may all your endeavors be fruitful. Luo Jiao Jiao felt no lingering regrets. As she observed her other self on the verge of complete disappearance, she hastily called out. Do not approach anyone named Wang Kai. Luo Jiao Jiao cast a surprised glance at her, but before she could utter a word, she had already transformed into a myriad of azure stars and vanished from sight. Luo Jiao Jiao glanced at the empty seat opposite her and then raised her head to let out a soft laugh. What a fool. Indeed, she was selfish and insufferable. Awakened abruptly by the blaring of an alarm clock, Luo Jiao Jiao sat up with a start. She examined her hands and then surveyed the room. The tangible sensation confirmed that this was not a dream. The admonition, do not approach anyone named Wang Kai, echoed in her mind. Luo Jiao Jiao found it somewhat perplexing. How could the version of herself that was merely 16 years old possess knowledge of Wang Kai? She had long ceased to regard this as a mere book. It was a living, breathing world. Each individual here was imbued with flesh and blood. Though puzzled, Luo Jiao Jiao glanced at the time and hastily rose to wash up and change her attire. Grabbing her backpack, she rushed down the stairs. Upon opening the front door, she noticed a young man waiting at the threshold, who turned to look at her. Jiao Jiao, what is it? Have you not yet awakened after a night's sleep? Wang Kai gently drew Luo Jiao Jiao closer, tucking her disheveled hair behind her ear. Seated in the back seat, Luo Jiao Jiao wrapped her arms around his sturdy waist, burying her face in his back. Why did you come out so late yesterday? With her eyes closed, enveloped in darkness, she could only hear the rhythmic beating of Wang Kai's heart and her own breaths. What did you say? The wind howled in front. And due to Luo Jiao Jiao's soft voice, Wang Kai momentarily failed to comprehend. Gathering her courage, she opened her eyes and raised her voice towards him. Why did you take so long to leave the school yesterday? Wang Kai was taken aback by her inquiry. Reflecting on the incident, he mentally cursed Xiao Lian once more. He had been obstructed by a rather eccentric individual, resulting in a painful collision with a pillar that left a sizable bump on his head. Seizing the chance to lament his misfortune, he recounted his misadventures. What? An eccentric person? A bump on your head? Connecting the dots, Luo Jiao Jiao seemed to grasp the situation. The reborn female protagonist had stopped Wang Kai and, in her emotional fervor, had sent him crashing into the pillar. Thus, his reaction yesterday had not been one of attraction towards Xiao Lian, but rather a response to the throbbing pain in his head. At last, Luo Jiao Jiao burst into laughter. Wang Kai, however, remained oblivious to his girlfriend's concern, only hearing her laughter. Was his attempt to elicit sympathy a failure? One might wonder why Wang Kai did not directly mention that it was Xiao Lian who had blocked him. After all, he possessed enough emotional intelligence to consider that his girlfriend might feel jealous. For the sake of an eccentricity, it was hardly worth it. Thus, this silent skirmish dissipated within the confines of Luo Jiao Jiao's heart. Her eyes sparkled as she embraced Wang Kai, silently vowing that henceforth, regardless of any conflicts, she would directly inquire with him, ensuring that misunderstandings would not linger between them. Rejected once more, Xiao Lian felt as though she might lose her mind. Why was this happening? Having spent a sleepless night, Xiao Lian arrived late to school, walking along the roadside. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a bicycle approaching from behind. Turning around, she caught sight of Wang Kaiyi. She had initially intended to stop him, but the memory of yesterday's rejection held her back. She realized that approaching him now would likely provoke his distaste. Understanding the need for restraint, Xiao Lian refrained from attempting to halt Wang Kaiyi. However, her calm demeanor vanished when she noticed a figure seated behind him, Luo Jiao Jiao. Stunned, Xiao Lian's eyes widened as she began to jog forward. Yet, her two legs could not match the speed of two wheels. Gasping for breath, she swallowed hard, her gaze glinting with a chilling determination. No one could prevent her from marrying Wang Kaiyi. No one. A thought flashed through Xiao Lian's mind, and her eyes brightened. The person she desired was not to be taken from her. A manic smile adorned her delicately refined face. Since her emotional barriers had been lifted, Luo Jiao Jiao found herself increasingly enamored with Wang Kaiyi. If she had once been uncertain about her ideal type, she now recognized that Wang Kaiyi was precisely that. Jiao Jiao, are you joining us for a barbecue this weekend? He suddenly appeared behind Luo Jiao Jiao, patting her shoulder and inquiring. Barbecue? Yes, of course. Let us all go together. Hank nodded eagerly. Are you all going? Luo Jiao Jiao glanced at Su Yu and Chi Mei, who both nodded in agreement. Let us go to my family's farm. I guarantee you'll have a delightful time and enjoy a hearty meal. Hank declared confidently, patting her chest. All right. Luo Jiao Jiao no longer resisted Hank's enthusiastic invitation. Chapter 114. A lack of chivalry. He flashed a victory sign to Su Su Wei. Seizing the moment while they were still listening to Hank describe the activities available at her farm, he approached Wang Kaiyi, who was seated nearby engrossed in a book. Ego. Wang Kaiyi remained absorbed in his reading, merely acknowledging with a nonchalant hum. We're planning a barbecue this weekend. Are you coming? Su Su Wei persisted, undeterred by Wang Kaiyi's indifference. I'm not available. Wang Kaiyi, typically disinterested in such activities, declined outright. As expected, Su Su Wei heard the refusal and concealed a smirk. No time, huh? What a pity. But having the campus bell with us will certainly elevate the occasion. Su Su Wei lamented, deliberately positioning himself next to Wang Kaiyi. The campus bell? Luo Jiao Jiao. Wait a moment. Just as Su Su Wei was about to turn and leave, Wang Kaiyi called out to him. A smile spread across Su Su Wei's face. Ego, what is up? He feigned ignorance regarding Wang Kaiyi's reason for stopping him. Wang Kaiyi looked up at him, pursing his lips as he softly replied, I've reconsidered. I'll be free this weekend. Really? Ego, please don't forget about it. Su Su Wei wore a face that suggested he hoped Wang Kaiyi wouldn't feel obliged. Wang Kaiyi shot him a sharp glance. Su Su Wei wisely decided to withdraw when the time was right. Fortunately, his cleverness enabled him to win over the campus bell, which in turn meant he had won over Ego. Indeed, ever since the holiday commenced, Su Su Wei had sensed an undercurrent of intrigue between Ego and the campus beauty. Upon returning to his seat, Luo Jiaoji was about to mention her plans for a barbecue this week when Wang Kaiyi interjected before she could finish her sentence. I will go too. What? You are going as well? But will you even eat those things? Luo Jiao Jiao looked at him with surprise. Wang Kaiyi closed his book and gazed at her with earnest eyes. So, you were planning to leave me out? There was a hint of disappointment in his eyes, and the corners of his lips drooped, reminiscent of a forlorn puppy abandoned by its owner. No, not at all. I was merely considering your tastes. Luo Jiao Jiao's voice involuntarily carried a note of unease, as she had indeed been thinking about how she wouldn't be able to accompany Wang Kaiyi this weekend. Aren't you going? Wang Kaiyi's eyes sparkled with hope as he looked at Luo Jiao Jiao with a sense of dependence. Yes, rest assured, I will ensure you have a delightful meal. Luo Jiao Jiao exuded an air of a valiant hero protecting a damsel in distress. All right. Wang Kaiyi's affectionate gaze was difficult to conceal. The weekend plan seemed splendid. Yet today was merely Tuesday. It was essential to focus on studying when the time called for it. Day after day, the routine of an ordinary student revolved around relentless study. In contrast, Luo Jiao Jiao's daily life consisted of being mercilessly outclassed by the academic prodigy. The recent achievements have been evident to all, as the progress made by everyone is unmistakable. I hope you all continue to maintain your current momentum, like a fatherly figure. Linny imparted lessons on moral values to the students. Suddenly, the class responded in unison, and upon witnessing Linya's startled reaction, they erupted in laughter. Linny adjusted his glasses, his smile unwavering. Observing the spirited demeanor of the students, He deemed it commendable and decided to double the homework for the week. "We were wrong, teacher." They provoked the smiling tiger and now regret it deeply, lamented the students. Unfortunately, Lin Yi paid no heed to their pitiful expressions, continuing his lecture with an air of indifference. The teacher lacks mercy, they mused, astonished by the sudden increase in assignments. Chi Mei patted Inka's shoulder. "Beautiful girl, let my heart ignite with passion." And Ku, filled with youthful exuberance, felt revitalized. Luo Jiao Jiao stifled her laughter, unable to bear the sight of her friends. Suddenly, someone hooked her little finger. Startled, Luo Jiao Jiao glanced nervously at Enku and the others, who were still in their playful banter. Wang Kai gazed at her with his glistening eyes. Enku blinked hard, wondering if she had missed something earlier. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Enku successfully overlooked an opportunity to seize the moment. "Jiao Jiao, don't forget to meet at the square tomorrow at 9:30 with Wang Kai." Enku reminded them about their plans to gather and head to her family's farmhouse. All right, Luo Jiao Jiao nodded, still slightly dazed from the thought of almost being seen holding hands with Wang Kai. Wang Kai beamed at Luo Jiao Jiao, who shot him a glance that seemed to say, "Just wait and see how I deal with you." Wang Kai shrugged, eagerly anticipating how his fiery girlfriend would respond. By 9 o'clock on Saturday, he was already waiting downstairs for Luo Jiao Jiao. Soon, she arrived, looking stunning in an apricot-colored plaid coat, black trousers, and a pearl headband. Her lips adorned only with a layer of hydrating lip balm that made them all the more enticing. As he admired her, he lowered his head and pecked her lips, which tasted of strawberries and sweetness. Though accustomed to Wang Kai's occasional flirtations, Luo Jiao Jiao still felt a rush of shyness. Yet, she pretended to be exasperated by his overly affectionate demeanor. "The lip balm has no flavor." Wang Kai chuckled softly, responding, "It's you who is so sweet." Inside, Luo Jiao Jiao felt a little figure squealing in delight. "Oh my, your lips are truly sweet. Did you apply honey?" She playfully stretched out her hands to his handsome face, tugging at his jawline and playfully distorting it. "Is this how you remedy the sweetness? You'll find out if you try." The words were somewhat muffled as Wang Kai was being playfully manipulated by Luo Jiao Jiao. She was noticeably shorter than him, compelling Wang Kai to bend down and lower his head. Their playful antics nearly made them late. When they finally arrived at the square, just in time, they found their friends, Enku, Su Yu, Chi Mei, Hyong, Su Suwei, and others, already gathered there, all of whom they usually enjoyed spending time with. "Jiao Jiao, you have finally arrived. I was beginning to think you had overslept. I was just about to call you." Enku was astonished to witness the typically aloof and indifferent campus heartthrob consciously slow his pace for a girl. What an eye-opener. However, it is no surprise that a girl as beautiful and endearing as Jiao Jiao would receive such preferential treatment from the boys. "If only I were a man, I would embrace such a lovely maiden." Little does the naive Enku know that the high and mighty campus heartthrob transforms into a clingy golden retriever in front of Luo Jiao Jiao. Once everyone gathered, Enku took the lead as the guide, confidently walking ahead. In Zhou City, which is neither too large nor too small, Enku, being a native, skillfully led everyone through a shortcut, feeling entirely at ease. Soon, they reached an intersection marked by a stone tablet inscribed with welcoming guests to the agricultural villa. Just a short walk in, they encountered a courtyard-style villa. With such a grand establishment, it was unexpected to discover that the usually low-key Enku was, in fact, a little wealthy lady.